Madman of the Sword Chapter 2082 to Chapter 2165. Damn it, impossible. This is impossible. Who are you? Devil Blade King clutched his arm and retreated again. His expression was hideous. He did not expect his opponent's sword light to be so powerful. Fine, I'll let you die knowing the reason. My name is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? You're actually Lin Xian. Devil Blade King was shocked to hear that. He recalled that in the first stage, there were two peerless geniuses who won all 5 battles and defeated all their opponents. One of them was the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe, and the other was a peerless swordsman called Lin Xian. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be Lin Xian. No wonder. He's the one who defeated Bai Zijing and the First Blade. Devil Blade King's expression turned ugly when he thought of that. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I don't want your things anymore. Let us go." Let you go? Sure, cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage ring and the King Jade token. I can let you go. What? Devil Blade King's pupils constricted when he heard that. The kings in the distance also had ugly expressions. Kid, don't go too far. Since you're not willing to hand them over, I'll have to take them myself. Lin Xian's aura became more powerful as he spoke. He was like a real dragon roaring in the void. Devil Blade King's face turned pale again when he felt the sharp aura. He gritted his teeth and took off his storage ring. Then, he threw it in the void. The King Jade token was also in it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now, can you let us go?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and forcefully opened it with his soul force. Then, he started to sense the contents. There was indeed a King Jade token and many treasures inside. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he turned around and looked behind him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. They had also taken the storage rings of the other 4 opponents. Let's go. Devil Blade King waved his hand and gritted his teeth. He wanted to leave. Although he had lost this time, he would not give up so easily. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the demon blade. However, Lin Xian sneered. "I've said it before, leave an arm behind." "Brat, you're courting death," Devil Blade King was enraged. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What, do you think it's easy to assassinate me? Since you dare to attack me, you must pay the price." As he spoke, the aura on his body became sharp again. It was as if a bright sword light had cut through the void. The sword slashed out, as if a peerless divine sword was being unsheathed. It had the terrifying power to destroy stars. Soon after, it shrouded Devil Blade King. "Ah!" Demon Blade King roared madly. His expression was ferocious, and his gray hair danced wildly in the wind. He didn't think that the other party would really dare to attack him. In the next moment, he also launched his own powerful attack to resist. Boom! In the intense collision, the sky was completely shattered. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, Demon Blade King was sent flying. An arm was chopped off. Ah! He turned around and fled. He turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. He didn't even dare to take the demon blade anymore. When the remaining 4 Almighties saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were completely stunned. Demon Blade King really had one of his arms chopped off. This was too terrifying. He was one of the most terrifying Almighties, but he was defeated just like that. What kind of person was this young man in front of them? Lin Xian kept Demon Blade King's storage ring and the other 4 Almighties' storage rings. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and the woman in red. "I'll report your contributions to the 8th Prince. When the time comes, I'll definitely reward you." They should have been happy, but now, they couldn't feel happy. In fact, they were even a little frightened. That was because the power that the other party had displayed was too powerful. They even began to doubt their lives. They were Almighties who had cultivated for 1 or 2,000 years, but when compared to the other party, the gap between them was so huge. Shaking their heads, the 2 of them smiled bitterly. Previously, they were still suspicious of Lin Xian. They didn't understand why the 8th Prince made Lin Xian the leader. But now, they understood. Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. He was far above them. Alright, let's go and continue our search. The three of them rode on the beast and quickly set off. They turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian wasn't the only one fighting. In other places, the almighties of different princes were also fighting when they met. Boom! Boom! On the plain, an ordinary-looking young man was surrounded by blood-red light. His eyes were extremely red, like a demon. Around him, blood-red seawater surged and surrounded the entire void. Within the sea of blood, there were two old men trapped within. Around them, there were other almighties fighting. However, there were only 3 people in the blood-red sea. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he be so terrifying? The 2 old men were the 10th prince's men. They didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young man. On the other hand, the young man with the blood-red light curled the corners of his mouth. Next, have a taste of the feast of slaughter. As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sea around them rumbled. Then, the seawater churned and condensed into terrifying azuras. They covered the sky and the earth and attacked. In an instant, the 2 old men were swallowed up. On the other side, in the valley, a tall young man in golden armor was emitting light like the sun. Like a golden god of war, he blocked the way out of the valley. In the valley, there were 2 middle-aged men and an old man. They had just picked a few sets of supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the valley and were very happy. However, they didn't expect that the way out would be blocked by someone. At first, they were very nervous. But later, they found that there was only one person, and it was a young man. The 3 of them immediately laughed. Get lost, kid, humph, what an idiot. How dare you act alone in the 2nd stage, who do you think you are, how dare you rob us? You're courting death, kneel there obediently and wait for your death. If we're in a good mood, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. So much nonsense, the young man in golden armor sneered and then formed a seal with both hands. Seal of the fearless lion. Roar, golden light shone in the sky like the explosion of the sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, a huge golden lion flew out of the young man's palm. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew forward. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed could be heard in the silent valley, making one's scalp tingle. In short, although they had only been here for a few days, there was still an intense battle. Moreover, this battle was much more tragic than the 1st stage. In fact, many powerful almighties were killed mercilessly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 flew to their destination. After searching around, they found that the ancient ruins were in ruins. Moreover, there was nothing left inside. It was probably taken away by someone the last time they were here. Therefore, the 3 of them returned the way they came and prepared to rendezvous. Soon, they arrived at the rendezvous point and waited patiently. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The middle-aged man and the woman in red also sat at the side. One of them would cultivate while the other would observe the surroundings. Just like that, the cycle would repeat every 4 hours. After half a day, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he said, if anything happens, get ready to fight. The 2 of them did not find out anything, but they were very clear about Lin Xian's ability. It was the same the last time. Therefore, when they heard Lin Xian's words, they stood up one after another and secretly circulated their power, ready to fight at any time. Indeed, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the void came from the distance. Then, 2 rays of light quickly flew over. It was a black ray of light and a blue ray of light that bloomed in the sky like a meteor. The woman in red saw this and immediately exclaimed, "Our people are back." However, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance with flickering eyes. The middle-aged man also realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be people behind them. Yes, there were people behind them. After the 2 rays of light, there were 3 rays of light that streaked across the void like lightning. They were being chased. The middle-aged man and woman were shocked. Looking at the situation in front of them, that should be it. Yes, the 2 who were running for their lives were the 2 old men who left earlier. They also encountered enemies, but they were not as lucky as Lin Xian. The opponents they encountered were very strong. They were the first prince's subordinates. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were extremely powerful. One was the celestial river great ancestor, and the other was the king of many treasures. These 2 people were extremely terrifying. Their strength was above theirs. Moreover, there was another elite on the other side. 3 against 2, even if they had 2 flying demonic beasts, it was still not enough. Therefore, they could only run back. Moreover, they were running towards the agreed-upon location. Because in their opinion, as long as they met up, 5 against 3, there should still be a chance for them to turn the tables. Sure enough, when they arrived near the rendezvous point, they saw 3 people below. The 2 old men smiled. Fortunately, the other party was here. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Hurry up and kill them." Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman looked at each other and then coldly shouted. Their bodies turned into 2 long rainbows, and they instantly rushed into the sky. In an instant, the 4 of them surrounded the first prince's 3 subordinates. He actually had a helper. The 3 subordinates of the first prince glowed as they floated in the air. He released a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Among them, there was indeed the king of many treasures and the Sky River great ancestor. The other person was an old man. His aura was also powerful, and the long spear in his hand emitted a cold light. "What should we do?" the Sky River great ancestor asked. The king of many treasures sneered and directly attacked. "Those 2 old fellows have been chased by us for so many days. Their strength has probably been greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they have more people, they are no match for us." His analysis was indeed correct, but soon, he was stunned. That was because he saw another figure below. And that figure was extremely familiar to him. The king of many treasures saw it, and so did the Sky River great ancestor. His expression immediately became extremely unsightly. In fact, there was even a hint of ferocity. "Damn it, it's actually that kid." He recognized the other party because he had previously assassinated Lin Xian. In the end, he was injured by Lin Xian and had to escape in a sorry state. He did not expect to meet him again. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Immediately, the Sky River great ancestor stepped on the river of stars, and a terrifying light erupted from his body that could crush the void. "Damn kid, get over here and accept your death." There was a terrifying murderous intent in his voice. It shook the void and turned into an invisible wave. Seeing this scene, the 2 old men on Lin Xian's side frowned. What? Could it be that there's still a grudge between them? If the Sky River great ancestor and the king of many treasures were angered, the situation would not be easy to control. After all, those 2 people were very terrifying existences. However, on the other side, the middle-aged man and the woman in red had very strange expressions. What's going on? How dare he provoke Lin Xian? Is he courting death? One had to know that they had personally witnessed Lin Xian's power a day or 2 ago. The powerful king of devil swords was defeated in the end and fled like a stray dog, let alone the Sky River great ancestor. Therefore, they really could not understand where the Sky River great ancestor got the courage to go against Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect it to be those people. He let them escape last time, but he did not expect them to come again this time. Since they had met, he did not intend to let them go. After all, those people wanted to kill him. Lin Xian never showed mercy to his enemies. In the next moment, he tapped his foot and instantly appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "It's actually you, a loser. How dare you come here to die? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." "What? A loser?" Hearing that, the expressions of the mighty figures in the sky changed. The 2 old men on Lin Xian's side were stunned and filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky River great ancestor had fought with Lin Xian and lost? How is that possible? They could not believe it because they had never seen Lin Xian fight before. On the first prince's side, the old man with the long spear also frowned, while the middle-aged man and the woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder the Sky River Great Ancestor is so angry. It turns out that he has been defeated before. However, he's really courting death. He dares to attack again after being defeated. He must be tired of living. The Sky River Great Ancestor's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be so smug. I was careless last time and was ambushed by you. This time I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Star River Waterfall. In the next moment, the Sky River Great Ancestor attacked, and his body bloomed with the power of stars. Boom, in an instant, the void split open, and killing intent surged. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. This scene caused the expressions of the surrounding mighty figures to change. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. Boom, the sword light surged into the sky and turned into a divine red color as it quickly slashed down. This strike was too shocking. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Within the sword energy, there was a dragon sword domain floating and flickering. Lin Xian did not hold back with this strike. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying sword energy surged in all directions and slashed towards Tianhe. Boom, the sword cut through the stars in the sky, shattered the galaxy, and sent the great ancestor of the heavenly river flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The two old men on Lin Xian's side felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. On the other side, the pupils of the King of Many Treasures and the old man with the long spear also constricted. Powerful, he's too powerful. Especially the King of Many Treasures, he was extremely shocked. The other party's methods were much more powerful than those he had encountered before. How long had it been, and the other party was already so terrifying. Tianhe was in an even more sorry state. This strike had seriously injured him. Ah, I'm going to kill you. He roared at the sky with a crazy expression. Like a demon, endless starlight surged out from his body and turned into a star domain. Billion star slash. Kill. Tianhe roared crazily and activated his king domain without caring about the consequences. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Endless stars shone, and light danced in the sky. Immediately, thousands of starlight appeared in the sky. They flickered and turned into stars one after another, forming a light screen. It quickly pressed down. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and the entire space seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying power surged out. Then, thousands of sword energy bloomed from his body. His entire body was fierce and murderous. He turned into a streak of divine red and instantly rushed out. Pooh, the sword light streaked across, cutting through the void. Not only that, but Tianhe's body also stiffened in the sky. Then, his eyes widened. With a boom, he was cut into two halves. He was killed with a single strike. These people all went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was esteemed Master Tianhe. Elite mighty figures were terrifyingly powerful. However, he was actually killed by a young man in his 20s with a single strike. On Ling Xian's side, the two elders were completely stunned. The middle-aged man and the red-cloaked woman felt their scalps go numb. Although they had seen Lin Xian's methods before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it again. On the other side, the King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were even more shocked. Was this guy even human? How could he deal with an elite supreme being all by himself? If they stayed any longer, they would most likely die without a doubt. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures roared in rage and attacked. He went all out to break out. At this point, his body blossomed with light. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The old man wielded the red spear in his hand. Then, he became one with the spear and pierced through the void, trying to escape. Stop them, however. Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and his body once again emitted thousands of rays of light. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly formed blood swords, completely sealing off the entire space. Boom, hearing Lin Xian's words, the remaining four mighty figures also moved. The middle-aged man waved his fist, and it was like a mountain as it blasted forward. The red-clothed woman opened her mouth and spat out a storm, which turned into a tornado that swept through heaven and earth. The two elders next to her also roared angrily. They raised their combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On the other side, the earth trembled, and countless rock beasts appeared. They also grabbed upward. For a moment, the sky and the earth were filled with terrifying killing moves. No matter how powerful King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were, they couldn't resist at all. Therefore, in an instant, the two of them were shattered by the void, and their bodies fell out. Their expressions became extremely unsightly. Kill! At this moment, the old man with the long spear roared and took the lead to attack. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, he charged toward the blue-clothed old man. Because among Lin Xian's group of 5, the two old men had consumed the most energy, so their combat strength was also the weakest. If he wanted to break out, he naturally had to choose the weaker ones. In the sky, a red light flickered, and then a red spear appeared and swept over. It stabbed fiercely at the blue-clothed old man. This spear was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Sure enough, the blue-clothed old man was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "The 4 of you hurry up and attack. Leave the rest to me." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, when they thought of the situation where Tianhe great ancestor was killed in an instant, they didn't dare to say anything. Immediately, the 4 mighty figures quickly surrounded the old man with the long spear. The old man with the long spear was overjoyed when he sent the blue-clothed old man flying. He thought that he could break out of the encirclement. However, in the next moment, the 4 of them surrounded him again. His face turned green. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Although he was an elite mighty figure and was powerful, he could still take on 2 of them. He couldn't take on 3 of them. Now that the 4 of them attacked together, he had no ability to resist at all. Sure enough, soon, he let out an angry scream. When Lord of Many Treasures saw this scene, he roared angrily and wanted to go up to help. But soon, Lin Xian's sword slashed across the sky like a surging river, cutting through the void. You should worry about others first. Think about your own situation first. Brat, you're courting death, get lost. Lord of Many Treasures roared angrily and immediately took out a huge green cauldron. As soon as the green cauldron appeared, it quickly expanded and turned into a huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the clouds. The terrifying weight caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not only that, a purple bell appeared in his hand, and he shook it quickly. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as streams of purple sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The surrounding mountains shattered in an instant, and the ground cracked open. It was extremely terrifying. Ice Guardian. A huge ice goddess appeared on Lin Xian's body, forming a powerful protection. Not only that, the ice goddess flapped her wings, forming the power of wind and snow that filled the sky, freezing everything. Lin Xian even used the dragon sword domain, forming an azure dragon that directly lifted the huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Boom. Boom, the terrifying cauldron trembled as it was lifted up by the azure dragon. It was extremely terrifying. Then, a loud dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body, and a dragon head appeared on his body. Then, he merged with the demon sword in his hand, turning into a peerless sword light. That was because it was the same move that had split the Sky River great ancestor in half. He knew how terrifying that sword move was. In the next moment, he spat out a blue light curtain that formed a sea that covered the sky and enveloped him. Then, he took out a large green umbrella and held it above his head, forming a defense that covered the sky and completely enveloped him. At the same time, a black armor appeared on his body. King of Many Treasures heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly put up so many defenses. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a chill on his neck, and he could no longer feel anything. Puff, blood sprayed in the sky, dyeing the void red. Then, King of Many Treasures' body fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the other party's storage ring. Then, he frowned slightly. That was because he did not find the King Jade Talisman. On the other side, the battle had also ended. For against one, the old man with the long spear could not resist at all and was directly beaten into a bloody mist. However, there was also no king jade talisman in his storage ring. It seemed that the three of them had only gone out to look for opportunities. There was no king jade talisman on them at all. However, Lin Xian did not care. At least he had obtained so many storage rings. The harvest this time was huge. So far, the three elite powerhouses of the first prince had all been killed. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were still able to accept it. However, the other two old men had shocked expressions on their faces. They were completely stunned. What was going on? How could the other party's combat strength be so powerful? Then, the woman in red told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that the King of Devil Swords had escaped with serious injuries, they gasped. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse and a peerless genius. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Since the other party was so powerful, it should not be difficult for him to kill them. Thinking of that, deep fear appeared in their eyes. Then, the two old men hurriedly came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, we have offended you before. I hope you won't misunderstand. In the future, the two of us will definitely obey any of your orders." Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the other party's current attitude. Thinking about it, the other party wouldn't dare to disobey his orders in the future. This would make things easier for him in the future. At this moment, the blue-clothed old man said, "Young master, you can distribute these storage rings as you wish." This was a rule that had existed in the past. There was such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The black-robed old man also said that there was indeed such a rule. In the second stage, other than the Jade Talisman and the King Tablet, the other items could be obtained by one's own strength. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded and took the Sky River Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures storage items. Then, he tossed the old man's storage ring to the four of them. The four of you can divide the things inside equally. Then, he took out the storage rings that belonged to the Demon Blade King and the other four people and gave one of them to the woman in red and the middle-aged man. "This is your reward for last time." "Thank you, young master." Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were overjoyed. The two old men also took a deep breath. Then, they began to divide the things in the storage rings. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He had obtained a lot of storage rings from powerful figures. These people's things were extremely rich. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He absorbed all the supreme-grade subdivine crystals and mutant nerves that could be used. He used them to improve his strength. As for the other cultivation methods, he also picked out the useful ones. He also kept the useless ones for future exchanges and auctions. In any case, the harvest this time was really rich. Especially the storage rings of the Demon Blade King and the King of Many Treasures. The Demon Blade of the Demon Blade King was definitely a top-grade Earth-grade treasure weapon. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, it was a pity that he didn't use a blade. Therefore, this thing was useless to him. However, he should be able to sell it for a good price. Or exchange it for supreme-grade items. As for the King of Many Treasures, it was even more delightful. The King of Many Treasures didn't have any cultivation methods, but he had many treasures. In total, there were dozens of treasures. Among them, there were 3 top-grade treasures. There were also quite a number of high-level weapons. There were 7 or 8 of them. The rest were middle-grade weapons. It could be said that the King of Many Treasures was extremely terrifying. He had treasures for defense, attack, close combat, and long-range combat. However, it was a pity that he encountered it. No matter how powerful Lin Xian's treasures were, they couldn't be compared to the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be more convenient for him to fight in the future. With so many treasures thrown out by him, he estimated that they could smash an elite powerful figure to death. Then, Lin Xian put away the storage rings, stood up, and said, "Okay, let's go back and meet up with the 8th Prince." The result this time was good. He obtained the Jade Talisman King token and many storage rings. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time to meet up with the 8th prince. The 2 old men said, "Young Master Lin, there seems to be something in the relic we explored." "Oh?" Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The old man in blue said, "Indeed, although the relic was damaged, it wasn't completely destroyed. There should be treasures in it. That's why we were chased by the first prince's 3 men." "I see. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He had never seen what the ruins inside looked like. Therefore, he was curious. After discussing for a while, the 5 of them decided to set off immediately. Whoosh whoosh, then, they rode on beasts and flew out of the relic quickly. A day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a barren mountain. There were weeds all around and it was very chaotic. There were even beasts around. However, when the 5 of them arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing the weaker beasts to run away. For a while, they didn't receive any attacks. "Where's the entrance?" After landing, Lin Xian asked, then he started to look around. The 2 old men said, "There's a cave in front. There was a seal previously, but we broke it forcefully." "Indeed." Lin Xian walked forward. After walking for about 200 meters, he saw a cave that was 2 meters tall. It was very hidden and there were vines all around. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, there was a trace of energy left on it. It should have been left behind when the seal was broken. "Let's go in and take a look." Lin Xian nodded, then took the lead and walked in. As he took a step, a black armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body. When the 4 people behind him saw this scene, they also put on their armor and carefully followed behind Lin Xian. It was a little dark inside, but the 5 of them were glowing like the sun. Therefore, when they entered, the inside was completely illuminated. This should be the Moonlight Ruins. The woman in red took out a map and looked at it. As they were talking, cracking sounds suddenly came from under their feet. Then, lines of formation patterns lit up. In an instant, they covered the entire cave. Along with it, there was an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was quickly awakening. At the same time, the woman in red and the other 3 discovered that their cultivation and strength were suppressed again. It was even more terrifying than when they were outside. "Damn it, what is this place? I feel like I've been suppressed by 60%. Damn it, this place is too evil, should we go out?" The 2 old men also felt their scalps go numb. However, when they wanted to retreat, they discovered that many figures had appeared around them. There were dozens of people densely packed together, surrounding them. Those people stood there like statues. They were all wearing silver armor. A terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. "Oh no, these are silver-armored guards, I have to leave quickly." When the old man in black saw this scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he shouted in a low voice and activated his king's domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, his strength was severely suppressed now, so his combat strength was much weaker than before. Meanwhile, the silver-armored guards around them were increasing in number. At the same time, their bodies were also emitting a silver light that intertwined with each other, forming an extremely terrifying sky curtain that quickly pressed down on the 5 people. "Damn it!" Seeing this, the woman in red, the middle-aged man, and the 2 old men gritted their teeth and frantically activated their king's domains to resist. However, soon, their king's domains emitted cracking sounds, and even the light dimmed. "What should we do?" The 4 of them looked at Lin Xian anxiously. They had no choice. They really had no other choice. They could only pin their hopes on Lin Xian. That was because they knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he was probably far stronger than them. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and sighed slightly. "Make your move." Just now, he had already used his soul power to scan the area. Apart from a few stalks of spiritual herbs and some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, there was nothing else. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seemed that even though the ruins still existed, it was likely that someone had already explored them during the Crown Prince competition. Perhaps, the treasure had been taken away by someone else. Therefore, the remaining items were of little value. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate crazily, releasing a monstrous amount of sword chi. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit domain cherished an azure dragon, roaring in all directions. With a flick of its tail, all the silver-armored guards around it were blown away. What? How could he be so strong? The red-clothed woman and the other three were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How could Lin Xian's king's domain be so powerful? This aura was too shocking. Could it be that the other party wasn't affected by the suppression here? One had to know that they were all elite mighty figures. They could tell at a glance that the other party's aura was definitely at his peak state. However, their strength had been suppressed by 50 to 60%. How could the other party be at his peak state? This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this kid hadn't been suppressed at all before? No wonder he was so powerful. These people swallowed their saliva frantically. They felt that Lin Xian must have some secrets on him. However, everyone had their own secrets. Even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find out. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, the ground began to tremble again. An even more terrifying aura was rapidly recovering. It was as if a huge monster was about to come out. This aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave this place." The red-clothed woman and the other three hurriedly nodded. Their faces were also pale. In their current state, they couldn't resist this aura at all. Therefore, the four of them hurriedly fled outside. Lin Xian brought up the rear. When the four of them left, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Without saying a word, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. Immediately, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul and activated the dragon sword domain with all his strength. He slashed down with his sword. A fierce azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed underground. The earth-shattering explosion completely destroyed the entire cave. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed. The red-clothed woman and the other three had just escaped the cave and heaved a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, their faces turned pale again. That was because they felt an even more terrifying and violent aura surging out from the cave. It was as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Oh no, run! They hurriedly rushed into the sky and into the clouds. Sure enough, the moment they left, the ground below suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying bottomless abyss appeared. A violent energy tore through the void. Seeing this scene, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. They desperately fled into the distance. However, they were very worried about Lin Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to him. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they saw Lin Xian also rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light. What's going on? Could it be that the ruins below have been destroyed? Heavens, how is this possible? The four of them were stunned. One had to know that they were all older generation figures who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They had all heard of the Crown Prince battle. Even if the ruins here were emptied, it would not be damaged at all. However, now, Lin Xian directly destroyed a ruin with a single move. This was really a big move today. If news of this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. Damn, this kid is too heaven-defying. The four of them looked at the shocking scene below and were speechless. However, these people did not know that when they entered the moonlight ruins below, a group of people also entered at another entrance. It was a group of people. There were a total of 6 people, and the person in the lead was a handsome young man. Behind him were 5 powerful almighties. 7th Prince, this should be the moonlight ruins. It seems that although the moonlight ruins are quite damaged, there should be a lot of good things inside. Hearing this, the 7th Prince's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was not very strong, so his strategy was to find all kinds of ruins to increase his strength. The moonlight ruins was their first stop. The 6 of them were all excited and quickly walked inside. However, halfway through, they suddenly felt a shocking vibration under their feet. Then, a different aura was quickly awakening. It was like a peerless monster that made one's scalp tingle. Not good. Sensing this scene, the seventh prince and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to retreat, an even more violent spiritual aura erupted. It rushed over from the front. Accompanying it was a terrifying dragon's roar. Then, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground caved in. The berserk energy rushed towards them like a madman. Damn it, get out of here! When the seventh prince and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, they no longer cared about the treasures and all fled into the distance. Boom, the seventh prince was protected by two peerless experts. Finally, they escaped by a hair's breadth. However, the moment they left the cave, the two mighty figures at the back were swept by the aftermath of the energy and were directly cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince and the others' scalps tingled. They did not dare to stay there and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, they were shocked. What kind of existence was it? What kind of energy shockwave could directly kill a mighty figure? Terrifying, it was indeed too terrifying. They suspected that there were peerless experts fighting inside. However, they did not know who exactly it was. According to the seventh prince and the others' guesses, it should be the top powerhouses of the princes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the others to release such terrifying power. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall. Ever since the second stage of the Crown Prince battle began, the current emperor, the empress, the royal elders, and the princes had not left. They all entered the Grand Imperial Hall to watch. The Crown Prince battle had been passed down since ancient times in the Taiyu dynasty. It could be said that until now, it was very perfect. They could also see the scene inside from outside. Sure enough, there was a huge light screen above the Grand Imperial Hall that shone down. It showed the situation of the second stage. It was divided into many different regions, and in each region, there was a prince. In other words, the traces of the 15 princes had been completely seen by these people. Although it wasn't very clear, at least he knew the general situation. Needless to say, these princes must have something special on them for these people to see. As for the people who had left the prince, such as Lin Xian and the others, their names were not shown. At this moment, the elders and experts of the royal family, including the current emperor and empress, were all looking at the screen of light. Because this would determine who would become the crown prince. Other than His Majesty, these royal family elders, princes, and experts all belonged to different factions. The princes they supported were also different. At this moment, they were naturally paying close attention. Was that the third prince? He actually found such a complete ancient ruin. The elders who supported the third prince, on the other hand, smiled. The first prince actually went to the ruins. Wasn't that the place where the current emperor went before? There were also people who exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the queen revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, she was the one who had reported this information to the first prince. As the queen, she had much more information resources than the other princes. Therefore, the first prince was also far superior to the other princes. The eighth prince was not simple either. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The seventh prince actually went to such a remote ruin. I remember that this is the Moonlight Ruin, right? There shouldn't be much left inside. Seeing the seventh prince's actions, many royal elders sneered. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that the ruin where the seventh prince was had suddenly expanded. Then, it exploded and turned into nothingness. Even through the screen of light, the experts of the Grand Imperial Hall could feel the violent energy storm. What was going on? What had happened? Why did the Moonlight Ruin suddenly explode? Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to imagine. Ruins could be excavated and emptied, but there had never been an explosion. What exactly was going on? All of these elders and princes were stunned. Even the Empress and His Majesty were frowning. It couldn't be helped. They had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that an accident had happened in the Moonlight Ruin? Or the array had exploded, causing a series of explosions? Was that why it happened? It didn't seem like it. Why did it look like it was man-made? Another royal elder frowned. Man-made? That was impossible. To destroy such a ruin, one had to be at least an almighty level. None of the people who had entered this time were almighty. Moreover, after entering, their cultivation was suppressed. They didn't have the strength to cause such great destruction. Everyone was discussing. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. However, there was no evidence. The emperor also frowned. The source of the explosion was too far away from the seventh prince. Otherwise, he might have been able to find some clues. On the other side, the moment the moonlight ruin exploded, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly left. However, when he left, he realized that there were dozens of silver light spots below. They were like fireflies that quickly flew into his body. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked and wanted to resist. However, he realized that the silver light spots were all very pure energy and were not harmful to him. On the contrary, they were very beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not resist anymore. He used the longevity incantation and quickly absorbed them. Could it be that these silver light spots were produced by those silver-armored guards? He realized that the number of silver light spots was about the same as those silver-armored guards. However, he didn't know what exactly it was. However, his cultivation had increased a little. From the looks of it, if he was lucky enough to plunder a few more ruins like this, he might be able to break through and reach the late-stage 6-star king realm. In the next moment, the woman in red and the others met up with Lin Xian. Then, she asked, "Young Master Lin, what should we do?" Lin Xian looked at the time and decided to go back and meet up with the 8th prince first. Indeed, it was time for Lin Xian to go back. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others also met up. Among them, the 8th prince also explored a ruin and obtained many good things. On the other side, Taoist Master Long obtained some treasures. He even fought with the other princes and defeated them. However, he did not obtain the Jade Talisman King token. However, they soon frowned. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's team had not returned yet. What's going on? It's been more than a day. Why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they encountered an accident? Those people were very puzzled. Indeed, it was a day later than the scheduled time. Logically speaking, they should have returned. However, there was no sign of them yet. That made them think more about it. An elder said in a deep voice, "I think it's not very reliable to let a young man be the team leader. Why don't we let an elder be the team leader? After all, in terms of strength and experience, young people can't compare to them." Indeed, I think so too. Many of the elders thought so. They felt that the reason why Lin Xian's team did not return was because Lin Xian was the team leader. Something must have happened along the way. Therefore, they decided that they must change the team leader after they returned. They could not let a young boy lead the team. That way, the danger was too high. After another half a day, 5 figures came from afar. "They're here." Seeing that, Taoist Master Long opened his eyes. The other King Realm Almighties also raised their heads and looked over. The 5 silhouettes landed beside them in an instant. They were Lin Xian's team of 5. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others had returned without any casualties, the 8th prince heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Taoist Master Long frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why did you come back so late?" Lin Xian shrugged. "It's nothing. I encountered a ruin on the way and was delayed for a while." "Humph, young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that your delay of a day and a half has a huge impact on the 8th prince?" At that moment, an elder snorted coldly. The other elders also said, "That's right. How can a young man like you be the team leader? Why don't we change the team leader? Taoist Master Lan, why don't you be the team leader?" Then, those people looked at the elder in blue beside Lin Xian. If it were before, the elder in blue would be very excited. But now, he quickly shook his head. No, my ability is limited. I'm not as good as young Master Lin. Young Master Lin should be the team leader." What was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. It was completely different from the Taoist Lan they knew. What had happened in the middle of all this? In the next moment, they looked at the black-clothed old man. The old man in black also hurriedly shook his head. "I don't have the ability either. I unconditionally support Lin Xian to be the captain." So are we. The middle-aged man and the woman in red nodded quickly. This scene stunned everyone. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stupefied. Heavens, what's going on? They believed that this group was extremely disharmonious. At the very least, the two elders were not convinced. But now, it seemed that there was no such thing. These four people, four powerful almighties, were all obedient to this kid. They didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Daoist Long was astonished as well. What on earth had happened? He really couldn't understand. Only the eighth prince smiled in satisfaction. He knew about Lin Xian's strength. He thought that these people must have been stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. That was why they had such a reaction. Indeed, the eighth prince's guess was right. These people were indeed stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. However, his guess wasn't comprehensive. He didn't know that Lin Xian had split the moonlight ruins open with a single slash. Otherwise, he would have been stunned like these people. Since these people in Lin Xian's team didn't object to Lin Xian being the team leader, the others naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, they now realized that although Lin Xian's team had returned late, the five of them weren't injured. As for the remaining two teams, more or less, some of them were injured. Some of them were even seriously injured. After all, whether it was exploring the ruins or fighting with other powerhouses, it was very dangerous. However, why weren't Lin Xian's team injured? This made them very puzzled. However, some of the older generation sneered. They weren't injured. I think it's because they're hiding. That's right, we explored the ruins and defeated other powerhouses. After spending so much effort, I didn't expect someone to be lazy. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that some old guys were not convinced by him, he sneered. However, at this time, the woman in red and the middle-aged man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. What did they mean by they were lazy? They had also explored an ancient ruin, and had even obtained 3 jade tokens. In the next moment, the woman in red snorted softly. We were lazy, you've contributed a lot, then I want to know, what contributions did you make? She was so angry that she asked such a question. At this time, a person beside Taoist Master Long said, we met the 12th prince and the 6th prince's people and defeated them. We also heavily injured 3 powerhouses. 4 of them were lightly injured and we obtained 3 storage rings. An old man beside the 8th prince said, we explored the heavenly jewel ruins and obtained many treasures. Hearing this, the woman in red sneered. Oh, is that so? Then, how many jade tokens did you obtain? The Crown Prince battle was a competition of the number of jade tokens, this. Hearing this, the old men stopped talking and their faces turned red. That was because they didn't obtain a single jade token. TSK seeing this, the woman in red sneered disdainfully. What was there to be arrogant about when they didn't even obtain a single jade token? However, they soon sneered. No matter what, we obtained a lot of good things. I'm afraid you didn't even obtain a single good thing. They didn't obtain the most important jade token, so they could only change the topic and look down on Lin Xian and the others again. At this time, the 8th prince also frowned. Alright, we're all on the same team. Let's not quarrel. However, the woman in red snorted coldly. Who said that we didn't obtain anything good? We explored the moonlight ruins. We encountered the first prince's subordinates, the Tianhe great ancestor and the king of many treasures, and successfully killed them. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. You killed the king of many treasures and the Tianhe great ancestor? They knew that those 2 powerhouses were very terrifying. Especially the king of many treasures, who had countless magic treasures. Even if someone could suppress him, it would be very easy for the king of many treasures to escape. You don't believe me? Why don't you ask the first prince if Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tianhe are still alive? The woman in red snorted and said, not only Lord of Many Treasures, but we also encountered Devil Blade King's team of 5 and defeated them. Our young Master Lin even cut off one of Devil Blade King's arms. Of course, the most important thing is that we got Devil Blade King's jade token. What? Even Devil Blade King was defeated? Hearing this, everyone was even more confused because Devil Blade King was more terrifying than Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tianhe. Speaking of this, they were even more in disbelief. One of the old men sneered. Nonsense. How could you defeat so many experts? To be honest, they did not dare to believe that the team led by the 8th prince could succeed. Because the 8th prince was with them. They were all elite pinnacle mighty figures. However, Lin Xian's team. How could it be? They did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. It was time for him to make a move. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a long green saber floated in the void. This is? Everyone was stunned and looked at the long green saber. Then, they were all stunned and gasped. That's Devil Blade King's treasured saber. Why is it here? Did he really defeat Devil Blade King? Everyone was shocked. Devil Blade King was a swordsman. He lived with his saber and died with his saber. If Devil Blade King was not defeated, how could Lin Xian obtain the terrifying saber? Damn it. How did this kid do it? They could not believe it. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large green cauldron appeared in the void and crushed the surroundings. Then, a large purple umbrella appeared and emitted thousands of rays of light. This is? That's the treasure of Lord of Many Treasures. Someone exclaimed. This time even Taoist Long and the 8th prince were shocked. From the looks of it, the king of many treasures must have been killed. Suddenly, the two of them gasped. Taoist Long was shocked and could not believe it. The 8th prince was also very surprised. Although he knew that Lin Xian was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Just this battle record alone had already surpassed the total of their two teams. However, what made him even happier was yet to come. In the next moment, Lin Xian put away all the Dharma treasures and took out 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. 8th prince, these are the 3 Jade Buddha King medallions I got from Devil Blade King. What? Jade Talisman Ace, it really was the King Jade Amulet. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked over. Sure enough, they saw 3 Jade Buddha King tablets floating in the air. The 8th prince's face was also overjoyed. No matter how many treasures there were, it was useless because the most important thing in the second level was the Jade King token. As long as he could obtain the Jade token and become the crown prince, with the strength of the Taiyu dynasty, what kind of heaven and earth treasures could he not have? However, neither of their teams had obtained the Jade Talisman suit's trump card, while Lin Xian had. And it was 3 pieces. This made the 8th prince very happy. Brother Lin, well done. Thank you very much. Please subscribe, don't worry, when we get back, I'll definitely fulfill any of your requests. The 8th prince was overjoyed. As for the others, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stunned. The corners of their mouths were twitching and many of them looked very upset. This was because they had looked down on Lin Xian and did not believe him. They thought that he was lazy and did not deserve to be the team leader. But now, everything that Lin Xian had done had far exceeded their expectations, even their imaginations. They could not accept it at all. This was a slap in their faces in front of everyone. Moreover, they could not fight back. On Lin Xian's side, the lady in red and the other 3 were also very happy. Looking at the upset faces of the people around them, they felt very satisfied. These old guys looked down on them and now they had been slapped in the face. Of course, they knew that all the credit belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, they were even more in awe of Lin Xian. What should we do next? At this moment, Taoist Master Long also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then asked. The 8th prince said, the top 3 now are us, the 1st prince, and the 3rd prince. The 1st prince and the 3rd prince are extremely powerful and not weaker than us. Especially the 1st prince, he has the Golden Lion King. Therefore, there's no need for us to clash with them now. What we need to do is to wipe out the other weaker princes. We'll take their jade talismans and trump cards to increase our strength. At the same time, we also need to explore more ancient ruins. After all, the things inside are very precious. Let's do this. We'll first search the periphery and then head towards the center. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was indeed the safest way at the moment. At this moment, an elder asked, should we still follow the current group and move separately? I think we should move together. Although we'll explore fewer places this way, if we move together, we'll have a 100% chance of winning no matter who we encounter. Because there are very few people who move together like us. Taoist Master Long expressed his thoughts. The others' eyes also lit up. Yes, if they moved together, even if they encountered elites like the first prince and the third prince, they would be able to kill them smoothly. However, if they split up, it might not be the case. They might be killed. Therefore, many people agreed to this idea for their own safety. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, I think this method is safe, but it's too conservative. Why don't we send a small vanguard team and use the advantage of having fewer people to launch a sneak attack and explore various ruins? If there's no one scouting outside, it's indeed inappropriate. This was a good idea. The eighth prince nodded, while the other elders frowned. But who should they send? Although it was convenient to have fewer people, it would be difficult to escape if they encountered other groups. Everyone was stunned, then they all looked at Lin Xian. Everyone's gaze was strange, but Lin Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, the reason why I made this request is because I'm prepared to do this. However, I need 2 people. 2 people, Brother Lin, who do you want? Just tell me. He was quite confident in Lin Xian's strength. With Lin Xian around, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to escape. When the time came, they could escape to protect themselves. It was still possible. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people. When the elders saw this scene, their bodies trembled and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Some of them even took 2 steps back. What a joke, they didn't want to act alone. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful enemy, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Therefore, they didn't want to be with Lin Xian. A look of disdain appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this. Then, he said, how about this? I'll find 2 people of similar age, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. What? He only wants 2 young geniuses? Hearing that, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others were all stunned. The older generation figures were even more stunned. Initially, they were afraid that Lin Xian would pick them out and ask them to follow him on his own. But now, they didn't expect him to only want 2 young geniuses instead of him. Will it be risky if 3 young people go together? Taoist Long also frowned slightly. He said, why don't you think about it? I think it's a good idea. There's no danger. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing in the crowd. What do you think? Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Duan Qingqing smiled. Lu Fei didn't say anything. He stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he saw this. Don't worry, 8th prince. With the strength of the 3 of us, even if we encounter danger, we can still escape safely. I can guarantee that. All right then, be careful. The 8th prince nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, he could only choose to believe him. The others were a little stunned. It was too bold and risky to let 3 young geniuses form a team. Except for Lin Xian, the other princes wouldn't do such a thing. Lin Xian discussed with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Then, the 3 of them left quickly. Lin Xian, did you really kill the King of Treasures? And injured the King of Devil Swords? After leaving, Duan Qingqing asked curiously. She was indeed too curious. Because with her strength, she couldn't understand the situation at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, you'll know whether it's true or not after some time. He didn't explain too much to the 2 of them. After all, as long as they encountered enemies and he killed 2 kings, they would probably believe him. Moreover, he chose the 2 of them because they were geniuses and had seen his performance in the first round. Therefore, he wouldn't be like the other elders who were suspicious of him. As expected, the 2 of them took Lin Xian's words seriously. But soon, Duan Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian, that's not right. Where are you taking us? There's a herd of beasts in front. Lu Fei also spoke up. That's right, Brother Lin. Could it be that he had gone the wrong way? No, don't you think that it's we later, we'll catch 2 demonic beasts and let them fly. That will save us a lot of effort. You want to catch beasts? Heavens, what's the use of catching them? We can't tame them. Duan Jingjing couldn't understand. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, I have a way to tame them. Do you remember the beasts I was riding on before? They were tamed by me. What? You tamed them? Could it be that you're a beast tamer? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were surprised. Then they remembered that Lin Xian used a soul power attack in the first round and defeated the Herculean king unexpectedly. This also meant that the other party's soul power was very strong. Therefore, the other party might really be a beast tamer. Thinking of this, the two of them were shocked. But soon, they became excited. If they could really find beasts, it would definitely save them a lot of energy. So thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but speed up. Soon, they arrived at the valley below. These were red-eyed demonic wolves. These wolves were very fierce. Brother Lin, are you confident? Lu Fei looked down and asked in a deep voice. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian looked down, his eyes flashing. After we go down, I'll go find the Wolf King. You guys help me block the surrounding wolves. You don't need to defeat them. Just pin them down. Give me half an incense stick's time and I'll succeed. Okay. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing nodded. As long as they could restrain the wolves below, they could still do it. Then, let's start. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. He then stomped his foot and transformed into a sharp sword light, dashing out in an instant. His speed was very fast. He turned into a series of afterimages, cutting through the void and flying forward. When he landed, he used his soul power to investigate and found out the direction of the Wolf King. So at this moment, he directly set off towards the target. The Wolf King was inside a cave, but there were demonic wolves guarding the cave. Two demonic wolves, 5 meters long, emitted a biting cold demonic aura. Their eyes were red and they were lying on both sides of the cave. From the looks of it, they looked like human guards. In the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. A terrifying light bloomed in their blood-red eyes. Then, the two demonic wolves suddenly turned their heads and stared at a figure in front of them. Then, the two red-eyed demonic wolves became angry. A human actually dares to trespass into our territory alone. He's courting death. At that moment, the two red-eyed demonic wolves quickly attacked. They would not allow humans to enter. They would not allow humans to disturb their king's rest. The red-eyed demonic wolf on the left opened its mouth and spat out a green wind blade. The wind blade spun in the air and turned into a blade-like gale, slashing forward. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. The momentum and energy were extremely terrifying. The other demonic wolf spat out a ball of fiery red flames, which turned into a sea of fire and rolled forward. Boom boom boom, the two waves of energy were too violent. In an instant, the void in front of them was shattered. Buzz, Lin Xian did not hold back. He pulled out his demonic sword and slashed down. The sharp sword light split the void into two halves. The terrifying wind blade and sea of fire were split from the middle, creating a vacuum. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian quickly passed through the vacuum and arrived in front of the two red-eyed demonic wolves. The two red-eyed demonic wolves were stunned. They did not expect the human in front of them to be so fast. He broke through the encirclement. He arrived in front of them. But then, in their blood-red eyes, a hint of ridicule appeared. The other party actually dared to fight them in close combat. He was courting death. As demonic beasts, their physiques were extremely strong. It was definitely not something these people could imagine. So in the next moment, the red-eyed demonic wolf on the left raised its claws and slapped forward. And the one on the right opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. It was as if it could bite through the void and swallow the entire sky. Boom! However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He quickly swung his sword twice. Then, a huge wolf claw flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. On the other side, Lin Xian pierced through the demonic wolf's head with his sword. In an instant, the two red-eyed demonic wolves were killed and their blood dyed the ground red. Clang! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his sword to block, and an earth-shattering sound immediately rang out. Then, his entire body was knocked back. At the same time, the goddess of ice appeared on his body, blocking the powerful force. Therefore, although he was knocked back, he was not injured. However, an angry roar came from the front, and this voice alarmed all the red-eyed wolves in the entire valley. Many red-eyed demon wolves gathered in this direction and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Attack! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei roared angrily. The two of them activated their king's domains to fight against the red-eyed wolves. For a moment, no red-eyed wolves came near Lin Xian. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head to look at the red-eyed wolf king in front of him. This red-eyed wolf king was very huge, about 10 meters long, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Its eyes were blood red, and as it roared, the surrounding void quickly shattered. Valiant! Too valiant, Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. In the next moment, golden runes appeared in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. As his voice fell, a golden light flew out from his eyes and pierced forward. Immediately, the red-eyed wolf king in front of him roared and became abnormally violent. His limbs kept slapping, creating countless black holes and cracks on the ground. The demonic aura on his body swept out, turning into streaks of smoke that tore through the void. The blood-red color in his eyes turned into 2 seas of blood, surging with monstrous killing intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden light in his eyes became even more powerful. Floating light was an illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, used for control. This illusion was not invented by him. It was a divine ability contained in the bloodline power of the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the terrifying red-eyed wolf king also fell into a struggle. However, after struggling for a few seconds, the demon wolf king became abnormally quiet. He was no longer in a frenzy, and his demonic chi was much calmer. Even his blood-red eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he said coldly and lay down. Immediately, the huge body of the red-eyed demon wolf king slowly crouched down. Lin Xian took a step forward, arriving on top of the red-eyed demon wolf king. Then, he sat on top of it with a smile on his face. He knew he had succeeded. The next moment, he patted the wolf king's head and said indifferently, "All right, tell your subordinates to stop attacking." Roar! In the next moment, the red-eyed demon wolf king roared towards the sky, emitting waves of howls. Immediately, the other red-eyed demon wolves in the valley quieted down and stopped attacking after hearing the words. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat. This was because these red-eyed demon wolves were very terrifying when they joined forces. The king's domain that they formed together was about to shatter. Fortunately, at this moment, the attack stopped. Soon, they turned their heads and were extremely shocked. This was because they saw a mighty and extraordinary red-eyed demon wolf king standing in the distance. The demonic chi emitted from the other party's body shocked them greatly. However, on such a terrifying demonic beast, there was actually a figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. The two of them cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had actually tamed the red-eyed demon wolf king. The two of them tapped their feet lightly and turned into streams of light, arriving near Lin Xian. Then, Duan Qingqing asked in surprise. Lin Xian, how did you do it? Are you really a beast tamer? Of course. Lin Xian smiled. I've already told you guys, I'm a beast tamer. Taming this kind of demonic beast is not a problem. At this moment, the golden light in his eyes had already disappeared. He would not let these two know that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. The following matters were much easier to handle. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing each rode a 5-meter-long red-eyed demon wolf. Lin Xian rode the wolf king, and the group set off into the distance. It wasn't just these three, because Lin Xian had tamed the wolf king, and the wolf clan was a pack animal. Therefore, not only did the three of them leave, the entire wolf pack followed and set off quickly. We're rich this time. Duan Qingqing sat on the back of the red-eyed demon wolf and looked at the red-eyed demon wolves walking together. She was extremely excited. That exquisite little face was filled with endless excitement. At the side, Lu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was too dangerous for the three of them to move together. If they encountered a terrifying demonic beast king or other teams, they would be doomed. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. But now, it was different. Although there were still only 3 of them, there were dozens of powerful red-eyed demon wolves. This way, the disadvantage of their lack of numbers was made up for. Not only that, their combat strength had also become extremely powerful. Duanqingqing was even more excited. Such a huge team, she really wanted to find someone to practice with. Why didn't anyone come to find trouble? Damn, what was this girl trying to do? Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Duanqingqing took out a red mirror from her storage ring. It was the size of a palm. Then, she poured her spiritual power into it and quickly made a seal. At the same time, she muttered, "Let me see who's nearby." That simple mirror emitted a faint red light. Then, the image changed, and a few figures appeared on the mirror. Haha, there's really someone. Duanqingqing was in a good mood when she saw the scene. She said, "Let me see who's the unlucky guy that I've set my eyes on." You know that he's unlucky too. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lu Fei's mouths twitched slightly. At this moment, Duanqingqing was slightly surprised. It's the 7th prince. What, the 7th prince? You didn't see wrong. Lu Fei was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a prince nearby. Originally, he did not intend to pay attention to Duanqingqing. After all, this kind of thing could be done by Duanqingqing herself. But now, it was different. A prince had appeared, and he had to make plans. The princes carried the most Jade Buddha King tokens with them. The benefits of robbing a prince were definitely huge. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. He turned his head and asked, "Where are they? You want to make a move too?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Duanqingqing became even more excited. She said, "They're in the front left, about 35,000 miles away." 35,000 miles, no wonder. Although Lin Xian's soul power was strong now, he could only explore a radius of 10,000 miles. Of course, as his soul grew stronger, this range would continue to expand. "How many people are there?" Lin asked again. Duanqingqing said, 6 people. The 7th prince was ranked at the back, so he could only bring 10 people in. So no matter how he distributed it, there wouldn't be too many people around him. 6 people was already a lot. "Brother Lin, should we make a move?" At this moment, Lu Fei asked in a deep voice. To be honest, robbing a prince was a very exciting thing. Although the 7th prince's ranking wasn't high, he was still a prince. His own strength was strong, and the people around him were even more terrifying. They were all top supreme experts. 6 people were too many to fight against. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, even though he had dozens of demon wolves by his side, if he really fought against the top supreme experts by the 7th prince's side, it probably wouldn't be enough. Duanqingqing also sighed. What should he do? Should he give up? This was a good opportunity, Lin Xian laughed. Give up? That was impossible. Let's keep an eye on them first, then I'll go tame some demon beasts. When there are more than 50 of them, these people probably won't have any advantage. Alright. Duanqingqing and Lu Fei nodded, and then the 2 of them controlled the demon beasts and slowly moved forward. Lin Xian soared into the air, and when he was high up in the sky, he used the heavenly secret divine eye, and scanned the surrounding 50,000 miles. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. Because he had discovered another group of demon beasts. It was a group of monkeys, but they were not ordinary monkeys. Instead, it was a large power King Kong ape. This kind of large power King Kong ape was extremely terrifying. It was famous for its strength, and with a raise of its hand, it could uproot huge mountains. Lin Xian's target this time was precisely them. He turned into a ray of light and quickly flew forward. At the same time, he released the snow-white little monkey and the dark red divine dragon. There was no one around, so he let the 2 of them out. However, if there were others, he wouldn't let the 2 of them out. After all, the snow-white little monkey was incomparably magical. If it was targeted by the royal family, it would probably be in danger. The dark red divine dragon was even worse off. Those were dragons, and these people from the royal family cultivated the aura of the Tao of Dragons. If they saw a real dragon, they would probably pull out its tendons and skin and dissect it for research. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lin Xian would not let them out. The two of them were also very tactful. When they knew that there was no one outside, they also came out. Then, the dark red divine dragon roared, "Damn! This emperor is suffocating too. Death, damn it, they actually cultivated the Tao of Dragon aura. Who did they think they were? Would he be able to cultivate the Tao of Dragon aura just because he had taken over the dragon vein? I am the real dragons." Wuji Wuji Snow White Marquis stood at the side, cheering for Red Mystical Dragon. After an Hong God Dragon came out, she laughed weirdly while flying. "Kid, do you want to do something big and snatch the dragon vein of the Taiyi dynasty?" Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Damn, you're too bold. If you snatch the dragon vein, countless warriors in the entire Taiyi dynasty would fight for you. Of course, if you have the chance, you can secretly absorb a bit of dragon qi." It was impossible to directly snatch the dragon vein. The Taiyi dynasty was an existence that was even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred ground. Although Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were powerful, it was impossible for them to directly fight against an entire dynasty. However, he could secretly absorb some dragon qi to strengthen himself. This kind of thing could still be done. How about this, the two of you will act alone. There are many ancient ruins here, the two of you go and search for some. I won't go with you. Good idea, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Following that, the dark red divine dragon brought the snow-white little monkey and tore through the sky, disappearing into it. As for Lin Xian, he flew towards the direction of the large power King Kong ape. As for the safety of those two fellows, he was not worried at all. The strength of those two fellows was not inferior to him at all, and both of them were very slippery. Especially the dark red divine dragon, he was an old fox. He reckoned that if he was in danger, the other party would not be in danger. Very quickly, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye and used the floating light illusion to directly control the leader of the large power King Kong ape. Then, he once again controlled the entire group of demon beasts. He rode the group of large power King Kong ape back the way he came. On the other side, the seventh prince led 5 supreme experts and quickly moved forward. The seventh prince's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. "Is the news confirmed? Is there really a amethyst snow dragon ginseng in front of us?" Beside him, an old supreme expert laughed. "That's right, the seventh prince, the news is absolutely confirmed. However, there is an extremely powerful demon king beside the treasure, so we need to be careful. It doesn't matter if it's the demon king, I brought enough people." This time, he had to get the purple gold blood ginseng. The seventh prince was incomparably excited. To be honest, he was quite depressed before, because it was not easy for him to enter the Moonlight Ruins. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a great treasure. However, he did not expect that before he could even see the treasure, the Moonlight Ruins would explode, causing him to lose 2 supreme experts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had brought so many experts with him, he would have died there as well. Therefore, this caused him to be extremely depressed. However, a few days later, he received news of the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Furthermore, to be able to grow here, it must be at least 3,000 years old. This kind of thing was extremely beneficial to increasing the cultivation of a king. Even if he couldn't become the crown prince at that time, if he could increase his strength by leaps and bounds, it would be a perfect result. Therefore, he was extremely excited. He quickly rushed over with a group of people. Sure enough, there was a purple halo in front of him, emitting a dense aura. There was no need to think, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. As expected, there was also trouble. Beside the purple gold blood ginseng, there was an 8-clawed evil dragon. It wasn't a real dragon's, but it had a trace of the bloodline of dragons. Therefore, it was extremely berserk. "Attack!" Seeing this scene, the seventh prince coldly shouted. Immediately, the 5 supreme experts beside him released an incomparably terrifying king's domain, enveloping the area in front of them. A great battle erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, at a place very far away, Duan Qingqing also frowned as she softly said. This seventh prince's luck was really not bad, he actually found another treasure. Oh, what treasure? Lu Fei, who was at the side, was also extremely puzzled. He came over to take a look. He saw that on the simple and unadorned mirror in front of Duan Qingqing, the seventh prince and the eight-clawed evil dragon were fighting fiercely. From the looks of it, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. Lu Fei was also extremely shocked. Although he couldn't see it clearly, that purple radiance was extremely similar to this legendary spiritual medicine. Aya, this is really a good thing. However, they did not dare to go up now. After all, their strength was not enough to face the seventh prince and the 5 elite warriors. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the emperor, the empress, the royal elders, the prince, and the others also saw this scene through the huge crystal screen. Although they had mocked and sneered at the seventh prince's unlucky situation. But at this moment, they also exclaimed. He had to admit that the seventh prince was really lucky to have found a purple golden blood dragon kin. Yes, even if the seventh prince had no hope of becoming the crown prince, his cultivation would probably increase a lot after obtaining this amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was also a kind of opportunity. Discussions sounded out one after another. Those who supported the seventh prince clapped their hands and laughed. Even the emperor in front nodded his head slightly, expressing his satisfaction. However, was the seventh prince really lucky? They did not expect that at this moment, there was an even greater danger surging towards the seventh prince. Lin Xian controlled more than a dozen power King Kong apes and quickly rushed over. These power King Kong apes were like giants, running on the ground. Every time they ran, the ground trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Nearby, Duan Qingqing and the others had already felt the ground trembling. Immediately, Shi and Lu Fei looked into the distance. When they saw the dozen or so huge power King Kong apes, they were extremely shocked. Heavens! This was a power King Kong ape. This was a very terrifying monster, a monster king who could throw mountains with a raise of his hand. He did not expect that it would be tamed. Not to mention Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, even those red-eyed demonic wolves had goosebumps, and their eyes were blooming with blood-red light. They even let out a series of roars. That was because they instinctively felt threatened. But fortunately, whether it was the demonic wolves or the power King Kong apes, they were all controlled by Lin Xian. Therefore, it was impossible for the two to fight. After feeling the initial threat, the hostility between them was eliminated under Lin Xian's control. Of course, under normal circumstances, the two clans would probably fight to the death. How is the situation? Lin Xian jumped down from a large power King Kong ape king and asked. Lin Xian, you're finally here. I was worried sick. Duan Qingqing said anxiously. The seventh prince's luck was really good. He found a precious elixir and was now fighting with the guardian demon king. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful if this guy ran away or ate it. Good, Lin Xian nodded and said, you two take the red-eyed demon wolf and go first. I'll follow behind. He did this for a reason. The red-eyed demon wolf was very fast and its body was not big, so its movements would not cause much of an impact. However, these large power King Kong ape were different. As they ran with all their might, the ground trembled and cracked, as if there was an earthquake. He was afraid that the other party would have already sensed his presence before he even arrived. However, Lin Xian was not without a solution. He found a spatial scroll in the storage ring of the King of Many Treasures. This was an extremely precious treasure. It was equivalent to a spatial teleportation array and could teleport people instantly. If he hadn't killed the King of Many Treasures in an instant, the other party would have escaped again. Therefore, he could make use of this spatial scroll now. He first gave the spatial jade tablet that represented the coordinates to Duan Qingqing and told her to take it with her. At that time, Duan Qingqing would crush the spatial jade tablet and lock onto the coordinates. Lin Xian would then be able to use the spatial scroll. Following that, Lin Xian and the large power King Kong ape waited quietly. As for Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, they controlled dozens of red-eyed demon wolf and quickly set off. On the seventh prince's side, the 5 supreme experts working together was extremely terrifying. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains were shattered. Cracks began to appear in the sky. In the end, the huge demon king let out a wail and was torn into pieces. That's great. Seeing this, the seventh prince revealed a smile. In the next moment, he waved the fan in his hand and walked forward with a smile. 1 step, 2 steps. He walked very slowly and his face was full of confidence. In his opinion, this was already very certain. The amethyst snow dragon ginseng would definitely be his. Buzz, however, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the void cracked open, and a long sword quickly slid down from the sky and then fixed itself on the ground. Boom, the ground sank, and countless cracks instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince's face darkened. The faces of the surrounding almighties changed. Then, one by one, they exclaimed. Who is it? Get out here. At the same time, a terrifying soul power surged out and probed the surroundings. They were too shocked. They didn't expect that someone would intercept them at this time. Could it be that it was a powerful team sent by a powerful prince? Thinking of this, they were extremely nervous. Whoosh, however, in the next moment, a figure floated down from the sky, accompanied by a bell-like chuckle. It was indeed the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. Great, I didn't expect to see this treasure, the figure who came down said with a smile. Everyone around was stunned, and the seventh prince frowned. He sneered. Little girl, this is something that I've taken a fancy to. How dare you snatch it? You're courting death. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Obediently submit to me and be my servant. I can spare your life. The seventh prince raised his chin and looked down at her condescendingly. When the powerhouses of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they were all stunned. What's going on? A young girl dares to go against the seventh prince alone? Isn't she courting death? Isn't this the girl by the eighth prince's side? She's a young genius. Why is she here now, and she's acting alone? Could it be that the eighth prince is coming? The elders and powerhouses were all confused. As for the powerhouses supported by the seventh prince and the eighth prince, they were all very serious. They stared carefully at the crystal light, their eyes flickering. The seventh prince and the 5 supreme experts around him also recognized the other party's identity. Then, they became a little nervous. However, when they used their soul power to check and didn't find the eighth prince, they all sneered. How dare she come here alone? She's courting death. Thinking of this, the seventh prince snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender obediently. Who said that I came here alone? Duan Qingqing sneered at this moment. She was fully prepared this time. How could she come here alone? In the next moment, she clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, roars could be heard from afar. Following that, dozens of black shadows rushed over from all directions. What is that? Seeing the dozens of black shadows, the seventh prince and the other almighties were shocked. Heavens, could it be that the princes had joined forces to kill them? If that was the case, they would definitely be dead. In the Grand Imperial Hall. Those people were extremely nervous, but when they saw the true appearance of the black shadows, they were all stunned. Because they did not expect that these things were not humans, but demonic wolves. Red-eyed demonic wolves. That's right, they were indeed red-eyed demonic wolves. It was Lu Fei who was riding on these red-eyed demonic wolves and quickly surrounded the seventh prince and the 5 almighties. These were the beautiful demonic wolves, the demonic beasts native to this space. Damn it, they could actually control the demonic beasts in here. Could it be that they had an extremely powerful beast tamer? Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Even the seventh prince looked dignified. To be honest, he had beast tamers on his side, but they could only tame individual demonic beasts to allow them to fly or run. However, it was impossible to tame such a large area. How did they do it? They were extremely shocked. However, the seventh prince sneered. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. You can actually control dozens of demonic wolves, however, your strength is not enough to deal with me. This time I have brought 5 elite almighties, you can't fight against these red-eyed demonic wolves. The seventh prince was right. When the 5 elite almighties joined forces, it was extremely terrifying. Although there were many of these beautiful demonic wolves, their combined strength was still inferior to the 5 almighties. Moreover, the seventh prince was not to be trifled with. He was also a top-notch genius. Therefore, when comparing the two forces, the seventh prince's side still had the upper hand. Moreover, the advantage was very obvious. At the thought of this, the seventh prince and the five almighties sneered again. In the grand imperial hall, the elders and experts were also discussing this. Among them, the elders who supported the seventh prince snorted coldly. The eighth prince had really miscalculated. How could he send such a team? Did he really think that two young men and a pack of demonic wolves could defeat the seventh prince's elite team? What a joke. The experts on the side of the seventh prince sneered, while the people on the side of the eighth prince frowned. What was going on? This was not like the eighth prince's style. To be honest, they were also very confused. However, at this moment, they could only wait patiently. Moreover, from the crystal screen in front of them, they could see that the eighth prince was working together with a group of people. In other words, apart from Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, there was another young genius named Lin Xian in the eighth prince's team. But even with Lin Xian, there were only 3 youngsters. For the seventh prince, it was simply unable to cause a fatal impact. This made them even more confused. As for the empress, the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This old eight was really daring. He actually only sent 3 youngsters outside. She really didn't know what he was thinking. How could such a reckless person become the crown prince in the future? Hearing this, even the emperor frowned slightly. On the other hand, the empress was even happier. As the mother of the eldest prince, she naturally did not want the eighth prince and the others to stand out. But now, the strongest competitors of the eldest prince were the eighth prince and the third prince. Now that the eighth prince had made a strategic mistake, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress him. This caused the eighth prince's image in front of the emperor to plummet. And now, it seemed that she had achieved her goal. In the space, the seventh prince and the 5 powerful figures could not wait any longer. The seventh prince waved the folding fan in his hand impatiently and said, "Seniors, let's do it. Capture the 2 of them for me? Little kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that you can defeat us with just a few wolves? You are too naive. You want to compete with us? Go back and cultivate for a few hundred years." The 5 elite powerful figures sneered and quickly walked towards Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Duan Qingqing's lips curled up into a mocking smile. She was not nervous at all. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and gently crushed the space jade token in her hand. When Duan Qingqing crushed the space coordinates in her hand, on the other side, Lin Xian sensed it. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he waved his hand and opened the space scroll. Immediately, a wave of space energy completely enveloped him and the dozen or so power King Kong apes. Then, he merged into the void and disappeared. Boom, on the other side, near Qingqing, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. Immediately after, more than 10 figures flashed out. Boom. Boom, as soon as these people landed, countless cracks appeared on the ground. As if an earthquake had occurred, the distant mountain peaks collapsed. What was going on? There were still people. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince was stunned. The 5 elite powerful figures around him were stunned. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the princes and elders were all stunned. They really did not expect that Duan Qingqing could call for help. This was a space scroll. Heavens, she actually used such a thing, an elder cried out in alarm. As for the seventh prince, his scalp went numb. Because he could feel an incomparably terrifying aura quickly surging over. In an instant, the entire space froze, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. The 5 elite powerful figures who originally wanted to make a move were also stunned. They frowned and their expressions became extremely solemn. Because they had already seen clearly what had appeared. It was an incomparably handsome young man with a dozen or so power King Kong apes. F***ck, seeing this, the 5 elite powerful figures had the urge to curse. They really couldn't imagine how the other party could control so many demon beasts. First, there were dozens of demon wolves, and now there were more than 10 power King Kong apes. With such a powerful group of demon beasts and 3 young geniuses, it was enough to contend against them. No, it wasn't to contend against them, but to completely crush them. Although there were only a dozen or so large power King Kong apes, their fighting strength was much more terrifying than the demon wolves. Especially since the other party was very strong, and his defense was extremely strong. If these two groups of demon beasts went berserk together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, the 5 supreme experts no longer attacked. They turned around and left. The 7th prince was also so angry that he stomped his feet. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. One had to know that he had brought his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. He had also defeated the peerless demon king who was guarding the heaven and earth treasure with great difficulty. Just as he was about to get the treasure, he didn't expect that so many people would appear. He led his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. Then, he defeated the supreme demon king who was guarding the treasure. Just as he was about to get his hands on the treasure, he did not expect that there would be so many people coming out of nowhere. He was not satisfied. He was not satisfied. But what could he do even if he was unwilling? The monster horde brought by the other party was too powerful. Even if he had 5 elite almighties with him, it was not enough. Even if he fought with the other party at all costs, he would suffer heavy losses even if he could fight back. And the other party would only lose the monster horde. But as long as there was a beast tamer, he could catch a bunch of these monsters. So no matter what, they would be at a disadvantage. Go, the 7th prince gritted his teeth. He planned for a while and finally decided to retreat. Want to leave? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing sneered. Then, she led a dozen monster wolves and rushed forward. They blocked the way. On the other hand, Lin Xian waved his hand and carefully took away the purple golden blood dragon ginseng. Then, he urged the power King Kong apes to rush forward. Get lost. When the elite mighty beings beside the 7th prince saw this, they roared out in rage and struck out immediately. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were surrounded by the monster horde. In the next moment, the king domain soared into the sky and turned into bright lights, shaking the surroundings. As for the monstrous beasts, they were roaring in anger. The sky was torn apart mercilessly in an instant. The entire space exploded. The battle broke out. It was very intense. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves with all their might. On the other side, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many elders and princes looked at the crystal screen. Their mouths twitched. Those who supported the 8th prince were originally worried. But now, they all laughed when they saw this. As for those who supported the 7th prince, their faces darkened. They gritted their teeth. Unexpected. Surprise, it was too much of a surprise. They did not expect the other party to have a space scroll and be able to tame so many monster horde. Damn it. How were these 3 young people? Together with the monster horde, it was definitely a powerful lineup. Ordinary elite almighties could not compete with them. Damn, where did the 8th prince find such a powerful beast tamer? The others were even more shocked. They were all experts, so they naturally knew the strength of a beast tamer. But it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. An average beast tamer would have no problem taming 1 or 2 demon kings. But how many of them were there? There were at least 50 of them, right? To tame so many of them, one had to be at the level of a supreme being. However, the other party had managed to do it. How did he do it? They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, even now, they were still unable to determine which beast tamer had done it. The Empress's face darkened when she saw this. To be honest, she was a little worried. This was because the effect of the 8th prince's team was simply too shocking. She was very worried. If the 1st prince encountered him, would he be able to contend against him? Beside him, the emperor nodded his head slightly. At first, he thought that 8th brother was too reckless and arrogant. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party must have planned this. It was indeed not bad to have such a plan and strength. Therefore, the emperor nodded and smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, it was extremely intense. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, exploding in all directions. However, in the end, the 7th prince and the others were still no match for them. Because no matter how strong they were, they had to take care of their own injuries. But at this moment, under the control of Lin Xian, those beasts seemed to have gone crazy as they charged forward without any regard for their lives. Under such a reckless battle, the people on the 7th Prince's side simply couldn't do it. In fact, there were even 3 elite supreme beings who were directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, the result of these 5 supreme beings and the 7th Prince joining forces was also very terrifying. A few power King Kong apes were directly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. There were even more than 10 demon wolves that were split into 2 halves. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a hellish azure field. However, the remaining power King Kong apes and demon wolves were even crazier. And in Lin Xian's eyes, mysterious golden runes would appear from time to time. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were even crazily attacking. Both of them were peerless geniuses with powerful strength. At this moment, they cooperated with these beasts and joined the battle. The power was even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm so angry. The 7th Prince was so angry that he went crazy, but those elite supreme beings had gloomy expressions. As they spoke, Qi Huanzi hurriedly threw out a few jade talisman trump cards to lure them away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The 7th Prince gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain. He knew that his performance was now being watched by countless royal elders and princes of the emperor's royal family. He was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, his injuries became even more serious. Although he had killed quite a few demon beasts, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, the 7th Prince gritted his teeth and took out 3 jade talisman trump cards from his storage ring, throwing them in 3 different directions. He hoped to lure away Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. Sure enough, when the 3 of them saw the jade talisman trump cards, they immediately chased after them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 7th Prince and the others quickly escaped. Should I chase? Duan Qingqing asked, looking eager to give it a try. It seemed that she still wanted to chase after them. On the other side, Lu Fei was also a little excited. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Forget it, we've already benefited greatly." Moreover, as a prince, he must have some life-saving means to participate in this kind of battle. Even if he chased after them with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them. Besides, I don't really want to kill a prince. I'm not stupid enough to become enemies with the Taiyu dynasty. That's true. Hearing these words, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei didn't chase after them. They comforted some of the remaining demon beasts, then looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian, we've put in a lot of effort this time. Can you give us some of that amethyst blood ginseng? Duan Qingqing asked quickly. Lu Fei, who was standing at the side, was also looking forward to it. After all, it was a famous treasure of heaven and earth. If they could take some of it, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation and strength. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for myself." In the next moment, he took out the amethyst blood ginseng and divided it into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. "You're not bad," Duan Qingqing said with a smile. Lu Fei took it and said, "Brother Lin, thank you so much." Then, the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and started to take the ginseng. "Brother Lin, thank you so much." The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the pills. On the other side, Lin Xian did not consume the pills directly. He took out a few more heavenly treasures and then the 1,000-beast cauldron and began to refine the pills. As he refined the pills, he guarded the 2 of them. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei woke up, they immediately smiled. That was because they felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become incomparably pure. Moreover, it had improved by a large margin. This made them extremely happy. All of a sudden, it was comparable to decades of their cultivation. However, when they saw Lin Xian refining the pills, they were instantly dumbfounded. Duan Qingqing even pouted. "Damn, you actually know how to refine pills. Why didn't you say so earlier?" She was really surprised. She did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine pills. Although the effects were great after they swallowed the pills raw, if they were combined with other heavenly treasures to refine pills, the effects would be even greater. However, the two of them were really too excited, so they did not ask anything and ate the pills directly. Now that they saw Lin Xian refining pills by himself, the two of them were a little stunned. Ling Xian also opened his eyes, then said with a smile, "You didn't ask. Moreover, you ate so quickly. I wanted to ask you, but I didn't have time." Damn. Duan Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other side, Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. However, the two of them decided that if they found any more treasures during this period, they would not eat them directly. Instead, they would give them to Lin Xian for him to refine pills. Lin Xian's refining skills were not to be trifled with, so he finished refining very quickly. He refined a total of 5 pills, each of which was crystal clear like a crystal. Lin Xian put away 4 of them, then took one and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a pure energy emerged in his body and quickly cleansed his meridians. Feeling this energy, he nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go and continue our journey," Duan Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the demon wolf. "Lin Xian, what kind of clan are you from?" That's too perverted. Not only was his swordsmanship outstanding, he was also a beast tamer, and now, he was also an alchemist. "Don't tell me you're an all-rounder. Do you know anything about arrays?" Lu Fei was also very curious. To be honest, he and Duan Qingqing were both peerless geniuses and were very powerful. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a mighty figure. However, the two of them didn't know anything other than peak battle prowess. He did not know how to tame beasts, nor did he know how to refine pills. Of course, this wasn't their fault. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. The other exceptional heaven's favorites didn't know how to do it either. Only specialized beast tamers and alchemists would know how to do it. This was because alchemy and beast taming not only required talent, but also a special soul force. He still needed to spend a lot of time to study and master these things. Normally, they were all exclusive geniuses. Like alchemists, it was not that there were no young alchemists, but their battle prowess would not be stronger than them. It was the same for beast tamers. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Xian who was very strong in alchemy, beast taming, and battle prowess. It could be said that he had never seen such a person before. After hearing this, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm an all-rounder or not, but I know a little about arrays and restrictions that you mentioned." "Damn, you really know how to do it." Duan Qingqing's eyes widened as if she had discovered something new. She was very curious. Lu Fei, who was next to her, also felt dizzy. "Damn, he's already an all-rounder. Brother, don't provoke us anymore." Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were very depressed. In the end, the three of them quickly went on their way. Not only them, but all the princes' groups in the entire space began to move. They searched for the ruins crazily and snatched the other princes' jade talismans and trump cards. Battles continued to break out. However, in terms of overall strength, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the strongest. The eldest prince's side was divided into 3 groups. The Golden Lion King led a group alone, while the eldest prince and the Herculean King each led a group. The third prince's side was divided into 2 groups. One was led by the third prince, and the other was led by the first blade and an elder expert. The 8th prince's side was very special. Although they were 2 groups, Lin Xian's side had very few people. There were only 3 young geniuses. Most of the strength was gathered by the 8th prince's side. Therefore, all the groups that encountered the 8th prince's group were defeated. And it was a quick success or failure. The other princes, on the other hand, had joined forces to fight against the 8th prince. After all, they didn't have much hope of becoming the crown prince. However, they didn't want to lose so unjustly and let the eldest prince and the others become the crown prince so easily. Therefore, they had to join forces to fight. Although these princes were weak, when 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they were also a very terrifying force. Therefore, for a period of time, the competition was very intense. In the worst case, there were even elite experts who had fallen. As for the ancient ruins, they were even more determined to get it. However, something strange had happened these days. Because 2 bandits had appeared. Many princes had been robbed by them. The weaker princes didn't even realize the identity of these two bandits. The stronger princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Because they realized that the bandits weren't the other prince's men, but two demonic beasts. Heavens, could it be that these two demonic beasts had become spirits? Among them, one of the fifth prince's group was an old man. His vision blurred, and then he was directly knocked unconscious. Then, his head was hit a few times, and his head was full of big bumps. As for the heavenly treasure in his hand, it was directly snatched away. When he came to his senses, he was furious. "Damn, where did these little bandits come from? I'm going to kill you," he roared crazily, and his soul power scanned the surroundings. He caught two afterimages, and suddenly his beard turned white from anger. What did he see? A monkey and a red snake? Damn it, these monsters had really become spirits. Usually, when they entered this place, they were the ones who killed the demonic beasts. Even the powerful monster king could not withstand their joint attack. But now, those two demonic beasts had started to rob the humans. How was that possible? He could not tolerate it, therefore, the old man was furious. He held a long saber and charged over. But a second later, he was whipped back by a tail. Half of his face was swollen, and his teeth were broken. This time, his temper was completely gone from the beating. Although his opponent was a monstrous beast, and was only a snake, its strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only vent his anger and smash the surrounding mountains and forests into pieces. Not only that place, but many other places also received the same impact. For a moment, everyone was shocked. There were even many people who wanted to chase down and kill these two monstrous bandits. That was because the two of them were very fast and very powerful. That made the other groups gnash their teeth in hatred. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. The shocking robbers were naturally the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After the two of them left Xianxia, they began to rob everywhere. Originally, Xianxia wanted the two of them to explore all kinds of ancient ruins and get the treasures inside. However, after the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey discussed it, they felt that it would be too troublesome. They also had to break all kinds of formations, so they might as well rob directly. So, the two of them started to rob those groups. But now, it seemed that the results were not bad. On Xianxia's side, he still didn't know what the ruffian dragon and the snow-white little monkey were doing. Otherwise, if he knew, he would definitely be speechless. That was because it was too high-profile and too eye-catching. If they were caught, they would definitely be cut into pieces and dragged out for research. He was now controlling two groups of monsters with Duanqingqing and Lu Fei, and they set off all the way. With the red-eyed monster wolf and the power King Kong ape, they could kill everything in their way. There was nothing that could stop them from moving forward. However, when they climbed over a mountain, the red-eyed demon wolf and large power King Kong ape under their feet did not move forward no matter what. Even with Xianxia controlling them with his eye technique, these monsters still crawled on the ground and shivered. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Xianxia frowned. Did his eye technique fail? But that shouldn't be. Duanqingqing was also puzzled. At this time, Lu Fei said, "Brother Lin, let them go. These monsters all have their own territories. The place where we came from before probably didn't have any monsters stronger than them. That's why they could go on a rampage. Maybe there was some extremely terrifying monster ahead, or a group of monsters that these two monsters couldn't resist. They were not even allowed to enter their territory, so it was useless to control them. So that's how it is." Xianxia nodded in understanding. This logic was not difficult to understand. Every demonic beast had its own territory, and other species of demonic beasts were not allowed to enter. Since that was the case, Xianxia did not continue to control these demonic beasts. He, Lu Fei, and Duanqingqing set off. They set off ahead. At most, he could just go to a new place and control new demonic beasts. As for the remaining large power King Kong ape and red-eyed demon wolf, they were separated by him to two different places. After an hour, the control over these demonic beasts would be dispelled and they would return to normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! As for Xianxia and the other two, they set off once again. Xianxia, there seems to be an ancient ruin nearby. The Big Dipper ruins seem to be here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian looked at the map, then the three of them quickly flew towards the Big Dipper ruins. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. In the mountain range below, there was a cave abode that emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Although it was only a cave abode, there was a completely different world inside. It was equivalent to another world. This was a ruin passed down from ancient times, and it was extremely profound. This should be the Big Dipper ruins. Lin Xian looked down, and on the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's eyes also flickered. Soon, they frowned. There seemed to be someone below. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Xian was the first to descend, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind. The three of them were like meteors as they quickly cut through the air and landed on the ground. Whoosh, there was indeed someone below. The descent of the three of them also attracted the attention of the people below. Kid? It's actually you. When the people below saw Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they sneered. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, because the two of them were two young men, and they were the fourth prince's subordinates. However, it was not Sword 13. It was you guys. Lin Xian and Duan Qingqing also recognized the other party. That was because he had seen them in the first round. However, Lin Xian did not have much of an impression of them, because the two of them were not top existences like First Blade and Sword 13. Therefore, at the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "We've taken a liking to this ruin, the two of you should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." What? You want us to leave? You dare to start a massacre? The two young men of the fourth prince were stunned, and then they laughed in disdain. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. This is not the first round, so what if you're strong? You're just a young man. Do you think only the two of us came this time? Let me tell you, our experts are all inside. Any expert of the older generation can kill you in minutes. So kid, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when our experts come out, you're dead meat. There are more people? Hearing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. It seems that these people came prepared. And there might be many experts inside. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered, and she asked in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" No. Lin Xian shook his head. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Moreover, he had already used his soul power to check, and there were only 3 people inside. It was a team of 5, but unlike the 7th prince's team, they were all top almighties. At least 2 of the 5 were young prodigies. However, Lin Xian did not care about these 2 young prodigies at all. In other words, only the 3 people inside were a threat. Therefore, it was not impossible to fight them. In fact, he was very confident that he could beat these people away. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked ahead and snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance, get lost, or die." What? You're courting death. Hearing this, the 2 young men were furious, and the aura on their bodies circulated rapidly. They were about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Why, you want to fight me? Do you dare?" They did not dare, precisely because they did not dare. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, and he could probably kill them instantly. Therefore, they really did not dare. Although the 2 of them had ugly expressions, they could only send a signal to the cave and let the older generation come over. There was an old man and 2 middle-aged men inside. They were all almighties, and at this moment, they frowned when they received the situation outside. Isn't that Lin Xian the number 1 swordsman in the first round? I heard that even Sword 13 is not his match. This kid has the title of the number 1 swordsman. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in black snorted disdainfully. What number 1 swordsman? It's just a title made up by the young man. No matter how strong his sword technique is, can it be stronger than mine? That's right, brother Sun is right. He's just a young man who has only seen a few swordsmen, yet he's so arrogant. Of course, I have the same idea. Please break the restriction here first. I'll go out and kill that kid. With that, the middle-aged man in black turned around and strode outside. He was also an expert in the way of the sword. Naturally, he would not admit that a young man had taken the title of the number 1 swordsman. Moreover, his strength was above Jian Shirshan's. Therefore, he was even more disdainful. Originally, he did not have the chance to meet him. Now that he saw him, how could he let him go? He would kill him with his own hands and let everyone know that the title of the #1 swordsman among the younger generation was just an empty title. Just as the middle-aged man in black left, there were changes outside. That was because other than Lin Xian and the other two, another group of people was rushing over. It was obvious that they were also here for the Big Dipper ruins. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other two young men below, they immediately frowned. The other two young men also stepped forward and snorted loudly. Get lost, this is the place that the fourth prince has his eyes on. All unrelated people, scram. What, they are the fourth prince's men. Hearing this, the group of people above frowned even more. They were the 11th prince's men. Their strength was much weaker than the fourth prince's. However, there were only two young men on the fourth prince's side. How dare they scold them like that? They were really courting death, so what if you are the fourth prince? Do you think you two young men can fight against us? There were 4 people above. One of them was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. However, the fourth prince's men below sneered. The 2 of us naturally can't. However, in the cave, there are seniors from the Qianquan sword sect, the Great Compassion King, and the Cloud-Breaking Hand Senior Su. Who do you think you can beat? When they heard the names of these 3 people, their faces became extremely gloomy. Because no matter who it was, they couldn't defeat any of them. They did not expect the fourth prince's side to have such a strong team. What should we do? Should we leave? They discussed for a while and wanted to leave. However, in the 11th prince's team, a young man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Elder, they are not the fourth prince's men. They are the 8th prince's men. That person is Lin Xian. I know him. The 8th prince's men, hearing this, these people frowned even more. The 8th prince was even more terrifying than the 4th prince. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, the 2 young men below laughed and said, there are only 3 of them. If you want to fight, we don't mind watching the show. What? There were only 3 people. Hearing this, the 11th prince's men were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian, Duan Xingqing, and the others frowned. What was the meaning of this? Were these people trying to sow discord? However, to dare to draw the flames of war to them, they really didn't know what was good for them. At this moment, one of the 11th prince's men spoke. Among them, the old man stared coldly at Lin Xian and the other 2. Little dolls, since you've met them, you can only blame your bad luck. Do you have a King Jade amulet? If you have it, hand it over quickly. On top of that, hand over all your storage rings and valuables. If you dare to hide even one, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Duan Xingqing was furious. F***ck, you old bastard, how dare you rob this great aunt? She was furious. They were only the 11th prince's men. How dare they attack them? The difference between the 11th prince and the 8th prince was huge. Lin Xian sneered. I do have a King Jade amulet, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. What? You really have a King Jade amulet? Hearing this, the 4th prince's men were stunned. The 11th prince's men were even more confused. Then, they became excited. Originally, they were just asking casually because they didn't think that the other party had a King Jade amulet. After all, how could the 3 young men have such an important item on them? They didn't expect the other party to admit it. They couldn't help but be happy. One had to know that a King Jade amulet was important. It was more important than exploring the ruins. The 11th prince's men were very tempted. They discussed for a while and decided to attack immediately. They didn't want the Big Dipper ruins, but they had to get the King Jade Buddha amulet that Lin Xian and the other 2 had. In the next moment, the old man in the lead sneered. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura surged from his body. It was like a vast ocean that swept across the entire world. Oh no, sensing that aura, the 2 young men below changed their expressions and quickly retreated to distance themselves. Because this aura was simply too terrifying. Duan Xingqing and Lu Fei also looked serious because that old man was indeed powerful. The old man sneered and flipped a big red hand. It passed through the clouds and grabbed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. Damn it, how dare you attack the three of us? Duan Qingqing was furious. Lu Fei also snorted and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. A black longsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and stabbed it, shattering the void. Poof, that incomparably frightening gigantic palm that could shatter mountains and rivers was pierced through by the single slash of the sword before being sliced into two. In an instant, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth disappeared, and so did the light that filled the sky. The sky was clear again, and Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You want to rob me with that little strength? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The old man was furious. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. One had to know that he was an expert of the older generation. Moreover, as an almighty, his strength was incomparably terrifying. How could he allow a young man to mock him in public? Therefore, in the next moment, he pulled out a blood-red saber and slashed down. Boom, the void trembled. The blood-red saber light shone as if a blood-red river had descended from the sky. Boom, Lin Xian sneered and quickly counterattacked. The black demonic sword in his hand turned into an extremely mysterious trajectory. It immediately collapsed the void and collided with the blood-red saber light. Bang bang bang, the intense collision caused sparks to splatter. The sound of the collision was like thunder, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to sink. However, what was even more shocking was that terrifying blood-red saber light was shattered in an instant. The black sword chi was like a black dragon that roared incomparably. It quickly rushed toward the old man. Oh no, the old man's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green shield in front of him. Bang, however, it was not very useful. The green shield was sent flying by the sword. Whoosh, he barely dodged the shocking sword strike, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian's second sword was quickly approaching him. This sword was even more terrifying and terrifying. It directly cut the entire sky in half, and the sun and moon seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Ah! The elder tried his best to resist, waving out thousands of blood-red saber lights to form a defense. In fact, he was even wearing a suit of armor. However, it was useless. As the sword slashed down, countless saber lights were shattered and the defense was cut open. The elder was directly cut in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. This scene directly stunned the remaining three powerhouses on the 11th prince's side. The two young men on the 4th prince's side below were also completely dumbfounded. This level of combat power was simply too terrifying. Impossible, damn it, how is this possible? His combat strength seems to be even stronger than in the first round. These people were about to go crazy. They did not know that in just a few days, Lin Xian had obtained the storage rings of several elite powerhouses. He had consumed all the treasures in the storage rings. Moreover, not long ago, he had also consumed the purple gold blood dragon ginseng and other treasures. With the support of so many treasures, of course his strength had increased. Furthermore, the two sword strikes from before were no ordinary sword strikes. Those were two swords that Lin Xian had used the great dragon sword soul when he was serious. The other party had underestimated him, so how could he block it? In the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked at the other three warriors. The three powerhouses immediately felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We definitely won't dare to do anything to you. We'll leave now." What a joke, the strongest elder on their side had been cut in half by the other party's two swords. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be enough, therefore, these people hurriedly shook their heads. You want to leave? Leave behind your valuables and I'll spare your lives. Yes, we'll stay here. The three cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings on their hands, threw them into the void, and then ran away scared witless. Suchen waved his hand and put the three storage rings away. At the same time, he also put away the old man's storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and stared at the two people behind him. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't do anything stupid. Our elders and experts are inside." When the two young men saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you too. But your mouths are too cheap, so I naturally have to punish you." Paw, paw, paw. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind filled the sky. It tore through the void and slammed into the two men's faces. The two of them were slapped into pig heads in an instant. They fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you directly." The two young men were so scared that they quickly nodded and ran away as if they had gone mad. What a joke. The other party's methods were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back. If they stayed any longer and angered the other party, they might really be killed by his sword. Therefore, they could only run away. Lin Xian moved his feet. "Let's go and take a look at the Big Dipper ruins." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind him. Then, the three of them walked forward. However, when they were 5 meters away from the cave, an extremely violent airflow suddenly came from the cave. Then, it turned into a shocking sword light and slashed fiercely. Oh no! Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's pupils shrank. The two of them quickly retreated to the sides. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He tapped his feet and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the other side. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were solemn. Like two divine rainbows, they pierced through the void and stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in black. With a sneer on his face, he said indifferently. "You actually managed to dodge my attack. You're indeed quite strong. No wonder you're so arrogant. But your bit of strength is still not enough to look at in front of me. Kid, I heard that you have the Jade Buddha King token on you. Hand it over obediently and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other party was very powerful. He was much stronger than the old man from before. Moreover, he noticed that the other party also used a sword. Obviously, he was a swordsman. "Who am I? They all call me the Sword of Heaven and Earth. I heard that you've just won the title of the #1 sword. However, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can be the #1 swordsman with your strength? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even I don't dare to call myself the #1 swordsman. What strength do you have to be the #1 swordsman? You'll know whether I'm strong or not after you try." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a dazzling sword light on his body. Waves of powerful fluctuations quickly surged out like a vast ocean. Feeling this aura, the Sword of Heaven and Earth frowned. The other party had actually concealed his strength. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly waved the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light flew out. His sword chi caused the entire world to shake. This sword was truly terrifying. So powerful. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were shocked when they saw this scene. "Should we go and help?" Duan Qingqing asked. Her eyes were shining with a sharp light. Lu Fei, on the other hand, stopped her. "Don't make a move first. Let's wait and see." They were all geniuses. How could they allow others to interfere in a one-on-one fight? Lu Fei understood this point. That was why he stopped Duan Qingqing. Facing the terrifying sword chi flying towards him, Lin Xian quickly waved the demonic sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light flew out, and each of them was as big as a mountain. They were pitch black and looked like giant dragons dancing in the sky. The void was riddled with holes. Clang, the sword chi of the two clashed in the air, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Hell Sword Lotus, Lin Xian quickly waved his sword chi. Then, a huge sword chi lotus was formed in front of him. On top of it, there were black flames dancing. Then, with a slash of his sword, the black sword chi lotus flew forward quickly and spun continuously. Every spin brought about a large amount of sword light. The blazing light shredded the entire void into pieces. Boom boom boom, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was hit and kept retreating. He felt an immense pressure, which made him extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. Previously, he thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. But now, he realized that the other party was really strong. He didn't seem to be weaker than him. Especially the sword chi of the lotus in front of him was extremely terrifying. Get lost. The sword of heaven and earth roared, emitting a terrifying light. His eyes were like two lamps, shining in all directions. Xianxia sword technique. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword chi in the sky swallowed and emitted light, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. It emitted a fluctuation that made one's soul tremble. This was the Xianxia sword technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, the sharp edge cut the entire void. Not only that, but the black lotus in front was also affected. It trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed a lot. Boom! At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth gathered thousands of sword chi and slashed out, splitting the flame lotus in half. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes, and he fought back with all his might. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand exploded, emitting a terrifying power. Streaks of sharp sword chi tore the sky apart. The two of them kept clashing, causing the entire world to explode. Fortunately, the Big Dipper ruins below were ancient ruins. It was extremely mysterious, and could survive this storm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed like the other mountains. Xianxia sword technique, starlight slash. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth roared. Suddenly, a huge blue sword chi flew out like a comet across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged quickly. The terrifying sword chi brushed past his body. Suddenly, the mountains in the distance were slashed into ruins. Although it didn't hit him, the aftershock of the sword chi still forced him to activate the ice protection. However, it wasn't over yet. The sword of heaven and earth's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a killing god. Streaks of terrifying sword chi slashed over, and each of them was like a shooting star, unusually sharp. The terrifying sword chi filled the sky, and Lin Xian's expression changed. He had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. Boom! Another blue sword light flew past Lin Xian's body into the distance. It landed on the 3rd mountain peak in the distance and directly exploded with a terrifying energy. A 10,000 feet tall mountain was directly split in half. How terrifying! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's expressions changed. The sword of heaven and earth's attack was too clever. After comparing the two of them, they realized that the two of them couldn't win at all. Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could contend against him. Lin Xian did indeed feel a great deal of pressure. To be honest, this sword of heaven and earth was indeed a senior figure. He was even stronger than Jian Shisan and the first blade. At the next moment, his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and a dragon sword domain appeared around him. It floated up and down as if there was an azure dragon circling around him. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Another sword light slashed down. This sword carried the power of the king domain, displaying its terrifying power. It was as if an azure dragon had rushed down from the sky. Not only that, this azure dragon's body carried waves of blue ice crystals, emitting a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the world was frozen. The ice broke. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed over a radius of 10,000 miles, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sword strike made the Cosmos Sword Gleam frown. He didn't expect that his opponent's strength had increased again. This shocked him and he couldn't believe it. Damn it, where was this kid's limit? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? The sword of heaven and earth was too surprised. He had already used the Xianxia sword technique and a few other killer moves. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent was not a senior figure, but a young man in his 20s. In the next moment, he roared, and the terrifying power in his body surged out again. Sword of the Universe, New Moon Scar. The sword of heaven and earth held the sword with both hands, causing it to quickly expand into a divine sword that was hundreds of feet long. With a monstrous power, he slashed upward. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The terrifying vibrations were like tens of thousands of thunderbolts, shattering the entire sky. With the two of them as the center, all the mountains within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into powder. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the ground caved in and the trees collapsed. Not only that, but the waves were also rapid. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into chaos. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei quickly rose into the air and retreated 10,000 miles to watch the battle. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Because if they stayed here, they would be affected by the terrifying energy, and the two of them would probably be injured. Buzz. Buzz, a terrifying icy aura surged from Lin Xian's body, freezing the surroundings. At the same time, the gigantic ice goddess appeared, spreading her wings to protect him, forming a powerful defense. Even the surrounding energy shockwaves were frozen. On the other side, the sword of heaven and earth's armor appeared on his body. Not only that, but the sword light that filled the sky formed a sword screen around him, blocking the terrifying energy shockwaves. Both of them were forced back 3,000 meters, and the blood in their bodies surged rapidly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, the power in his body rose again, and the great dragon sword's soul rumbled rapidly in his body. Soon after, flames appeared outside the ice barrier and danced about. Then, a huge flame giant appeared. It was thousands of feet tall, bathed in flames, and roared into the sky, shattering mountains and rivers. Following Lin Xian's movements, a giant flame sword that was thousands of feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Fire God roar, the sword slashed down, annihilating the starry sky and shattering the mountains and rivers. The powerful sword chi turned into a fire dragon, covering the sky and earth. Whoosh, wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, and the ground was scorched black. Courting death, the sword of heaven and earth was furious. How dare Lin Xian take the initiative to attack him? It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared and rushed over quickly with the Qianquan sword light in the sky. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, colliding continuously, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword's soul in Lin Xian's body resonated again, turning into a dragon's shadow that coiled around his body. The power of his sword chi erupted again. Boom! In the next moment, the king of heaven and earth was sent flying. The sword screen in front of him split open, and LV Jianguang slashed his body, sending him flying. The blood in his body churned, and the sword of heaven and earth spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? How could Lin Xian have such a powerful sword chi? It was even more powerful than his. Even he couldn't compete with him. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, Lin Xian's strength had increased 3 times, and each time, his sword chi was more terrifying than before. This made him feel as if he had gone crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. However, the truth happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it. Damn it, how was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength from before, and this was his true strength? The Qianquan sword light was extremely shocked. Who was this person? How could he have such a terrifying sword chi at such a young age? No, could it be that he wasn't from the younger generation, but an older generation in disguise? But that shouldn't be the case. Even the older generation wouldn't have such a terrifying sword chi. Unless he was a peerless almighty, however, such a person wouldn't be able to enter the second stage at all. The sword of heaven and earth went crazy. He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't understand why Lin Xian was so powerful. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was extremely cold. Kid, you've really angered me. I didn't want to use my full strength at first, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Qianquan domain, the sword of heaven and earth also displayed his king's domain. Instantly, the domain appeared, emitting a monstrous aura. It enveloped a part of the void. Now, the battle was over, the sword of heaven and earth shouted coldly, activating the Qianquan domain with all his might. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light filled the sky, enveloping the entire sky. That unparalleled sword Dao aura transformed into terrifying rainbows that shot out in all directions. Thousands of miles away, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei watched this scene, and their scalps went numb. The sword of heaven and earth's domain was so terrifying, they didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Sure enough, within a radius of thousands of miles, between heaven and earth, terrifying sword qi swept across, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart, bringing with it a supreme aura. And in front of it, the sword of heaven and earth was floating. He opened his hands, and thousands of sword qi quickly surged out from his body. He moved together with the entire Qianquan domain. It was as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth, able to control the entire domain. In the next moment, he waved thousands of sword qi and slashed forward. Thousands of sword qi condensed, turning into terrifying sword waves that rushed down. The surroundings were completely enveloped, and every part of the space was filled with terrifying killing intent. Kid, do you see? This is my king's domain. No matter how strong you are, the difference in cultivation level is simply impossible to make up for. Now, you'll be destroyed in my domain. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at other activities that give out red packets. This scene was simply too terrifying. It had to be said that the sword of heaven and earth's domain was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He held the demon sword in his hand and circulated his combat strength to the extreme. In the next moment, his dragon sword domain also released an extremely terrifying light. Then, it turned into a sharp light and fiercely blasted out. Boom boom boom, the two king domains collided, causing the void to explode. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely swallowed. Every part of the space was filled with terrifying energy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei retreated again because the place where they were originally standing had been directly shattered. Boom boom, at this moment, the universe domain suddenly emitted a piercing light and was torn apart. What? The sword of heaven and earth's domain was split apart. How was this possible? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were both stunned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he could contend against the universe sword light, they didn't expect him to be able to do that. But they did not expect that Lin Xian was actually so powerful, cleaving apart the heaven and earth sword king's domain with one sword. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Boom, in the next moment, the sword of heaven and earth vomited blood and flew backwards. His expression became extremely ugly. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Shocked, he was too shocked. That was his domain, his incomparably powerful killing move. But now, it was split apart by a single sword strike. Who was the other party? How could he be so powerful? In the next moment, he was even more scared out of his wits. Because Lin Xian let out another long roar, and the green dragon sword domain flew over again. Boom! In an instant, the sword of heaven and earth was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body had already been hacked apart. This scene stunned Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. The two young men from before were even more terrified. They all knew how powerful the sword of heaven and earth was. They didn't expect that at this moment, he would be seriously injured. The sword of heaven and earth was sent flying and smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, he roared at the sky in an incomparably crazy manner. However, in the sky, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took a step forward and attacked once again. Seeing this scene, the sword of heaven and earth no longer dared to be angry. His expression became extremely ugly as he turned around and fled. What sword of heaven and earth? That's all there is to it. How dare you compete with me for the number one swordsman? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Wielding his devil sword, he quickly charged over. Whoosh whoosh, the two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also moved and quickly followed. Inside the cave, there was indeed another space. It was very vast and far from what it looked like from the outside. The terrain inside was complicated, but the sword of heaven and earth was very familiar with it. After all, he had been here before. He directly passed through the layers of caves and flew inside. Lin Xian coldly snorted and followed closely behind. There were many formations and restrictions inside, but all of them had been broken by the Qianquan Sword Monarch and the other two. At this moment, there were two other almighties in the depths. They were the Sword of Heaven and Earth's companions. One was Elder Great Sorrow Palm, and the other was Senior Duan Yunshou. The two of them were currently focused on Pu Qujing. At this moment, Duan Yunshou frowned and asked, "Why hasn't the Sword of Heaven and Earth returned after such a long time?" Great Sorrow Palm said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you can fail miserably when dealing with a brat? Don't worry, the Sword of Heaven and Earth is absolutely confident. We just need to break the restrictions here." The two of them nodded and quickly took action. Not long after, they frowned. That was because they sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Someone had entered. That aura belonged to the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Seeing this scene, the two of them laughed. "You see, didn't I say it before? Dealing with a brat like him is as easy as blowing off dust." However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they realized that it was indeed the Sword of Heaven and Earth who was flying over. However, it was different from what they had imagined. At this moment, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was in a very sorry state. Most of his body was beaten up and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? How could this be? The Sword of Heaven and Earth was injured. When the two of them saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Could it be that a peerless expert had come, or could it be that another team had come? The two of them were extremely nervous because in their opinion, someone who could injure the Sword of Heaven and Earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a peerless powerhouse under one of the top 3 princes. Or perhaps it was an extremely powerful team that could injure the Sword of Heaven and Earth. "Humph, where do you think you're going?" Just as they were guessing, a cold snort came from the front again. Then, a young figure entered their field of vision. What's going on? A young man? They were stunned. How could a young man be chasing after the Sword of Heaven and Earth? That was too illogical. However, when the Sword of Heaven and Earth saw Lin Xian's figure, his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "My two friends, this kid is too powerful. Help me stop him." As he said that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth hurriedly took out a large number of treasures from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he quickly repaired the half of his body that was injured. What? Could it be that this kid injured the Sword of Heaven and Earth? The other two powerhouses were stunned. What's going on? They knew the Sword of Heaven and Earth's strength. He was extremely powerful and terrifying, and he was not weaker than them. However, he was injured by a kid. Although they did not quite believe it, they could tell from the Sword of Heaven and Earth's expression that it could not be fake. However, when Lin Xian arrived, he also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with flickering eyes, and then said coldly, "Fourth Prince, I'm sorry, but this place is already occupied by me. Hurry up and scram." "What? Kid, don't be too arrogant. You're courting death. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're the first, so you're dead meat." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 2 powerhouses in front were enraged. What kind of joke was this? A kid actually dared to tell them to scram. This caused them to be extremely furious. In the next moment, cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Their terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. However, at this moment, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also arrived. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they also felt dizzy. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge us directly? Can't he see the 2 terrifying elite powerhouses in front of him? Neither of them is weaker than the Sword of Heaven and Earth. How are we going to fight them? Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, the Sword of Heaven and Earth is already crippled. He won't be able to use much of his combat power. As for the other 2, you 2 can fight one together, and I'll deal with the other. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hearing that the other party was going to divide them up, the 2 powerhouses' faces darkened. Who were they? Were they ordinary people? They were terrifying elite powerhouses. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. However, they were being looked down upon by 3 juniors? Were they going to die from anger? Therefore, they directly attacked. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking us. Among them, King Dabii snorted and attacked. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. The old man stretched out his hand and released a terrifying light. Then, he struck out with his palm. Merciful palm. Suddenly, a white palm quickly appeared. It was like the hand of a demon god, and terrifying energy surged. Like a tsunami, it swept across the sky. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared around the palm and quickly circled around it. It emitted a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he shouted. This old man is mine. I'll leave the other one to the two of you. With that, he ignored Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei and quickly rushed up. With a swing of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi was like a divine red, with a destructive aura. It crushed the void and slashed at the large white palm. Clang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard and terrifying energy exploded. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. On the ground of all the surrounding buildings, runes appeared and formed a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have destroyed everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, even with the protective array, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian did not stop after the swing of his sword. He seemed to be able to open and close the great river and wield the terrifying demonic sword. With a raise of his hand, he could cut through the void. The white palm trembled and its light dimmed. Even the mysterious runes around it began to disappear. What? He's so strong. King Dubei's face changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent's sword Qi to be so strong that his merciful palm could not withstand it. No wonder this person could severely injure the sword of heaven and earth. It turned out that he was really strong. Thinking of this, his face became unusually gloomy. He no longer dared to be careless and was ready to go all out against Lin Xian. Kill! At this moment, Lin Xian let out a furious roar. Then, terrifying sword ripples surged forward with him as the center. Buzz buzz buzz, the void was sliced open and could not withstand it at all. On the other side, King Dabii's pupil shrank. In the next moment, he waved his finger and spat out a sound wave that sounded like thunder. This sound wave was very strange, like a Buddhist scripture. He couldn't understand it, but it carried an incomparably mysterious power. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Lin Xian frowned. He had never encountered such a cultivation technique before, so he was naturally very surprised. However, he soon sneered. So what if it was a miraculous cultivation technique? He would not fear it. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate rapidly. Above Lin Xian's longsword, terrifying sword waves appeared. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi transformed into an eagle that spread its wings and soared into the sky. Carrying a sky full of spiritual energy sword waves and hellfire, it flew forward. Pung! On the other side, King Dabii roared and slapped out with his palms. Two large white palms transformed into two white tigers, charging over at high speed. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the two white tigers were cleaved apart by the sword. King Dabii was sent flying as he coughed up blood. What was going on? How could his sword Qi be so powerful? King Dabii was sent flying with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he had the same fear as the sword of heaven and earth. That was because his opponent's sword light was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing a peerless almighty, but how could this be possible? His opponent was just a young boy. On the other side, Duan Yunwang was fighting fiercely with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. When he saw this scene, he frowned. What was going on? How could King Dabii be injured? Could it be that his opponent was so powerful? Thinking of this, his face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, King Dabii, let's exchange. Okay. King Dabii nodded. Although the exchange of opponents showed that he was no match for Lin Xian, he had lost face. However, he couldn't care less. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured or end up like the sword of heaven and earth. He didn't want that to happen, so he decisively exchanged opponents. When Duan Yunwang arrived, he immediately used his ultimate skill. Duan Yunwang. He reached out with one hand and slapped Lin Xian viciously with a frighteningly large palm. On the palm, there was a colorless light shining like a rainbow. Boom, when the palm landed, the air exploded and a pitch-black hole appeared. Not only that, but there was also an endless fire burning around it. The terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's faces changed. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't use it on them before, or the two of them would be under a lot of pressure. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. His opponent's palm was absolutely terrifying. Even he could feel a scorching aura surging in his direction. Most likely, an ordinary almighty would have been reduced to ashes under this palm. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He tore the void and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. He even disappeared on the spot and appeared in another place. Boom, the place where he was originally standing was shattered, but Duan Yunwang didn't give up. He directly used the cloud-breaking palm continuously, sending out terrifying palm shadows one after another to chase after Lin Xian. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly used the dragon sword domain to envelop his opponent. "Refine for me," he shouted loudly and also entered the dragon sword domain. The dragon sword domain bloomed with light, and countless sharp auras swept across heaven and earth. Terrifying killing intent permeated in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. Some sword chi overflowed and directly pierced through the opponent's 5-colored palm. Then, it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. "Ah, boom," Duan Yunwang screamed as his fingers bled. His face was incomparably ferocious. His opponent actually broke through his ultimate move. How was this possible? In the next moment, he roared and also used his king's domain. Suddenly, a 5-colored king's domain appeared and resisted the dragon sword domain. The two collided, and the void shattered. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, Duan Yunwang stretched out his palm and merged his domain with his palm. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm again and grabbed over. Lin Xian could wield the demonic sword, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Suddenly, the power of thunder appeared on his body. Then, he turned into a lightning figure and quickly rushed out. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, the sword slashed down, and the sword light instantly flashed. The eagle flew up. This sword was simply too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Sure enough, just as he slashed out with his sword, Duan Yunwang screamed in pain. His palm bled again and was even cut in half. Not only that, the Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle exploded first, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning enveloped the opponent. This caused the sky and earth to be completely pierced through by the lightning. Boom! Boom! When the thunder landed, Duan Yunwang was in a very sorry state. His body was charred black, and many parts of his body were injured. A terrifying wound had appeared on his palm. He probably wouldn't recover for a while. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Compassion King, all of them were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of fear. Was this a human? Was this a young man? How could there be such a terrifying young man? They didn't dare to imagine. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified, especially the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian's sharp aura surged again, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, Qiankuan Sword King suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop!" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned, but the demonic sword did not descend. However, the aura on his body did not weaken. He asked in a deep voice, "Why? What are you up to again? You're overthinking it. We don't have the strength to play tricks in front of you." The Sword of Heaven and Earth sighed. Although he had suppressed his injuries, the sword wounds on his body could not be completely removed. This made it impossible for him to recover his full combat strength. Moreover, he was not the only one. The Broken Cloud King and the Great Northern Mercy King were also injured. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning. If they were lucky, the three of them would be able to escape. If they were lucky, the three of them would be killed right there and then. Either way, they did not want to see it happen. Therefore, the Sword of Heaven and Earth stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a hoarse voice. I know that we were wrong for having thoughts about you. We apologize to you here. However, this Big Dipper ruins is not simple. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of you, you won't be able to break it in a short time. Why don't we work together to break this Big Dipper ruins? Hearing that, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. They also retreated and came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them did not speak. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian because Lin Xian was the leader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He thought for a while, then nodded slightly. Okay. However, I want 90% of the things inside. 90%, hearing that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was stunned, while the Great Northern Mercy King and Duan Yunwang's faces turned extremely ugly. Kid, you're too arrogant. They were really surprised. Since they were working together, they thought that it would be 50-50. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask for 90% of the treasures, while the three of them could only get the remaining 10%. What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian sneered. What? Since they were unwilling to give up, then there was no need to continue negotiating. Do you think you can win if we continue fighting? By then, you won't even get 10%, right? At this point, the aura on his body became incomparably terrifying once again. Damn it, this is too much. Yunduan, Wang Ji, and the others also wore ferocious expressions. Qiankuan Sword Monarch also spoke up at this time. 10% is too little. No matter what, we are still the main force. Even if we can't defeat you now, we will still go all out when we break the array later. Therefore, we want 30% of the treasures. Otherwise, we won't be willing to give up. 30%? Lin Xian sneered. At most, 20%. Take it or leave it. If not, get lost. 20%. Hearing that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth's eyes flickered, while the other two Almighty's faces darkened. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to work together. Although 20% was not much, if they resisted now, they would not even get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. Heaven and three elite Almighties working together, and they would get 80% of the treasures alone. Why did it sound like a dream? To be honest, they did not expect such a distribution. However, Lin Xian was too strong. He suppressed the other three Almighties to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Next, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two sat down cross-legged to recover some of their strength. Then, they began to move out. The Sword of Heaven and Earth trio walked in front, while Lin Xian and the other two walked behind. They worked together to break through the formation's restrictions. In front of them was an underground palace. It was very majestic, but there was a gloomy aura around it. The walls had the vicissitudes of time. King Dubei waved his hands, creating afterimages that slammed on the bridge in front of him. Suddenly, the walls seemed to come alive, and runes appeared on them. They shone brightly. Then, the door in front of them opened, revealing a few pairs of scarlet eyes. Boom boom boom, at the same time, the ground around them began to tremble. In the end, light formations appeared one after another. Within those light formations, figures emerged from the ground. Seeing that, Duan Jingjing and Lu Fei immediately became nervous. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Duan Qing immediately shouted, "Damn it, what did you do?" It was safe along the way, except for some defensive formations that stopped them from moving forward. However, there was no danger around them. But now, so many monsters had appeared and surrounded them. Duan Qingqing and the other two could not help but suspect that the Sword of Heaven and Earth in front of them secretly did something to frame them. The Sword of Heaven and Earth trio's faces changed. To be honest, they did not expect to see such a scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked around and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Be careful, this should be a monster summoned by the array." He was also a formation master, so he could tell at a glance that these monsters were originally guarding the ruins. Boom boom boom, therefore, to enter the ruins, they had to be clear of the monsters on the way. There were dozens of skeleton monsters around them. Each of them was wearing ancient armor, holding bronze spears, and emitting a gloomy aura. There was no flesh on their bodies, only their skeletal heads. Their heads were skulls, and there were green flames dancing in their eye sockets. Boom boom boom, as soon as these skeleton soldiers appeared, they raised the bronze spears in their hands and quickly pierced through the void, charging toward Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian snorted, then flicked his finger. Suddenly, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Buzz buzz buzz, the sharp sword wave was like a tide, slashing in all directions. The void was instantly shattered, and the skeleton soldiers were also cut in half. Not only him, but Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth also attacked. Soon, they destroyed all the skeleton soldiers around them in 2 or 3 moves. But soon, they frowned because they realized that it was useless. The skeleton soldiers on the ground that were broken into pieces began to tremble. Then, those pieces were intertwined by a mysterious force and reformed into skeleton soldiers. They looked exactly the same as before, and their aura did not weaken. What's going on? Can't kill them. Seeing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. In the next moment, he used the bone-melting soft palm, and a gentle force was injected into the 5 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Boom, when those skeleton soldiers were hit by the palm, they immediately exploded into pieces. But soon, they were reunited again. Humph, at this moment, Lu Fei snorted and stabbed out with a spear in his hand. It was like a silver dragon roaring in the air. The terrifying force directly scattered the 4 skeleton soldiers in front of him. But it was useless. The Sword of Heaven and Earth encountered the same situation. These skeleton soldiers could not be killed at all, and their strength was not bad. At this moment, dozens of them were piled together, and it was terrifying. If this went on for too long, they would definitely be in danger. What was more terrifying was that it was not just these skeleton soldiers. The door in front of them opened, and dozens of black figures rushed out quickly. It was a group of strange birds. They looked extremely ferocious, and there were blue runes on their bodies that flickered with an unknown force. Whoosh, as they flapped their wings, they brought with them a terrifying demonic wind. The demonic wind contained a cold murderous aura. Even if an almighty was blown too much, they would probably be injured. Therefore, Duan Qingqing and the others did not dare to fight them head-on. Boom. Boom, boom. Not only these strange birds, but a few lizard-like beasts appeared in the surroundings. They had red runes on their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out balls of flames. It turned into a sea of fire and charged towards them. In an instant, countless monsters surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Crack! Crack! However, Lin Xian and the others were strong, so they could still fight back. The Sword of Heaven and Earth's expression changed because one of his legs was swept by the demonic wind. Immediately, his leg froze as if it had turned into stone. The power contained in the demonic wind could petrify people. Everyone was shocked. The Sword of Heaven and Earth roared as countless Qianquan sword qis rushed out of his body. They emitted a terrifying aura and directly shattered the petrification power. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, these monsters were not too strong. In fact, they were much weaker than them. Therefore, they could only petrify a little. If they were as strong as them, they would all be turned into statues by the demonic wind. Those flames were also unusual. They could continue to burn when they jumped onto a person's body and were very difficult to extinguish. Therefore, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others were under great pressure. On the other side, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were also fighting with all their might. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that these monsters were very strange. Although they were not very strong individually, each of them was very strange. For example, some could not be killed, some could be petrified, and some could not be extinguished. It could be said that he had never encountered such a situation before. In the next moment, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and immediately swung out a terrifying sword qi, killing the 3 skeleton soldiers beside him. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying. Then, they quickly regrouped. However, this time, the situation was different. Previously, the skeleton soldiers were able to regroup well. However, this time, the skeleton soldiers that were slashed by the great dragon sword soul could not completely heal. The sword mark was left there forever. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Meanwhile, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were shocked. What was going on? How could the opponent's sword qi hurt these skeleton soldiers? In particular, the sword of heaven and earth and the other two were too shocked. One had to know that the three of them were all elite almighties and had many unique skills in their hands. However, they could not do anything to these skeleton soldiers. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword a few times and these skeleton soldiers were severely injured. They could not even heal. This made them extremely surprised. What kind of swordsmanship did the other party master? Why was it so terrifying? Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing didn't understand either. Only Lin Xian understood. This was the power of the dragon sword soul. With the terrifying sword qi of the great dragon sword soul, it was very difficult to erase it. No matter how mysterious these skeleton soldiers were, they were unable to erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Since that was the case, things would be easier. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the sword runes under his feet instantly covered the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword array. With a furious roar, the soul demon sword suppression was unleashed. Then, thousands of sword qi surged forth. These sword qis were all strengthened by the power of the great dragon sword soul, becoming incomparably sharp. Soon, they pierced through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. This time, it wasn't just split open. It was directly smashed into pieces. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers never materialized again. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Come to my side quickly." In the next moment, he used the dragon sword domain and quickly surrounded everyone. Then, his entire body turned into a torrent and rushed forward. With a roar, he was like an azure dragon that coiled around the surroundings. He was rampaging. Instantly, the surrounding flaming beasts and the strange blue birds in the sky were all affected. They were pierced by countless sword qis and nailed to the void. Go, Lin Xian led these people directly into the underground palace. After entering, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters from before were simply too strange. They emitted a mysterious and unfathomable energy. This was because of the strange crystal stones. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 5 strange crystals. Each of them was the size of a walnut. They were emitting a bright light. Strange spirit stones, where did you get them? Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also extremely shocked. They were obtained from the skeleton soldiers and the monsters from before. Lin Xian said, after I pierced them with sword qis and killed them completely, these things appeared in their bodies. In the end, they gathered together and formed these strange divine spirit stones. I see. At this moment, the great Compassion King also said in a deep voice. It seemed that it was an ancient secret method that used a mysterious formation to carve these monsters and then used the strange spirit stones as an energy source. That was why they were so mysterious and strange. At this point, he sighed. He was also an elite of the older generation and a powerful almighty. However, at this moment, facing Lin Xian, he felt a strong sense of defeat. The other party was much younger than him, but the other party's methods were far above his. If one didn't know better, they would really think that he was an old monster. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away these strange spirit stones. These things also contained pure energy. If he absorbed them, it would definitely improve his cultivation. Everyone led the way again. This time, the sword of heaven and earth and the other two walked in front. They were also eager to kill a few monsters. Perhaps they could also obtain some strange spirit stones. Along the way, the formations and restrictions were all broken by the sword of heaven and earth and the other two. Lin Xian and the other two walked behind, and it was easy for them. Soon, they came across the second palace gate again. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the pitch-black gate in front of them with a serious expression. Lin Xian said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." Hearing that, the cloud-breaking king nodded. With a wave of his hand, a huge cloud-like palm covered the sky and blasted forward. Accompanying it was a fierce aura. Boom, he slammed his palm on the huge palace door. Immediately, the huge palace door was like two huge mountains. It made a rumbling sound and then slowly opened. The light inside was a little dark and even a little chaotic. Everyone's eyes could not see through it. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. One had to know that they were all powerful kings. Their eyes could pierce through the void, but at this moment, they could not see the situation inside clearly. It seemed that the inside of this palace was not simple. Buzz buzz buzz, Qianquan Sword Monarch and the other two looked even more solemn. They immediately activated their battle armors, which shone brightly and covered their bodies. Then, they walked in. Lin Xian also had a ball of sword chi of spirit energy above him and wrapped him up. In addition, Duan Xingqing and Lu Fei also used defensive techniques. After all, it was better to be careful in the face of unknown danger. The group walked in. It was a little dark and there was no movement. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. Chi. At this moment, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body reacted. The sword chi on his body surged quickly and made cutting sounds as if it was cutting something. However, there was nothing around them. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. The sword chi on his body contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely mysterious and could cut through the void. It could even cut through one's soul. At this moment, the sword chi was changing. It was definitely not simple. Although they could not see some things, it did not mean that they did not exist. What was it? Lin Xian frowned and then used his soul power, but he could not see anything. Left with no choice, everyone could only be more careful and walk forward. However, not long after, Duan Qingqing's body suddenly went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xian was beside her and supported her. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned and asked. Duan Qingqing was powerful. This should not have happened. That was because he realized that apart from Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth were also affected. Their faces were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it, how did this happen? Duan Qingqing gritted her teeth in confusion. The Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other two were even more horrified. They frantically channeled their inner force and their eyes widened. Oh no, we're poisoned. Poisoned? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. What kind of poison could make them so weak? They were all powerhouses. Even if there was poison, they would be able to sense it in advance. However, they could not sense it at all. They only realized it when they were poisoned too deeply. No wonder. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, his sword chi had been making sizzling sounds as if it was destroying something. In other words, it was destroying the poisonous gas. Therefore, he was the only one who was not poisoned. Hurry up and detoxify. Lin Xian said. I'll protect you. In the next moment, they nodded and sat down cross-legged, preparing to detoxify the poison. However, at that moment, the sound of the void fluctuating could be heard. Immediately after, a cold aura could be felt. In the darkness, a few scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it! What's that? Everyone's hair stood on end when they were stared at by the eyes. Lin Xian condensed his palm. Countless flames intertwined in his palm and formed a light ball the size of a millstone. Then, he waved his palm and the fireball flew into the sky. It emitted an incomparable light and illuminated the surroundings. In the next moment, everyone saw green poisonous snakes swimming towards them quickly. Their eyes were cold and they were emitting a murderous aura. They were definitely not ordinary poisonous snakes. Each of them seemed to have the strength of a 6-star demon king. Buzz, at that moment, a poisonous snake flew up quickly, turned into a green lightning bolt, and charged forward. Immediately, King Dabii roared. Get lost. In the next moment, he struck with his palm. Boom. The void exploded and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, King Dabii's face turned even paler. As for the poisonous snake, it was smashed into a bloody mist. However, those poisonous snakes exploded and turned into a green poisonous mist that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the great Compassion King was poisoned even more deeply. 5 lightning strikes. At this moment, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers. Streaks of violent lightning aura rushed out from his body and condensed in the sky. Thunderclouds formed and collided with each other. Then, 5 colored lightning descended and struck the green demonic snakes. Instantly, they were scorched black and pierced through. In an instant, these poisonous snakes were all killed. However, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. This was because he felt an even larger and colder aura rapidly surging towards him. Whoosh, then, the void in front of him was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge creature walked over. It was also a venomous snake, but it was much larger than the previous ones. He seemed to be more than 3,000 meters tall. Its body was covered with green patterns, and this giant python had a human face. It was extremely pale, and its tongue was very long. It was estimated to be 500 to 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had 4 arms, each of which was holding a weapon. There were sabers, swords, spears, and shields. The giant python rushed over quickly and tore through the void. Then, it stared at Lin Xian and the others and let out a roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed over quickly. Ka ka ka, the void couldn't withstand it at all. The sound wave was too terrifying, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. In an instant, it quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Not good, seeing this huge creature launch such a fierce attack as soon as it appeared, the pupils of the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others shrank. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they decisively attacked. Cosmo Sword Technique, with an angry roar, the Sword of Heaven and Earth emitted a sharp light, which then formed a light formation in front of him. Countless sword auras swept across the void. Pangbo's power was about to tear through the void. Merciful palm. On the other side, the great Compassion King struck out with both hands. His huge palms were covered with mysterious runes, and the power they emitted made people want to kneel down. Duan Yun's palm. A huge palm struck out with majestic power, as if an endless demonic mountain was descending. In the face of the terrifying sound wave, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other 2 used their ultimate move. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also made their moves to defend themselves. Lin Xian unsheathed his demonic sword and slashed out, unleashing an incomparably violent power. The terrifying sword aura covered the sky and the earth, and the destructive power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. His sword was too fierce, and the entire world was trembling. The sound wave was even split in half. Lin Xian and the others used all their strength to block the terrifying sound wave. However, the 6 of them looked extremely solemn, because it was just a sound wave from the other party, and it was already so powerful. If the giant python attacked with all its strength, how terrifying would it be? Sure enough, the giant python attacked in the next moment. Its 3,000-meter-long body twisted, and then its long tail swung over like a long green saber. The violent power directly tore through the void. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't care about the poison in their bodies now, and could only swallow some pills in a panic to suppress the poison in their bodies. Then, they quickly counterattacked. In the end, they appeared in all 4 directions, and terrifying energy blasted toward the giant green python in front of them. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand released tens of thousands of sword rays, and the terrifying sword aura completely enveloped the entire space. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also attacked together, and the violent energy directly flooded the space around them. The 6 great experts attacked at the same time, and the sky and earth exploded, wanting to kill the giant green python. Boom, however, they still underestimated the giant green python. When the tail swept over, it really had the power to shatter heaven and earth, and it directly shattered the void. Then, Lin Xian and the others retreated, and the giant python's body also rolled over. However, this time, the giant green python was enraged. It roared at the sky, and a sinister expression appeared on its face. Green mist floated out from all directions, and that was the poisonous gas. Around it, there were poisonous snakes slithering quickly, and each of them had the strength of a 6-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying, and it wanted to completely engulf Lin Xian and the others. Humph, King Dubé snorted coldly, and a palm stretched out, covering heaven and earth. The palm was covered with runes, and it suddenly slammed down. Boom, the earth trembled, and the entire world was shaking. The 6 people attacked, and the poisonous snakes were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. However, more of them pounced on them. Kill, Lu Fei and the others roared, and they quickly attacked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and terrifying flames surged from his body. Fire deity roared. It was an ultimate move, and it quickly attacked the giant green python in front of it. The giant green python released a terrifying light, and then it waved the long saber in its hand, and rushed out quickly. The saber was like a green lightning, and terrifying energy split heaven and earth. It directly collided with Lin Xian's flaming sword aura. The energy exploded, and the surrounding void shattered. The poisonous snakes below were also blasted away in an instant. Lin Xian and the others were also affected, and they kept retreating. However, in the next moment, they all stared at the giant green python. They knew that they had to get rid of this guy first, or else they would not be able to move forward, and their lives might even be in danger. Cloud-breaking palm. Great compassion mantra palm. The 2 of them performed their ultimate moves, and suddenly, 2 huge palms appeared in the void. One was like a cloud, and it was extremely ethereal. The other was extremely huge, like the palm of Buddha. Boom boom boom, the 2 palms slammed heavily on giant Meng, and the sound shook the void. The green python rolled on the ground in pain. At the same time, its huge tail swept over and its 4 arms attacked quickly. Saber light, sword chi, spear light, and shield attack. Terrifying. Energy tore through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian and the other 5. The 6 of them fought an earth-shattering battle with it. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the battle was still earth-shattering and the void shattered. Other than Lin Xian, Duan Xingqing and the other 4 were getting more and more poisoned. It seemed that the poison was about to break out again. Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the great dragon sword soul. A green dragon coiled around his arm and emitted a terrifying light. The sharp aura shot up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Duan Xingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others' faces changed. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The aura he emitted shocked them and made their hair stand on end. It even felt like death. Boom, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and a huge green dragon appeared. The palm covered the sky and the earth as if it was the hand of God. It directly grabbed the green python. The green python roared crazily and launched a terrifying counterattack against the green dragon's palm. Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if countless divine thunderbolts were descending. However, this move was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how the green python counterattacked, it was useless. Boom, the huge green dragon's palm slammed down and instantly exploded the green python's head. Buzz, green blood spurted out like a waterfall. A fist-sized divine crystal flew out from the python's head. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed it and put it away. Although the others were envious, they could only shake their heads at this moment. Because the poison in their bodies was about to break out. 2 hours later, they opened their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally expelled the poison from their bodies. At this time, Lin Xian had already dissected the huge python. Among them, he chose the huge snake gallbladder and put it away. He said, "As for the rest of the items, other than the snakeskin, you can split them among yourselves." Duan Qingqing and the other 4 didn't hesitate and quickly walked up. Duan Qingqing kept her shield, while the Sword of Heaven and Earth kept her treasured sword. Duan Yin wanted the long blade, while Lu Fei wanted the long spear. Henceforth, the 4 weapons of the green python were divided between the 4 of them. The Great Compassion King did not ask for weapons, he asked for the fangs of the poisonous snakes. In short, the 5 of them had gained quite a lot. After all, this green python was extremely terrifying, and its entire body was full of treasures. After that, they did not continue their journey. Instead, Lin Xian suggested that they prepare to rest. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed like there were more palaces at the back. However, the first two palaces were already so terrifying. Who knew how terrifying the ones at the back would be? Therefore, he felt that it was better to let everyone recover to their peak condition first. Duanqingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other four nodded in agreement. Although the poison in their bodies had been removed, their physical strength had been greatly depleted. Therefore, the group sat down cross-legged and prepared to cultivate. Lin Xian took out the strange crystals he had obtained earlier and began to absorb the energy within them. These strange crystals contained miraculous energy. They were only slightly inferior to divine crystals. Therefore, the effect of absorbing them was surprisingly good. Soon, Lin Xian finished replenishing the energy he had consumed. Not only that, but he also absorbed them with all his might. In the end, he directly propped up the dragon sword's spiritual field and placed the strange crystals inside, refining and absorbing them with all his might. Lin Xian didn't need the god crystal or the snake egg. He wanted to wait until the line had absorbed all the xenogeneic crystals before he could absorb the god crystal. As for the snake gallbladder, Lin Xian had other uses for it. He was prepared to refine some pills for consumption. This was because this green python was very terrifying. It was estimated that it had lived for thousands of years. Its cultivation was close to that of a peerless almighty. The effect of such a snake gallbladder was not inferior to those heaven and earth treasures. It was even stronger. If he used it well, it might be able to increase his cultivation by a large margin. Lin Xian knew that time waited for no one. He had to enter the almighty realm as soon as possible. Only then could he climb to a higher level of martial arts. Thinking of this, he looked at the huge corpse to the side. According to the 20-80 split, after letting the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others take the weapons, the huge corpse would be his. This thing was also a treasure. The snake skin was very tough. They could not completely break it after so many attacks. In the end, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to shatter its head with one palm. If this thing was made into a battle armor, the effect would probably be better than the black armor. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and put away the 3,000-meter-long corpse. Seeing this, the people of the universe building sighed. To be honest, they were very jealous because they also knew that the corpse was a huge treasure. Not only the snake skin, but the flesh and blood also contained powerful energy essence. However, they had no choice. This was killed by Lin Xian. Moreover, there was an agreement of 20-80 split. Therefore, they could only watch with jealousy. Duanqingqing and Lu Fei were fine. After all, they were closer to Lin Xian. Moreover, the two of them had obtained treasures and were very satisfied. After half a day, Lin Xian stood up and said, "Let's go and see what's in the next palace." The others also stood up. After half a day of rest, they had recovered their strength. Therefore, they did not delay and set off for the next palace. After walking through the long passageway for a while, the Qiankuan sword took the initiative to break the formation again. Then, the third palace appeared in front of them. This palace was even more magnificent and huge. At the same time, the vicissitudes of life were even more intense. Therefore, everyone had to be careful. It seemed that the monster inside was even more terrifying than the giant python from before. Lin Xian took a deep breath and punched out. His fist turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, opening the huge palace door. Then, a black armor appeared on his body and he strode in. The people behind him also put up their defenses and followed carefully. After entering, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword spiritual realm and enveloped everyone. Countless sword chi surrounded him. With the previous experience, he did not dare to be careless. If there was any poison in here, he would be able to defend himself immediately. This time, nothing unusual happened to the sword chi. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Then, he said, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any poison." Duanqingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no poison, it would be much easier. At least they did not have to be afraid. Buzz buzz buzz, just as the six of them walked forward, the ground began to tremble, and runes began to light up from the ground. Suddenly, the entire space was lit up as if it was daytime. Then, everyone was stunned because there were a few huge creatures in front of them. In front of them was a stone golem that was more than 300 meters tall. Its body was covered in moss as if it had not moved for a long time. The 7 stone golems stood there, quietly like statues, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Duan Yunwang, let's work together to deal with the big one. As for the other 6 stone golems, Qingqing, you 4 deal with them. Okay. No problem. The group agreed. Then, Duan Yunwang and Lin Xian walked nearby, ready to attack the 300-meter-tall stone golem. Qingqing and the other 3 were ready to attack the other 6 stone golems. Boom, Lin Xian was the first to attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was like a black dragon rushing forward. Instantly, it hit the stone golem's body. Boom, in the next moment, the stone golem's body didn't shatter. Instead, there was a loud boom, as if thunder was roaring from the 9 heavens. Buzz, the 300-meter-tall stone golem opened its eyes. Its huge eyes were like 2 pieces of crystal, without any emotion. Roar, in the next moment, it raised its 2 stone arms to the sky. Then, it raised its head and let out a deep and distant roar. The roar echoed in the entire space, like the surging waves of the sea. Along with the roar, the 6 stone golems around it opened their eyes. In the next moment, they also let out roars like 10,000 beasts. Attack! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and Duan Yunwang charged towards the giant stone golem like lightning. Qingqing and the other 3 worked together and used their king's domain to cover the other 6 stone golems. Boom, a great battle erupted, and terrifying light shone between heaven and earth. Pung, Cloud Sea, Broken Cloud King was the first to roar. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew in the entire space. Clouds and mist appeared, and the void was quickly torn apart. It was dark and terrifying. Then, the clouds and mist drifted toward the stone golems. Although they looked soft, the power they contained was terrifying. It was a kind of soft power that could inadvertently shatter the void. Sure enough, when the clouds and mist turned into waves and surged forward, they collided with the stone golems. It was like 2 mountains colliding in the air. Roar, roar, roar. However, this large stone golem was indeed extraordinary. Its body seemed to be forged from incomparably precious immortal gold. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was not even a trace of injury. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand. Immediately, streaks of pitch-black sword light surged out rapidly. The sword chi was like a rainbow, extremely cold, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Clang! Clang! However, the giant stone golem's eyes glowed with a piercing cold light. It waved its stone hand to contend with Lin Xian's sword aura. The 2 collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Sparks flew in all directions as the void was pierced through. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned deeply, while the Broken Cloud King sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster was this? How could it resist the sword chi with its bare hands? One had to know that Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even elite almighties would not dare to fight against it with their bare hands. However, the stone monster in front of him was actually able to block it and wasn't even injured. It was truly surprising. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were shocked, the giant stone golem suddenly bent down and slapped its hands on the ground. After slapping 18 times in a row, the entire ground trembled and countless cracks appeared. Following that, 18 earth dragons rushed out from the ground. Each of them was incomparably ferocious as they quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Boom! Boom, boom. Every earth dragon was incomparably huge. They filled the sky and instantly shattered the void. The terrifying figure instantly enveloped Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Duan Yunwang's palm, Cloud Mountain. The Broken Cloud King roared as he continuously slapped his palms to resist the earth dragons. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. Powerful. This stone golem was simply too powerful. It was even more terrifying than the python from before. Lin Xian planned to go all out. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The dragon sword realm floated around him. The sword chi within it spun rapidly, stirring up heaven and earth. Rays of terrifying sword light bloomed, illuminating the entire sky. Kill. with a roar, he brought the dragon sword realm with him and charged over quickly. Thousands of sword chi shone brightly in the sky. Each of them was like a peerless divine sword that made people tremble. Terrifying energy blasted towards the sky. In an instant, 9 of the earth dragons were enveloped. Those earth dragons roared ferociously as if they were real demonic beasts. They tore through the void and swept their huge dragon tails and dragon claws downwards. The two forces of energy collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split open. But soon, cracks appeared on the 9 earth dragons. Following that, their bodies suddenly exploded. On the other side, the broken Cloud King had also shattered the other 9 earth dragons and reappeared in the void. The two of them charged towards the giant stone golem, one on the left and one on the right. The giant stone golem was expressionless and unmoving like a mountain. It was like a god that looked down on all living beings. He stretched out 2 stone-like palms and slapped forward. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged between heaven and earth. 2 black figures quickly appeared and charged forward like 2 demonic mountains. Fire God Roar. Lin Xian immediately summoned the shadow of the fire god. Immediately, a huge fire god appeared and waved its fist to fight against the terrifying palm. On the other side, Duan Yunwang also used his king's domain. It formed a huge palm that covered the sky and rushed forward. Boom, the void shattered, and the broken Cloud King's palm blasted the giant back. However, Lin Xian's flame giant was even more terrifying. The black fire directly enveloped the giant and burned it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, for a moment, the black fire spread as if it could burn everything. The giant roared crazily and roared towards the sky. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was obvious that this flame was a huge threat to him. In the next moment, it clapped its palms and leaped high into the air. Then, it turned into a stone ball and rolled down. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. As it rolled, it formed a powerful impact that charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the flames on its body were extinguished. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms and shot out a thunder sword light. He transformed into an eagle and flew forward at high speed, directly blasting forward. Suddenly, the Wild Thunder Eagle slashed a hole on the giant's body. Many stones even fell from the stone golem's body. Boom boom boom, this scene caused a huge reaction. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and then the giant let out an angry roar. He clenched his fists and emitted an incomparably ancient aura. The fist was like thousands of mountains as it flew over quickly. Although it was 2 against 1, the stone golem was still not at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine how powerful the other party was. However, it seemed that it was not a human creature. Instead, it was a special existence that Lin Xian and the others could not imagine. Lin Xian was indeed too shocked. The giant stone man in front of him was extremely terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Especially when the opponent's defense was too strong. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't have been able to break through such a defense. It seemed like he could only go all out. Lin Xian's gaze gradually became piercingly cold. The demonic sword in his hand flickered incomparably, sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Buzz, with a stab of the sword, a terrifying energy surged in the air as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The clouds in the sky churned, and huge waves swept across. The sword chi directly slashed forward. Boom, the sharp sword chi was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, ruthlessly slashing the giant stone man's body and sending him flying. Boom, at this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a second time. The terrifying sword light could devour the heavens and split the earth. The piercing killing intent tore through the void. There was even a dragon's roar in the sky. With endless aura, it once again enveloped the giant stone man. Boom. Boom, the entire space was almost overturned. The giant stone man was once again sent flying, crashing into the ground. This time, 2 terrifying cracks appeared on his body. And the surrounding ground was even more ravines that spread in all directions. Seeing that scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air because they discovered that the incomparably tough huge stone man was finally injured. Their understanding of Lin Xian's sword qi deepened once again. Roar. As for the giant stone man, he climbed up from the ground. He looked at the two huge sword wounds on his body and was infuriated. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions, shaking the entire space. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others trembled. Even their souls were trembling. Duan Yunwang's pupils constricted as he kept retreating. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Countless sword qi rushed out from his body, turning into a huge azure dragon that appeared on his body. The azure dragon coiled around, lifelike as if it was a real divine beast. Its domineering aura destroyed the terrifying sound wave. Boom! Boom! At this moment, everyone's expression changed again because the huge stone golem in front of them clenched its fists and reached towards the ground. Suddenly, the earth rumbled, and a huge earth snake quickly formed in his hand. It was incomparably ferocious, and its body was extremely huge. It extended into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. The earth snake roared ferociously. Suddenly, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Then, the giant stone man held the earth snake in his hand like a spear and danced quickly. Boom! With a thrust of his spear, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. This spear was too terrifying. Lu Fei, who was also a spear expert, narrowed his eyes and his face turned pale. This was because he realized that even though they were both using spears, the other party's cultivation far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to resist. The terrifying long spear transformed in the sky, forming a long snake that was thousands of miles long. It roared ferociously and quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Endless waves of qi rolled in the sky. The violent fluctuations caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing this, the broken Cloud King's expression changed drastically. His instincts told him that he couldn't block this attack at all. He could only dodge quickly. And that was exactly what he did. He retreated rapidly and opened up a distance, wanting to avoid this attack. However, Lin Xian didn't move. He stood in front of them like a divine spear, emitting a terrifying aura. Beside him, a dragon sword domain floated up and down, circling around his body. It transformed into an azure dragon, coldly staring ahead. Then, a terrifying force exploded from Lin Xian's body. Destroy, Lin Xian said, his voice cold and emotionless. At this moment, the void cracked open, and countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each of them carried a shocking sword light as they struck down fiercely. In an instant, the terrifying spear light was shattered. Boom! The earth snake in the giant stone golem's hand also collapsed in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on its body. What? How could it be so powerful? Duan Yunwang was stunned. In the face of this attack, he couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian only said 2 words and directly shattered the opponent's attack. His combat strength was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid had already become a peerless almighty? Perhaps only a peerless almighty could easily resist the attack of this giant stone golem. No, he wasn't a peerless almighty. Soon, Duan Yunwang shook his head because there were rules in this stage. A peerless almighty couldn't enter at all. In other words, the opponent was at most a supreme. However, such powerful combat strength made him gasp. In front of them, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The area around him had become chaotic, and the huge dragon sword realm enveloped him. No one could see clearly. Therefore, at this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. This was the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, it was used by him, and its effects were unparalleled. Therefore, he soon found the flaw of the giant stone golem. It wasn't the head, nor was it the heart. Instead, it was 100 meters below the heart. There was a bowl-sized energy crystal there, emitting a faint glow. Of course, this could only be seen with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Thinking about it, that should be the divine crystal. It was the divine crystal that allowed the giant stone golem to move. If he took out the divine crystal, the giant stone golem would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Then, his eyes became sharp again. He stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon's shadow on his body quickly spread and covered his palm. Lin Xian's palm turned into a ferocious dragon head. Dragon catcher hand, Lin Xian's palm grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a huge azure dragon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The speed of this palm was so fast that it directly split the void, forming a huge crack. Lin Xian's palm arrived in front of the giant stone golem in an instant. What fast speed, Duan Yunwang, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. The giant stone golem roared and raised its hand to punch in an attempt to block it. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Violent energy was stirred up rapidly, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading in all directions. Soon, something shocking happened. The azure dragon's shadow didn't disappear. Instead, the giant stone golem's palm collapsed rapidly, and countless rocks fell. Boom! In the end, more than half of the palm was shattered. However, the dragon catcher hand was still grabbing in front of him fiercely. His target was the divine crystal that was 100 meters below the heart. Roar! The giant stone golem sensed the danger and roared crazily. It turned its huge body, trying to dodge. However, it was too slow. In the next moment, it was caught by Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his palm and took out the crystal. When the crystal left the giant stone man's body, the stone man was stunned. Then, countless cracks appeared on his body. Like a broken porcelain doll, he turned into countless gravel and scattered on the ground. Boom! 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 Dust flew and spread in all directions. The ground collapsed and the entire underground palace shook rapidly. Not only the giant stone man, but the 6 small stone men also stopped attacking and roared at the sky. Their voices were filled with endless desolation. Then, the 6 little stone golems also quickly crumbled. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and they turned into a pile of rocks. From then on, all the stone men were completely destroyed. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the huge divine crystal from the 300-meter-tall stone man pile. Then, he put it away. Then, he said, "You guys can divide the rest." Indeed, this piece of divine crystal was enough for him. The rest were all different kinds of crystal elements. Although they were not as good as divine crystals, they were still very precious. Therefore, Duan Qingqing, sword of heaven and earth, and the others did not hesitate and quickly divided them. When they were done dividing the items, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground in front of them. Then, a stone platform protruded and formed into something that looked like a stone platform. Mysterious runes flickered around it. On top of the stone platform, there were 3 treasure chests. Each of them was made of gold and engraved with mysterious runes. What are these? Is there a reward? Everyone saw this scene. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. To be honest, this scene was also out of his expectations. However, he thought that it should be a reward. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. Sword of heaven and earth and the others' eyes were burning. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. Wait, it's not that simple. What's wrong? What did you find? Everyone asked. Because they knew that Lin Xian's current strength was very powerful. Perhaps, he might be able to discover some special secret. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Did you see the runes of the array formation? This was an ancient array formation. I have some understanding of it. This array is a selection array. In other words, we can only choose one of the 3 boxes. What? I can only choose one of them? Duan Yunwang asked. Young Master Lin, are you sure? Of course, I'm sure. I also want all 3 boxes. However, that was impossible. If they tried to force their way in, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a single chest. What to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, Lin Xian said that it wasn't a big deal. 1 chest was already pretty good. After all, it was an unexpected gain. So, let's think about which box to choose first. Everyone agreed. There was no point in arguing about anything else now. They had to choose the chest that contained the most treasures. But which one should he choose? The 3 boxes looked exactly the same on the outside. They were shining with golden light and were tightly shut. It was impossible to see what was inside. Let me have a try. The great Compassion King stood out. He channeled his soul power and pounced forward. But soon, his soul was bounced back because there was an invisible force that prevented him from probing. He couldn't see clearly. Duan Jingjing, on the other hand, took a deep breath and stepped forward. She once again took out the ancient mirror and injected a stream of energy into it. Buzz buzz buzz, the ancient mirror shone brightly, but this time, it was chaotic and couldn't reflect anything. How could this be? Duan Jingjing cried out in surprise. This was simply too inconceivable. Her mirror was a very magical treasure that allowed her to see everything around her clearly. But at this moment, she couldn't see the 3 golden boxes clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon sword territory enveloped him. It formed countless sword qi and blocked the view of others. Then, he used the heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. The heavenly secret god eyes was extremely mysterious. He finally saw through the layers of fog and mysterious energy and looked forward. Soon, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile because he had seen the things in front of him clearly. In the first golden box, there was an old scroll. It seemed to be a cultivation technique. Moreover, a cultivation technique that could appear here must be of a high grade. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be tempted. After all, a high-grade cultivation technique was very tempting to them. However, Lin Xian was able to keep his composure. His eyes were even brighter as he looked forward. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Elementary Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath. Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. There was actually a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique inside. He was too shocked. One had to know that the best cultivation technique he cultivated was only Earth Tier. He didn't have a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. And he had seen the power of a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. Previously, Bai Zijing had a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique, 9 Revolution Heavenly Origin Sword. Its power was indeed terrifying. If he didn't possess the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. But now, he actually saw a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. How could he not be excited? However, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his body. Then, he looked at the second box. In the second treasure box, there was a piece of metal. It was blue, like a star, shining with a cold light. This was starry cold light iron. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had learned a lot of knowledge from the dark red divine dragon and Hey Tuesday. Among them, there were some extremely precious natural treasures, and the starry cold light iron in front of him was a legendary precious metal. Legend had it that this wasn't something from the continent, but a star from the 9 heavens that fell onto the continent after being struck. This kind of metal was very precious. It could even be said that it was something that could only be encountered by chance because when a star fell, it would burn. Many would burn cleanly and turn into ashes. Only an extremely small portion could be preserved. This kind of starry cold light iron, whether it was used as a weapon or a defensive tool, its power was extremely powerful. Therefore, when he saw the second box, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was extremely tempted. Now, in terms of defense, he had the Black Cloak battle armor, Sword Qi defense, and the Ice Guardian. Moreover, he had just obtained a huge python skin. It was so sturdy that it would be very powerful if used to make a battle armor. However, in terms of attack, he only had a 9-way devil sword now. After all, this demon sword was used when he had just become a king, and he was already a 6-star king. It wouldn't be long before he became a mighty figure and an even more terrifying existence. And it seemed like it was time to change the 9-way demon sword in his hand. The starry cold light iron in front of him was an excellent opportunity. If he could forge a treasured sword that belonged to him, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. However, should he choose a Heaven Tier cultivation technique or a precious metal? Lin Xian was very hesitant for a moment. But in the next moment, he decided to take a look at the third metal box first. He wanted to see what was inside the third box. Inside the third golden treasure box was a piece of divine crystal. Its size and purity were about the same as the one Lin Xian obtained from the giant stone man. If this thing was released under normal circumstances, it would definitely cause a group of mighty figures to go crazy. Even peerless mighty figures wouldn't be spared. But now, Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. Because although this thing was good, it could be obtained from other places. For example, stone gambling. He believed that with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he would be able to cut out a divine crystal sooner or later. However, the first two things could only be found by chance. If he missed it at this time, he might never see it again in the future. Soon, Lin Xian thought for a while and gave up on the third golden treasure box. However, he was in a dilemma as to which one to choose between the first and the second golden treasure box. Outside, Qing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others were also very puzzled. They saw that Lin Xian's body was flickering with light, and they couldn't see his expression at all. "Young Master Lin, can you see what's inside the golden treasure box?" At this moment, the Sword of Heaven and Earth asked carefully. However, Lin Xian didn't answer. He wasn't in the mood to answer now. He was thinking about which of the two things he needed the most. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he wanted both things. Because whether it was cultivation techniques or weapons, they were what he lacked the most. There's a treasure in front. At this moment, a voice of ecstasy suddenly came from behind, followed by several powerful auras rushing over quickly. "Oh no, someone's coming." Upon seeing this, the faces of Duan Qingqing, the Qianquan sword sovereign, and the others paled. In the next moment, their expressions turned even uglier. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he looked behind him. A few figures came from behind. They streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived near them. These people were none other than the experts under the third prince's command. First Blade and Fist Tyrant were among them. "Lin Xian, it's actually you, Sword Master Qianquan, you've actually joined forces." When First Blade saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would team up with someone else. Could it be that the 8th prince had joined forces with someone else? This was indeed not good news. However, they were not afraid. This was because this time, their lineup was also very strong. Other than First Blade and Fist Tyrant, the other three were also very strong. More importantly, they were in peak condition, while the people in front of them probably didn't have much energy left in their bodies. Therefore, although they didn't have as many people on their side as the other party, their combat power far surpassed the other party. Thinking of this, the experts under the third prince immediately sneered. Among them, First Blade's eyes flickered. His gaze swept past Lin Xian and the others and looked at the front. There were 3 golden treasure chests that were flickering with mysterious runes. They were treasures. Seeing this scene, First Blade was overjoyed. He naturally knew that in such ruins, the treasure chests would definitely contain heaven-defying treasures. He didn't expect that they would encounter them. And from the looks of it, they hadn't been opened yet. "Haha, the heavens are really helping me." On the other side, Fist Tyrant was also ecstatic. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he wasn't fighting alone now. In terms of overall strength, they definitely overpowered the other party, therefore, at the next moment, he snorted coldly. "Kid, we've taken over this place. These treasure chests are all ours. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing, damn it." Hearing this, Duan Qingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They had obtained these treasure chests after killing the gigantic golem. Now that they hadn't opened them yet, how could they give them to First Blade and the others? "Fist Tyrant, First Blade, don't go overboard. We were the ones who discovered this place, so the treasures are naturally ours." Duan Qingqing shouted coldly. "That's right, we'll give you a chance. Scram quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Sword of Heaven and Earth also shouted coldly. However, First Blade and the others on the other side sneered disdainfully. "So what if you discovered it first? Fight with your strength. If you're capable, then fight. Let's see who gets the treasures in the end." They were very domineering and arrogant. They didn't take these people seriously at all. Damn it, everyone gritted their teeth in anger. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, what should we do?" Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others asked. What else could they do? Since they were here to snatch the treasures, they naturally had to fight their way out. Anyway, you don't have to hold back in this second round. Show them all your ultimate moves and beat them out. The treasures will be ours. At this point, Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Then, he took a step forward. The aura on his body became extremely sharp. Seeing this, First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were extremely nervous. After all, they had seen the other party's means in the first round. However, the three people from the older generation behind him snorted coldly. Anger appeared on their faces. How dare a young brat go against them? He's really courting death. At this moment, an old man with a white bag stood out and shouted coldly. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already given you a chance to escape, but you didn't take it well. Since that's the case, don't blame me. At this point, he shouted coldly. 108 white water pillars behind him quickly rose into the sky, circling in the air like 108 water dragons. A terrifying aura filled the sky and a deafening sound was heard. The entire scene was extremely terrifying. The entire space trembled rapidly, unable to withstand this power at all. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He stretched out his palm, which transformed into a huge green dragon and grabbed in front of him. Boom, wherever it passed, the void shattered and terrifying black holes appeared. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Buzz, the old man in the white robe snorted coldly. He waved his palm, and suddenly, 10 silver light beams shot out from behind him. When they collided with Lin Xian's palm, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Whoosh, there was a huge explosion of energy, and a violent aura swept out. Buzz, in the next moment, he pulled out his demonic sword and waved it. In an instant, 36 terrifying sword lights appeared and formed a huge torrent that quickly fell forward. The sword chi caused the entire space to tremble violently. Not to mention space, there were probably not many things in this world that could contend against such a terrifying sword chi. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack him, the white-robed elder roared angrily. He waved his hands and the 108 light pillars behind him rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying energy wave. These light pillars contained destructive energy that instantly pierced through the void. In the next moment, the 108 light pillars collided with the 36 sword chi. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations shook heaven and earth as violent energy swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 108 light pillars shattered into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. The white-robed elder was stunned. First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were also shocked because they did not expect Lin Xian to be so much stronger than he was in the first stage. Damn it, how could this be? How could his combat strength increase so quickly? These people had ugly expressions because during this period of time, their combat strength had also increased and they had all obtained opportunities. They thought that they could catch up to Lin Xian and even defeat him. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter would be even greater and his combat strength would increase even faster. Now, not only did they not catch up, but the gap between them was widening. No, don't give him a chance, let's attack together, 1st Blade roared angrily and pulled out his long saber. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. 7 blade techniques. He used his ultimate move right from the start. Fist Tyrant and the other great ancestors also made their moves, preparing to snatch the 3 golden treasure chests together. Damn it, seeing this, Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others roared angrily and quickly counterattacked. In an instant, the entire space fell into complete chaos. Everyone began to fight for the 3 golden treasure chests. However, at that moment, a howl came from afar. That howl was filled with a strange and powerful energy. Immediately after, a figure that looked like a red lightning bolt quickly arrived. It was a red snake that looked very strange and even had horns and claws. On its back, there was a snow-white little monkey. When the two of them arrived, they looked at the 3 golden treasure chests in front of them and laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha, another treasure, this is great, they all belong to this emperor, who are you people, get lost. When the First Blade saw someone else enter, he immediately became extremely nervous. However, when he saw that it was only two demonic beasts, he sneered. Then, he slashed out with his blade. Although it was only a casual slash, the momentum was truly earth-shattering. Boom, it was none other than the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. Seeing that someone had made a move, the dark red dragon left a red afterimage in the air. Then, with a swing of its tail, it collided directly with the blade light. Boom! Boom, a thunderous sound rang out as a majestic power surged out. The terrifying saber light was instantly sent flying. As for the dark red dragon, it was safe and sound. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. They knew the strength of the first blade. It was extremely terrifying. Especially that blade light, it carried a sense of despair that was like destruction. However, he was actually sent flying by the tail of the human will. What kind of demonic beast was that? Wasn't it too powerful? The first blade's face was also gloomy. His eyes flickered. Who are you people? Who are we? We are the legendary heavenly bandits. Hurry up and hand over all your treasures and storage rings, and I will spare your lives, otherwise, I will slap you to death. The dark red divine dragon floated in the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Its red dragon claws pointed downward and made a crazy sound. The snow-white little monkey on its back also waved its little claws and kept nodding. Damn, these people are stunned. Below, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he only wanted these two guys to explore the ruins and search for treasures. He did not expect that these two guys would be so lazy and directly choose the simplest and most violent way to rob. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, they should have already heard of these two guys. It seemed that they were not the only ones who had been robbed. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. This was because it was convenient for him to do what he wanted. Soon, he sent a voice transmission. Ruffian dragon, little white, hurry up and snatch the first treasure chest. I will go for the second one. Don't worry about the third treasure chest. Hearing that, the dark red divine dragon was stunned for a moment, but then he looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian's figure not far away. Immediately, he grinned. Previously, he did not notice Lin Xian because he was too excited and attracted by the three golden treasure chests. He did not expect Lin Xian to be here as well. It seemed that this was a bountiful harvest. If the three of them joined forces, these people would definitely not be able to stop them. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sent another voice transmission. Be careful. There is a formation here, and you can only choose one treasure chest. Ask Little White to retrieve the items from a distance and see if it can retrieve them. If it can't, then we can only break the formation by force. The items in the first two treasure chests are very useful to me, so I can't miss them. Don't worry. The dark red divine dragon and Little White monkey nodded. Then, Little White monkey took off the small bowl on its head and began to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Lin Xian directly turned around and rushed forward when no one was paying attention. He performed the demigods and semi-devils, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the three treasure chests. The next moment, he reached out his hand and directly grabbed the second treasure chest. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his left hand, and he stabbed it into the ground. He was attacking the formation because he did not know if he could retrieve Little White monkey from a distance. If there was no formation defense, he could definitely retrieve it. However, the formation was too magical. It was left behind from ancient times, and it would be troublesome if he could not retrieve it. Therefore, Lin Xian directly destroyed the formation. Boom, he did not hold back this time. He directly took out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed it into the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked. Cracks appeared, and the surrounding sky and earth shook. A crack also appeared on the formation. Although it did not completely shatter, its power must have been greatly reduced. Lin Xian quickly stored the second treasure chest in the black earth. Then, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance. On the other side, Little White monkey also used the treasure basin and opened a crack to obtain the first treasure chest. Then, they also turned around and fled. This scene had truly happened too quickly, to the extent that no one could react in time. When they finally reacted, they realized that the two parties had already fled. Ah! Damn you, great thief! Lin, leave the treasure behind. Angry roars could be heard one after another. The remaining people went crazy. How could they not be heartbroken when they lost 2 golden treasure chests in an instant? Therefore, these people flew into the distance as if they had gone mad. However, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others did not leave because there was still the 3rd treasure chest. Although this was a selection array, there were already cracks in it. Perhaps there was a chance to retrieve the 3rd treasure chest. Therefore, they flew toward the 3rd treasure chest. The first blade and the others were halfway through their chase when they came to their senses. They quickly turned around to snatch the treasure chest. After all, compared to Lin Xian, snatching the 3rd treasure chest was more important. Leave the treasure chest behind. The first saber roared and the 7 saber techniques flashed in the sky. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing, who were below, shouted coldly. They also counterattacked quickly. Buzz, Cosmo Sword Array, the Sword of Heaven and Earth also came. He instantly formed a huge sword array and surrounded the front. On the other side, another old man from the first blade's side also joined the battle. The battle erupted and was extremely intense. Short Qingqing shouted, Sword of Heaven and Earth, let's work together and split the loot equally. All right. The Sword of Heaven and Earth nodded in agreement and counterattacked quickly. Originally, they could stop working together after Lin Xian left. However, Lin Xian's strength was too strong. If they were to plot against Duan Qingqing and the others now, if Lin Xian and the other party came, they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it was better to work together. While Duan Qingqing was fighting, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also being chased. After all, the two of them had each snatched a treasure chest. How could the others not be jealous of such a tempting item? The people who were chasing after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were 2 old men. They were mighty figures of the older generation. They roared angrily as their bodies burned with terrifying flames. The one charging towards Lin Xian was a red-robed old man with a head full of red hair. At this moment, heat waves surged from his body. Like a fireball, he quickly chased after Lin Fan. Boom, with a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with fiery red light. A pressure as heavy as a mountain followed. It enveloped Lin Xian like a wave. This was the furious strike of a veteran almighty, and the power it contained was truly terrifying. The entire void started to tremble and crack open. Wang, Lin Xian coldly snorted. When he saw that there was only one person attacking him, he quickly counterattacked. He swung the demonic sword in his hand, and sharp sword light instantly bloomed. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. Boom! Boom! An intense collision shook the heavens and the earth. The huge palm of light was slashed apart by the sword. Not only that, the biting cold sword light quickly shot towards the red-robed old man. Courting death, the red-robed old man roared in anger. He stretched out both of his palms and shot out 2 fiery red chi waves. They immediately blocked the shocking sword light. Raging Inferno Palm. With a palm strike, the entire space was dyed red. Then, it shattered into pieces. Terrifying lava poured down from the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped in the air and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light tore through the sky. He was like lightning. While he was flying through the sea of flames, he charged towards the red-robed old man. Boom! When he got close to the old man, he immediately used the dragon sword realm. Suddenly, a green realm enveloped the old man. Countless sword chi stabbed towards him from all directions. Damn it, the old man roared in anger and fought back with all his might. A fiery red realm appeared on his body and quickly resisted the dragon sword realm. The 2 realms collided with a thunder-like sound. Kid, go to hell. At this moment, the old man suddenly took out a red fan and waved it in front of him. Boom! 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 A terrifying purple flame gushed out from the fan. Wherever it passed, nothing could survive. Everything was burned to ashes. What a terrifying flame! Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. That was because that flame was strong enough to threaten him. At the critical moment, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he threw out a black dragon fist. Suddenly, the terrifying fist rushed over like a black dragon with great momentum. It intertwined with the purple flames that filled the sky. The black dragon fist carried the flames of hell. The black flames and purple flames that filled the sky collided and intertwined, erupting into a dazzling light. What? You can actually resist my innate fire, the red-robed old man was shocked. The innate fire was a terrifying flame that he had obtained. Very few people below the level of a supreme being could resist it. Therefore, this was his killing move. It was very effective against his enemies. However, it was blocked by the other party. It really surprised him. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man's face was gloomy. However, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out flames into the gourd. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura was emitted from the gourd. Suddenly, the surrounding space collapsed and countless cracks appeared as if it could not withstand the power. Not good. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. In the next moment, he pushed his speed to the limit and disappeared from the sky. Buzz, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally standing was directly split into two. A purple arc like a purple moon pierced through the void. Damn it, he actually escaped. Seeing that this move could not kill the other party, the red-robed old man's face became gloomy. This was one of his ultimate moves. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. It was very powerful in killing enemies. He did not expect the other party to not only have the black flames, but also be so fast. Whoosh, thinking of this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he retreated to the side. This was because the void beside him had split open, and a figure was charging towards him at high speed. This figure was naturally Xianxia. He dodged the shocking killing move and quickly counterattacked. He slashed down with the demonic sword in his hand, and a terrifying power condensed in the sky. Buzz, the sword slashed down, and the world dimmed. The red-robed old man felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were broken. He roared angrily, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Red King's domain enveloped his body, forming a battle armor that completely covered him. Clang, the terrifying sword chi slashed on his body, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. The red-robed old man was sent flying by the force. At the same time, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the sky red. Fortunately, he was only injured from the impact. The armor on his body had blocked the sharp sword chi. Boom boom boom, the red-robed old man kept retreating, stepping on the void. Then, he stabilized his body. His entire body was extremely gloomy, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He was injured. He was actually injured by a junior. If this news spread, no one would believe it. This was even more unacceptable to him. Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom, in the next moment, he took out a green feather. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the feather. Between heaven and earth, green flames surged as if they were heavenly flames. The terrifying temperature was even more terrifying than the purple flames from before. What's that? Xianxia frowned and the black armor on his body automatically appeared. He felt a strong murderous intent. The other party's green flames were not weaker than his hellfire. It should be a treasure, and not an ordinary one at that. Kid, you should be proud that you're able to use my ultimate move. The old man in red's eyes were cold. He waved the green feather in his hand. Suddenly, the entire void trembled and an extremely terrifying force surged out. Buzz, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He was surrounded by the dragon sword territory and a great dragon sword soul in his body was circulating crazily. A green dragon shadow wrapped around his demonic sword. Not only that, but there were endless black flames dancing on his body. Then, a huge flame giant quickly formed. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The black flame swept out like hell, bringing with it an extremely cold and violent aura. It appeared in the void and destroyed a large part of the space. The fire god roared. With a roar, Xianxia waved his long sword. The flame giant on his body condensed a black dragon sword in its hand and slashed down quickly. The murderous aura was like a dragon, connecting heaven and earth. When the sword slashed down, heaven and earth lost its color. Seeing how terrifying the sword was, the old man in red's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated all the energy in his body to wave the green feather in his hand. Boom, between heaven and earth, countless green flames danced and formed a green river that fell from the sky. The aura was too terrifying. Even the Almighties who were fighting in the distance were trembling with fear in their eyes. Boom, when the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying flame energy completely shrouded the entire space. Retreat. At this moment, whether it was the dark red divine dragon, the other Almighties, or Duan Xingqing and First Blade in the distance, all of them frantically retreated. When the two flames collided, the energy that erupted was enough to threaten all of them. No one dared to provoke such a flame. One could only imagine what kind of impact Lin Xian and the red-robed elder, who were engulfed in flames, had to endure at this moment. Boom. Boom, just at this moment, a figure dashed out rapidly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, there were 4 layers of defense on his body. The first layer was the black cloak battle armor, the second layer was the fire god phantom, and the last layer was the ice guardian. Adding another layer of dragon sword spirit domain. The terrifying 4 layers of defense blocked all the energy, but even so, his face was still pale, without a trace of blood. The reason for that was because the power of the 2 flames was simply too frightening. Even so, he continued to advance through the flames. In the next moment, he arrived before the red-robed old man. What? The red-robed elder's face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with horror. Impossible. How could you move? He was simply too shocked. At this moment, his body was also surrounded by green and purple flames to defend himself. However, he could not move at all. This was already the greatest defense he could make. However, the other party was still able to move, which was beyond his expectations. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his long sword, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared on the sword. Then, he slashed down with his sword. No, the red-robed Almighty roared crazily and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The sword split him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. Whoosh, Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the purple fan and green feather. In particular, the green feather contained the power of the flames, which made his heart tremble. Needless to say, it should be a powerful flame treasure. All of this happened in a flash. After Lin Xian killed the red-robed Almighty, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance. The dark red divine dragon also flew out while everyone was still in a daze. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already disappeared. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon pierced through the void and left the Big Dipper ruins. They flew for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row and came to a deserted area. The two of them stopped. What exactly was it? Why did they have to go so far? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. He had never seen Lin Xian so cautious. Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? Lin Xian did not say anything. He opened up a cave abode in the mountains, then went in and set up 3 defensive formations to cover the surroundings. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, he was so careful. What exactly was it? The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. In the next moment, he withdrew his dragon claw and took out a golden treasure box. Let me see what it is that you're so careful about, brat. The dark red divine dragon opened the golden treasure box and found an ancient scroll inside. However, when he saw the information on the scroll, he was shocked. The sword technique was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Kid, you're too lucky, the dark red divine dragon roared crazily. To be honest, he did not expect that there would be a heaven-tier cultivation technique inside the golden scroll. No wonder Lin Xian went through so much trouble to get it at all costs. Moreover, he ran for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row. That was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Even a peerless mighty figure would be jealous of it. Ordinary mighty figures probably did not have such a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, the dark red divine dragon looked and found that it was a sword technique. Then, he handed it to Lin Xian. Soon, he grinned. Kid, you got the second treasure box with your own hands. What good stuff is inside? Don't tell me it's also a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He was looking forward to it. Lin Xian actually got 2 treasure boxes at the same time. It seemed that the second treasure box should also be a supreme-tier treasure that was not inferior to a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Although it was not a heaven-tier cultivation technique, it was still a treasure. Lin Xian smiled and opened the second box. Inside, there was a blue metal the size of a fist that was emitting a dazzling light. This is? The dark red divine dragon frowned and exclaimed after looking at it for a long time. This is the starry cold light iron. Damn, this is also a supreme tier metal. It's best to use it to forge weapons. The dark red divine dragon was drooling while Lin Xian smiled. Don't even think about it. I'm going to forge this into a sword. However, I can cultivate a heaven-tier cultivation technique together with it. Alright. The dark red divine dragon sighed. Since it was a metal that Lin Xian wanted to use to forge his sword, he naturally would not snatch it. However, it was still very satisfying to be able to learn a heaven-tier cultivation technique. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get votes for Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Lin Xian put away the starry cold light iron and opened the chaotic heaven destroyer sword technique. Let's take a look at this sword technique first. The current situation was more dangerous. This was only a small team sent by the third prince, and they were already feeling the pressure. Not to mention the third prince's team, and the even more terrifying first prince. He had to improve his strength again. Therefore, Lin Xian began to comprehend the chaotic heaven destroyer sword technique. On the other side, at the Big Dipper ruins, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth teamed up to fight against First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others. In the end, they gained the upper hand. Then, they quickly left. In the end, they obtained the third treasure chest and divided the divine crystals inside equally. On the other side, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others led most of their men and set off aggressively. Soon, they found a ruin. However, this relic had also caught the eye of someone, and that was the third prince's team. Moreover, it was the third prince's team. As soon as the 2 princes met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Especially the 8th prince, he did not want to let go of this opportunity. This was because he found that although the third prince's team was strong, their numbers were not as good as theirs. Therefore, the 8th prince decided to attack immediately. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because he did not expect the 8th prince to gather more than a dozen experts around him. Could it be that they only had one team? Damn it, this 8th prince was actually up to such a trick. He was furious because all the prince's teams were divided into 2 or 3 teams. This way, they could cover a larger area and search for the ruins faster or snatch the King Jade Talisman. However, he did not expect the 8th prince to be divided into only one team. This way, although they were strong, they had fewer chances. He did not know that although the 8th prince had more people, he was also divided into 2 teams. However, the other team was Lin Xian's team. Damn it, what should I do? Are we going to leave or not? The powerful beings at the side thought quickly, while the third prince said, let's go, we can't let them surround us. The relic is a small matter. We can't afford to lose the Jade Talisman, and we can't afford to exhaust our main force. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. The third prince said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the people around him nodded in agreement. They still needed more strength. If they were to fight the 8th prince now, it would be too disadvantageous for them. Moreover, the combat power of the 8th prince's side was clearly superior to theirs. Thus, they decisively retreated. This third prince was quite decisive. He didn't even want half of the ruins that had been excavated. He was indeed a ruthless person. So what? He couldn't let them go. Chase, the 8th prince was in a heated discussion. As for the 8th prince, he waved his hand and led a large group of almighties to chase after them. The people of the Grand Imperial Hall naturally saw this scene and immediately cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected that the 2 most powerful princes, other than the first prince, would meet so soon. Moreover, there was such a dramatic chase. This was something that had never happened before. Because the 8th prince and the 3rd prince were on par with each other in terms of strength, the number of experts under them was also about the same. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. They had no idea who would win or lose in the end. But now, the 8th prince had gathered all of his forces, while the 3rd prince only had half of his forces. With such a comparison, the 3rd prince was in a disadvantageous position and only had a situation of being chased. One had to admit that the 8th prince's strategy was really surprising. With such a lineup, no one except the 1st prince would be able to contend against it. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The elders and princes who supported the 3rd prince had a solemn look on their faces. On the other hand, the 8th prince's side was filled with joy. The empress also frowned slightly. She had to admit that the 8th prince was a great threat to the crown prince's position. But now, she couldn't help much. But she wasn't too worried because those that she had chosen for the 1st prince were all elite experts. Among them were the Golden Lion King, an expert from the War tribe. Thinking about it, no one would be able to contend against them. Thinking of this, the empress heaved a sigh of relief. In the 2nd stage, the 3rd prince was running all the way. They didn't dare to fight against the 8th prince. This scene was seen by the nearby teams and they were all stunned. Damn, what did I just see? The 3rd prince is running for his life. Could it be that the 1st prince is here? As far as they knew, the only person who could make the 3rd prince so miserable was the 1st prince. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that the one who was chasing them wasn't the 1st prince, but the 8th prince. What made them even more shocked was that the 8th prince's lineup was too strong. Heavens, could it be that the 8th prince didn't have a team? Damn, the 8th prince is too cunning, everyone exclaimed and retreated one after another. Because they were in a team of 5 or 4 people, they couldn't contend against the 8th prince's team of more than 10 people. But fortunately, the 8th prince didn't care about these people at all. He was chasing after the 3rd prince with all his strength because the 3rd prince was his main enemy to seize the position of the crown prince. Only by killing the 3rd prince could he contend against the 1st prince. Therefore, he had steeled his heart to chase after the 3rd prince. Old 8, I will remember today's grudge. One day, I will pay you back. The 3rd prince was running wildly in front, turning into a stream of light that kept flashing. He let out a roar of anger. Because he was too aggrieved. As a top prince, he was not afraid of anyone except the 1st prince. He didn't expect that he would be chased by the 8th prince in front of so many experts and princes. How was he going to survive in the future? Therefore, the 3rd prince gritted his teeth in anger. What, 3rd brother, do you want to pay me back? But unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Today, you will be eliminated, the 8th prince also said loudly. He was very excited because this was definitely a great opportunity for him. Everyone, chase after him with all your strength. You must not let him go, the 8th prince gave the order. On the other hand, the 3rd prince's face was gloomy. Among them, the 2 old men beside him said, 3rd prince, what should we do? How about this? We will leave people to fight for a while, and you and the other experts will leave. Someone said. However, the 3rd prince shook his head. No, the opponent was too strong now. No matter who he sent, they couldn't stop him. Moreover, they would lose their lives for nothing. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth. He would never allow his elites to be lost. Because of this, his strength would be weaker, and he wouldn't be able to fight against the 8th prince at all. Not to mention the 1st prince. At this time, a middle-aged man said, I have an idea, but it's very risky. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. What is it? Tell me, the 3rd prince asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man took out a map and flew quickly. He said, 3rd prince, there's a big rift valley nearby. It's very dangerous, and it's said to be a ruin. However, it's very dangerous, and no one dares to go there. However, if we go down there, we might be able to get rid of the 8th prince. Are you talking about the Dark Canyon? At this time, an old man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, it's the Dark Canyon. The Dark Canyon is too dangerous. Almost no one has entered it in the Battle of Crown Prince. That's because there was a relatively strong prince who had the potential to become the crown prince who went in, but he suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of his men. Then, that prince lost the chance to become the crown prince. You can imagine how terrifying the Dark Canyon is. But if we don't do it, we'll die. That's because we can't get rid of the 8th prince. Some people refuted. In the end, everyone looked at the 3rd prince, waiting for his decision. The 3rd prince also felt the pressure. Indeed, he had heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. It could be said to be a forbidden place. However, if he didn't go in, he would definitely be chased by the 8th prince. Although he was a prince and had ways to save his life, he wouldn't be killed. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't be eliminated. As long as his life was threatened, he would be teleported out, and he would lose the chance to become the crown prince. That was no different from killing him. Moreover, he knew that his current performance was seen by the emperor and countless elders of the royal family. It was embarrassing for him to run away for so long. If he was defeated by the 8th prince in the end, he would be utterly embarrassed. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the future. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to enter the Dark Canyon to give it a try. At least, he could get rid of the 8th prince and come out quickly. Alright, I'll go to the canyon. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew in another direction. That direction was the Dark Canyon. At the back, the 8th prince and the others frowned when they saw this scene. Among them, Daoist Long said. Not good, they headed for Dark Ravine. It seems like they really were forced into a corner. Dark Canyon, you mean that place that is similar to a forbidden area? The others also cried out in alarm. Obviously, they had all heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. After the 8th prince heard this, his face also became gloomy. He sped up and stopped him. He absolutely could not let him enter the Dark Canyon. He wouldn't enter a dangerous place. After all, he was the one who was vying for the crown prince's position. Therefore, in the next moment, they couldn't help but speed up. However, the 3rd prince's group was determined to enter. Thus, the 3rd prince's group began to unleash their secret techniques one after another. No matter the cost, they had to act quickly. In the end, the 8th prince and the others were still one step behind. When they arrived, they found that the 3rd prince and the others had already entered the Dark Canyon. Wang, the 8th prince, stopped in front of the Dark Canyon and was very angry. He smashed the surrounding mountain peaks with his palm. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood because this was a perfect opportunity to kill the 3rd prince. As long as he could kill the 3rd prince, his only opponent would be the 1st prince. However, he didn't expect that the 3rd prince would run into the Dark Canyon. On the side, Daoist Long said, the 8th prince doesn't need to be angry. This Dark Canyon is called the Death Canyon. There is a high chance of death inside. Maybe we don't even need to do anything and they won't be able to come out. Yes, this canyon is not simple. The previous rumors are true. The others also said. The 8th prince said in a deep voice, I don't feel at ease if I don't kill the 3rd prince personally. To be honest, he was not confident. Because the 3rd prince was not inferior to him in any aspect, he could only feel at ease if he saw the 3rd prince being teleported out with his own eyes. Let's wait here first. I'm afraid that they haven't gone far. The 8th prince did not give up. He believed that the 3rd prince was only hiding in the Dark Canyon and did not really enter. Therefore, he planned to wait outside for the rabbit to appear. Soon, the 8th prince and the others stopped outside the Dark Canyon. Previously, they had explored a few ruins and obtained many heavenly treasures. This time, they could use this opportunity to cultivate and refine the treasures or heavenly treasures they obtained. Grand Imperial Hall. When the Empress and the elders of the imperial family saw the 3rd prince enter the Dark Canyon, they cried out in alarm. The elder on the 8th prince's side smiled. As for the 3rd prince, his face was gloomy and his expression was incomparably solemn. It was over. This 3rd prince was too bold. He even dared to enter the Dark Canyon. Did he not know that it was a forbidden area? This time, the 3rd prince might not be able to make it. Most likely, he had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, the third prince's people also had gloomy expressions. Truth be told, although they were shocked by the third prince's decision, if they were in his shoes, they would have no choice but to do the same. Because this was the only way to escape from the eighth prince's pursuit. Therefore, although they knew that the dark ravine was very dangerous, they were helpless. He could only pray that the third prince was lucky. Not to mention the elders, even the emperor was frowning. However, even though he was frowning, he was not worried. That was because the third prince had a teleportation array on him. When his life was in danger, he would shatter the void and teleport back. However, if he did that, he would lose the right to compete. Inside the dark ravine. After the third prince and his people entered, they stopped. This was because they realized that the eighth prince did not enter, which made them heave a sigh of relief. However, they soon realized that the eighth prince did not leave either. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed outside the dark ravine. This wasn't good news for them. Because the way out was blocked, they could not get out at all. They could only stay in the dark ravine. Although they were only at the periphery, they could still feel waves of gloomy and cold aura corroding their bodies. Damn it, the eighth prince is too abominable. How dare he block our way out? When the third prince's powerful figure saw this, they immediately gritted their teeth. The third prince's face was gloomy. Outside, most of the eighth prince's people were cultivating. Only a few of them were left to patrol. As long as the third prince came out or made a move, they would immediately wake the others up. It seemed that the eighth prince was determined to kill the third prince this time. What should they do? The third prince was very uncomfortable. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. The third prince gritted his teeth. No, it's not going to work if this goes on. The eighth prince also noticed the situation. They noticed that the third prince was at the edge of the canyon and did not go deeper. In this way, it would not be a fatal blow to the third prince. Therefore, the eighth prince gritted his teeth and woke up all the powerful experts and rushed in. They also wanted to enter the dark canyon. Of course, their purpose was to let the third prince go deeper into the dark canyon. In this way, it would be a more fatal blow to the third prince. Sure enough, the third prince gritted his teeth when he saw this. He had no choice but to retreat again. Therefore, when they went deeper into the canyon, a black gust of wind blew around them. It included all the third prince's team. When the eighth prince saw this scene, he quickly brought his men and retreated from the scene. They did not dare to go deeper into the canyon. Moreover, it seemed that the third prince had encountered some danger. Therefore, they only needed to wait patiently outside. Because during this period of time, a lot of black gust of wind blew into their bodies and eroded their bodies. They had to clear the black gust of wind out of their bodies. Otherwise, it would affect their bodies. It would affect their combat effectiveness. A day later, the eighth prince and the others opened their eyes. The black gust of wind in their bodies had been removed. However, it still made them feel a lingering fear. At this time, the eighth prince frowned again. Although the third prince was surrounded by the gust of wind, they did not know what the final outcome was. How about this? I'll bring a few people in to check it out. Taoist Long said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Go in, what a joke, it's such a dangerous place, isn't it suicide to go in? Therefore, many people refused, and the eighth prince sighed. It would be great if Brother Lin was here. The Brother Lin that he mentioned was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was so skilled and daring. He should not be afraid of such a place. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian was not here now. The eighth prince did not give up. He said, we have a few chances to contact each other. It seems that we have to use it now. After saying this, the eighth prince began to send messages to Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. 2 days later, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing arrived near the dark canyon. They met with the eighth prince. You guys are here, the eighth prince smiled when he saw the two of them. Then, he asked, where's Brother Lin? Is he not with you? Or did you guys meet some danger? Soon, Duan Qingqing Lu to the third to the dark escape to the treasure to the big. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had snatched a golden treasure chest and was being hunted down by the third prince's men, they all gasped. Therefore, they did not know where Lin Xian was. However, the eighth prince said, "Don't worry. He should be fine. Let's wait for a while." Indeed, the eighth prince believed in Lin Xian's strength. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei learned that the eighth prince had forced the third prince into the dark canyon, they were shocked. Then, they became excited. They had been attacked by the third prince's subordinates. Now that the third prince was at a disadvantage, they were naturally happy. Therefore, the two of them sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. On the other side, in a mountain range. Inside a cave. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had received the message from the eighth prince, but he was not in a hurry to leave. There was an antique scroll floating in front of him. It was the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. He had finished reading the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. It was divided into 3 levels. 3 realms. Moreover, this sword technique increased the user's combat power by condensing chaotic sword chi. There were a total of 24 moves in the sword technique. Among them, there were 4 killer moves. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the 24 moves. He could barely perform the first 3 moves. However, he could not perform the 4 killer moves for the time being. After all, this was a heaven-class skill. Although it was only a beginner heaven-class skill, it was not something that an earth-class skill could compare to. The difficulty was beyond anyone's imagination. It was not easy for him to master the first 3 moves in such a short time. It was all thanks to his heaven-defying talent in swordsmanship. Of course, there were 3 realms. He had not even reached the first realm. It was only equivalent to mastering it. However, he could feel that his combat power had increased by a lot just from mastering it. If he could fully perform the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique, its power would be heaven-defying. Now that he had understood the content, the next step was to practice. This required actual combat. Therefore, at the thought of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and woke up the dark god dragon. Then, dark red Shenong entered the black earth. His body swayed and left the cave. He was ready to meet up with the eighth prince. Along the way, he took out a spiritual boat and flew while he continued to comprehend the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the spiritual boat. Then, his figure descended. Soon, he saw a huge canyon below him. It was as if the ground was split into 2. A cold and crazy aura filled the air from the canyon. Even though he was far away, Lin Xian could feel his heart palpitating. Why was the eighth prince in such a dangerous place? Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that the eighth prince was nearby. However, the aura here was too dangerous. Could it be that the eighth prince was in danger? Thinking of this, Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Buzz, soon, he landed on the ground. Soon, he found the eighth prince and the others. So, he flew towards them. Below him, the eighth prince and the others opened their eyes. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through the void. "Who is it?" An almighty shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Xian, on the other hand, revealed himself and said loudly, "It's me." "It's you," the Almighty recognized him. When the others heard him, they opened their eyes and looked into the distance. When they found out that it was Lin Xian, they were shocked. "Lin Xian, you're fine." "That's great." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were relieved when they saw Lin Xian. The eighth prince said, "Brother Lin, I was worried when I heard that you were chased by the third prince's men. Now that I see that you're fine, that's great. Thank you for your concern." "I'm fine," Lin Xian said. Then, he looked at the huge canyon in the distance. "But what are you guys doing here? Are you trying to enter the canyon?" "It was like this," the eighth prince explained the matter. "What? The third prince was forced to enter the canyon?" Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled. He did not expect that the third prince, who was so powerful, would be so aggrieved. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the powerful third prince would have such a sullen moment. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. At this moment, Taoist Master Long said, "Young Master Lin, I want to go in and explore. Are you willing to go in with me?" Of course, the dark canyon was very dangerous, and there might be a chance of death. If you don't want to, no one will force you. You want to go in? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to have such an idea. Although he hadn't heard of the legend of the Dark Canyon, he knew that it was very dangerous just by the aura it emitted. It was even more terrifying than the Big Dipper ruins he entered before. Thinking about it, it should be a dangerous place. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to want to go in. Why, could it be that he was just chasing after the third prince and the others? He thought for a moment, then asked, "Are there any treasures inside?" To be honest, the third prince alone wasn't enough to tempt him. What really tempted him was that these people said that the Dark Canyon was a ruin. Since it was a ruin, then there should be treasures inside. If it was really a ruin, then it wasn't impossible to take the risk. After all, he now knew that the more dangerous a ruin was, the better the things inside. It was indeed a ruin, but only one person had entered it, and more than half of them had died. They didn't get any treasures. So since then, no one had entered it again. Therefore, no one knew if there were really treasures inside. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Only one person had entered it, and it was with such heavy losses. No wonder these people didn't dare to go in at all. However, based on these people's description, it should really be a ruin. It was just that it was a terrifying and dangerous ruin. In that case, there should be treasures inside. It was just that it was harder to get. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was a little excited. He wanted to give it a try. Firstly, he was quite strong. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul. Even if he encountered danger, he could resist it. Even if he really encountered a danger that he could not contend with, he still had his final trump card, the Black Earth. The Black Earth was so tough that even invincible kings couldn't break it. As long as he hid inside, he could avoid all dangers. Moreover, he still had some divine crystals and a large number of crystals on him. He could activate the Black Earth. It was enough to protect himself, no problem. In other words, the worst-case scenario was that he wouldn't be able to find anything and would have to hide in the Black Earth. If he was lucky, he might be able to find some treasures. After all, no one had explored the Dark Ravine before. This was an opportunity for him. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Sure, I also want to see how strong this Dark Canyon is." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party was really going to go in. This was too shocking. The 8th prince was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Lin Xian would really choose to go in. However, he still reminded him. "Brother Lin, have you really thought this through? It was very dangerous inside, and there was even a possibility of death." "Don't worry, 8th prince, I have the ability to protect myself," Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the 8th prince did not say anything else. Everyone also fell silent. Since the other party had said so, he could only nod in agreement. Was there anyone else who wanted to go? At this moment, Taoist Master Long stood up and looked around. No one in the surroundings agreed. They were very hesitant even though the Dark Canyon seemed to be tempting. Although the Dark Canyon seemed tempting, it was too dangerous inside. They estimated that there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, these people directly shook their heads. However, some of them were still bold. At this moment, an old man stood up and said, "I also want to give it a try." It was actually the Lord of the Underworld, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Taoist Master Long's expression was also solemn. Then, he smiled and said, "Since the Lord of the Underworld is willing to go, I'm naturally happy." Lin Xian looked at the old man and narrowed his eyes. The old man was wearing a black robe with blue patterns flickering on it. His body was emitting a cold aura. Although his face was old, His figure was very tall and his entire body carried a powerful dark aura. Moreover, from the other party's name, Lin Xian knew that he should be a darkness-type king. Judging from his aura, it was similar to the one in the dark canyon. No wonder he dared to come out. He probably had some confidence. Other than the Lord of the Underworld, everyone else fell silent and was unwilling to go. However, Taoist Master Long nodded in satisfaction. With the two of them going together, his chances of success would be higher. Then, he turned around and looked at the 8th prince. We'll go in first. 8th prince, you guys wait here first. At most 10 days. If we don't come out after 10 days, you don't have to wait any longer. You can continue with the battle. 10 days, hearing this, the 8th prince took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I believe that you guys will definitely come out. Then, the 8th prince and the rest sat down cross-legged again and waited while cultivating. Taoist Master Long, Lin Xian, and the Lord of the Underworld turned around and entered the dark canyon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as soon as he entered the dark canyon, Lin Xian felt a black gust of wind blowing around him. It was as if a demon was pouncing on him. Buzz, Lin Xian frowned and immediately activated his black robe armor to defend himself. Instantly, the pressure on him decreased. However, the gust of wind still made clanking sounds when it hit him. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld also activated their armor and moved forward carefully. In front, Taoist Master Long said, "The two of you should be careful. The gust of wind here has a corrosive effect. It also has a cold death chi that can affect even King Almighties. Therefore, they should not be blown into their bodies." Such a terrifying gust of wind. Lin Xian was shocked. The dark canyon was indeed terrifying. Just the gust of wind here was enough to make many people's scalps go numb. King Almighties probably could not enter at all. Indeed, King Almighties would probably be torn apart by the gust of wind if they entered. Moreover, even Almighties had to be careful. It was said that even Almighties might not dare to enter the deepest part of the canyon. One had to admit that this place was too strange. The three of them walked in front. Lin Xian reached out and caught a gust of the gust of wind. He then used a soul power to sense it slowly. Soon, he frowned. There was a thick death chi in the gust of wind that could deprive King Almighties of their vitality. To the vast majority of King Almighties, this was extremely threatening. However, there was an exception. The exception was the Lord of the Underworld beside him. This guy was probably a king of death and darkness. Therefore, he was not affected by the gust of wind. Instead, he was a little excited. The Lord of the Underworld looked around and grinned. This is really a good place to cultivate. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for too long. However, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Thus, he took out a black gourd from his storage ring and opened the cap. Immediately, the gourd shone and formed a vortex at the mouth of the bottle, absorbing the surrounding dark wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, from the looks of it, he wanted to store some dark wind to use when he went out to cultivate in the future. Up ahead, Taoist Master Long saw this scene and did not say anything. He only chased forward and carefully explored the path. On the side, Lin Xian did not absorb it either. These things were useless to him because his body did not have the dark aura of death. However, he soon narrowed his eyes. Because he discovered that there were black shadows in front of him. They were connected together like a mountain range. However, Lin Xian could not see clearly now. Because not only was there a strong wind in the dark canyon, but the surrounding light was also dim as if it was night. Moreover, he discovered that his soul power could not probe too far. He estimated that 3 to 5 meters was the limit. Any further and he would be blown away by the dark wind. Therefore, if he wanted to see clearly, he had to use the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. And the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes was his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not expose it. Therefore, when Lin Xian got closer, he discovered that there were indeed black mountain peaks in front of him. However, most of them were not tall. Moreover, there were some black trees growing near the mountain peaks. Those trees looked very strange. They were bearing fangs and brandishing claws. They were very twisted and looked like demons. Moreover, the trunks of the trees were black as ink and emitted a cold aura. However, their leaves were also black and fluttered in the dark wind. Among the branches and leaves, there were a few purple fruits. This is? Lin Xian looked at the purple fruits in surprise. Mystic bellwood, this is a mystic bellwood. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a spirit fruit here. Mystic bellwood was a spirit fruit of heaven and earth. It was very precious and extremely rare. Because it usually grew in cold and dark places of death, such places were very dangerous. Ordinary mighty figures could not enter. Therefore, it was very rare to see mystic spirit fruits on the market. However, he didn't expect that there would be black bellwood in the dark canyon. To Lin Xian, this was indeed good news. It was an unexpected surprise. That was because it was a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth. Even though it contained a thick aura of death, it was still a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian had a few pill formulas in his hands and just happened to need this mystical spirit fruit. If he had this mysterious bellwood, Lin Xian could concoct a few very effective pills to increase his cultivation. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a spirit fruit as soon as he entered the dark canyon? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Then, with a flash of his body, he quickly flew forward. Then, he cut down a tree and put away the entire black bell tree. Then, he put away the mystical spirit fruits on the other trees. Lin Xian's speed was very fast, so much so that the Netherworld King and Taoist Long only reacted when he had already collected quite a few mystical spiritual fruits. In particular, the Netherworld King was a little anxious. "Kid, slow down a little. Leave some for me." He was a Dark King himself, so he also needed these spiritual fruits. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would need these things as well. 1 pound. This time, Taoist Long didn't just stand by and watch. He also flew over and began to collect the mysterious bellwood and mystical spirit fruits. Soon, all the mystical spirit fruits in the surroundings were divided among the three of them. "Alright, let's continue on our way." Taoist Long also revealed a satisfied smile. Although these spiritual fruits were useless to him, he could sell them. Those Dark Kings would definitely be very willing to buy them. However, just as they were about to leave, there was a sudden movement in the black grass below. Then, 3 terrifying bolts of lightning instantly shot toward Lin Xian and the others. Buzz, the void was instantly pierced. The terrifying black lightning was so fast that Lin Xian and the others couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the 3 black figures were already in front of them. It was too terrifying. The 3 black figures exuded a cold aura as if the Grim Reaper was summoning them. Lin Xian and the others felt the blood in their bodies freeze. It was as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Humph, the 3 of them were top experts. Hence, even if it was dangerous, they could still react in time. Taoist Long snorted coldly and roared out a sound wave. Instantly, the sound wave emitted a strong fluctuation. It was as if countless heavenly blades were slicing through the air. It directly shattered the void and blasted forward. The Netherworld King also made his move. A purplish black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him and completely enveloped him. Lin Xian's gaze was even sharper. An extremely terrifying sword light shot out from his eyes. It directly cut through the void and destroyed everything in its path. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It instantly enveloped the black figure and sliced it in half. With a thud, that thing fell to the ground. Then, black blood oozed out. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his back was completely drenched in sweat. This was because it was too dangerous. He looked down and saw that there was a black monster below him. It had already been killed by him. On the other side, Taoist Long and the Netherworld King had also killed the other 2 strange snakes. However, they did not look too good. They did not expect to encounter a wave of danger as soon as they entered. These monsters are too strange. We did not sense them at all. The Netherworld King frowned. Taoist Long's eyes also flickered. In the next moment, his eyes emitted a spiritual light as he scanned the surroundings. Lin Xian also used his soul power to investigate. However, the surrounding wild wind had a certain degree of interference to the soul. Perhaps this was also the reason why the 3 peerless experts did not detect any danger in their surroundings. However, this incident made Lin Xian even more vigilant. This dark canyon was indeed extremely terrifying. No wonder it was so terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them were top-notch experts, the attack just now would have taken their lives. At this moment, Daoist Long retracted his gaze and took a deep breath. Let's go. We have to be careful. This place is too strange. I'm afraid the third prince will not have it easy either. After that, Lin Xian and the other two moved forward cautiously again. Indeed, the third prince was also swept into the dark canyon. Their exits were sealed and they could not get out at all. Moreover, they were swept by the surrounding wild black wind. As a result, they had completely entered the dark canyon. To make matters worse, the third prince and the others had lost their way. They also realized that their soul power could at most detect a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Therefore, they could not determine their direction. Helpless, they could only identify a direction and move forward carefully. Crack, the ground under their feet was black. The group walked carefully. Suddenly, the sound of a stone shattering was heard. The next moment, he extended his hand and sucked a black stone up. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and then a hint of excitement burst out in his eyes. Obsidian, that's obsidian. What? Obsidian. Hearing that, the surrounding king mighty figures all turned their heads. When they saw the black stone, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Obsidian was a very precious metal. It was a top-grade material for making weapons. That mighty figure did not expect to find a piece of obsidian there. The others' eyes were also burning, and they even began to look around. There's another piece over there. Sure enough, at that moment, another mighty figure discovered a piece of obsidian lying on the hill in front of him. Immediately, he stomped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed over. Buzz, soon, he arrived at the hill and sucked with his palm. Haha, it's really obsidian. When he grabbed the black stone, the mighty figure looked up and laughed loudly. She was overjoyed. Too overjoyed. He originally thought that coming to Dark Canyon was a very dangerous thing, and he might not even be able to get out. However, he did not expect to find an obsidian. He was very happy and turned around to return the way he came. However, at that moment, 2 black rays of light suddenly appeared under his feet. Like black longswords, they instantly pierced through his body. No. The mighty figure's eyes widened in fear. He felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. He wanted to resist and struggle. However, he could not do it at all. In the end, the light in his eyes disappeared, and his body fell to the ground with a plop. Clang! Clang, clang! The obsidian in his hand kept rolling on the ground, making clanging sounds. Finally, it fell to the side. Not far away, the third prince and the others were stunned. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? How did a mighty figure get killed in an instant? What happened to him? To be honest, they did not care at all. They did not expect that the mighty figure would be killed. Their gazes were all focused on the obsidian. Damn it! Oh no, there's danger! The third prince was the first to react. He roared angrily, and the sound waves surged and surrounded his surroundings. The mighty figures around him also came back to their senses, and they were all sweating profusely. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, armor appeared on their bodies, and their king's domains exploded out, covering the sky. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. However, when they tried to investigate, the black wind around them became even colder, as if it wanted to blow away their souls. At this moment, a series of cracking sounds came from the corpse of the Almighty. It even began to tremble slightly. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the corpse had come back to life? The third prince's gaze was also extremely solemn. The aura of the Way of the Dragon circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. However, his gaze was extremely solemn. This was because this place was too strange. He had never been here before. Moreover, there was no information on his palm. He could only rely on himself to figure things out. However, the situation in front of him was too strange. Humph, the third prince let out a cold harumph. With a wave of his hand, a giant palm emitting a red glow was slapped forward. It directly enveloped the corpse of the mighty figure in front. Boom! In the next moment, the mighty figure's corpse was smashed into pieces. However, everyone was stunned because they discovered that there were a few small black lizards inside the Supreme Expert's corpse. They were quickly eating the flesh and blood of the mighty figure. What kind of monster was that? Everyone gasped. It was eating the corpse of a mighty figure. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? Crack! At this moment, the head of the mighty figure suddenly moved. Then, another black lizard crawled out. The brain of the mighty figure had been eaten clean. Buzz! In the next moment, the black lizard suddenly raised its head. Its scarlet eyes shone brightly as it stared at the third prince and the others. Not good. When the third prince and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. In the next moment, their king's domains quickly lit up, forming rows of light screens in front of them. Buzz! Clang! Just as they finished doing all this, a violent collision occurred in front of them. Then, the sound waves rippled and the energy attack caused the blood in their bodies to churn. The black lizard in front of them was also knocked back. It was very angry and let out a series of roars. So fast! What was that thing? A big lizard? These people felt a chill in their hearts. It was too fast. If the third prince hadn't warned them, they would have been pierced through. Damn it, it wasn't a lizard, it was a crocodile. Beside the third prince, an elder's voice was trembling. His eyes were emitting a purple light as he stared at the crocodile in front of him. Crocodile? You're saying that these black things are crocodiles? After hearing this, the others were also stunned. However, one of them frowned. They were too small. How could there be such a small crocodile? However, after saying this, he was stunned. Could it be that these were just young ones? There was a terrifying adult one here? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. The third prince said, "Everyone, be careful and leave this place quickly. This is probably the territory of a peerless demon king." Everyone retreated. The king's domains on their bodies became even brighter, forming a solid barrier. They realized that they had mistakenly entered the territory of a peerless demon king. They had to leave now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the surrounding black crocodiles climbed up one by one and surrounded them. They stared at the third prince and the others with their scarlet eyes. Whoosh! 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 They were like sharp black swords, constantly attacking. They cut through the void and collided with the king's domains. There was an intense collision. Every collision brought about a strong gust of wind. However, the third prince and the others were all top experts. Their king's domains were extremely terrifying. Therefore, the small crocodiles could not break through at all. However, the third prince and the others did not have it easy either. The energy from the collision caused their blood to churn. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How can it have such terrifying power? The third prince and the others had ugly expressions. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the Emperor, the Empress, and the royal elders frowned when they saw this scene. It's over. The third prince is probably in danger. He actually entered the depths of the dark canyon. Many of the royal elders shook their heads and sighed. However, even more of their eyes were shining. The dark canyon has always been mysterious. Except for that one time a few hundred years ago, we have never had a chance to explore it. This time, perhaps it's a good opportunity. You're right. Another royal elder nodded. Although this space is under our control, there are some places inside that we still do not understand. The Dark Canyon is one of them. I have a feeling that this place is not simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some of the royal elders frowned. What are those black crocodiles? I have a feeling that this place is not simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some elders frowned. What exactly was that black crocodile? How could such a small body have such a powerful impact? If it were not for the fact that the third prince and the others were so powerful, they would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the emperor's eyes flickered. He looked at the light screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. That was, dark demonic crocodile, rumor had it that it had gone extinct. Who would have thought that it would appear here? The emperor's voice sounded. When the surrounding elders heard that, their expressions changed drastically. What? Dark demonic crocodile? That terrifying demonic beast in the legends? They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions were incomparably shocked. The elders who supported the third prince had ugly expressions on their faces. That was because they knew how terrifying the dark demonic crocodile was. They did not expect the third prince and the others to encounter it. It would be very difficult to deal with them. As expected, the third prince's side suffered a serious blow. Although they worked together to form a solid barrier to resist the crocodile's attacks. In the end, the barrier was pierced by a group of black crocodiles. Immediately, a mighty figure screamed in agony as his head was cut in half. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! His king's domain also shattered in an instant. When the other black crocodiles saw that, they all rushed forward. A total of 5 crocodiles covered the mighty figure's body. Soon, they devoured all the flesh and blood on his body. Only a pile of bones was left, floating in the wind. Seeing that, the third prince and the others felt their scalps go numb. They were all terrified. The third prince roared angrily. Stop holding back and attack with all your might. We must leave this place. In the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body erupted, and a huge true dragon circled around his body. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail and released a terrifying force that carried him into the sky. The others also used their ultimate techniques to resist and quickly retreated. The 5 black crocodiles also moved and quickly chased after them. The two sides exchanged blows and a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The mountains below collapsed and the ground caved in. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also attacked. They left the mystic bell tree and headed deeper into the forest. During this period of time, they encountered many treasures along the way. All of them were treasures of darkness and death. In the outside world, it was very rare to see such a person. This made them feel as if they had picked up a treasure, and they kept plucking it. However, at this moment, the black ghost grass in the distance seemed to have come alive. Each and every one of them was like an octopus, continuously growing larger. It was like a black mountain. The black leaves were like a dark underworld river that surged in the air and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the other two. Pung pung pung, seeing this, Lin Xian and the other two quickly dodged. A huge crack appeared in the void where they had been standing. The 3 of them stood in 3 different directions, looking at the huge black ghost grass in front of them with grave expressions. Be careful, those black leaves are poisonous. The Netherworld King reminded him in a deep voice. He was also a king of darkness, so he was very familiar with these things. Hearing this, Daoist Long and Lin Xian immediately activated their king's domains and covered the area. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword qi, covering a radius of several miles. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of sword qi. Retreat, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, the Netherworld King's eyes flickered. Don't panic. Kid, let's work together and get rid of this ghost grass. There are a few hearts of darkness in it, which are very nutritious. Hearts of darkness? Darkness-type items are useless to me. Lin Xian frowned. The Netherworld King wanted to use his power to obtain benefits for himself. How could he agree? Although they were now in the 8th prince's camp, it did not mean that Lin Xian could be ordered around by others. Kid, we're all in the same boat. Just do it. At most, I'll use other treasures to buy it. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, promise me that the heart of darkness does contain terrifying energy. Although there's a dark aura on it, you can use my dragon blood to wash it away. Okay. Hearing that the dark red divine dragon had a way to get rid of the dark aura, Lin Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Without the death aura, the mind energy contained in it could also be absorbed. Thinking of this, he nodded solemnly. Alright, I'll do it too. I don't need you to buy it. Give me a share of the heart of darkness. You want the heart of darkness too? Hearing this, the Netherworld King was stunned. Then, he asked, what do you want that for? To be honest, he was a little surprised. Because apart from him, who was a darkness-type king, he could absorb it. Perhaps Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long could not. However, Lin Xian actually wanted it. That surprised him. Even Taoist Master Long was puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about it. I have my uses. How about it? If you give it to me, I'll help you. If not, then forget it." "Alright, since you want it, we'll split it equally." The Netherworld King said, "Taoist Master Long, I'll use other Dharma treasures or treasures to compensate you for your loss." "No problem." Taoist Master Long nodded. Indeed, he did not need the Heart of Darkness. However, since the Netherworld King was willing to exchange it with something of equal value, he was naturally happy to do it. Boom, just as the three of them were discussing, the dark ghost grass in front of them emitted an angry sound wave. Then, his black leaves began to tremble rapidly. Like a black waterfall, they once again slashed toward Yi Shiwen. It had to be said that the dark ghost grass was too terrifying. Although it was just a grass, after thousands of years of cultivation, it had become a terrifying monster king. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its match. Therefore, Lin Xian and the other two were prepared to attack together. Buzz, Lin Xian drew his demonic sword, and his body emitted a terrifying sword chi. Rays of sharp light were emitted from the demonic sword, giving off a feeling of invincibility. On the other side, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand, and he looked like a god of war. Taoist Master Long was the 8th prince's most trusted powerhouse. He was very powerful. When he attacked, his aura alone was enough to shatter the world. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The Netherworld King's eyes were also shining. Rays of purplish-black light appeared on his body and quickly circled around him. Then, a pair of purplish-black wings formed on his back and kept flapping. He was also an elite powerhouse. Moreover, with the enhancement of the dark element, his power was even more powerful. He could even use the surrounding wind to form an even more powerful attack. Kill! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around the purple wings, increasing the power of the attack. Taoist Master Long also made his move. The red spear in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting a fiery red light. The spear pierced out, turning the entire sky red. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the ghost grass in front of him. Lin Xian didn't back down either. His 9 darkness demonic sword continued to grow in size. It was like a black mountain that came crashing down. The murderous aura was like a dragon, shattering the void. In an instant, it completely enveloped the dark ghost grass below. In fact, the entire void was rapidly collapsing. It could not withstand the power at all. Lin Xian and the other two launched powerful attacks in an instant. When the dark ghost grass saw this scene, pairs of eyes appeared on its black leaves, emitting a furious light. Then, its dozens of leaves continued to grow until they were 1,000 meters long. Each of them was like a heavenly knife, stirring rapidly. Boom! Boom! Clang! 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 The sound of an intense collision rang out, followed by a huge explosion in the void. Although the black leaves were soft, they were able to withstand the powerful attacks of Lin Xian and the other two. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. Whoosh, in front of them, a chaotic and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, in this chaotic void, another 3 black rays of light rushed out and attacked Lin Xian and the other two. Another 3 leaves, each like a black spear, pierced toward them. Whoosh, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. His body swayed, and he dodged the terrifying attack. But soon, he frowned. That was because the leaves were very soft. At this moment, they turned around and pierced toward him again. It followed him like a shadow, as if it would not give up until it reached its goal. Humph, ice protection, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a ball of blue frost appeared on his body. Then, the statue of an ice goddess appeared. The huge ice goddess held a staff in her hand and shot out frost. Suddenly, everything within 1,000 miles turned into ice crystals. The cold air drifted, freezing everything. The world was completely frozen, as if space had been frozen in an instant. The black ghost grass also slowed down, and a thick layer of frost appeared on its leaves. It was getting heavier and heavier, about to be frozen in the void. Crack, in the end, he was really frozen in the void. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ice before it exploded with a boom. The black leaf let out a furious roar and charged at Qin Nan again. Like a black flood dragon. So valiant, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful demonic beast. One had to know that his ice came from the Cerberus. Its power was something that even ordinary mighty figures could not withstand. However, the black leaf was actually completely fine. This really surprised him. However, it was not completely ineffective. It was just that the speed of the black ghost grass was much slower than before. It seemed that he was still affected. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he continuously released streams of icy aura. The sword light in his hand kept flashing and slashing at the leaves every time. Clang, the leaves were abnormally soft and had a gentle force that could block most of the sword chi. However, after dozens of slashes, a small sword mark appeared on it. This made the dark ghost grass very angry. In the next moment, more black leaves swept over, and each of them had to withstand the attack of 3 leaves. Whoosh, the 3 leaves covered the sky and charged at Lin Xian and the other 2. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged them. The Lord of the Underworld hid in the darkness and narrowly avoided the attack. However, Taoist Master Long was completely wrapped up by the 3 leaves as if he was a big dumpling. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld sighed in the distance. Oh no, this guy won't be killed directly, right? He was indeed worried about this because the ghost grass was too strong. It had surpassed the strength of ordinary elite almighties. If he was hit head-on, it would be difficult to block it. Boom. Boom, the 3 leaves wrapped around Taoist Master Long and kept spinning, hugging him tighter and tighter. Countless cracks appeared in the void because of this force. One could imagine how much pressure Taoist Master Long was under at this moment. Humph, open. However, just as Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld were worried, a cold voice came from the darkness in front of them. Then, countless red lights flew out from the gaps between the 3 leaves and dyed the entire world red. Following this, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth and exploded. Boom, the 3 leaves were blasted away, and there were many holes on them. One of them was even blasted in half. One could imagine how violent Taoist Master Long's aura was just now. At this moment, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand and looked like a god of war. The dark ghost grass was furious. It did not expect the human in front of it to be able to injure it. In the next moment, sharp patterns appeared on the edges of its leaves. Even the surface of the leaves began to have a black liquid with a strong poison. When an almighty touched it, there would be a sizzling sound of melting. It could be said that this poison was very strange. Once touched, it would be very difficult to remove. Taoist Master Long said coldly, "You too, don't hold back. Quickly finish it off. There were many dangers in this place." After saying that, Taoist Master Long snorted coldly. A red armor appeared on his body and kept expanding. This armor and the Red King's domain formed a solid space that blocked the black poison. It ensured that Taoist Master Long would not be contaminated by the black poison. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and shook it forcefully. The entire sky was directly split in half. When the Lord of the Underworld saw this scene, his expression turned serious. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and his body emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. At the same time, a huge purplish-black ball of light quickly formed above the dark ghost grass and kept spinning. It grew bigger and bigger until it was like a black mountain floating in the air. This was not the end. In the space below the purplish-black ball of light, an incomparably dark formation appeared. There were mysterious runes on it that flickered. The black runes below and the black ball of light in the sky combined to form an incomparably terrifying space. A powerful pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from the king's domain and crushed the dark ghost grass. The dark ghost grass changed shape and let out a miserable cry. Boom! Boom! Bang! At the same time, Taoist Long's spear slashed down rapidly, and dozens of black leaves were cut off. Then, the spear shrouded the body of the dark ghastly grass. Roar of the fire god, Lin Xian did not hesitate and held his sword with both hands. Suddenly, the hell fire on his body spread and formed the shadow of a fire god. Then, he slashed down with his giant black sword. Flames filled the sky as the giant sword slashed down and tore the sky in half. The powerful flames merged with the terrifying sword chi and burned dozens of leaves at the same time. In an instant, the sword arrived in front of the dark ghastly grass and slashed down. Boom! The terrifying attacks of the three experts directly blew up the area in front of them, completely submerging the dark ghost grass. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Rays of terrifying light quickly surrounded the area. This scene was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy the world. The dark ghastly grass in front of them let out a shrill cry. It was obvious that although it was powerful, it could not withstand the combined attacks of Lin Xian and the other two. As expected, all the black leaves on its body were broken. They were torn into pieces. Its body was also covered with terrifying cracks. One of the sword scars had almost split him into two halves with a single move. Roar! The dark ghastly grass was finally angry. However, it did not die, so it launched its strongest attack. Boom, boom. Boom! Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He could see a few black seeds in the body of the dark ghastly grass. They were like a heart that kept beating. Every time it beat, it would bring forth a powerful energy. Could this be the heart of darkness? Indeed, such powerful energy, Lin Xian was shocked. However, there was no time for him to think about it. Because, with the beating of the heart of darkness, the dark ghastly grass once again exploded with majestic energy. Then, the broken leaves on its body were restored again. They were like thousands of hands dancing in the air. Then, they attacked forward. Boom! The void collapsed in an instant. The terrifying crack spread for miles and the entire sky was torn into pieces. Damn it, how can this guy still have the strength to fight back? Lord of the Underworld's face turned ugly when he saw this. In the next moment, he quickly formed a seal with his fingers, and the large purple ball of light appeared once again. This time, it was even larger than before. It covered the entire sky as if it was going to crush the world. On the other side, Taoist Master Long also shouted coldly, and the red light on his body became even more monstrous. He was like a flaming war god that had descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, the flaming spear in his hand transformed into a fiery red flood dragon that roared towards the sky. On Lin Xian's body, balls of primal chaos aura appeared. Then, a sword chi slashed out. Instantly, a destructive aura swept out. Even the expressions of the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long changed. What a terrifying sword energy, what kind of swordsmanship was that? They were extremely shocked. This was the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword that Lin Xian had obtained. Although he could only use the first 3 moves, the primal chaos sword chi was simply too terrifying. After all, it was a heaven-class cultivation technique. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it could be said that it could destroy everything. Boom! As expected, in an instant, Lin Xian chopped off thousands of black leaves and then slashed down in a frenzy. The other 2 attacks also landed directly on the dark ghastly herb. This time, the dark ghastly herb could no longer resist. Its body exploded, and then 4 hearts of darkness floated in the void. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He reached out his hand and a huge hand that was like a green dragon grabbed 2 of them. The other 2 belonged to the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld chuckled and rolled up his sleeves to put away the 2 hearts of darkness. At the same time, he took out treasures of equal value from his storage ring and handed them to Taoist Master Long. Haha, what a great harvest this time. The Lord of the Underworld was very satisfied. With the heart of darkness, he was sure that his cultivation would increase by another level. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. As long as the death aura in the heart of darkness was removed, he could also absorb it. Why don't we continue to explore? Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. Obviously, he had also tasted the benefits. The treasures in the Dark Canyon were much more precious than those in the outside world. I can't wait. The Lord of the Underworld was the most excited because the aura here was very compatible with him. It was all useful to him. Lin Xian also nodded at the side. At the same time, he secretly sent the 2 hearts of darkness to the Black Earth so that the dark red divine dragon could evolve with the dragon blood. After that, Lin Xian and the other 2 continued on their journey. However, they did not know that there was a change at the entrance of the Dark Canyon at this moment. Originally, according to the agreement, the 8th Prince and the other elite almighties were waiting silently at the entrance of the Dark Canyon. They were cultivating while waiting for Lin Xian and the others to return. At the same time, they were monitoring the movements in the Dark Canyon. However, on this day, there was a whistling sound coming from afar. A golden figure was flying toward them like a golden lightning bolt. There was someone. Seeing this, many adults opened their eyes. The 8th Prince also opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he frowned. The other almighties also felt that terrifying aura. All of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh, in the next moment, the golden figure tore through the void and appeared near the 8th Prince and the others. What? It's you. When the 8th Prince and the others saw this figure, they were also shocked. Then, they looked around carefully. Because this golden figure was none other than the young man from the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. His tall body was filled with the luster of the sun. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a golden sun, emitting a blazing aura from head to toe. Since the Golden Lion King was here, did that mean that the Crown Prince had also brought people here? The 8th Prince and the others were shocked. They quickly checked, but in the end they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they did not find the first prince and the others. It seemed that the Golden Lion King was acting alone. Thinking of this, they had a strange expression. Because when Lin Xian brought Duan Qingqing and the other 2 out, they were already shocked. Because no one dared to move in such a small team. But now, when they saw that the Golden Lion King was actually fighting alone, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How strong and confident did the other party have to be to dare to walk on this land alone? One must know that no matter how strong a person was, their strength was limited. If they encountered other groups, they might be hunted down. However, not only did the Golden Lion King act alone, he was also safe and sound until now. This was enough to show how strong he was. That was because there were too many people around the Golden Lion King. There were more than a dozen of them. It was the first time he had seen such a lineup. Even though he was a genius of the war tribe, he still had to be careful. However, he was not afraid because he had enough confidence in himself. Humph, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back and looked down. When the royal elders of the Supreme Harmony Palace saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Heavens, this Golden Lion King was too arrogant. He actually dared to act alone. As expected of a genius of the war tribe, he was indeed valiant. Discussions could be heard. The Empress's eyes flickered. That was because she had paid a huge price to invite the Golden Lion King from the war tribe. It was all for the sake of helping her son, the first prince. Although the Golden Lion King appeared before the 8th Prince and the others alone, she was still not too worried. That was because she knew that the strength of the war tribe was extremely terrifying. It was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Dark Grand Canyon. The 8th Prince's expression was solemn. They stared at the Golden Lion King as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the Golden Lion King was alone, they were still extremely careful. They did not dare to be careless. The Golden Lion King stared at the 8th Prince for a long time and did not make a move in the end. Then, his gaze shifted away from the 8th Prince and the others and landed on the Dark Grand Canyon. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses around the 8th Prince heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the Golden Lion King was from the legendary war tribe. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if such a terrifying existence were to make a move. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King's target was not them but the Dark Grand Canyon. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Ordinary people would not even be able to escape when facing the Dark Grand Canyon. Yet, the Golden Lion King dared to have designs on the Dark Grand Canyon. Furthermore, he was alone. It was truly shocking. The Golden Lion King looked outside. Then, his figure flashed as he tore through the void and headed toward the Dark Grand Canyon. He really went in. Seeing this scene, the 8th Prince and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only them, the royal elders of the Supreme Harmony Palace were also extremely shocked. They did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so daring to explore such a forbidden place. The Golden Lion King entered the dark Grand Canyon. Soon after, its golden body was enveloped by countless black gales and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the dark Great Canyon, Lin Xian and the others did not know that the Golden Lion King had already entered. However, at this moment, he was also in trouble. They were being pursued. A group of black crows chased after him. The crows were not big, but they were densely packed. There were tens of thousands of them, and every single one of them had blood-red eyes. This was the bloodthirsty demon crow. It was extremely violent and did not fear death. He chased them all the way. Thus, even though Lin Xian and the others had killed several thousand, they had attracted even more bloodthirsty demonic crows, which forced them to retreat. Damn, wasn't this crow a little too crazy? It actually chased him for 3,000 miles and still refused to give up. The Netherworld King's expression was incomparably ugly. Originally, they only wanted to pluck some dark flowers, but they didn't expect to provoke these bloodthirsty devil crows. Then, there was a 3,000-mile chase. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. He flipped his hand and shot out a wave of ice aura. Immediately, the world behind him turned into ice, causing those bloodthirsty devil crows to be frozen into ice cubes. Even if they weren't frozen, they were affected by the ice and their speed was slowed down. The Netherworld King also formed a seal, forming a huge purple ball of light again. It spun rapidly, forming a powerful suction force. It attracted all the crazy crows in the surroundings. Right now, they couldn't kill these bloodthirsty devil crows at all. They could only slow them down as much as possible. Sure enough, under their continuous attacks, the distance between the two parties became farther and farther. In the end, Lin Xian and the others completely got rid of these bloodthirsty devil crows. Whoosh, it was really dangerous. The Netherworld King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Daoist Long's faces were also slightly pale. Because it was too frightening just now. They were almost surrounded by the crows that filled the sky. If they couldn't escape, they would have turned into a pile of bones by now. As expected of a forbidden area, inside this dark Great Canyon, every place was extremely fierce. Even those beasts were much more terrifying than those outside. Next, they continued on their way. However, they soon discovered that there were a few figures in front of them rushing over. There were people. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became extremely vigilant. However, when they came close, they found that the figures in front of them were somewhat familiar. It was the third prince and the others. Immediately, their expressions became incomparably strange. They had finally found them. Daoist Long snorted coldly, and the Netherworld King also narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since they had met, they might as well fight. In front of them was indeed the third prince and the others. They were in a very sorry state. Some of the light on their bodies was dim, some of their clothes were tattered, and their faces were pale. At this moment, they were frantically running for their lives. However, when they saw the figures in front of them, their scalps went numb. Damn it, it was Daoist Long, it was the 8th prince's men. They actually sent people in too. Could it be that they wanted to kill them all? The third prince and the others cursed loudly, their expressions incomparably ferocious. Third prince, what should we do? Should we change direction? The mighty figure next to him asked. At this moment, they had already lost one person, and the remaining few people were also injured. The third prince snorted coldly. There was no need to. He directly charged over. It just so happens that they can share some of the danger with us. At this thought, the third prince and the others sped up. Lin Xian and the others frowned when they saw the third prince speeding up and charging over. Then, the power in their bodies erupted, and they were about to attack. However, a voice came from the third prince's side. Don't attack. We have no ill intentions. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were stunned, but then, their expressions became extremely unpleasant. That was because they realized that the third prince was already close to them. It wasn't just them. Behind them, there were 5 figures that were chasing after them like lightning. Damn it, they were being chased. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others understood that the third prince was trying to divert the trouble away. Thinking of this, they were not stupid and quickly turned around to escape. However, they did not think of escaping to the back because there were countless black crows behind them, and they did not dare to go there at all. Therefore, they ran to the right. However, the third prince and the others were chasing after Lin Xian and the others, as if they wanted to move together. Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long's expressions were also ugly because they had just escaped the pursuit of the bloodthirsty demonic crows, and now they were inexplicably fleeing again. This made them very unhappy. The third prince sneered, "Who asked you to come in and chase us? Now flee with us." "Humph. Do you think we don't dare to make a move now?" Taoist Master Long snorted coldly, his expression cold. The third prince sneered, "If you have the ability, then do it. To tell you the truth, we have already lost an elite mighty. Even a powerful team like us can't withstand it. Do you think the three of you can resist the pursuit behind?" Hearing this, Taoist Master Long was stunned, and Lin Shui also frowned. He asked coldly, "What did you guys provoke?" "Who knows? We just got lost, and this group of things came to kill us. Damn it, they look like crocodiles, who knows what kind of monsters they are." A mighty figure snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. They had already been chased for 20,000 miles, but the crocodiles behind them had no intention of giving up and continued to chase. One had to know that they were all mighty figures, moreover, they were elite mighty figures, and they were also domineering existences that were respected by tens of thousands of people outside. They had never been chased like this, but now, a few small crocodiles had killed them, leaving them with no way out. If this spread out, they wouldn't be able to survive in the future. What? Crocodiles? Are you King kidding me? The Lord of the Underworld cursed loudly. A few crocodiles could kill them? What a joke. He didn't believe it at all. On the side, Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. The dark canyon is very strange. Don't forget that the previous stalk of grass was so terrifying. Crocodiles are so terrifying, nothing is impossible." "It's true." The corners of the Lord of the Underworld's mouth twitched. Indeed, the three of them had to work together to kill an ordinary stalk of grass. This was something that would never happen in the outside world. It could only be said that this dark canyon was really too strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was flying while using his soul force to probe behind him. When he discovered the crocodiles behind him, his pupils also constricted. Dark demonic crocodile. These are dark demonic crocodiles. Why would the legendary terrifying beasts appear here? He was too shocked because he recognized the origin of these small black crocodiles. What? Dark demonic crocodile, kid, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Lord of the Underworld exclaimed. The faces of the third prince and the others darkened. If it was really the dark demon crocodile, then everything made sense. No wonder these crocodiles were so strong. The dark demon crocodile was a famous beast in ancient times. It was said that the blood of dragons and rocks flowed in its body. It was an extremely terrifying and cruel demon king. However, with the passage of time, this terrifying demonic beast had already disappeared in the long river of history. He just didn't expect that it would appear here again. Run, these creatures loved to eat human brains and flesh the most. The faces of the mighty figures on the third prince's side turned pale. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall had solemn expressions when they saw this scene. They naturally saw Taoist Long, Lin Xian, and the others. Many of them were looking at Lin Xian. This was because they discovered that the young man was actually able to recognize the origin of the black crocodile. They were indeed surprised. This was because many of the imperial family's elders had not thought of it yet. Who was this young man? Many people asked. An elder on the eighth prince's side said. His name was Lin Xian, the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. He had defeated the First Blade, Bai Zijing, and the others. He was a terrifying young genius. In the first round, only he and the Golden Lion King had maintained a complete victory. So it was him, everyone came to a realization. Although many of them had never seen Lin Xian before, they had all heard of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, he had defeated Bai Zijing in the sword duel on Mount Hua, and his name had already spread throughout the Taiyu dynasty. Moreover, he had maintained a complete victory in the first round. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King of the War tribe could compare to him. However, they shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that Lin Xian and the other two were the vanguard team sent by the 8th prince. It seemed that the vanguard team was not in a good situation. These people had encountered the dark demon crocodiles and it was difficult for them to escape. Lin Xian, the 3rd prince, and the others naturally knew this, so they ran for their lives. However, the dark demon crocodiles behind them chased closely. Because no one had entered for thousands of years, their desire for human brains had reached a peak. Therefore, when they saw humans, how could they let them go? Damn it, these animals are too despicable. Those mighty figures were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Xian said that there were only 5 crocodiles. If they worked together, there might be hope. What? You want to attack the dark demon crocodiles? When the mighty figures on the 3rd prince's side heard this, they all had strange expressions. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Those are the dark demon crocodiles, even the elites couldn't withstand them. Do you think you can fight them? One might not be enough, but there are so many of them. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. These crocodiles were only in their infancy state. Although they were ferocious, their combat power was limited. I don't believe that I can't kill them. However, the 3rd prince's side was scared out of their wits and did not dare to fight at all. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders' mouths twitched when they heard Lin Xian's words. This young man was too bold. He actually dared to attack the dark demon crocodiles. This guy must be crazy. Previously, an elite mighty figure had his head pierced through. Did he think that he was invincible just because he won the first round? Some of the older generation sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the dark canyon, Lin Xian snorted when he saw that the 3rd prince and the others did not dare to fight. However, he then asked, Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld, what do you think? If they worked together, they might be able to fight. Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Underworld frowned. However, the problem now is that only the 3 of us are willing to fight. The 3rd prince and the others don't dare to fight at all. If that's the case, the 3 of us won't be able to fight alone. Lin Xian said. Coldly. Don't worry, it's fine as long as the 3 of us are united. It's not up to them whether they fight or not. This time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld frowned. What do you want to do? Force the battle. Set up the array formation, block the way, and drag the 3rd prince and the others down. After all, we came to the dark canyon to look for opportunities, not to be hunted down. Alright, let's do it. The Lord of the Underworld nodded. Indeed, he was very unhappy that they had been hunted down for so long. Moreover, the ones chasing after them were 5 small crocodiles. Sure. Taoist Master Long also agreed. He sent a voice transmission. I happen to have a set of array formations that can isolate space. Since that's the case, let's fight. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld yelled and 2 purplish-black wings appeared on his back, covering the sky. Taoist Master Long was even more direct. He raised his hand and formed a formation that completely sealed off the area. What? Seeing this, the 3rd prince and the others were stunned. What are the 3 of them trying to do? They were not the only ones. The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also stunned. They were going to start a war. However, they did not know if they were going to start a war with the 3rd prince or the dark demonic crocodiles behind them. Damn it, what are you trying to do? A mighty figure on the 3rd prince's side roared furiously. They were indeed shocked because they were already enemies with the 8th prince and the others. However, they did not expect the other party to suddenly attack. Were they not afraid of being killed by the black crocodiles? However, Lin Xian sneered. What are we doing? Of course, we're going to work together and kill the dark demonic crocodiles. Since you're not going to take the initiative, don't blame us for taking action. What? Are you really going to attack the dark demonic crocodiles? After hearing this, the 3rd prince's expression changed drastically. He was about to go crazy. Bastard, if you want to attack, do it yourself, don't drag me down with you. To be honest, he was extremely angry. He had experienced the strength of the dark demonic crocodiles. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were definitely extremely terrifying monster kings. He did not dare to face them because if he was not careful, he would die or lose the chance to become the crown prince. He did not want to take such a risk. However, now that Lin Xian was forcing him to do such a thing, how could he not be angry? Therefore, at the next moment, he shouted coldly and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying palm covered the sky and the earth as it rushed forward. Bang! Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw a punch. His terrifying fist landed on the palm. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Countless sparks flew in all directions and pierced through the void. The attack caused the third prince to take a few steps back. The team that he was in had completely stopped. Damn it, I miscalculated, the third prince's expression changed. Originally, he wanted to force the other party to retreat and break through the encirclement. However, he did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he was able to block his attack. In this moment of delay, the 5 black crocodiles and fishes behind had all rushed over. In the blink of an eye, those crocodiles came to their side, emitting monstrous demonic chi. That aura, they all felt their hair stand on end. Damn it, attack, the third prince roared, and his king's domain rushed out, forming a terrifying cage that locked down the area. At the same time, the mighty figures around him also quickly counterattacked. Facing these terrifying black crocodiles, they didn't dare to be careless. On the other side, Lin Xian also sneered. The dragon sword domain rushed out, forming a true dragon, contending against all sides. Daoist dragon and lord of the underworld also acted quickly. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy flooded the entire space. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, this brat actually attacked the dark demonic crocodile, crazy, this was too crazy. They were too shocked because they didn't think that Lin Xian's ultimate goal was to drag the third prince along so that they could kill the dark demonic crocodiles together. However, could they really succeed? These dark demonic crocodiles were passed down from the primordial beasts. They were extremely terrifying. If they couldn't resist them, they would be killed. Among those people, only the third prince had a life-saving method. He could teleport back if his life was threatened. The others didn't have such a life-saving method. In other words, if they couldn't resist the crocodiles, they would be killed. It could be said that this was a huge gamble, a gamble with their lives as the price. However, at that moment, the royal elders at the front narrowed their eyes. The emperor's eyes flickered. This young man was quite interesting. Hearing that, the empress was also surprised. She had been with the emperor for more than 1,000 years. She rarely saw the emperor praise someone. However, the emperor was actually so interested in an unfamiliar young man. That made her feel uneasy. That young man was invited by the 8th prince. Could it be that the emperor praised the 8th prince? However, at that moment, the emperor spoke again. The third prince usually had a lot of schemes, but he lacked courage at critical moments. Hearing that, the royal elders fell silent. They couldn't refute that. Indeed, even someone like Lin Xian, who wasn't a prince and didn't have any trump cards, dared to risk his life. The third prince had a life-saving talisman, but he didn't dare to fight. He indeed lacked courage. However, the royal elders on the third prince's side didn't think so. They felt that it was normal for the third prince to not fight. After all, he was going to become the crown prince. Why would he take such a risk? However, no matter what, they didn't dare to go against the emperor. In the dark canyon, the battle was unusually intense. Lin Xian's side had twice the number of dark demonic crocodiles, so it was 2 against 1. Even so, those ferocious dark demonic crocodiles weren't at a disadvantage. It was indeed shocking. Buzz, at that moment, a dark demonic crocodile turned into a divine light and instantly pierced through the void, flying towards Lin Xian. Its target was Lin Xian's head. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. Whether it was the mighty figures fighting or the royal elders of the Grand Imperial Hall, they were all shocked. That was because such an attack was too dangerous. Last time an elite mighty figure's head had been directly pierced through. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? Humph. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted, but then he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he sneered. Scram, boom. Boom, his voice was like a thunderclap. Immediately, the sound wave turned into a sharp sword and spread out in all directions. The sky was instantly torn apart like a piece of cloth. With a roar, heaven and earth collapsed. The dark demonic crocodile was also affected. Sparks flew from its body because countless sound waves were like sword chi that ruthlessly blasted its body. This was because it was an archaean ferocious beast, whose defense was incomparably terrifying and comparable to top-notch armor. That was why it was able to withstand the attack. If it was any other monster king, it would have been pierced through in an instant. Even so, Lin Xian's sound wave contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the dark demonic crocodile was directly sent flying. What? It was actually sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The elders of the royal family and the mighty figures around the third prince were all stunned. Previously, they had seen with their own eyes that the dark crocodile pierced through an elite powerhouse. However, the same move had failed in the hands of a young man. This was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid's combat strength was even more terrifying than a top powerhouse? Everyone was shocked. This was only a 6-star king. Was this the strength of a young genius? Not to mention them, even Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were shocked. Although they had fought alongside Lin Xian before, they realized that Lin Xian's combat strength was even stronger than before. No way. Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength before? The two of them were shocked. Lin Xian's face was also a little pale. It was too dangerous just now. The dark crocodile was blasted a few thousand meters away. Then, it stopped moving. Its scarlet eyes were burning with anger. Then, it roared and once again turned into a bolt of thunder and charged over. It was also extremely angry. A puny human had actually blasted it away with a sound wave. This ignited the anger in its heart and made it fierce. Therefore, it charged over again. This was not good. This dark crocodile had gone crazy. When the third prince saw this, he quickly distanced himself. God knew how terrifying a crazy dark crocodile would be. Buzz, facing the charging dark crocodile, Lin Xian also made his move. He was very decisive and slashed down with his sword. The terrifying sword light was like a black mountain that directly pressed down. The void in front of it was instantly shattered. However, the dark crocodile did not dodge. It directly cut through the void like a sharp sword. It cut through the terrifying sword chi and quickly charged over. Clang, in the next moment, it collided with the 9 darkness demonic sword and made a shocking sound. The surrounding space shattered. The powerhouses who were fighting also turned pale and quickly sealed their hearing. It was too terrifying. This kind of battle was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Lin Xian's face also changed because he felt an extremely terrifying force pouring into his arm through the sword. It wanted to tear his body apart. Was this an archaean beast, so strong indeed? Lin Xian was shocked. Although the other party was only a child, the strength he displayed was too terrifying. Ordinary elite almighties couldn't compare at all. Humph, but soon, he snorted coldly and activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to shatter the force. Then, he swung his sword again. Boom. Boom, the surrounding area exploded in an instant, and many people retreated one after another. This was because the two of them seemed to have gone crazy. The aftermath of this energy made them shudder with fear. As if infected by the two of them, the remaining 4 small black crocodiles also seemed to become manic. Not good, the third prince's expression changed. Taoist Long also let out an angry roar. Hurry up. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's join forces and kill him, otherwise, there will be no way for us to survive. Kill, furious roars rang out one after another. These people also understood that the only way to survive now was to join hands. Therefore, they no longer had any other thoughts and decided to work together to kill these black crocodiles. Let's talk about the future in the future. A great battle erupted. Terrifying radiance filled heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. When the elders of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they all fell silent. This was probably the first time a human dared to directly attack an immemorial beast. On the other side, Lin Xian was also furious. Countless streaks of black sword chi swept out like streaks of black lightning, quickly slashing forward. As for the black crocodile, it was like a hard turtle shell. It relied on its own body to resist the terrifying sword chi. Every collision caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. 5 bolts of lightning, Lin Xian swung his sword. Immediately, the sky was filled with intertwining thunder and lightning. The terrifying power of lightning erupted and descended crazily. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were completely drowned in lightning, filled with violent power. The black crocodile was wrapped in countless bolts of lightning, and then a huge explosion occurred. Immediately, the crocodile was sent flying again. Its body was charred black. However, its scales were not cut open. It was just a small shock to him. Seeing this scene, the elders of the royal family exclaimed. Although they were not present personally, they could tell how terrifying the black crocodile was just by looking at the light screen. Roar! The black crocodile was completely enraged. It could not tolerate being sent flying twice by a human youth. It was an immemorial beast. A peerless ferocious beast, how could it allow a human to be so arrogant? Therefore, in the next moment, it charged over crazily. A streak of black lightning flashed, cutting all the energy apart, and then fiercely blasted Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Immediately, the figure was directly smashed into pieces. What? Was it killed? Seeing this scene, Daoist Long and the others were shocked. The elders of the royal family also exclaimed. However, they were soon stunned. Because they realized that although the figure was smashed into pieces, there was no blood spurting out. Clearly, he wasn't really killed. It was an afterimage, a royal family elder said coldly. The others were even more shocked. Heavens, this kid is too fast. He's even faster than the black crocodile. What movement technique did he master? Daoist Long and the others also realized that it was an afterimage and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they stopped paying attention and focused on fighting the remaining 4 crocodiles. That's right, it was indeed an afterimage. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached an unbelievable level. His current speed was almost comparable to a peerless almighty. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying attack just now, he narrowly dodged it. However, the black crocodile did not intend to stop. The killing intent in its scarlet eyes became even stronger. Although its body was small, the aura it emitted at this moment was too terrifying. It was like a peerless demon king. Sure enough, in the next moment, the demonic aura on his body swept out and immediately formed an incomparably huge crocodile shadow above him. It soared into the sky and directly broke through the entire world. The huge body bobbed up and down, and the black scales were lifelike as if a real immemorial beast had been resurrected. Boom! Then, the black crocodile swung its tail, and the huge crocodile shadow let out a roar and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed, and the terrifying crocodile shadow soared into the sky. Every scale was lifelike. As if it was made of immortal gold, it was surrounded by a murderous aura. Damn it, this is the power of my bloodline. How terrifying. When the royal family elders saw this scene through the light screen, they all gasped. They had to admit that the opponent's bloodline power was too powerful, it was far beyond that of a human. Would this brat be able to withstand it? It would be difficult, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power. Or a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have a chance at all. It would be good enough if he could protect himself. Perhaps it would not be long before he was killed. These people did not think highly of Lin Xian because the dark demonic crocodile's reputation was too strong. Moreover, the crocodile in front of them displayed a heaven-defying bloodline power that shocked the royal elders. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. The huge shadow pressed down on him like 100,000 mountains, causing the blood in his body to freeze. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword mark in his body quickly circulated and eliminated the pressure brought by the bloodline. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand. Buzz. Buzz, chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Streams of terrifying sword chi slashed down mercilessly like the beginning of the universe. In the next moment, the chaotic sword chi collided with the crocodile shadow. A thunderous sound was heard, followed by an earth-shattering explosion of energy that swept out in all directions. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. Heavens, what sword technique is he using? How can he block the bloodline power of an Archean beast? These people went crazy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. The sword technique was too powerful. Could it be a heaven-class cultivation technique? Some royal elders frowned. It can't be. A heaven-class cultivation technique was extremely rare. How could this kid have one? They did not know, but other than that, there was no other explanation. Everyone looked at the screen and swallowed their saliva. They realized that the battle prowess that Lin Xian had displayed was beyond their expectations. Roar, the dark demonic crocodile also roared. It did not expect a human to be able to resist its bloodline power, which made it furious. So in the next moment, it launched another attack. After a roar, the huge dark demonic crocodile shadow above it also let out an earth-shattering roar. Countless layers of cloud scattered, and the terrifying spatial crack extended for an unknown distance. This sound was simply too terrifying. It shattered the world and tore the void apart. Then, in the terrifying sky, a huge black crocodile, as if it had been resurrected from ancient times, charged down rapidly. This scene was simply too terrifying. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth. The mountains, rivers, and forests below were all collapsing. He simply couldn't withstand this power. Seeing this, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate madly. At the same time, he once again unleashed his chaotic sword chi. The chaotic sword chi intertwined with each other and quickly slashed towards the sky. Instantly, the void shattered completely. Lin Xian retreated several thousand meters, his face pale. On the other side, the gigantic ancient silhouette was also blocked. In fact, there was even a crack on it. What? He cut open the ancient phantom. How did he do it? These people were all crazy. This was completely beyond their understanding. The black crocodile was also furious. Its body was trembling. Because the ancient phantom had been slashed apart, it had also caused him a certain amount of damage. Its red eyes were filled with malice as it stared fixedly at Lin Xian. At that moment, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, bring him in. I have a way to deal with him." This was a real ancient beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Hearing the dark red dragon's words, Lin Xian also sent a voice transmission. "Leave the demonic soul for me. I have a use for it." Then, he took a step forward, and the aura of the great dragon sword's soul erupted from his body again. In fact, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared from his body. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the royal family elders constricted. They were extremely shocked. That was the aura of the path of the dragon. Could he be a member of the royal family? They were too shocked, because only the imperial family could achieve this kind of true dragon blessing. But now, the young man in front of them had actually done it. What was going on? Could it be that he was really a member of the royal family? Impossible, he's definitely not from the royal family. Could it be that he's from another dynasty? These people all frowned. However, at that moment, the eyes of the older generation experts were solemn. It was as if a knife had pierced through the void. Although it's also the aura of the Tao of Dragon, it should be different from that of the royal family. This kid must have some kind of secret technique. Indeed, it has nothing to do with our dragon vein. At that moment, the emperor also spoke. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. If it did, they would probably go crazy. The third prince and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the azure dragon phantom to appear on Lin Xian's body. It was indeed very surprising. The aura on Lin Xian's body made the black crocodile tremble uneasily. In the next moment, the dark demonic crocodile roared angrily and charged forward with the terrifying ancient phantom. The azure dragon phantom on Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and turned into the dragon sword realm, slashing in all directions. It collided with the terrifying ancient phantom. In the sky, the azure dragon phantom and the crocodile phantom were constantly fighting. A terrifying aura exploded in an instant, and the heaven and earth went berserk. Endless light and endless figures were rolling in every corner of the void. They were like stars colliding with each other. Buzz, everything around them was annihilated. No one could see the figures of Lin Xian and the black crocodile clearly. At that moment, a ball of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Suddenly, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes one after another. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. Buzz, a terrifying eye technique was used. The black crocodile was suddenly attacked and its body stiffened. Then, it let out a crazy roar. The sound waves turned into sharp swords and pierced through the void, causing great destruction in the sky. It was too terrifying. Everyone's scalps went numb. Everyone was extremely shocked. Damn it! What the hell was going on? They all looked forward, wanting to see clearly. However, there was a vast ocean and endless light. It was like an exploding sun. They could not see clearly at all. Those Imperial clan elders were also extremely shocked. They also wanted to see clearly, but they were watching from the outside through the light screen. They were not at the scene in person, so they could not see clearly. If they were at the scene in person, they might be able to see clearly with their powerful strength. But now, there was nothing they could do. However, in the endless light, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul appeared in his hand and turned into an azure dragon. It slapped forward. In an instant, it hit the black crocodile's body and knocked it to the ground. That palm was too terrifying. The power of the great dragon sword soul completely erupted. Immediately, the black crocodile's back was torn apart, and blood spurted out. Roar! However, Lin Xian only sneered and used the floating light in his eyes again. The black crocodile's soul was attacked and became restless again. It trembled violently. However, Lin Xian's palm was like a mountain as it slammed down mercilessly. After more than a dozen slaps, the black crocodile's skin and flesh were torn open. Even its bones were exposed. Although it was powerful, it was no match for the dragon sword soul. Seeing that the black crocodile was severely injured and its soul was attacked, Lin Xian sneered. He knew it was enough, so he threw the black crocodile into the black earth. He was not worried. With the strength of the dark red divine dragon, it was enough to deal with a severely injured black crocodile. The moment the black crocodile entered the black earth, its aura disappeared. The terrifying primordial shadow above also turned into countless rays of light and scattered. What happened? Could it be that the black crocodile was killed? Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The expressions of Daoist Long, the Lord of the Underworld, the Third Prince, and the royal elders changed drastically. They could no longer sense the black crocodile's aura. Roar! Roar, roar! At the same time, the other 4 black crocodiles also sensed that and became restless. They roared at the sky, and a terrifying aura formed on their bodies. It directly slashed the sun-like light in front of them. Then, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Lin Xian's face was a little pale, but he was not injured. However, there was a pool of blood around him. Every drop of blood was bright red and crystal clear. In the void, terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Obviously, that was not ordinary blood, but primordial blood. Only this kind of bloodline power, which was very vigorous, could cause the void to be unable to withstand it. That was the black crocodile's blood. The black crocodile was injured? Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying black crocodile's body was comparable to immortal gold. It was a top treasure, it could not be defeated at all. How did the other party cut through its defense? Moreover, the more terrifying question was, where was the black crocodile? They looked around but did not find the black crocodile. Had it been smashed into powder? Impossible. Even if the other party could cut through its defense, he could not have smashed it into powder. That was an immemorial demonic beast, but where did that black crocodile go? They could not understand. They really didn't understand. Not to mention these people, even the royal elders didn't understand. This was completely beyond their understanding. Therefore, someone directly asked, "Kid, where's the black crocodile?" "That's right, you didn't kill him, did you?" The Netherworld King also had a confused look on his face. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. "I don't have that kind of power yet, but I shattered the void and connected to a void, banishing him." "What, banished?" Hearing those words, everyone widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. When the elders of the royal family heard this, they were all stunned. "How could I not believe it? Could this brat be lying? It's very possible. I also think it's very suspicious. Even I don't have that ability." However, there were also some elders who frowned. That might not be the case. Perhaps this kid had a special cultivation technique. Don't forget that the Eastern Wastelands Gu family has this kind of terrifying ability. However, this kid was not from the Gu family. Could it be that he was related to the Gu family in some way? Sounds of discussion could be heard. Obviously, everyone was very shocked. However, they did not know that Lin Xian did not send that thing into the void. Instead, he kept it in his black earth. Of course, he would not tell those people about that. Meanwhile, the third prince and the others did not have much time to be suspicious. That was because the other 4 black crocodiles had charged over again. Not only that, but the 4 crocodiles seemed to have gone crazy. That was because one of their companions had disappeared. Moreover, the blood floating in the void had provoked them even more. Roar! Roar, roar! The 4 black crocodiles roared furiously. Then, the 4 black crocodiles activated the power of their bloodlines as if they had gone crazy. Immediately, many immemorial silhouettes appeared in the sky. "Oh no, these animals are going crazy!" The third prince shouted coldly when he saw that. Taoist Master Long and the Netherworld King's expressions changed drastically. They had seen the power of the immemorial silhouettes. That was extremely terrifying. At that moment, they were not very confident that they could defeat the 4 crocodiles at the same time. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. To be honest, he also wanted to get a black demonic crocodile. That was because it was an immemorial beast, and its entire body was a treasure. However, he probably did not have the chance now. The 4 crocodiles acted together and did not give him a chance at all. He might be able to fight against one of them, but he really could not defeat 4 of them. Therefore, in the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "Taoist Master Long, hurry up and trap them with your formation. Let's leave. As long as we have some time, we can quickly get rid of them." "All right." Taoist Master Long also nodded. Indeed, it would not be beneficial for the black crocodiles to continue fighting. Therefore, he formed a hand seal with his palm. Immediately, the formation that covered a radius of 10,000 miles shook rapidly. Then, it quickly shrank and covered a radius of 100 miles. Taoist Master Long and the others soared into the sky and quickly left. "Follow them." When the third prince and the others saw that, they sped up and followed closely behind Taoist Master Long and the other 2. They did not want to stay there. Because with their strength alone, they could not fight against the remaining 4 black crocodiles. In an instant, everyone left the formation. Meanwhile, the formation emitted light and formed a cage that completely imprisoned the 4 crocodiles. Boom! Boom, boom! Behind them, the 4 black crocodiles crazily crashed into the formation, making earth-shattering sounds. Taoist Master Long's expression was solemn when he saw that. He said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and run. My formation will probably only last for 10 seconds. "What, only 10 seconds? Many people felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. However, they could not care less now. They had to use their fastest speed within 10 seconds to completely get rid of those guys. Boom, the third prince roared, and the aura of the Path of Dragon quickly appeared on his body. Then, it turned into a true dragon that enveloped him and the people around him. As for the almighties around him, they also sent out streams of energy into the aura of the Tao of Dragon. Immediately, the true dragon's shadow continued to expand until it was 100 feet tall. Then, with a swing of its tail, it tore through the void and disappeared. Damn, the third prince is too shameless. He actually used the aura of the Path of Dragon. He's not taking us with him. When the Lord of the Underworld saw that, his face turned green. That guy is running too fast. If this continued, they would be the unlucky ones. At the same time, dragon-shaped shadows appeared on Lin Xian's body. Then, he quickly said, "There's no time. Hurry up and follow me." Boom, the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long came to Lin Xian's side. Then, the energy in their bodies erupted and poured into the dragon-shaped aura. Then, Lin Xian performed the demigods and demigods and demigods. He seemed to have transformed into a real dragon and was flying in the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the three of them disappeared on the spot. Indeed, 10 seconds later, the formation behind them was shattered. Then, 4 black crocodiles rushed out. They were extremely ferocious like demons. They roared in all directions. Their blood-red eyes quickly scanned the void, trying to find Lin Xian and the others. However, Lin Xian, the third prince, and the others had already used their maximum speed and left quickly. Therefore, the 4 crocodiles couldn't be found immediately. However, the 4 crocodiles didn't give up. After all, they had lost one of their companions. This made them extremely angry. Therefore, the 4 immemorial beasts discussed and decided to search from 4 directions. One crocodile looked for a direction. Soon, they turned into black lightning and left quickly. One of the crocodiles flew towards the west. After flying for about 2 hours, he roared excitedly. That was because he smelled the scent of a human. The scent of a human stimulated the crocodile even more. He increased his speed without hesitation. Whoosh, when he saw a golden figure, he quickly rushed over. Like a black sword, he pierced through the void. There was indeed someone in front. And it wasn't an ordinary person. It was someone who looked like the Sun War god. He was flying at high speed, but soon, he stopped and frowned. The reason for that was because he sensed a threat rapidly approaching him. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. The golden light on his body shone even brighter and then exploded. Boom, a golden light spread out in all directions with him as the center. The surrounding void instantly shattered. This was an extremely powerful and absolute power, and nothing could stop it. In the next moment, the black crocodile was also hit by the golden light and was sent flying. Boom boom boom, the dark demonic crocodile stopped and was extremely angry. That was because the other party had actually sent him flying. What was that? In front, the golden figure frowned. He was none other than the Golden Lion King who had arrived last. The Golden Lion King's golden hair danced in the wind and his expression was extremely serious. He stared at the black figure in front of him. He then said coldly, "Primordial demonic beast." To think that he would meet a primordial demonic beast here. Obviously, he also recognized the origin of the black crocodile. But soon, he was Golden Lion's golden lion. It was rumored that primordial demonic beasts were filled with treasures from head to toe. It was truly fortunate for him to encounter one this time. Let's see if this immemorial beast is as powerful as the legends. Buzz, the golden lioness roar, demonic black demonic crocodile s's was it, he time. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out. An hour later, the battle was over. In the sky, the huge immemorial figure let out a wail and was torn into 2 by a golden lion. Then, the body of the black crocodile was also torn apart by a palm. It let out an uneasy roar and wanted to struggle, but it was powerless. Although its bloodline power was powerful, the golden figure in front of it also had a terrifying bloodline power. Furthermore, the black crocodile had a weakness. It was too young. It could be said that it was still in its infancy. Facing a genius of the war race like the Golden Lion King, it was still unable to stop him. In the end, the black crocodile was killed. As for the Golden Lion King, it grabbed his corpse and quickly descended. It seemed that it wanted to find out the secret of the immemorial beasts. No one knew about this matter because of the 3 forces that entered the dark canyon. Other than Lin Xian, the third prince was on the other side. The only one left was the Golden Lion King. During the battle, there was no one around the Golden Lion King. The elders of the imperial family could only see the area where the third prince was. Therefore, they did not know what the Golden Lion King was doing. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 left the dangerous place. When they discovered that the black crocodiles did not chase after them, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they were finally safe. The three of them landed in a forest below. Daoist Long said, "We've been fighting and chasing for the past few days. I'm afraid we've consumed a lot of energy. In addition to the previous battle, we don't have much spiritual energy left in our bodies. Therefore, it's better for us to rest and recover to our peak condition first." Lin Xian and the Netherworld King agreed. Then, Daoist Long set up some formations to form a defense. The three of them sat down cross-legged to recover. Lin Xian closed his eyes and his soul entered the black earth. He asked, "How is it, ruffian dragon? Did you succeed? What a joke. How could I not succeed?" The dark red dragon said with a smile. Then, he pointed to the side. There was a formation there, and the black crocodile was lying in the formation. However, at this moment, it was no longer breathing. Not only that, the formation that the dark red dragon had set up was very mysterious. The blood of the black crocodile had completely flowed out of the formation. However, it did not flow out. Instead, it gathered together under the effect of the formation. This is the primordial demon blood. It contains the bloodline power of the dark demon crocodile. Although we can't absorb it, we can use this blood to nourish our bodies. The dark red dragon said, "Kid, you can use the blood too. However, I don't think you're interested in the meat. Leave it to me." Alright, Lin Xian was not interested in eating crocodile meat either. Therefore, he asked again, "You didn't lose the demon soul, right? I have a use for it." "Don't worry, I left it for you," the dark red dragon said with a smile. He waved his dragon claw and took out a small black flag. The small flag was 1/2 meter tall, and there was a picture of a ferocious skull on it. This was a soul summoning flag. It was used to store demon souls. At this moment, the dark demon crocodile's demon soul was inside. Great! Lin Xian was overjoyed. With the primordial demon soul, the power of the demon-slaying sword formation would definitely increase by another level. This was because the demon-slaying sword formation was formed by using the demon souls of various demon beasts. The stronger the demon soul, the more powerful the murderous aura would be. The dark demon crocodile was a primordial demon beast. With its demon soul, the demon-slaying sword formation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. "It's with me." The dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out 2 hearts of darkness. However, the hearts of darkness were slightly different. There was still a black aura surrounding them. That was the aura of death. However, most of it had been removed. It seemed that it would not take long for the aura of death to be completely removed. "Alright, you can continue." Lin Xian said, "Just leave me a heart of death and a portion of the immemorial demonic blood. You and Xiaobai can split the rest." With that, Lin Xian exited the black earth. However, a black spirit summoning banner appeared in his hand. Lin Xian took a deep breath as he held the black spirit summoning banner. He did not use it immediately. Instead, he put it away. In the next moment, he began to recover his lost energy. After half a day, he was back to his peak state. Then, he stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I have some enlightenment from the previous battle. Now, I would like to go and practice my skills. Give me a day. After a day, we will meet again here." With that, Lin Xian shot up into the sky and disappeared into the forest. He wanted to refine the demon-slaying sword formation. Naturally, he could not do it in front of Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld. He had to find a place where no one was around and set it up properly. After flying at a high speed, Lin Xian made sure that it was safe. Then, he landed in a valley. He raised his hand and set up countless formations to form a safe defense. Then, blood-red runes flashed under his feet and formed a blood-red sword diagram that emitted a monstrous aura of the blood sea. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spirit summoning banner again. Then, he waved his hand and the spirit summoning banner swayed gently, emitting a black aura. Then, a dark demonic crocodile demon soul appeared. This demon soul was extremely ferocious. As soon as it appeared, it charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Whoosh, between heaven and earth, a strong wind blew. A terrifying demonic aura swept across the surroundings and tore the void apart. Although it did not have a physical body, the demon's soul was still extremely terrifying. After all, it was the demon soul of an immemorial demon beast. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. The dragon's fright soul in his body rushed out and turned into a green dragon that charged towards the demon soul. Then, the dark crocodile's demon soul trembled and was knocked to the ground, rolling non-stop. Although he was strong, how could he be stronger than the great dragon sword spirit? Therefore, he could not resist Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian waved his hand. Instantly, countless blood-red sword tattoos vibrated rapidly. Then, streaks of blood-red sword chi turned into red ribbons and firmly locked onto the immemorial demon soul. Refine, Lin Xian snorted and sat down cross-legged. On his body, countless sword chi and the demon-slaying sword formation merged into one as they began to completely refine the immemorial demon soul. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. After a day and night of continuous cultivation, he finally completely refined the immemorial demon soul. As expected, the raging beast soul was gone. It had merged with the demon-slaying sword formation. It disappeared. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi in the air swiftly intertwined with one another to form a massive silhouette of an ancient beast. It was a black crocodile. Its body was so huge that it could crush the void like a black mountain. There was a terrifying murderous aura on his body. Success. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a grin. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the primordial demon soul. Its power was twice as strong as before. If he were to unleash the immemorial demon soul, even an elite mighty figure would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's strength increased again. Then, without further delay, he put away the soul demon sword formation and soared into the sky, heading back the way he came. Soon, he met up with Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld. "Kid, where did you go? Why are you so mysterious?" The Lord of Humor was confused. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. Then, he said, "Where are we going now? Let's continue. Now that 5 days have passed, we still have half the time," Taoist Long said in a deep voice. "As for the third prince, let's not bother about them. This place is too big. It would be difficult to find them alone. Let's see what treasures there are around." "Okay." Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were not very interested in chasing after the third prince. Then, the three of them set off. However, the heavens loved to joke around. They did not deliberately look for the third prince, but after half a day, they still met the third prince and his group. Lin Xian had a strange expression when he saw the third prince. Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld also had unnatural expressions. They really did not want to look for the third prince, but they still met the third prince and his group. When they saw Lin Xian and the other two, the third prince's group looked gloomy as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The third prince even snorted coldly. "Humph, you guys are really persistent. But if you want to fight, come at me." Without the threat of the black crocodile, the third prince and his group became arrogant again. He still had more people around him than Lin Xian and the other two, so he was not afraid if they really fought. "Are you very powerful? Why didn't you dare to fart when you were fighting against the black crocodile?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes and sneered. On the other hand, Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld looked solemn. Although they came in to find the third prince's whereabouts, they did not have full confidence if they really fought. The third prince's group did not have full confidence either, and to be honest, they were not willing to fight. After all, this was the Dark Canyon. There was no danger now, but it did not mean that there would be no danger later. As expected, an old man on the third prince's side stood out. He was an old man in a red robe and had a strong aura. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, why don't we join forces? We found a cave in front of us, and I think it should be a historical site. This is the historical site of the Dark Canyon. I don't need to tell you how many treasures there are inside. But you can imagine how difficult it is. The monsters outside are already so terrifying. Who knows if there are even more terrifying creatures inside? I think we should join forces. As for the battle, it won't be too late to fight to the death after we get out of the Dark Canyon." Taoist Long's eyes flickered when he heard that. What do you think? He looked at Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld. Lin Xian shrugged. I don't have any objections. The Lord of the Underworld also nodded. Alright, let's join forces first. Taoist Long also nodded in agreement. The third prince heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then, the two parties joined forces and entered the cave. However, they did not know that not long after they entered, a golden figure also landed. Then, he also entered the cave. Inside the cave, the black wind seemed to be even stronger, and it blew so hard that their souls were about to leave their bodies. Soon, everyone put on their defensive armor and even activated their king's domains. If another Archean monster appeared, they would definitely be finished. However, there were indeed many treasures inside. Not long after they entered, they found a few stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the corners. In the outside world, it was already extinct. It could be said that it was extremely precious. Everyone's eyes burned with passion when they saw that. At that moment, the red-robed elder on the third prince's side sneered. He said, although we've joined hands, it seems like we should talk about the distribution of the treasures. Hearing that, the third prince sneered. The elite mighty figures around them were all on guard. They circulated the spiritual power in their bodies as if they were about to attack at any time. It seemed like they were about to fight if there was a disagreement. How do you want to split the treasures? Taoist Master Long asked in a deep voice. His face was cold and solemn. You have fewer people, so you can take 30%. We have more people, so we naturally want 70%. This is the most reasonable distribution. What? We get 30%? Hearing that, the Lord of the Underworld's face darkened. What a joke. 50-50? Otherwise, let's fight. Let's see who's stronger. To be honest, he was not the type to be bullied. When he entered, he had tacitly agreed to split the treasures equally. However, the other party wanted to take 70% of the treasures. How could that be possible? Why? Are you unwilling? You have no right to bargain in front of me. The third prince shouted coldly. The red-robed elder next to him also said, You three, I think you should think carefully. 30% is a lot for you. Why are you so greedy? Otherwise, you won't even get 10%. F***ck. This is too much. The Lord of the Underworld was furious. He had tricked them into entering and then bullied them to take 70% of the treasures. How could the Lord of the Underworld and the others tolerate that? Kid, why don't we attack and beat them up? The Lord of the Underworld looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian could even injure an Archean monster. He was very powerful, which shocked the Lord of the Underworld and the others. Therefore, the Lord of the Underworld wanted to team up with Lin Xian to fight against the third prince. Lin Xian also frowned. When he heard the Lord of the Underworld's words, he also spoke in a deep voice. 30% is indeed not appropriate. However, I don't think you're willing to split the treasures equally. Huh? Kid, what are you talking about? When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Lord of the Underworld was originally quite happy. However, when he heard that Lin Xian wasn't willing to split the loot 50-50, he was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? A 50-50 split was the most advantageous for them. Not to mention the Lord of the Underworld, even Taoist Long looked confused. The third prince frowned. What the hell was this kid doing? So he said, What do you want? It was very simple. There was no need to split the loot. Everyone would fight for the treasures here based on their own abilities. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he spoke of his plan. What? Fight for it with their own abilities? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The third prince's side was even more stunned. They had originally thought that Lin Xian would raise some conditions that would resist. However, he didn't expect that the other party would propose such a condition. Immediately, he sneered. Because of a mediocre ability, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to get 10%. Thinking of this, they all sneered in disdain. On the other side, Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were also stunned. Then, the Lord of the Underworld said, Kid, are you crazy? This is the best choice. I think the two of you should have your own secret methods, right? So, Are you willing to split the loot this way? Lin Xian asked. I have no problem with that. Daoist Long nodded and agreed to the distribution method. The Lord of the Underworld also sighed. All right. Although he didn't have any secret methods, he was the Lord of Darkness. In the Dark Canyon, his combat power was enhanced. Therefore, seeing that Lin Xian and Daoist Long had agreed, he had no choice but to agree. Humph. It seems that you're overconfident. The third prince sneered. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you can fight against the dark demon crocodile? Indeed, the other party had made a dark demon crocodile disappear, which was shocking. However, that didn't mean that the other party was truly powerful. If they really fought for the treasures, the third prince was certain that they would have an absolute advantage. Thinking of this, the third prince sneered. Since we'll fight for it with our own abilities, then so be it. However, don't cry when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. The Lord of the Underworld snorted coldly, while Lin Xian directly ignored the third prince and the others. Since they had already decided to fight each other, he wouldn't give up this good opportunity. In the next moment, he looked at the few herbs in front of him. As an alchemist, Lin Xian had a huge need for herbs. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that the herbs in front of him definitely had extraordinary origins. They couldn't be found outside at all. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Kid, you're courting death. When the third prince saw Lin Xian swaggering towards the front, intending to pick the spiritual herbs, he was shocked. He was immediately displeased. What a joke. Can't you see that there are so many elite mighty figures here? How can a kid behave so atrociously here? One of the mighty figures was displeased. He sneered, reached out his palm, and grabbed in front of him. He seemed to be attacking Lin Xian, but he also seemed to be picking the herbs. It could be said that the threat was very obvious. Get lost. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head and slammed his palm forward. Immediately, a blue ice palm slammed out and collided with the mighty figure's palm. Boom, the ice exploded, and a terrifying aura instantly caused the temperature in the entire cave to plummet. The surrounding ground was covered in frost. The mighty figure's palm was also covered with a layer of blue frost. An extremely terrifying icy aura surged into his body. Boom, the mighty figure retracted his palm, and his expression became extremely ugly. Kid, you're courting death. In the next moment, he probed his other palm. He quickly struck it out. This palm was directly aimed at Lin Xian without any concealment. It was obvious that the mighty figure was furious. Buzz, Lin Xian's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of him, dodging the palm. Then, he waved his hand, picked the herbs in front of him, and put them into the black earth. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the mighty figure roared crazily, while the third prince's face darkened. This is a slap in the face, a slap in the face. Previously, they had mocked Lin Xian and said that if they fought with their own abilities, they wouldn't be able to get anything. But now, Lin Xian had picked 3 precious herbs right in front of him. If this wasn't a slap in the face, what was? Especially the mighty figure who attacked earlier, his face darkened. He had attacked twice, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian, which made him lose face. Kid, hand over those 3 herbs. Lin Xian sneered. Hand it over, why? Are you an idiot or are you out of your mind? How can I hand it over when I already have it? He rolled his eyes and sneered at such an unreasonable condition. As for that almighty, he was infuriated. You have a death wish. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for taking action. You want to snatch it? Let's see if you have what it takes. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the mighty figure quickly charged over. He extended his palm and slapped down. Instantly, the void trembled and the sun and moon dimmed. Whoosh, meanwhile, Lin Xian's body moved erratically like a ghost. He turned into countless afterimages and dodged the palm. Then, he arrived near the mighty figure and extended his palm. His 5 fingers formed a claw and bit down like a green dragon. The mighty figure also retreated, but the green dragon palm instantly turned into an ice dragon. It emitted a terrifying chill. In an instant, countless pieces of ice appeared around him. Frost spread under his feet and restricted his speed. The mighty figure felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Damn it! What kind of ice is this? Why is it so terrifying? Although he had seen how powerful Lin Xian was before, he did not think that a young man could fight against him. However, after exchanging blows with him, he could feel how terrifying his opponent was. That chill was truly shocking. 6 directions divine fist, with a furious roar, the mighty figure waved his fist and resisted the surrounding ice. In an instant, the surrounding ice shattered. However, Lin Xian's palm landed mercilessly and grabbed the mighty figure's shoulder. Then, he pressed down hard. With a crack, the mighty figure's bones broke. The terrifying chill instantly froze half of his body. You have a death wish. Seeing that, the mighty figure screamed in agony. Then, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. The other party actually injured him in an instant. It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he wanted to fight with his life. However, at that moment, the third prince snorted and stopped. He could not stand it anymore. He said coldly, I'll give you the 3 herbs. Let's go. Next time, I won't let you get it so easily. To be honest, he did not want to give up on these 3 herbs. However, the power that Lin Xian displayed was truly shocking. This was especially true for his subordinate. Half of his body was already sealed in ice. If they continued to fight, he would most likely suffer even more injuries. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop the battle. However, Su Chen sneered when he heard that. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? Who do you think you are, third prince? I'm not someone you've invited, so I don't need to listen to your orders, Lin Xian sneered. He was not moved at all. What? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Even Daoist Long and Lord of the Underworld twitched their mouths. The royal family elders in the Grand Imperial Hall also saw this scene. They, too, felt dizzy. F***ck, what kind of brat is this? He's too arrogant, how dare he directly challenge the third prince? The third prince's face was gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was a prince, high and mighty. Moreover, his strength was ranked in the top 3 among the princes. Even the other princes had to be respectful and call him third brother when they saw him, let alone the other mighty figures. Even peerless geniuses like First Blade and Fist Tyrant had to work under him. Who dared to be rude to him? However, this brat in front of him dared to scold him, he even dared to openly defy him. This made the third prince explode with anger. The mighty figures around the third prince also had a change of expression. Then, they all shouted, how dare you, brat, you're too presumptuous, do you know who you're talking to? Meanwhile, Lin Xian sneered. Isn't he just a prince? He's your master, but he has nothing to do with me. Don't try to intimidate me with your words. After saying that, Lin Xian sneered and ignored him. Daoist Long and Lord of the Underworld also laughed when they heard that. Indeed, he's right. The third prince has nothing to do with us. Why, you dare to be arrogant again? Don't blame me for being rude when we get out of here. The mighty figures around them wanted to say something, but the third prince waved his hand and stopped them. Then, his eyes turned cold and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, very well. You've successfully angered me. No one has ever dared to defy me like this. You're the first. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Feel free to teach me. Lin Xian turned his head and ignored Prince Huishan. That scene made the third prince explode with anger again. In the next moment, he almost vomited blood because Lin Xian looked at the captured mighty figure again and said coldly, you're the one who's been captured. You'll have to pay a price if you want to take what's mine. Otherwise, I won't let you leave like this. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Damn it. What are you trying to do? That mighty figure's face darkened. To be honest, he had wanted to resist and there was a possibility that he could. But now, while Lin Xian was talking to the third prince, Lin Xian did not stop. The cold energy in Lin Xian's body kept pouring into him, causing half of his body to be completely frozen. The spiritual energy and blood in his body were all frozen. It was impossible for him to resist even if he wanted to. He might have a chance if he didn't get seriously injured. But that was only a chance. Lin Xian smiled and looked at him. Hand over a piece of divine crystal and I'll let you go. What? Hand over a piece of divine crystal. That mighty figure was stunned when he heard that. The other mighty figures were also stunned. Damn, this is a robbery. Brat, don't be too arrogant. They roared again, but Lin Xian sneered. You're right, I'm robbing you. Why, do you really think that you don't have to pay a price for attacking me? Who do you think I am? That I can be bullied by you? If you want to attack me, you'll have to pay a painful price. One piece of divine crystal is not a small amount. I've already frozen half of your body. If you dare to attack me, I can guarantee that half of your body will turn into nothingness in an instant. By then, you might be able to hurt me or escape. But you'll definitely be seriously injured and your combat strength will be greatly reduced. Whether you can recover or not is still unknown. Do you think that one piece of divine crystal in exchange for half of your life is a lot? Lin Xian ignored the others and said coldly, I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. If you don't pay me the divine crystal in 5 seconds, I'll cripple half of your body. Overbearing, he's too overbearing. The aura that Lin Xian displayed at this moment had truly shocked everyone present. Even the elders of the royal family were speechless. He's a freaking bandit. He's a heavenly bandit. However, none of them dared to resist. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian did not speak much and was even a little taciturn. They thought that he had a good temper. But now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. He probably could not be bothered with these people. As expected, when these people provoked him, they had to pay a painful price. The mighty one was sweating profusely. He knew that Lin Xian was right. If he attacked now, he might have a chance to seriously injure the other party, but he would definitely be half dead. He did not want to take such a risk, so he could only grit his teeth and take out a piece of green divine crystal. His heart was bleeding, that was because a piece of divine crystal was of great significance to him. He did not have many divine crystals in his entire fortune. Now that he had taken out one of them to buy his life, it really made his heart ache. However, there was nothing he could do. Very well, Lin Xian took the divine crystal, then pushed his palm and sent the mighty one flying. The mighty one quickly retreated and put some distance between them. At the same time, he swallowed a pill. A wave of blazing lava surged out of his body and burned the ice. Soon, he regained his mobility. Then, his face darkened. He roared angrily and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. What? You still want to attack? However, capturing you this time is not something that can be settled with a piece of divine crystal. You have to think carefully. Buzz, hearing that, the mighty one stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and his eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted coldly. Kid, just you wait. This is not over. He did not attack. Instead, he admitted defeat. The mighty ones on the third prince's side all widened their eyes. This was too illogical. No matter what, they had to fight for at least 300 rounds, killing each other to the death. However, that mighty one did not attack. What's going on? Could it be that this kid's strength is already enough to threaten elite mighty ones? They were extremely shocked, and the way they looked at Lin Xian changed again. Meanwhile, Lin Xian looked at the third prince and the others and sneered. You're welcome to attack me. However, prepare the divine crystals in advance to buy your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing those words, the third prince and the mighty ones beside him vomited blood. Too arrogant, they had never met such an insolent person. However, the other party was so powerful. If they were to attack, Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld would not just stand by and watch. He would definitely help Lin Xian. Therefore, it was really not worth it to make a move now. Therefore, the third prince let out a cold sigh and ignored Lin Xian. He would remember this grudge. When he got out, he would gather all his subordinates and kill the other party. But for now, it was better to look for treasures first. After which, the third prince led the group and strode forward, no longer paying any attention to Lin Xian and the other two. The third prince actually gave up. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders all cried out in surprise and disgust animatedly. Damn, how could he tolerate this? The third prince shouldn't be like this. This was completely out of character for him, that young man. Had he already reached such a terrifying stage? Many people were shocked. However, the people on the eighth prince's side sneered. What third prince? So he's just a good-for-nothing. You don't have any courage at all. How could such a person become a prince? That's right, he's a disgrace to the royal family. This was a good opportunity to suppress the third prince's faction. How could they give it up? Immediately, waves of mockery and ridicule were heard. On the other hand, the third prince was hopping mad. Someone retorted, what do you know? This is called forbearance. Considering the big picture. Do you understand? In ancient times, who wouldn't endure humiliation and take the big picture into consideration? What kind of ability is it to show off one's courage? The one who has the last laugh is the winner. The third prince's side quickly counterattacked. For a time, the hall was extremely noisy. The atmosphere became extremely tense as they opposed each other with equal harshness. In the dark canyon, the third prince and the others were indeed quickly leading the way. It was not that they were kind, but they wanted to snatch the treasures. If Lin Xian and the other two were in front, they would probably have to fight another big battle. The Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Long looked gloomy, but Lin Xian was very relaxed. Kid, why aren't you anxious at all? The Lord of the Underworld asked. He was very confused. What's the hurry? Lin Xian shrugged. Let them lead the way first. Anyway, it's so dangerous here, let them take the risk. This way, we'll be safe, but we won't have the chance to hide and take the treasures. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Soon, at this moment, exclamations could be heard from the third prince's side. It seemed that he had found something good again. Hearing these exclamations, the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Long also focused their gazes and looked ahead like lightning. Then, they exclaimed. Earth Ganoderma, there's actually an Earth Ganoderma in front. Earth Ganoderma? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Little White, you can take action now. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. In the black earth, Little White Monkey began to cast a spell while holding the treasure basin. During this period of time, its strength had also increased. As long as there were no large array formations sealing the treasures, it could snatch them. Of course, if there was an array formation, it might be more troublesome. It would depend on how powerful the array formation was. If the array formation was more powerful than Little White Monkey, it would not be able to take the treasures out. Otherwise, it could be taken out. However, there did not seem to be any array formations around the Earth Ganoderma, so Lin Xian directly let Little White Monkey take action. Whoosh! In front, the third prince and the others were also delighted when they saw the Earth Ganoderma. Among them, the red-robed elder walked forward and reached out to pluck the Earth Ganoderma. Buzz, however, before he could do anything, the Earth Ganoderma in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving only a root buried in the soil. What's going on? The red-robed elder was stunned. The third prince and all the other powerful beings around him were stunned as well. They then rubbed their eyes furiously. Where's the Earth Ganoderma? Why is it gone? Damn it, it's really gone. The red-robed mighty figure walked forward and carefully checked. He realized that it was not a trick, but someone had really plucked it. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it? The red-robed elder was furious. He looked around with a sharp gaze. It was like a sharp sword that quickly cut through the void. However, he did not find anyone suspicious. The third prince and the others also snorted coldly. They covered the entire cave with their soul power, but they did not find anything either. What's going on? They were very puzzled. In their opinion, if the treasure had been taken away, there must be an expert hiding in the surroundings. However, they could not find anything even with so many people checking. Could it be that the expert was so powerful that they could not detect him? There were so many of them, but none of them found anything. Could it be that this expert was so powerful that they couldn't detect him, or could it be that there was no expert, and there were other reasons for the disappearance of the Earth Ganoderma? They couldn't figure it out, but their faces were gloomy and unhappy. Behind him, a red lingji appeared in Lin Xian's hand. However, he quickly put it away with a flip of his wrist. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were stunned. Although their eyes were focused in front of them, and they even used their soul power to detect the unknown mysterious expert. However, their shockwaves still swept over to Lin Xian's side. They vaguely saw a collar appear in Lin Xian's hand. However, when they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the Ganoderma in Lin Xian's hand had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that this kid did it? The Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long were also stunned. Furthermore, they recalled how Lin Xian had been following behind the third prince at a leisurely pace, looking very relaxed. They thought that it was very strange, but now it seemed that Lin Xian had some kind of secret technique that allowed him to take things from a distance. That was why he wasn't worried that the third prince and the others would take it away. This kid was too mysterious. The two of them were extremely shocked. Although they had lived for thousands of years, they had never seen such a mysterious young man. In front of them, the third prince and the others looked around but didn't find anyone suspicious. Finally, they turned around and fixed their eyes on Lin Xian and the others. If there was anyone suspicious, it would be the three people behind them. What are you looking at? Fight me if you don't like it, the Lord of the Underworld glared at the third prince and the others when they turned around. Hearing that, the third prince couldn't help but feel the blood in his body rushing to his head. He was about to go berserk. Since when did a mighty figure dare to talk back to him? However, he had endured for so long. If he lost his temper now, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, the other party wasn't simple. He knew that the Lord of the Underworld was a king of darkness, and he had a special bonus in the Dark Canyon. He didn't know how strong his combat power was. However, he still snorted coldly. I suspect that it was the three of you who did it. The three of you should obediently walk to the front. The third prince said in a deep voice. Because he couldn't see clearly at the back, if he let the three of them walk in front, he would be able to scout for danger. Secondly, if these people wanted to attack again, they would be able to discover it immediately. At that time, he would definitely not let these people off. The Underworld King and Taoist Long immediately smiled when they heard that. They had wanted to go to the front for a long time. The corners of Su Chen's lips curled up as well. It didn't matter where it was. He didn't care. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them strode forward. Haha, the feeling of walking at the front is different, what a wide field of vision. The Lord of the Underworld was extremely excited. He rubbed his large hands together and scanned the surroundings with lightning speed. On the side, Taoist Long also looked solemn. Clearly, they would not return empty-handed after coming to the front. At the very least, he had to obtain a large number of treasures. Lin Xian had a smile on his face, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. Since they were in front of him, he was even more direct. Because he had the eye technique and his powerful soul power, he could see further. Therefore, before the third prince and his men could discover the treasures in the distance, he had Snowy White Marquis pick them up from afar. The ones near him were the joint efforts of the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Long. That was the dark demon metal. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes lit up. Then, he reached out his palm and grabbed in front of him. Behind him, the third prince and his men also noticed this and quickly took action. The Lord of the Underworld roared, "Get lost, all of you." As he spoke, two purple wings appeared on his back. They turned into heavenly swords and swept out. Clang, then, it collided with the mighty figures behind him, making an earth-shattering sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lord of the Underworld's hand grabbed the dark demon metal and put it away. *CK, the faces of the mighty figures behind him turned green with anger. What a joke! How could they allow these people to take away the treasures that they found? Therefore, in the next moment, they all roared, "Damn it, hand it over." The Lord of the Underworld sneered, "Hand it over? What a joke! Didn't we agree to rely on our own abilities? If I get it, it's mine." These people were so anxious that they almost vomited blood. Previously, when the three of them were at the back, they couldn't get anything. Now that the three of them were at the front, they couldn't get anything either. Could it be that the three of them were sent by the heavens to restrain them? The third prince's face was also gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes was about to explode. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's split up and search in different directions." He finally changed his strategy. Instead of searching in groups, he spread out in small groups. That way, they would have more places to search. As expected, they also found some treasures. However, the real treasures had long been taken away by Lin Xian. What they had now were things that Lin Xian didn't care about. Indeed, during this period of time, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs, ores, and metals. The metals could be used to refine treasures, and the spiritual herbs could be used to refine pills. They could increase the cultivation levels of Lin Xian, the little white monkey, and the dark red dragon. Soon, they continued to go deeper, but there was no path ahead. It was blocked by a door. Seeing this, the third prince and the others became excited. Because this meant that there was an entrance in front. Perhaps it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. Even Lin Xian and the other two's eyes were burning with passion. The elders of the Grand Imperial Hall cried out in surprise when they saw the scene. They were looking forward to it. After all, no one had ever entered the ruins. The two stone doors in front of them were abnormally simple, and there were mysterious runes engraved on them. Although the light was dim and would extinguish at any time, the aura coming from them was abnormally heavy. It made them feel a sense of trepidation. This was energy that had existed for countless years. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person who had set up this energy back then was. Attacked together, the third prince took a deep breath and gave the order. Boom! Boom! The third prince's powerful figures stood in a row and quickly attacked. The violent attacks blasted on the ancient stone doors, causing shocking collisions. However, the runes on the stone doors shone, forming a vortex that diluted all the violent energy. Then, everything returned to normal. The stone doors did not change at all. What? How could this be? Seeing this, the third prince and the others were stunned, and their faces turned ugly. The elders in the Grand Imperial Hall frowned as they watched the scene through the light screen. As expected of the ruins of the Dark Canyon. It was indeed mysterious. As expected of the ruins of the Dark Canyon. It was incomparably mysterious. That's right, I wonder if these people can open it. The third prince's gaze was gloomy. He quickly looked at Lin Xian and the other two and said, "Let's attack together. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter." "All right." Taoist Master Long nodded. Now was indeed the time to work together. Taoist Master Long and the other two also joined in. Then, those terrifying powerhouses attacked again. Violent energy violently blasted forward. Even the third prince did not stay idle and attacked as well. Boom! Boom, boom. Shocking energy exploded, and the void was instantly torn apart. However, the stone door in front of them did not budge at all. It seemed to have withstood everyone's attacks. "Damn it, open!" Everyone roared again and increased their strength. The runes on the stone door also began to tremble. It was obvious that it could not withstand the power anymore. The stone door also rumbled as if it was about to open at any moment. However, it did not open in the end. It seemed that they were still lacking a little. "Damn it, no, they're still lacking a little." Everyone retracted their hands with ugly expressions. They had already used their terrifying power. They had not opened it yet. Could it be that they had to use their trump cards to open the stone door? However, if they used their trump cards now, wouldn't they be exposing themselves? Therefore, they were in a dilemma for a moment. However, at that moment, a sneer came from behind. "So what if I join in?" "Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone's hair stood on end, and their hearts turned cold. "There's someone. Someone is indeed hiding nearby." Previously, they even suspected that it was Lin Xian and the others who had secretly stolen the treasure. However, it seemed that it was very likely not the case. It was very likely that the mysterious powerhouse was hiding in the dark. Now that the door could not be opened, the mysterious powerhouse could no longer hold back and was finally about to appear. The third prince was extremely shocked, while Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long were even more shocked. They did not expect that there would be a hidden powerhouse here. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the Imperial clan's elders also cried out in alarm. What? There's someone else? Who is it? How did they come in? Is it a powerhouse invited from the outside, or a creature from the dark canyon? When they thought of the latter possibility, they gasped, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they saw a golden figure walk out of the light screen. While they were stunned, the third prince and Lin Xian were also stunned. Because they realized that they actually knew this mysterious person, Golden Lion King. It's actually you, the third prince cried out in surprise. Then, his eyes became extremely solemn. The Golden Lion King was a subordinate of the first prince. Now that it was here, did that mean that the first prince was here as well? The Almighties behind him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian and the other two looked serious. Because the Golden Lion King was indeed an incomparably terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party's background was extremely mysterious. He was a war race genius. More importantly, they didn't know if this fellow had come alone or with the first prince's subordinates. However, after looking around, they heaved a sigh of relief. That was because they discovered that other than the Golden Lion King, no one else appeared. This meant that it wasn't the first prince who brought people to kill their way in. Instead, it was the Golden Lion King who came in by himself. But thinking of this, their scalps still went numb. He actually dared to enter the dark canyon alone and even managed to come here. Wasn't this Golden Lion King a little too terrifying? Facing everyone's gazes, the Golden Lion King didn't care at all. His tall figure emitted a sun-like radiance, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He was like a war god, bringing with him a strong sense of oppression. Let's work together to break open this stone door, the Golden Lion King spoke in a deep voice. It didn't seem like he was discussing with everyone, but rather, he seemed to be giving an order. Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Which one of them here wasn't a peerless character? Why would they be ordered by a young man? The Almighties under the third prince were also unhappy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the Golden Lion King. He was a peerless genius, and the other party was also a peerless genius. Moreover, both of them had a perfect record in the first round. He felt a little regretful that they didn't fight in the first round. Seeing the other party, Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. Naturally, the Golden Lion King also felt Lin Xian's gaze. He then turned his head, and a golden radiance burst out from his eyes. It was like a golden sword, slicing through the void. Buzz, boom. Boom, boom. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating an intense explosion. Countless black cracks appeared in the void. Then, a black hole appeared between the two of them, showing signs of expanding. Seeing this scene, the Almighties gasped, and shock appeared in their eyes. These two youngsters, don't look at their young age, their strength was really too powerful. At this moment, the energy emitted by the two of them made them feel a chill down their spines. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders were all excited when they saw this scene. These were two top young geniuses. If they were to fight, what kind of scene would it be? They were even looking forward to it. Overestimating themselves. On the other hand, the Empress snorted, and a trace of disdain appeared in her eyes. The Golden Lion King was personally invited by her. He was a genius of the war race, and it could be said that he was born for battle. He was extremely strong. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, how could he be compared to the Golden Lion King, Dark Canyon, in front of the stone door? The aura from the two of them was getting stronger and stronger, and it looked like an even more intense collision was about to happen. However, at this moment, the third prince stood out. He sighed, and then said in a deep voice, "The two of you, please stop. Now is not the time to fight. Let's work together and break the stone door first." To be honest, he also hoped that the two of them would fight now, because they weren't his subordinates. It would be best if both of them were injured. But now, he should focus on the big picture. He was eager to know what kind of treasure was hidden behind the stone door. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the third prince decided to work together to open the stone door first. The Golden Lion King snorted and retracted his gaze. On the other side, Lin Xian's aura also receded like the tide, and it returned to calmness. In the next moment, everyone made their move. Boom! Boom! The stone door trembled. This time, it trembled even more violently. Then, a crack appeared on the stone door, and the two doors opened completely. It finally opened. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were excited, let alone them. However, Lin Xian and the others were not in a hurry to enter. They had been to countless ruins and knew that it was extremely dangerous inside. Therefore, they first put on their armor and even surrounded themselves with their king's domain. After all the defenses were set up, they entered. This was the dark canyon, which was 100 times more dangerous than outside. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. However, when they entered, they were a little stunned. Because along the way, they did not receive any attacks at all, nor did they encounter any formations. This left them in a daze. One had to know that in other ruins, there would be a terrifying formation or attack after taking 2 steps. However, it was calm and peaceful now. This silence made them feel even more uneasy. It had to be said that it was very magical inside because they realized that it was a world of its own. Indeed, as they walked, they felt that the scene under their feet had changed. It was no longer a cave, but an island floating in the sky. The surroundings were no longer dark, but white clouds and immortal fog. In front of them, the palaces and pavilions were emitting resplendent light. Those who did not know better would think that they had arrived at a paradise. The third prince and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The royal family elders stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. They did not expect that there would be such a magical ruin in the dark canyon. Which peerless powerhouse had left it behind? We're rich. We're rich, ha 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 ha, those mighty figures cheered excitedly. From the looks of it, no one had been here before. Moreover, it was definitely the wealth left behind by a peerless powerhouse. There were definitely countless natural treasures inside. If they could get some, they would definitely be rich. Taoist Master Long and the Netherworld King also took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with joy. At the side, the Golden Lion King revealed a smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. He had already summoned Little White. Once he found a treasure, he would immediately take action. As expected, the mighty figures under the third prince could not wait and quickly rushed forward. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the surroundings changed. In the sky, the clouds rumbled and formed thunderclouds. Then, they came crashing down rapidly. The terrifying lightning was like a wild snake, instantly enveloping those mighty figures. Damn it! Get lost, a powerful being roared towards the sky and spat out flames to resist the lightning above. Some mighty figures waved their mountain-like palms in front of him. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Then, the few powerful beings retreated with gloomy expressions. Because the power of the lightning was truly too terrifying, in particular, the thunderclouds above continued to bombard the sky as if it was a heavenly tribulation. This made the third prince, Taoist Long, and the others gasp. What kind of energy was this? Could it really be a heavenly tribulation? It seemed that they still needed to work together. The third prince's expression was solemn. However, the Golden Lion King merely laughed coldly. There was no need for that. Since they were already here, they would rely on their own abilities. As he spoke, he strode forward. Following his actions, a terrifying thundercloud also condensed above him and enveloped the Golden Lion King. Then, the sky full of thunder and lightning poured down. Wang, at this moment, the Golden Lion King also made its move. Golden light erupted from his body and swept out in all directions like the sun. Boom! With a punch, the golden fist tore the world apart and crashed into the thunder and lightning in the sky. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared. What? So terrifying! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This Golden Lion King was too frightening. It actually shattered such a frightening lightning with a single punch. One must know that even elite powerful beings would find it hard to resist this kind of thunder and lightning. However, the Golden Lion King shattered it with just a raise of his hand. Didn't this mean that the opponent's strength had already surpassed that of elite powerful beings? Heavens, what level had he reached? Was this the strength of the war tribe? It was too terrifying. Not to mention the third prince and the others, even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely shocked. The war tribe was extremely mysterious. They had already gone into seclusion 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that they would come out again? However, the Golden Lion King's strength had left them extremely shocked. The sky full of thunder and lightning poured down and enveloped the Golden Lion King. However, the Golden Lion King's body emitted a golden radiance. The image of a lion circled around him, resisting the terrifying thunder and lightning. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. "Damn it, let's do it too." Seeing this scene, the third prince also shouted in anger. The powerful beings around him quickly gathered together and worked together to resist the thunder and lightning in the sky. Lin Xian's side also made a move. On Lin Xian's body, the dragon sword domain appeared and enveloped him. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King also used their king domains and walked forward. In the sky, violent thunder and lightning descended and directly pierced through the void. That terrifying thunder and lightning made the scalps of these powerful beings numb. They even suspected that if they couldn't withstand it and were struck by the thunder and lightning, would they be directly pierced through. However, fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. They finally managed to avoid the terrifying heavenly tribulation by a hair's breadth. Everyone's face was pale. When they turned around, they realized that they had only walked about 100 meters. On the ground of 100 meters, there were blue lines that looked like thunder and lightning. Could it be that it was because of these paths that the heavenly tribulation condensed? These people were extremely shocked. As expected of the ancient ruins, it was indeed incomparably mysterious. This made them even more careful. Fortunately, after walking for more than 100 meters, there was a palace in front of them. It was a 6-story pavilion. It was very simple and unadorned, but there was no dust on it. Instead, it was overflowing with light. Boom, the Golden Lion King took the lead. He opened the door and walked in. The people behind him also saw the situation inside and exclaimed in surprise. Supreme-grade spirit medicine. A peerless treasure saber. The cauldron was still emitting smoke. Could there be immortal pills in there? Everyone was extremely shocked because they realized that in the center of the hall on the first floor, there was a huge cauldron. It was more than 3 meters tall, and there were exquisite patterns carved on it that were vivid and lifelike. What shocked them even more was that there were wisps of white smoke coming out of the cauldron. Although they weren't alchemists, they had seen alchemy before. It was exactly the same as the scene in front of them. Could it be that someone was still refining pills in there? Thinking of this, they were extremely vigilant and looked around cautiously. However, they didn't find anyone. But what was with the white smoke? Could it be that the owner of this ruin refined pills? Thinking of this, they were even more stunned. No matter what, this ruin should have existed for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, but the pills were still being refined. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Even the emperor and the empress were shocked. To be honest, they were also very confused. What kind of existence was this? Humph. However, at this moment, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out a huge golden hand and grabbed in front of him. The void trembled, and spiritual energy gathered in the sky. A huge golden palm covered the sky and covered the alchemy furnace. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others exclaimed. "Damn it! Put down the alchemy furnace." They were too shocked. This alchemy furnace was a supreme treasure. It was very likely that there were top-grade pills inside. Who knew what magical effects it would have? However, it was definitely not simple. Therefore, how could they allow the Golden Lion King to succeed? Although the Golden Lion King was powerful, he was only one person. Therefore, the third prince gave the order to attack. Immediately, the three almighties attacked together to snatch the fiery red alchemy furnace. "You dare to attack me? You are courting death." The Golden Lion King was also furious. He snorted coldly, and a sharp light shone in his eyes. Then, a powerful and terrifying aura surged from his body. The power in the sky clashed in the air, forming a terrifying energy wave. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld also looked serious. They were also very interested in the fiery red alchemy furnace. Then, the Lord of the Underworld asked, "Kid, why don't we attack together?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he frowned. Actually, he did not need the Lord of the Underworld to tell him. When he first came in, he had already noticed the alchemy furnace in front of him. When he saw the white smoke coming out of the alchemy furnace, he was even more shocked. He was different from these people. Not only was he powerful, but he was also an alchemist. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have white smoke coming out of the alchemy furnace. Therefore, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the little white monkey to attack. The little white monkey used Treasure Bowl to try to snatch the pills inside the alchemy furnace. However, it failed. This result surprised Lin Xian. How could it fail? Could it be that there was a powerful array around the alchemy furnace? But that should not be. If there was really a restriction array, he should be able to sense it. However, he did not sense any dangerous aura. The little white monkey also tried again, but it still could not take out anything. Not sure what to do, the snow white monkey began to transmit its voice to Lin Xian, as if it wanted to express something. When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. "Are you saying that this is fake, woo-woo?" Hearing that Lin Xian understood, the little white monkey nodded in the black earth. Fake? This made Lin Xian even more confused. In the next moment, a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were on the cauldron, so he secretly activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Soon, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that under the gaze of his heavenly secret divine eyes, there was nothing in front of him. It didn't exist. It didn't exist at all. There was no pill furnace in front of him, only an empty space. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. Illusion, this was the first thing that came to his mind. But soon after, he was puzzled. This illusion was too realistic. Even these elite powerhouses, including the Golden Lion King, were all fooled. In fact, even he had been deceived by it. One must know that his soul was very powerful, and he was also very proficient in illusion. But he did not expect to be deceived. If not for his heavenly secret god eyes, he would not have been able to detect it. Now, the third prince, the Golden Lion King, and the others did not notice anything strange. This was enough to show how terrifying this illusion was. After knowing that it was an illusion, Lin Xian quickly withdrew his heavenly secret god eyes. At this moment, he heard the Lord of the Underworld's question. Then, Lin Xian shook his head, showing a look of disinterest. Then, he started to look in other directions. This was because there were not only cauldrons, but also other things in the surroundings. Seeing that Lin Xian had given up, the Lord of the Underworld was stunned. But then, he sighed. He and Daoist Long did not make a move because they were not confident. Besides, the Golden Lion King had already started fighting with the third prince, and they could watch the battle. Who knew, they might even be able to benefit from it. So, the two of them waited at the side. In front of them, a great battle had broken out. The Golden Lion King stood there like a god of war. He waved his golden palm and slapped it in all directions. That palm was like the hand of a demon god, emitting thousands of rays of light. When he waved it gently, the entire space shook. On the other hand, the three elite almighties were extremely shocked. They were all powerful almighties, but now, the three of them were unable to do anything to the Golden Lion King. It was really unbelievable. The third prince also had a serious expression. He realized that the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Could it be that the people of the war tribe were all so terrifying? They could fight against three elite almighties alone. Scram! At this moment, the Golden Lion King shouted. His voice was like thunder, shaking the void. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The space trembled, and the golden fist rushed out like a god, letting out a terrifying howl. That light illuminated the world, and the terrifying energy instantly pushed the three elite almighties back. What? Too terrifying. At this moment, the royal elders who were watching the battle exclaimed. Because the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. After the three almighties were pushed back, the Golden Lion King stretched out his palm and covered the red pill furnace in front of him. This is mine. The Golden Lion King had a smug smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others had a huge change in expression. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King also frowned. Their plan to reap the benefits of the battle had failed. Because they also did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so powerful. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. On the third prince's side, Daoist Long and the royal elders were all stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost, and their minds were blank. Even the Golden Lion King was stunned. The smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a gloomy expression and a dense killing intent in his eyes. This was because the red pill furnace that he had grabbed had actually disappeared in an instant. That incomparably exquisite, red, and translucent stone furnace turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated with the wind. It disappeared. What happened? Everyone was stunned. The Golden Lion King's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void. He roared, and the surrounding sky collapsed. Who is it? Void God Realm Ghost, get out here. There was a terrifying killing intent in his voice. However, no one answered him. The entire pill furnace had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. How could this be? Damn it, immortal pill. My immortal pill, who took my immortal pill? They were indeed furious. After all, it was an immortal pill that had existed for tens of thousands of years. If they ate one, they might be able to break through and become a supreme expert. They might even have the chance to become an invincible king. This was a huge opportunity. Whoever obtained it would be able to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, such a great opportunity had actually disappeared right in front of their eyes. How could they accept this? Not to mention them, even the elders of the royal family were stunned. They exclaimed. What was going on? Who got it? It just disappeared. This was too strange. What exactly was going on? Do you know? Everyone was discussing. But in the end, they did not understand either. Therefore, for a moment, many of the elders of the royal family looked forward. The ones sitting above were naturally the emperor and the empress. They did not understand, but the emperor should be able to understand. Could it be an illusion technique? An elder asked. The others also nodded. It was very possible. Yes, it was definitely an illusion technique. However, this illusion technique was too brilliant. It even deceived all of them. That Golden Lion King, as a genius of the war race, was also deceived. What kind of illusion technique was this? However, at this moment, the emperor's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice. It was not an illusion technique, but a remnant image. What? A remnant image? Hearing this, the elders were all stunned. This was completely different from an illusion technique. Illusion techniques were a type of mental attack used to deceive the soul of a person, making them think that it was real. However, the remaining images were different. It was not an illusion technique, but a real existence. It was just that it was preserved in some way. It was equivalent to recording something that had happened before. Could it be that the pill furnace from before was real? A supreme expert was refining pills. However, it was not now. It was the scene of refining pills thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. It was left in the void. How heaven-defying must one be to be able to do this? Although these people were also very powerful, and some of them were even peerless almighties, they still couldn't do this. They could split mountains and seas, but to preserve the scene of their previous life for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, they could not do it even if they were beaten to death. Perhaps, even an invincible king might not be able to do it. Could it be that this was left behind by a saint? Thinking of this possibility, they became even more excited. The things left behind by the saints were sacred relics. It wasn't common in the central continent either. Who would have thought that the dark canyon would actually contain the remains of a saint? These elders were all incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't wait to charge into the dark canyon and see the saint's ruins for themselves. Although the Golden Lion King and the others did not know what was in the ancient remnant, it was left behind by a sage. However, they guessed that it should be an illusion, so their faces were gloomy. Originally, they were here to hunt for treasures, but they didn't expect to be tricked the moment they entered. This made them very unhappy. Therefore, in the next moment, they angrily searched everywhere. Since the pill furnace list wasn't real, then the other items should be real. At this moment, they were shocked. That was because there was an extremely powerful ripple in front of them. Then, they all looked over. Lin Xian stood in front of a shelf. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a long blue saber. The blade light was like a star, emitting blue light. Then, it swayed gently and tore through the void. An Earth-rank supreme-grade treasure. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes and stared at the long blue saber with bloodshot eyes. They did not expect that there would be a treasure here. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to leave so quickly and look for other things. Could it be that he already knew that the immortal pills in front of him were fake? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. Now that they saw Lin Xian pull out a supreme-grade Earth-rank treasure, they were even more surprised. At this moment, on the third prince's side, an old man in blue roared angrily, "Kid, hand over the treasure saber." This old man was an elite mighty figure and a saber wielder. How could he not be tempted when he saw a supreme-grade treasure saber? Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly waved his arm, and a saber light slashed forward like lightning. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and suddenly turned around. He waved the supreme-grade treasure saber in his hand and shot out an even more terrifying saber light that tore through the void. It shattered the opponent's attack. Otherwise, the saber light turned into a shocking dragon and slashed out fiercely. Boom, boom, the old man screamed and was directly sent flying. A terrifying saber mark appeared on his body. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and they were extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although they were greedy and wanted to seize the supreme-grade treasure saber, this scene really shocked them. Being able to send an elite mighty figure flying with a single saber strike was absolutely terrifying. Damn it, this kid is already very strong. Now that he has a supreme-grade treasure saber, his combat strength will increase by a level. The third prince's face was also gloomy. In the next moment, he said, "Ignore him and quickly look for other places. There must be more than one treasure here." Hearing that, the other mighty figures moved one after another. They no longer dared to have any ideas about Lin Xian's treasure saber. For a time, the other mighty figures moved in all directions and searched thoroughly. Another supreme-grade treasure. Heavens! That's a top-tier cultivation technique. Everyone looked around and cried out in surprise. They began to tremble with excitement. We're rich. We're definitely rich this time. I didn't expect to see such supreme-grade items everywhere. Lin Xian ignored the others. His gaze was like lightning as he walked forward again. There, he found a few red pill bottles and a few scrolls. Come to think of it, they should be pills and pill formulas. Those are ancient pills. Everyone was excited again. After searching for so long, other than weapons and cultivation techniques, this was the first time they had found pills. Therefore, for a moment, everyone's gaze gathered on Lin Xian again. One of the old men also obtained an Earth-grade treasure saber. Then, he sneered and quickly charged over. Although Lin Xian had displayed powerful combat strength previously, he was confident that he would not lose to his opponent now that he had a supreme-grade treasure saber. Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the pills and pill formulas into the black earth. Buzz, the old man had already charged over. The red long saber in his hand rushed over like a red lightning bolt, emitting a terrifying light. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. Lin Xian suddenly turned around, and a sharp aura erupted from his eyes. He would attack the blue saber in his hand. Buzz, crack, the saber light exploded like lightning. The two top-notch sabers collided with each other, producing a shocking explosion. The void split open, and a crack appeared and spread in all directions. As for the old man that had attacked, he was directly knocked flying and crashed into the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered, and the void collapsed. The old man vomited blood and fell to the ground with a terrified expression. How could this be? That's impossible. The old man roared crazily. He also had a supreme-grade saber in his hand, and his weapon was not inferior to his opponent's. However, how could he be sent flying by his opponent? could it be that his opponent was stronger than him? He could not accept that fact. He struggled to get up and held the red supreme grade saber, wanting to attack again. However, at that moment, the entire pavilion began to shake as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Is this place going to collapse? Damn it! What happened? The others were also extremely shocked. They had finally found the location of the treasure, but it was about to be destroyed. I can't accept this. However, there were still huge rocks rolling down around them. There were even terrifying rays of light that tore through the void. It seemed that if they did not leave, they would be killed. Therefore, those people did not dare to delay and flew into the sky. Lin Xian was also puzzled. He tore through the void and went outside. In the next moment, Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld appeared beside him. The two of them looked happy. Clearly, they had also obtained some treasures. However, when they came out, they were stunned. They found that the entire island was shaking violently. In the depths of the island, a ray of light shot into the sky like a heavenly pillar and tore through the void. It created a huge void, and a black hole quickly churned. That light is so terrifying. Everyone looked into the distance in shock. Is the apocalyptic divine light about to appear? Their hearts trembled. That aura was too powerful. Even the supreme grade saber that Lin Xian had just obtained began to tremble. It was not only the saber in his hand. The supreme grade treasures that the others obtained were also trembling rapidly. What's going on? For a moment, everyone was stunned. In the Grand Imperial Hall, when the elders of the royal family saw that scene through the light screen, they were extremely shocked. Then, they all exclaimed. That light? That's a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Could it be that a shocking treasure has appeared? That must be it. Heavens! The luck of the third prince and the others was way too good to be able to find such a shocking treasure on their first visit. Everyone was shocked, and the eyes of a few elders flickered. Even the best quality treasured saber was trembling. Could it be that a heaven-grade weapon was about to appear? The power of this sky-piercing light pillar still exceeded Lin Xian and the others' expectations. It pierced through the sky and directly struck the void. Soon, a sharp beam of light streaked across the dark canyon. It was the beam of light that reached the heavens. However, the dark canyon was unable to conceal the sharpness of the sky-piercing light pillar. Very quickly, the sky-piercing light pillar pierced through heaven and earth. This kind of phenomenon caused a huge commotion. Around the pillar of light, multicolored light swirled and rainbows danced. It was a very strange sight. What's that? Outside the dark valley, the eighth prince and the others who were sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. They looked at the huge light pillar in front of them in shock. What a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. A peerless treasure is about to appear this time. Some mighty figures exclaimed. However, it's really surprising that it's in the dark valley. Only one group of people had entered the dark valley. No one knew what was inside. They did not expect that such a phenomenon of heaven and earth would appear now. Could it be related to Lin Xian and the others? After all, they might have entered some ancient ruins. That's possible. The mighty figures around the eighth prince discussed. In the end, they guessed that the phenomenon of heaven and earth might be related to Lin Xian and the others. But then, they all turned their heads to look at the eighth prince. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Among them, an elder said quickly. Eighth prince, should we go in and take a look? Yes, that light is definitely the birth of a heaven-defying treasure. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. To be honest, he also knew that he had never seen such a phenomenon of heaven and earth before. He thought that something shocking must have appeared. However, he was struggling in his heart. Because the dark valley was very dangerous, he did not have the confidence to win. If he suffered any losses, he would be teleported out and have no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the eighth prince gritted his teeth and said, "We won't go in." What? Hearing this, the mighty figures around him were stunned. Some of them even became anxious. 8 Huanzi, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we get it, our strength will increase tremendously. Even the first prince won't be able to stop us. The group of people tried to persuade him. However, the eighth prince's eyes became more and more determined. He said in a deep voice, "There is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity inside. However, the Dark Valley is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After entering, there is an 80% chance of dying. This is definitely not good for the position of Crown Prince. Therefore, I have decided not to go in." At this moment, the eighth prince was very calm. He was not affected by the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Instead, he chose the safest and most reliable method. When the mighty figures around him heard this, they fell silent. Indeed, although the treasure was good, the Dark Valley was even more dangerous. They were not confident that they could enter safely. Alright then, I can only hope that Lin Xian and the other two will be able to obtain this heaven-defying treasure. Then, the mighty figures sat down cross-legged again and waited quietly. However, it was not only the eighth prince who saw it. This pillar of light was so dazzling that even the princes who were tens of thousands of miles away could see it. Heavens, what is that? A phenomenon of heaven and earth. It actually triggered a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This is the sign of a peerless treasure appearing. Let's go and take a look. When the princes saw this scene, they were all excited. Then, they led the elite mighty figures around them and rushed in that direction. When the first prince saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Haha, this prince is really lucky. I actually encountered this once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon. Since this is the case, how could I miss it? Men, let's go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After that, these people turned into long streaks of light and streaked across the sky, flying rapidly in the direction of Lin Feng's location. Of course, not every prince showed great interest in the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Among them, the fourth prince looked into the distance and frowned. As for the mighty figures around him, they were all very excited. Fourth prince, let's go too. However, the fourth prince snorted coldly. No, that direction is the Dark Canyon. I'm guessing that it's something inside the Dark Canyon. It's a dangerous place. Going in is suicide. Let them fight for it. We'll take this opportunity to explore the other ruins. After saying that, he turned around and left in the opposite direction with his people. The people outside were getting restless. Inside the Dark Canyon, there was a strange scene. Especially the ancient ruins where Lin Xian and the others were. Ever since the light pillar appeared, it did not disappear. Instead, it spread rapidly. The floating island was completely shrouded in multicolored light. Thousands of multicolored lights hung down like divine rainbows. It was shocking. The most excited people were the third prince and the others. That was because they were the closest. Therefore, in the next moment, the third prince led these powerhouses and quickly ran forward. On the other side, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly and took a step forward. Like a stream of light, it tore through the void. Let's go too. Taoist Master Long's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and moved. Lin Xian followed behind, but the light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. Ka ka ka, boom boom boom. However, this path was not easy to walk. Not long after they ran, another bolt of thunder appeared in the sky and crashed down. Obviously, it wanted to stop them from going forward. However, it could not stop them from going forward. After all, the phenomenon in front of them was too dazzling. Therefore, in the next moment, these people roared and fought against the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Purple Demon Saber, an old man roared and waved the supreme grade saber in his hand. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying purple saber light surged out quickly. Then, it tore through the sky and slashed forward. Boom, as the saber slashed down, a huge crack appeared in the lightning that filled the sky. Humph. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also snorted coldly and clapped his hands. A huge golden palm soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, the lightning was completely shattered. Lin Xian also attacked with all his might. Lin Xian held a supreme-grade saber in his hand and slashed out beams of light. The power of this saber was extremely terrifying. It directly caused the entire void to collapse. Taoist Long and the Underworld King also made their moves. On the other side, the third prince and the others were also roaring furiously, attacking the thunder that filled the sky with all their might. Finally, they slowly advanced through the countless bolts of lightning. After an intense battle, they avoided the terrifying heavenly tribulation and arrived at the depths of the floating island. There was a bluestone path that led straight inside. From the looks of it, this should be the passage. However, the few of them frowned. The reason for that was because they discovered that the aura of lightning contained within the bluestone path had become even more frightening. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the previous heavenly tribulations. Damn it, what kind of place is this? How can there be such terrifying lightning energy? A higher being's expression was quite grim because he felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the lightning ahead could threaten his life. Humph, if you're afraid of death, then scram. There was no need for trash here. At this moment, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. What did you say? He was actually reprimanded by a young man. That powerful being was immediately enraged. However, the Golden Lion King only sneered. What? Am I wrong? You can't even withstand this little bit of lightning, and you still want to snatch the treasure? I really don't know if water entered your brain. Also, have your 1,000 years of cultivation been wasted on a pig's body? After saying that, he snorted coldly and ignored that powerful being. Instead, he directly walked forward. Boom, as he took a step forward, the bluestone path in front of him flickered with an incomparable radiance. Countless runes quickly lit up. After that, bluestone lightning intertwined in the air, forming a human figure made of lightning. That human figure made of lightning was extremely frightening. It had completely surpassed the heavenly tribulation from before. The moment it appeared, it roared ferociously and quickly charged toward the Golden Lion King. What was that? A human-shaped lightning. At the back, the adults exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin Xian frowned. The third prince, Daoist Long, and the others all had grave expressions. The Golden Lion King sneered. A trace of coldness appeared on his handsome face. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. A mere lightning spirit dares to be arrogant in front of me? The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Light bloomed in his eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out like a lion. Boom, this punch caused the entire space to distort. All the lightning in the sky was blown away. The frightening power surged forward like an avalanche. Boom, that human-shaped lightning also roared and quickly punched out with his palm. Suddenly, 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. An extremely frightening big palm violently punched out. Boom. Crack, however, in the next moment, it suddenly shattered. Because the Golden Lion King's fist was unstoppable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it pierced through the lightning palm. Extinguish. After saying that, the golden light in the Golden Lion King's eyes shone even brighter. He punched out a big golden palm that covered the sky. It was like a golden divine mountain that descended from the sky. Boom, that human-shaped lightning was smashed into pieces. Once again, it turned into countless bluestone lightning bolts and scattered in all directions. Humph, seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King sneered. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. The surrounding lightning bolts flew towards him. However, the golden light on his body turned into a peerless ferocious beast that resisted the surrounding lightning bolts. What frightening combat power! Behind him, the third prince and the others took a deep breath when they saw this scene. This Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It seemed that he had definitely surpassed the elite powerhouses. This kind of combat power was definitely at the peak. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, those elders also saw this scene through the screen. They all exclaimed in surprise. As expected of a member of the battle group. His combat power was simply too heaven-defying. That's right. He definitely had the combat power of a peak powerhouse. I'm afraid that elite powerhouses are nothing in his hands. Such an existence was simply an invincible existence in the younger generation. I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation is his match. Why do I feel that even those older powerhouses aren't his match? The war race was indeed too frightening. Exclamations could be heard. Clearly, the power displayed by the Golden Lion King had truly shocked these royal elders. On the other side, the third prince and Taoist Long also became anxious when they saw the Golden Lion King walking further and further away. They roared furiously and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a figure was faster than them and walked ahead of them. What? It's that brat. The powerhouses on the third prince's side were extremely shocked. Because they saw Lin Xian holding a supreme-grade treasured saber and walking forward in large strides. This brat wanted to enter the front alone, contending against the lightning bolts. A few elite powerhouses frowned. The corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. Truly reckless. The third prince sneered. Even the elders of the royal family were discussing. But soon, they were stunned. Everyone opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those powerful figures around the third prince. Their faces were all red as if they had been slapped in the face in public. Lin Xian walked forward. Then, the lightning in front of him intertwined and formed a humanoid lightning. That humanoid lightning charged towards Lin Xian at lightning speed. Its body emitted powerful electricity that pierced through all directions. This aura once again made the hearts of these powerful figures tremble. However, Lin Xian sneered. He held the supreme-grade saber with both hands and slashed down. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and split the humanoid lightning in half. What? It was split in half. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. This kid is too terrifying. He split a humanoid lightning in half with a saber. Heavens, could it be that his combat strength has reached the level of a top-notch powerful figure? These people were all stunned. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders of the royal family twitched their mouths and their scalps went numb. This kid can definitely compete with the Golden Lion King. No, not necessarily. One of the elders of the royal family opened his eyes wide and pointed at the screen. Come and see. The Golden Lion King is challenging two humanoid lightning alone. Damn, this is heaven-defying. These people were about to go crazy because the Golden Lion King was currently contending against two humanoid lightning. His entire body emitted a powerful golden light. He was like a god of war as he fought against the two humanoid lightning. In the end, he struck out two golden lions and swallowed the humanoid lightning. Powerful, incomparably powerful, especially the third prince and Taoist Long. They looked at the Golden Lion King with heavy hearts. This kind of combat strength was rarely seen in their lives. Buzz buzz buzz, when Lin Xian saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up. The supreme-grade saber in his hand drew a strange arc. The terrifying saber light swept across the heaven and earth. In an instant, it enveloped the two humanoid lightning in front. What? He also wants to challenge two humanoid lightning? Heavens, am I dreaming? Damn, this kid is too crazy. Could it be that he can also fight against them? Pretentious, he must be pretentious. I don't believe that he can contend against two humanoid lightnings. On the third prince's side, a group of mighty figures roared madly. They were truly agitated. How could he be so strong? However, they did not believe that Lin Xian would be able to contend against the two human-shaped lightning bolts. Even the Golden Lion King stopped and turned around. Soon after, the Golden Lion King revealed a disdainful smile. Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. His gaze was fixed on the two human-shaped lightning bolts in front of him. The two human-shaped lightning bolts also flew over quickly and stood side by side, emitting a terrifying aura. Violent lightning filled the surroundings, forming a lightning domain. It turned into a sea of lightning that swallowed Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's body, the image of an ice goddess formed. The terrifying ice resisted the lightning that filled the sky. Heaven-extinguishing chaos sword, the supreme-grade treasured saber in his hand was now used as a long sword, and he quickly slashed out. Suddenly, a few sharp sword auras appeared in the sky. This was a chaotic sword aura. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms and crushed the void. It slashed out like a giant dragon. Boom, the sea of lightning was instantly pierced through, and a terrifying chaotic aura covered the surroundings. Then, the two humanoid lightning bolts were split apart. What, he also killed two humanoid lightning bolts? These people were really crazy. Looking at Lin Xian, they were all terrified. Their bodies were trembling. Powerful, he was too powerful. They could not do such a thing. In other words, the young man in front of them had completely surpassed them in terms of combat strength. They could not believe it, a young man in his 20s had actually surpassed them, the seniors who had lived for thousands of years. For a moment, these people were stunned on the spot. The imperial family elders were also dumbstruck. The Golden Lion King frowned. He did not expect that the other party could contend against two humanoid lightning bolts. This was beyond his expectations. Could it be that the other party could really compete with him? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and his face sank. As a genius of the war tribe, he thought that he was unparalleled and that no one could be compared to him. But now, there was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? How could he tolerate this? Therefore, at the next moment, he turned his head and roared. He stretched out his palm and covered the three humanoid lightning bolts in front of him. He wanted to use his heaven-defying and incomparably violent strength to prove to the world that he was unique and invincible. In fact, he could not be looked up to. Behind him, Lin Xian let out a long roar. The aura on his body suddenly changed, turning into streaks of lightning that swept across the surroundings. This kid also had the power of lightning? Could it be that he was also a lightning-type martial artist? Everyone exclaimed again. The power of lightning on Lin Xian's body became more and more violent. Then, it formed the shadow of a three-headed hellhound that roared at the sky. The terrifying power of lightning struck in all directions. Two completely different types of lightning power collided and caused a great destruction. Then, three humanoid figures charged at Lin Xian at the same speed. Lin Xian was also going to fight against three humanoid lightning bolts. Heavens, was he going to fight against the Golden Lion King? Everyone was extremely shocked. As for the elders of the royal family, they were all excited. Previously, they were still guessing who was stronger between the two of them. Now that they thought about it, they could see clearly. Because both of them were fighting against three humanoid lightning bolts by themselves. And these humanoid lightning bolts were incomparably terrifying. They were not weaker than powerful experts. Could the two of them fight against each other? They did not know, but they felt their blood boiling. They were extremely excited. 1 against 3. Lin Xian indeed felt great pressure. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. The supreme-grade saber in his hand turned into a terrifying chaotic aura and slashed in all directions. The three humanoid lightning bolts in front were also attacking crazily. The terrifying power of thunder made people tremble. The people behind were all stunned. They looked at the two huge whirlpools in front of them and were speechless for a long time. Because no matter if it was Lin Xian or the Golden Lion King, their combat strength was too heaven-defying. It was not something they could imagine. Boom, ah, seal of the fearless lion. At the front, the Golden Lion King roared. His golden hair fluttered and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Along with his palm, the three-headed golden lion suddenly spat out and tore the three humanoid lightning bolts apart. And the aura on his body had also reached a peak. Humph, Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword. At the same time, Lin Xian used a terrifying heaven-tier cultivation technique. He also used an extremely powerful sword chi to kill the three humanoid lightning bolts. What, the two of them actually succeeded? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King could kill the three humanoid lightning bolts. It was really out of their expectations. The Golden Lion King also frowned. It abruptly turned its head and stared at Lin Xian with a gaze as sharp as a knife. To be honest, he was very surprised. Because he didn't expect that the young man behind him could be compared to him. What a joke! He couldn't accept it, therefore, at the next moment, he coldly snorted. Kid, you want to challenge me? You're overestimating yourself, Lin Xian also snorted. My goal is to become a great emperor. Who do you think you are? Do you need me to challenge you? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps went numb as they couldn't believe it. What did he say? He actually dared to look down on the Golden Lion King? Heavens, isn't this kid too arrogant? That's the genius of the war race. The legendary race that was born for battle. That's right, this kid must be crazy. Even if he could resist the three streaks of lightning, it didn't mean that he could resist the Golden Lion King. Perhaps, the Golden Lion King didn't use his full strength earlier. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had really gone mad. Too arrogant, the Golden Lion King's face also sank. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Kid, what did you say?" "Say it again," his voice was cold. The aura on his body quickly condensed and a golden shadow appeared on his body. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you," Lin Xian took a step forward. His body erupted with a cold chaotic sword light. The sword chi revolved and tore the sky apart. Then, the sword chi spiraled and turned into a real dragon, coiling above Lin Xian. Boom! Boom, boom. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. They both summoned huge shadows and suppressed the surroundings. The surrounding aura also became more and more condensed. Just the aura that was emitted was enough to cause the surrounding space to collapse. At the back, the third prince, Daoist Long, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to act quickly. Otherwise, if they were left behind, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain the peerless treasure. Therefore, they also displayed their powerful strength and began to enter the green path. Then, a series of thunder attacks appeared. They resisted crazily. In front of them, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King were facing each other. The aura on their bodies was becoming more and more condensed. The Golden Lion King coldly said, "Brat, you don't have the qualifications to obtain the treasures ahead. Those treasures belong to me, whether or not I'm qualified, it's not up to you to decide." Treasures were innate, and only those with the ability could obtain them. Whoever was stronger would get the treasure. If you want to stop me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. You want to kill me with just you alone? He really overestimated himself. After the Golden Lion King heard this, it sneered in disdain. "Is that so? It just so happens that I want to experience whether or not the war race is as powerful as the legends say." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Golden Lion King was finally enraged. It coldly snorted, and the golden aura on its body suddenly erupted. As if it was going to destroy the world, it illuminated the entire sky. Then, he stretched out his palm. The giant golden palm crushed the void. It was incomparably terrifying, destroying everything in its path. Chop! Lin Xian swung the saber in his hand and slashed out a huge light blade. The terrifying light blade descended like a river of stars, boundless and boundless. In the next moment, the two collided and a huge explosion occurred. The aftermath of that energy directly tore apart all the lightning in the surroundings. This scene was like the end of the world, causing people to be shocked. The expressions of the third prince, Daoist Long, and the others also changed. They all retreated to avoid the aftermath. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal family elders cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Because the two peerless geniuses had finally fought. Boom! Boom, boom! A huge explosion occurred in front of them, and the surrounding sea of lightning was instantly pierced through. That giant golden palm blocked the sharp sword light, and then the light dimmed. Crack! In the end, it was cut in half. However, that terrifying sword energy was also torn apart under the power of the giant golden palm. The two attacks dissipated in the sky at the same time, vanishing into thin air. When everything disappeared, the third prince, Daoist Long, and the other almighties behind were all shocked. They were evenly matched. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Their hearts turned cold. This was too terrifying. They could understand the Golden Lion King's strength because he was a legendary genius of the war race. Lin Xian was actually able to fight against such a legendary genius. It was simply too heaven-defying. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. The other party was indeed a genius of the war race. He was indeed terrifying. The other party's palm was simply too sharp and carried an incomparably terrifying force, causing him to be extremely shocked. It was only because of his unparalleled combat strength that he was able to block it. If it was any other elite almighties, they would probably have been smashed into a bloody mist. He was actually able to block my attack. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also extremely surprised. He frowned and his face was incomparably gloomy. Because he was a genius of the war race and was extremely powerful. That palm just now was something that even elite almighties couldn't block. Probably only peak almighties could block it. But now, this young man in front of him actually blocked it and even shattered his attack. It was truly unexpected. But so what, only death awaited those who dared to fight against him, therefore, in the next moment, his expression turned cold. He took a step forward and caused countless cracks to appear in the void. The surrounding sea of lightning was also mercilessly pierced through. Kid, you actually dare to fight against me. Today, I will let you know the power of the war race. The Golden Lion King's voice was ice cold. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like a sharp blade, cutting through the void. The current him was like an ancient war god, causing others to tremble. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The war race was only SOSO. It was just that the legends said that they were too powerful. Today, I will shatter this legend. Lin Xian's body once again emitted an incomparably terrifying sword aura. The sword aura spread out in all directions and instantly caused the sky to change color. The current Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. His body emitted a sharp and terrifying sword intent. Subsequently, he held the supreme-grade saber in his hand and a terrifying aura crazily surged out. The saber slashed down. Although it was a saber, Lin Xian used a sword technique. The biting cold sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the heaven and earth and rapidly flying out. Your attacks have no effect on me at all. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. This kind of attack can't hurt me at all. He clenched his fist and punched out with his golden fist. It pierced through all directions and directly blasted the sword aura away. This Golden Lion King's physique was so strong. It could actually fight against a supreme-grade earth-grade artifact barehandedly. Those supreme experts and the royal family elders exclaimed in admiration and envy. Even they didn't dare to fight against a supreme-grade earth-grade artifact saber barehandedly. However, the Golden Lion King easily did it. It had to be said that it was really shocking. This also showed how terrifying the war race was. Lin Xian frowned. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged. Immediately, an even more terrifying sword aura revolved around his body, forming a terrifying sword light. Boom! Lin Xian unleashed hundreds of sword chi in a row. His speed had reached the extreme at this moment, and it was almost completed in a blink of an eye. In the sky, the sword light that filled the sky swept in all directions before ruthlessly slashing down. Boom! 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 The terrifying sword wave easily cut open the void. Even Daoist Long and the other Almighty's expressions changed. One could imagine how terrifying this sword chi was. Facing thousands of sword chi, the Golden Lion King also frowned. A terrifying divine light burst out from its eyes. The golden light on its body became even more terrifying. It moved its fists and unleashed an incomparably ferocious fist technique. Terrifying light flickered. In the sky, countless golden fists surged and collided with the sword chi in the sky. A shocking battle erupted. Terrifying light shocked the surroundings. Some of the human-shaped lightning that had just formed in the surroundings were directly turned into ashes by the explosion of this energy. Damn it, where did this kid come from? He could actually withstand so many moves from the Golden Lion King? That's not right. This kid's aura hasn't weakened even until now. How rich is the spiritual energy in his body? Is he really just a 6-star king? Everyone was stunned. If Lin Xian was an elite almighty, it wouldn't be strange for him to have such combat strength. However, the other party was just a 6-star king. Even if a 6-star king could display the combat strength of an elite almighty, the amount of spiritual energy in his body couldn't be compared at all. The difference between an almighty and a 6-star king could be said to be heaven and earth. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. This shocked everyone. Not to mention Lin Xian, that Golden Lion King was also the same. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be a true almighty. These two people were both 6-star kings, but they had such heaven-defying combat strength, it was really shocking. Just as everyone was exclaiming, the battle in front became even more intense. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword chi, and the dragon sword spirit domain appeared. Then, the sword light that filled the sky quickly surged out. A lion-like phantom appeared on the Golden Lion King's body. It was like a huge golden mountain. Yang Tian roared, letting out an incomparable roar. Instantly, the sword chi that filled the sky was shattered. Following the Golden Lion King's actions, that Huangjun Xianxia immediately raised one of its claws and slapped towards Lin Xian. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, annihilating the void. It was as if it was really an ancient ferocious beast, extremely terrifying. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. How could he lose to a demonic beast phantom? He had just subdued the phantom of an immemorial demonic beast, and it was the perfect time to use it against the enemy. Therefore, in the next moment, blood-red sword patterns appeared under his feet and enveloped the surroundings. An overwhelming murderous aura instantly burst out. Boom! Boom! A boundless smell of blood emerged, and there seemed to be a sea of blood surging around. The expressions of those powerful beings changed. Countless strands of sword chi intertwined to form an incomparably terrifying primordial phantom. Roar, boom! Boom! That primordial vanity beast covered the sky and covered the sun. As soon as it appeared, it moved its body, and everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying aura that caused the adults to feel a chill run down their spines. Damn it, what kind of aura is this? How could it be so terrifying? Why do I have a feeling that my heart is palpitating? Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked up at the black primordial phantom, dumbstruck. That was the immemorial demonic crocodile. Damn it, wasn't that the crocodile? How did he have this primordial phantom? The third prince and the others were all stunned, and their scalps went numb. They had faced this kind of black crocodile before. It was extremely terrifying and could even kill elite mighty beings. Moreover, it was only a young crocodile. In the end, they found out that it was a peerless demonic beast that had been passed down since ancient times. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and they had to use extremely powerful methods to escape. But what was going on now? How could Lin Xian have such a primordial phantom? Wasn't that the power of the dark demonic crocodile's bloodline? How could it appear in his hands? Not to mention the third prince and the others, even the elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, how did this kid do it? Everyone was stunned. However, an elder exclaimed. Oh right, didn't a young primordial crocodile disappear earlier? Could it be that it was killed by this kid? And its demonic soul was extracted. When this was said, all the elders of the royal family sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they realized that it was very likely to be the case. However, the other party was actually able to kill a dark demonic crocodile. And he had successfully refined the demonic soul, which really shocked them. At the same time, they were extremely envious. After all, this was an immemorial demonic soul, which was extremely terrifying. They wondered how the Golden Lion King would resist it. Everyone was looking forward to it. Because they knew that the war race, as a race that had been passed down since ancient times, naturally had its own bloodline power. They might be able to use this battle to gain some insight. The Golden Lion King frowned when he saw the primordial phantom that filled the sky. Then, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. I thought you had some means to fight against me. I didn't expect that you only extracted the soul of an immemorial demonic soul. Do you think that you can fight against me like this? The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Isn't it just a dark demonic crocodile? I've just killed one. Do you think you can fight against me with just its demonic soul? You are overestimating yourself. What? The Golden Lion King also killed a dark demonic crocodile? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. That was too heaven-defying. When did the Golden Lion King do it? They cried out in surprise. Since the Golden Lion King dared to come to the Dark Canyon alone, he might have encountered the dark demonic crocodile. However, the other party was actually able to successfully kill the dark demonic crocodile. It was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying his strength was. The Golden Lion King's words caused everyone to be shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have killed the dark demonic crocodile. But, so what? The immemorial demonic soul had become incomparably powerful in his demon-slaying sword formation. It was definitely not something that could be imagined before. Kill, therefore, in the next moment, he roared and controlled the immemorial demonic soul to attack. In the sky, the huge immemorial demonic soul emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Then, its huge body quickly descended like a mountain. On the other side, the Golden Lion King controlled the Golden Lion Phantom to fight against the immemorial demonic crocodile. The two demonic souls clashed in the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused the space to be destroyed. Even if it was a powerful expert, his heart trembled. The two immemorial demonic souls were too terrifying. It was as if the real ancient demonic beasts were reborn. In an instant, the two clashed. They were evenly matched and the galaxy was shattered. Buzz, however, at this moment, the Golden Lion King let out a furious roar. A beam of light shot towards Lin Xian. Peng, Lin Xian was still fearless. He waved his long sword and unleashed a terrifying light. It turned into a long rainbow and slashed down. It was so powerful that even the void was trembling. The battle between the two completely drowned the front. Behind them, the third prince and the rest had a gloomy expression because their path was cut off. The two were fighting in front and they couldn't pass. They could only wait here. Boom, boom. Boom, however, at this moment, the light pillar in the distance changed again. An even more majestic aura burst out as if it would appear at any time. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's eyes turned cold. He no longer wanted to fight. He turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Compared to the battle, obtaining the rare treasure was more important. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted. He used the demigods and semi-devils and chased after them. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he rushed forward. The entire sea of lightning was mercilessly pierced through. Seeing that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had finally left, the powerful beings behind heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they didn't delay any longer and quickly moved forward. They finally came to the front. There was a valley surrounded by mountains on three sides. There was only one entrance. The walls surrounding the mountain exuded an ancient aura, as if they had existed for thousands of years. Not only that, there were also mysterious runes on them. It was very profound. It was impossible to understand. However, the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. The entire valley was almost covered by a huge light. It seemed that the rare treasure was in this valley. Was it here? When the third prince and the rest arrived, they exclaimed in surprise. They looked forward with fiery gazes. However, there were two figures in front of them, blocking their path. It was Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. The two of them had arrived earlier than them. However, the two of them had a serious expression and didn't enter rashly. Boom. Boom, boom. Not long after they arrived, the surroundings of the valley started to tremble. Then, the ground cracked open and red stone pillars appeared. They were also connected to the sky and earth. There were ancient beasts carved on them. They were so lifelike as if they were real. It emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. 9 fiery red stone pillars joined together to form a terrifying array formation, blocking the path. Humph! Get out of my way. At this moment, an old man wielding a supreme-grade saber fiercely slashed forward. Suddenly, the long saber collided with the pillar that was as red as fire. The void trembled as the 9 fiery red pillars connected together, emitting incomparable energy. His appearance was incomparably mysterious. At this moment, the gigantic light pillar in the valley ahead suddenly trembled. A ray of light swept out in all directions like a wave. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the light was simply too fast. It enveloped them in an instant. In the next moment, these people were extremely shocked. They all put up a strong defense. But soon, they were stunned because the light didn't cause any harm to them. What's going on? Could it be that he wasn't injured? These people were puzzled. Ka ka ka, cracking sounds could be heard as the old man's saber shattered into countless pieces, scattering all over the ground. No, damn it, how could this be? That elder cried out in alarm, feeling exceptionally angry. This was a supreme-grade earth-grade saber that he had obtained from the pavilion. The elder was overjoyed to obtain this saber. This was because this saber was not commonly seen in the outside world. A top-grade supreme-grade saber could increase his strength by 1 or 2 times. It could be said that it was absolutely terrifying, but now, it had shattered inexplicably. This was something that he could not accept at all. Ka ka ka, he was not the only one. The treasures in the hands of the other almighties had all shattered. Even the saber in Lin Xian's hand had broken into 2 halves. This scene made Lin Xian frown. What's going on? How could this be? Not to mention them, everyone was stunned. The Golden Lion King's face was also gloomy because the treasures he had obtained from the pavilion had also shattered into pieces. His expression was incomparably cold. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders of the royal family began to discuss among themselves when they saw this scene. How could this be? A supreme-grade earth-grade saber could be said to be incomparably terrifying. If a peerless almighty couldn't shatter it, even an invincible king couldn't, right? How could it shatter now? Could it be caused by the light pillar that reached the sky? Heavens! What kind of treasure was this to be able to produce such a terrifying energy? Could it be that it surpassed the earth grade? Could it be a heaven-grade treasure? Thinking of this, they exclaimed again and again. Lin Xian also thought of this possibility, so he looked forward with flickering eyes. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked forward. They knew that the treasure in front of them was definitely beyond their imagination. Buzz buzz buzz, just as they were in shock, the 9 red pillars in front of them suddenly bloomed with light and then moved quickly. At the place where they were connected to the ground, countless runes spread out and quickly covered the entire ground. Countless runes flickered, and formations lit up one after another, trapping everyone. Damn it, the third prince and the others' faces changed, and they wanted to quickly dodge. However, these mysterious runes not only spread to the ground, but also to the void, forming a wall of light. It completely sealed the entire space around them. Therefore, in the next moment, they collided with the light wall, and a shocking light burst out. Countless runes flashed, but the light wall did not shatter. A huge vibration force surged towards these powerhouses, and these powerhouses frantically counterattacked, neutralizing the energy. However, they were trapped. Not only these people, but at this moment, Daoist Long, Lin Xian, the Golden Lion King, and everyone else were completely enveloped by the formation. They were sealed, Lin Xian, the Golden Lion King, and the others were completely sealed by the formation. In an instant, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Since they were sealed, then they had to break the formation. Everyone began to study the formation. However, there were 9 fiery red light pillars, and Lin Xian and the others happened to have 9 people. Therefore, everyone was separated. There was no way to combine them, and they could only study them individually. In this way, the third prince's advantage of having more people was gone. The third prince's face was terrifyingly dark. He did not expect this to happen. Lin Xian's lips curled up, because he was also a formation master. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged and began to break the formation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was simpler and more violent, because he did not study the formation at all. Instead, he used his incomparably powerful combat strength to fight against the runes that filled the sky. Boom boom boom. But fortunately, everything was sealed by the array formation. Otherwise, this energy alone would be enough to flatten everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. On the other side, mysterious runes appeared on Lin Xian's fingers as he began to crack the array. Moreover, he wasn't cracking it himself. The dark red dragon was currently in the black earth, so he also let the dark red dragon participate in the cracking. The two of them, one in the light and one in the dark, quickly made their moves. Although this array was incomparably profound and had been passed down from ancient times, under the full strength of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, it was quickly resolved. In the end, a crack was torn open. That's great, Lin Xian was overjoyed and increased his speed. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. Heavens, it had only been a few hours, and that kid could already tear open a crack. Who exactly was he? Could it be that he was also an array grandmaster? Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were stunned. On the other side, the third prince's face was gloomy. He was extremely mad. He stared fiercely at the light screen, but there was nothing he could do. Because he didn't have the combat strength of the Golden Lion King. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were also shocked when they saw this scene. This kid was too terrifying. He was definitely an array grandmaster. But how could he be? Which array grandmaster didn't become one after thousands of years of cultivation? The other party was a young kid in his 20s. Even if his talent was abnormal, it shouldn't be. Besides, were the other array grandmasters as strong as him? A person's energy was limited. How did he do it? These people almost bit off their tongues. However, something even more shocking happened. Because at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the light screen again. The Golden Lion King's fist smashed into the array formation, creating a crack. This Golden Lion King was too frightening. This was using pure strength to resist the entire ancient array. What kind of heaven-defying level had this guy's strength reached? Could it be that he had already reached the level of a peerless almighty? Everyone was terrified. The Golden Lion King's performance was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect the other party's combat strength to be so strong. But so what? His opponent's consumption should be even faster. Moreover, if he summoned his great dragon sword soul, he would be able to break through the formation as well. Of course, he would not reveal his trump card. Therefore, he used the most primitive method to remove it. Finally, after another 2 hours, Lin Xian smiled. That was because the array in front of him had a 1-meter-long crack. Although the crack wasn't big, it was enough to let him out. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he came out completely. What? He had really walked out. The faces of the third prince and his crew darkened upon seeing this, as their eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that he was going to let this kid snatch the heavenly treasure? With that in mind, they desperately slapped the light screen in front of them. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also let out a furious roar. It punched out with both of its fists, which transformed into 2 lions and completely shattered the light screen in front of it. Soon after, he strode out as well. Brat, in front of me, you don't have any chance. The Golden Lion King's eyes flickered as it stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly made his move. The 9-held demonic sword went up and slashed out. This sword was like a divine rainbow from the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. It didn't look like a sword light at all, but more like a dragon. It covered the entire sky and mercilessly descended. Boom, the Golden Lion King raised its fist and resisted. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and a terrifying light burst forth. The void fluctuated violently, and the surrounding space shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the third prince and his crew were covered by the array, blocking this terrifying energy. Otherwise, just the energy shockwaves alone would have seriously injured these people. The Golden Lion King punched down and blasted the sword chi away. At the same time, a golden figure condensed on its body again. The surrounding space was completely illuminated. This time, not only was the space illuminated, but it also carried an extremely terrifying murderous aura. It penetrated through every inch of space and attacked Lin Xian. King's domain, this time, it was the Golden Lion King's domain. Even though the third prince and his crew were separated by the array, they still felt their hearts tremble. Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the ice goddess's illusion surged out from his body. The huge ice wings trembled, releasing the power of ice. The surrounding space quickly froze, and countless frost appeared. It was completely frozen. Even the golden light was frozen. It moved very slowly, as if it had entered a quagmire. Ka. Not only that, the terrifying aura of ice spread toward the Golden Lion King, wanting to freeze it as well. However, the Golden Lion King let out a cold snort, and its body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a golden sun, shining in all directions. Any ice and snow that came close to it would quickly melt. Brat, your little bit of ice power is useless against me. The Golden Lion King sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. Is that so? Lin Xian snorted, and light flickered in his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and countless amounts of ice power condensed on his demonic sword. The ice broke. With a swing of the sword, a huge amount of ice sword chi surged, and then an ice sword shadow pierced out. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying storm swept out. The sword chi crazily swallowed and spat out, filling every inch of space. The sharp sword chi contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even the face of a powerful expert changed. Boom, this sword was extremely terrifying, and it arrived in front of the Golden Lion King in an instant. Even the Golden Lion King was frowning. Because this sword was enough to threaten it. Therefore, it snorted, and its body swayed, quickly dodging. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian laughed. Why? Didn't you say that my ice power is useless against you? Then why are you still dodging? You're just SOSO, brat, you're courting death. Hearing this, the Golden Lion King was furious. In the next moment, light bloomed in its eyes. The Golden Lion King was mad. No one had ever dared to treat it like this. It roared, and a layer of golden light appeared on its body. It was as if a peerless beast was awakening. Then, it threw a punch forward. The golden fist was like the sun, blooming with thousands of rays of light. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with cold light, as if it had crossed over from the demonic realm. The terrifying sword chi directly slashed down. Boom, the two met and then collided. It was as if two parts of the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying aura burned in all directions. So powerful, these two were too terrifying. In the surroundings, the third prince, Dao Long, and the others exclaimed. All of them had their mouths wide open, and they all looked forward with solemn eyes. Buzz, Lin Xian's sword slashed down. It was as if it had pierced through the 9 heavens, and all kinds of terrifying sword light appeared. Buzz, Lin Xian slashed with his sword. It was as if he had pierced through the 9 heavens. All sorts of terrifying sword light appeared. The sword let out a dragon-like roar. The Golden Lion King was equally terrifying. It was as if an ancient lion had awakened. Its golden fist destroyed a large area of space. Boom, boom. Both of them were peerless geniuses. When they attacked with their full strength, it was earth-shattering. After the attack, both of them quickly retreated. Their blood was boiling, and their faces were pale. However, their eyes were even more piercingly cold. Seal of the Tailless Lion. Just at this moment, the Golden Lion King coldly shouted. A sharp light burst out from its eyes. Its palm formed a seal, and golden light shone in all directions. A lion phantom appeared and circled in the Golden Lion King's hand. The lion's shadow was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the sky in all directions collapsed, and terrifying thunder rumbled. The Golden Lion King held the seal of the fearless lion and quickly attacked. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's body surged with countless black flames. They burned fiercely like the flames of hell. Then, he turned into a huge flaming giant. It was 10,000 feet tall and looked down on the world. The flaming giant clenched its fists. A huge flaming divine sword appeared in its hand and slashed downwards. Boom. Boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of divine swords trembled. The terrifying sword light was hundreds of feet long, and it ruthlessly shattered the void. Kill, the Golden Lion King roared and activated the seal of the fearless lion to contend against it. Intense collisions sounded continuously. Every time, the void was shattered. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too strong. It caused the seal of the fearless lion to dim and even crack. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, could it be that this Lin Xian is even stronger than the Golden Lion King? They didn't dare to imagine. In the next moment, the seal of the fearless lion in the Golden Lion King's hand shattered. Seeing that the huge flaming sword was about to fall, the Golden Lion King roared. Burning Sun Fist. At this critical moment, he once again unleashed a peerless fist technique. His fist transformed into a golden sun. It was incomparable and shone in all directions. Boom, he punched out, hitting the flaming sword chi, causing cracks to appear on the flaming sword chi. In an instant, the Golden Lion King unleashed over 100 punches. That huge flaming divine sword was broken into 2 halves. Lin Xian was also affected and retreated. The Golden Lion King was so powerful. He actually possessed such a terrifying fist technique. That's right, from the looks of it, the Golden Lion King was still stronger. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the elders of the imperial family cried out in surprise. Lin Xian was sent flying by the shockwave and came to a stop. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were even colder. In the next moment, he was about to unleash an even more powerful ultimate move. However, at this moment, countless runes appeared around him, forming another array. It enveloped him. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also besieged again. Damn it, it's this formation again, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the array to be able to repair itself. It was beyond his expectations. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also furious. It frantically attacked the runes around it again. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered. Because from the previous exchange, the Golden Lion King was very strong. It was not weaker than him. In fact, the Golden Lion King was even stronger than him. Therefore, if he rashly opened the seal and fought with the Golden Lion King, he might not be able to win. Therefore, he had to think of another way. In the next moment, Lin Xian asked through voice transmission, "Ruffian Dragon, is the Heart of Darkness done?" "One is done. I'll give it to you first." The dark red dragon replied through voice transmission. He opened his mouth and spat out a heart of darkness. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed an array. It formed a light that covered his body. He didn't want others to pry into his secret. Therefore, a few more arrays appeared in the ancient array and covered Lin Xian's figure. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all very surprised. They couldn't understand what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian took out the Heart of Darkness from the black earth and quickly swallowed it. Boom! Boom, boom. The Heart of Darkness no longer had the aura of death. Therefore, after Lin Xian swallowed it, it directly turned into the purest energy. Lin Xian crazily circulated the longevity art to digest and absorb this energy. At this moment, he circulated the longevity art to the extreme. The longevity art was indeed very terrifying. It displayed an extremely powerful conversion ability. This allowed Lin Xian to quickly absorb this energy. Lin Xian's cultivation and strength were also rapidly increasing. However, the people outside were somewhat puzzled. At this moment, they couldn't see clearly what Lin Xian was doing. However, no one was in the mood to care. The most important thing now was to break the array. However, this array wasn't that easy to break. Apart from Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, no one else managed to break it. The third prince and the others didn't manage to break it. However, no one gave up. The Golden Lion King was once again immersed in breaking the array. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from Lin Xian's side. Then, all the light on Lin Xian's body disappeared. His figure appeared once again. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat surprised. However, they were more puzzled. What was this guy doing? However, at this moment, their gazes were attracted by the third prince. Because the third prince relied on the secret technique of the royal family to break the array. He tore a crack and quickly came out. After coming out, the third prince revealed a proud smile. He strode forward, wanting to enter the valley. The third prince succeeded. In the grand imperial hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. As expected, the third prince was indeed powerful. Although he didn't usually fight, as one of the top princes, his strength was definitely not weak. For a moment, everyone's gazes were on the third prince. Lin Xian looked at the scene outside. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He asked in a deep voice, "Ruffian Long, is it done?" "Don't worry, with me, it will definitely be done." In the next moment, another crack was torn in the array in front of Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian stepped out and walked out. What? This kid broke the array again. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The elders of the imperial family also cried out in alarm. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so terrifying. He actually broke the array a second time. Even the Golden Lion King roared. Its eyes were gloomy and cold. This was because until now, it hadn't broken the array a second time. However, this kid actually broke the array a second time. It was really shocking. In fact, it wasn't Lin Xian who broke the array. Lin Xian had been in the array for an entire day and night, absorbing the energy of the Heart of Darkness. In fact, the array was not broken by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been in the array for an entire day and night, absorbing the energy of the Heart of Darkness. Someone else was the one who had broken the formation. It was the dark red divine dragon. However, no one knew who it was, but that did not stop them from exclaiming in surprise. The third prince looked at the figure behind him, and his face became extremely ugly. He did not expect Lin Xian to come out as well. This wasn't good news for him. However, he snorted coldly. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to break the array so quickly. However, I'll show you my strength, your strength. What strength do you have? Lin Xian sneered. To be honest, he had never seen the third prince fight before. The third prince was trembling with anger. Don't be too arrogant. My strength is definitely beyond your imagination, you'll feel it soon. At the sight of this, all of the Almighties took in a deep breath. The eyes of the royal elders flickered because they knew that the third prince was definitely powerful. Among the princes of the Tai dynasty, he was definitely in the top 3. Humph, that kid is dead meat. Does he really think that I'm weak like the princes of the royal family? He'll regret it soon. Of course, the princes of the royal family are all peerless geniuses. With the supreme resources of the royal family, how could they be weak? It was just that these princes were of noble status and would not easily make a move. Once they made a move, they would definitely shock the world. Especially a top prince like the third prince, his combat strength was definitely terrifying. I'm guessing that he's not weaker than the Golden Lion King, the elders also nodded. They knew the strength of these princes. They were definitely incomparably powerful. Sure enough, the third prince's aura changed. Previously, he was unwilling to make a move, but that did not mean that he was not strong. At that moment, his body was emitting a terrifying aura. Countless rays of light surged out of his body, forming a divine rainbow that quickly enveloped his entire body. The aura of a true dragon appeared and turned into a true dragon that circled around the third prince. With the addition of the true dragon's aura, the third prince's aura became even more terrifying. At that moment, the third prince was like a natural god of war. He was very valiant. Kill! The third prince let out a furious roar and charged forward like a violent dragon. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. Using the demigods and semi-devils, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, the two of them collided in the air like two huge meteors colliding. A terrifying sound rang out as resplendent light scattered in all directions. Then, the two of them retreated. The third prince's expression was grave. Lin Xian also frowned. That was because he realized that the third prince was really strong. He definitely surpassed the average genius. It seemed that these princes of the royal family were indeed peerless geniuses. Although they usually did not fight, their strength was definitely not weak. This third prince was definitely not weaker than the first blade. He might even be stronger than a top genius like Bai Zijing. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. The third prince was also shocked. His strength was indeed terrifying, even surpassing a peak genius like the first blade. He even believed that he could contend against the Golden Lion King. It was just that he wasn't willing to take the risk. But now, the other party was actually able to fight him to a draw, which really surprised him. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he rushed over again. The two of them erupted into a shocking battle, and terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. After exchanging dozens of blows, the third prince suddenly struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the shadow of a true dragon quickly appeared, turning into a fierce killing move. This palm was extremely terrifying. It contained a supreme power, like a true dragon. Boom! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi cut through the void and slashed on the giant dragon's palm. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows again, and then they each retreated. What peerless genius! You're nothing in front of me. The third prince sneered. That was because he realized that the other party could only fight to a draw with him, which made him very confident. That was because he still had a trump card in his hand that he had not used yet. You're very confident. But now, everything is over. Lin Xian's body once again surged with a terrifying aura, and it instantly soared. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. Especially the third prince, whose eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, you're still hiding your strength, you've hidden so much. He was too shocked because he realized that the other party's aura had become stronger than before. Indeed, Lin Xian had become stronger. That was because he had absorbed the energy of the Heart of Darkness. That made his strength even more powerful and terrifying than before. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, in the next moment, Lin Xian decisively made his move. An incomparably violent aura surged out of his body, turning into a sharp bolt of lightning that flashed through. Then, the third prince was sent flying. Bang, the third prince was forced back, and he kept smashing through the void. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah, the third prince roared at the sky, and the anger of the heavens appeared in his voice. His opponent dared to injure him, which was unforgivable, therefore, he decided to use his trump card to kill his opponent. However, at this moment, countless runes lit up around him again, and a formation enveloped him again. Ah, damn it, the third prince was furious. He did not expect that before he could make a move, he would be trapped by the formation again. On the other side, Lin Xian turned his head and no longer looked at the other party. However, the surrounding people were silent. Especially the royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall, they were extremely shocked. They knew the third prince's strength. He was extremely powerful, and he could fight against the Golden Lion King. Even so, he was still injured. Damn it, that brat's strength has become stronger again. How is this possible? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? They did not dare to believe it, and the Golden Lion King frowned. In the next moment, he roared, and with a domineering aura and boundless killing intent, he quickly smashed the light screen in front of him. Then, he walked out again. Seeing the Golden Lion King walk out again, Lin Xian also turned his head, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Brat, you are not my opponent. Boom, Lin Xian did not say anything, and directly made his move. He took a step forward, and his body emitted a monstrous aura. The sword chi that filled the sky swept out, shocking everyone. It directly shattered the 9 heavens. Feeling the change in the aura, the Golden Lion King frowned. His eyes flickered, and he stared at Lin Xian. Your aura is stronger than before. No wonder you dared to attack me again. However, it was still useless. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Lin Xian, and his right hand swept out. A huge palm grabbed at Lin Xian. Clang, the two of them clashed and pulled apart the distance between them. The Golden Lion King frowned slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Because in the previous exchange, his entire right arm was filled with frost aura, and his meridians were all sealed. There was even a sharp sword aura that made his entire arm feel numb. This was too unbelievable. How did his opponent's strength become so strong? The surrounding powerhouses and the royal elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because they discovered that the Golden Lion King had actually suffered a loss in the exchange just now. This was too inconceivable. One must know that Lin Xian was sent flying by the Golden Lion King with a single palm. After a day, Lin Xian was able to make the Golden Lion King suffer a loss. How did he do it? However, they were still extremely shocked. Because these two people were definitely peerless geniuses with endless means. Any one of them would be able to suppress these powerhouses. After succeeding in one move, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had consumed the Heart of Darkness and increased his strength by a lot. Moreover, in the previous exchange, he did not use his full strength. That was why everyone thought that he was sent flying. However, this time, he did not plan to hold back. Gaining the upper hand was just the beginning. With his current strength and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could definitely contend against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, in the next instant, Lin Xian made his move again. He stepped on the demigods and semi-devils and appeared in front of the Golden Lion King in an instant. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand emitted a terrifying aura, and then mercilessly slashed down. Boom, the Golden Lion King's expression was grave. He threw out a punch, and it landed on the 9 underworld demonic sword. In an instant, the two of them trembled. Then, the two of them kept retreating. The Golden Lion King stopped his body, and his expression was grave. Because Lin Xian's sword technique was much more terrifying than before. This shocked him, and he had to be careful. It seemed that his opponent's strength had indeed increased. However, he did not know if it was because he held back yesterday, or because he had become stronger after 1 day and 1 night. But no matter what, it was not a small problem for him. Brat, your swordsmanship is not bad. You can indeed contend against me. The Golden Lion King said in a deep voice. However, I am merely resisting. I haven't even used my full strength yet. I still have countless trump cards that I haven't used yet. As a genius of the war race, you simply can't imagine what level my strength has reached. Moreover, the war clan is not something you can provoke, so I'll give you a piece of advice: quickly leave, because you don't have the right to compete with me. But don't worry, after I obtain the peerless treasure, if I'm in a good mood, I can reward you with 1 or 2 cultivation techniques that will benefit you for the rest of your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to say such words. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. You're too confident. Do you think you're the only one who hasn't used your full strength? I didn't use my full strength either. Lin Xian's voice was resounding. However, as for the Battle Clan's cultivation method, you can keep it for yourself. I don't need it, what I need is the rare treasure in front of me. Brat, it seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King's mouth curled up into a cold smile. My war race was born for battle. How can you contend against me? There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His gaze focused once again. He had already used many trump cards, but he could only fight to a draw with the Golden Lion King. It seemed like if he wanted to win, he would need to use some special methods. Buzz, the demon-slaying sword array appeared beneath his feet. Soon after, it condensed into the immemorial phantom. At the same time, the dragon sword domain appeared and covered the sky above. This way, the entire sky and earth were her domain. As for Lin Xian, he stood in the air. His body emitted a terrifying primal chaos sword chi. Boom, the immemorial phantom took the initiative to attack. The Golden Lion King struck out with the seal of the fearless lion to contend against it. At the same time, golden flames burned on the Golden Lion King's hands. It was like 2 golden suns that revolved once again. Burning Sun Fist. Last time, it was this fist that sent Lin Xian flying. However, this time, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Countless primal chaos sword chi gushed out from his body and slashed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, what? It was blocked. Seeing Lin Xian's sword chi being able to contend against the golden sun-like fist, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Those royal elders also exclaimed in surprise. They realized that Lin Xian's strength had indeed become stronger. Not only that, what made them even more shocked was yet to come. Because Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instantly, the dragon sword domain above his head emitted countless rays of sword chi. Then, it merged with him. The terrifying sword chi that filled the sky became even more biting cold. It shook the Golden Lion King's arm to the point of numbness. Crack, a crack appeared on the Golden Lion King's fist. Then, blood flowed out. Damn it, how could this be? The Golden Lion King furrowed its brows as a trace of anger appeared in its eyes. Injured. He was actually injured. As for the surrounding people, they were all stunned. Heavens, the Golden Lion King was injured. How could this be? Previously, the Golden Lion King had received a peak Earth-ranked artifact with his bare hands. Even then, he was not injured at all. One could imagine how strong the Golden Lion King's physique was. But now, under Lin Xian's sword chi, he was actually injured. There was even blood flying out. Could it be that Lin Xian's sword chi had surpassed a peak Earth-ranked artifact? Thinking of this, they all swallowed their saliva. In the blink of an eye, more sword wounds appeared on the Golden Lion King's arm. Although they were not deep wounds, it was enough to cause blood to flow and dye the sky red. Brat, you have really angered me. The Golden Lion King's voice was ice cold. A terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. The space behind him exploded, turning into a huge void. As for the Golden Lion King, it was also tumbling non-stop. It turned into flames and burned fiercely. Brat, go to hell, 9 heavens golden flame art, the Golden Lion King roared. Then, the golden flames on his body suddenly erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. The entire space was covered by golden waves. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dragon sword domain above his head quickly covered him. Then, he released countless sword chi. It blocked the golden flames that filled the sky. Boom, the battle erupted once again. The two's strength clashed non-stop. They were like two huge mountains, colliding non-stop. The golden flames surged. The sky was filled with sword chi. Everywhere the sword chi passed, the void would shatter. Nothing could withstand it. Luckily, the third prince and the others were enveloped by the array. Otherwise, they would have suffered from the terrifying energy impact. Buzz, in this sky filled with energy, the surrounding people could not see clearly. They could only rely on their souls to capture the trajectory. How terrifying, what was that? The powerful beings present all exclaimed. Although they were separated by a formation, they still felt a sense of fear. It was as if that sword light could destroy their souls. What was that? Could it be that this kid still had a terrifying treasure sword in his hand? Everyone was terrified. The Golden Lion King also furrowed his brows because he also felt a biting cold aura that made his entire body shiver. Buzz, in the next moment, he waved his hand and a golden spear was formed in the endless sea of flames. He held it in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth shattered. However, that chilling aura didn't disappear. It seemed to be getting more and more serious. No one knew that at this moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian. Then, it was held by Lin Xian and slashed out. Boom, the sky changed color and the surrounding space shattered. This sword chi shattered the void and slashed toward the Golden Lion King. In an instant, a large area of the sea of flames was extinguished. It was as if cold water was poured over it and it quickly disappeared. The Golden Lion King's figure also appeared in front of everyone. When they saw a sharp sword light slashing toward them, everyone was shocked. The elders of the royal family also exclaimed. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. He roared, "Get lost." In the next moment, he waved the spear in his hand and turned it into a golden lion, charging over. Boom, the collision shook the sky. That lion pounced on the sword light and kept biting. However, this time, it was useless. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it slashed the lion into two. What? It was destroyed? How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. However, in an instant, that sword light arrived in front of him. Damn it! Block it for me, this sword light was too fast. It was so fast that the Golden Lion King found it hard to believe. Therefore, he could only raise the golden spear in his hand to block. Crack, however, in the next moment, the golden spear broke and turned into countless flames, scattering in all directions. As for the Golden Lion King, he was sent flying by the sword. The golden flames on his body were split apart, revealing a golden armor. That said, the golden armor was unable to withstand the attack either. A crack appeared on it. The Golden Lion King was sent flying as it spat out large mouthfuls of blood, dyeing its body red. What? The Golden Lion King was sent flying. Furthermore, he was injured. Everyone was going crazy. Even the royal family elder couldn't believe it. Even the Empress cried out in alarm. Her face was filled with shock. The Golden Lion King was invited by her. He was a genius of the war race and was unrivaled. It could be said that he was a genius born for battle, but now, she was actually sent flying by someone. She simply couldn't believe it. His Majesty, who was beside her, stared at the screen with glowing eyes. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! Boom! The Golden Lion King was sent flying for several thousand miles. Along the way, it destroyed countless mountains, palaces, and pavilions. Dust and smoke filled the air as golden flames burned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned into a stream of light and flew forward. He didn't know what kind of damage the sword would cause to the Golden Lion King, but he couldn't stay here any longer. Because it wouldn't be long before the formation enveloped him once more. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. At the next moment, he waved his hand. The dragon sword domain flew over and merged with him. Finally, it turned into an azure dragon. With a swing of its tail, it tore through the void and flew toward the valley ahead. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian was truly powerful to the extreme. Therefore, nothing could stop him. Did he disappear? Did that brat enter the valley? Damn it! I can't see clearly, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal family elders were roaring furiously. Because the screen in front of them no longer showed Lin Xian's figure. They couldn't do anything about it. They could only see the scene around the third prince. However, the third prince was currently trapped in the seal. They couldn't come out for a while. Therefore, they couldn't see into the valley at all. They could only be anxious. Even His Majesty's face was slightly gloomy. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Damn it. Did that brat enter? Could it be that the heavenly treasure was obtained by that brat? Outside, the third prince and the surrounding almighties were all screaming madly. They also wanted to chase after him. However, they couldn't even break through the light screen in front of them. Lin Xian continued forward, tearing through countless rays of light. Finally, he arrived at the valley. His figure swayed and landed. The dragon sword domain revolved around him, supporting a space. It protected his safety. It couldn't be helped. The aura in the valley was too cold. When the rays of light hit the dragon sword domain, they produced a shocking collision sound. Fortunately, the dragon sword domain was evolved from the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, it was incomparably tough. Otherwise, if it was an elite expert's domain, it would probably be penetrated in an instant. How terrifying, damn it. What exactly is that thing? Lin Xian's expression was serious. He realized that the light pillar in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. Previously, when he was outside the valley, he didn't feel it. However, now that he was inside the valley, every aura made him fearful. In the next moment, he used the heavenly secret god eyes. The golden light was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. Through the countless rays of light, Lin Xian saw the scene inside clearly. Soon, he was stunned. A hint of passion appeared in his eyes, and his body became excited. Because in front of him was an ancient sword that was inserted into the soil. That ancient sword was very simple and unadorned. It was obvious that it was an ancient item. That terrifying pillar of light was emitted by this ancient sword. A peerless treasure sword. This was definitely a peerless treasure sword. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the aura emitted by the long sword in front of him. It was much more terrifying than the 9 Hell Demon sword in his hand. In fact, it had completely surpassed those top-grade treasured sabers that he had obtained before. One had to know that those sabers were all top-grade earth-grade treasures. However, in front of this ancient sword, they were nothing at all. The difference between the two was like the sun and the moon and a firefly. One could imagine how terrifying the grade of the ancient sword in front of him was. Could it be that it was a heaven-grade treasure that surpassed earth-grade treasures? Thinking of this, Lin Xian was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was true, then he would definitely be rich. A heaven-grade treasure was the same as a heaven-grade cultivation technique. They were very special and each of them was a priceless treasure. Lin Xian had already tasted the power of a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He had practiced the first few moves of the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and its power had far surpassed all earth-grade martial arts. And the heaven-grade treasure in front of him automatically emitted light that could penetrate an elite expert. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If he could obtain it and use it with the great dragon sword soul, then his combat strength would reach an incomparably heaven-defying realm. Just by standing there and feeling the surrounding light, it was already very difficult to resist. If he continued forward, the resistance would be even greater. And the truth was indeed so. Lin Xian had just taken a few steps when he felt the sword chi in front of him. It was like a wild beast, crazily pouncing on him. He had no choice but to stop. In the next moment, Lin Xian stopped. His eyes flickered as he thought of a countermeasure. And just as Lin Xian was thinking of how to obtain the heaven-ranked treasure sword, a long roar came from outside. Then, a golden light tore through the sky. The Golden Lion King quickly charged over. His hair was disheveled, and golden light engulfed his body. He was like an angry demon king, with killing intent surging all over his body. Angry, he was really too angry, because no one had ever been able to injure him. And he was actually injured by a king younger than him. This was intolerable. The sword wound on his body was healed by a secret technique, but the anger in the Golden Lion King's heart could not be quelled. Especially when he knew that Lin Xian had already entered the valley ahead, he roared even more furiously. He waved his hands and tore through the void, flying forward quickly. The Golden Lion King also entered. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses around the third prince exclaimed. The imperial family elder also cried out in surprise. His face was full of envy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly. However, they were very puzzled. Did Lin Xian obtain the treasure, and could the Golden Lion King reverse the situation? Who would obtain the heavenly treasure in the end? They did not know, but they were very anxious. At this moment, a red-clothed powerhouse at the side said, "Third Prince, don't hesitate. Quickly use your trump card. Otherwise, we won't have any chance." "That's right, Third Prince. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must not miss it." The surrounding powerhouses all advised. The third prince's face was gloomy, as if he was thinking. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to use his trump card. It was not that he did not have any trump cards, but he was prepared to use them to deal with the first prince. Because the first prince was the greatest threat to his position as the crown prince, if he used them rashly, it would be difficult to deal with the first prince in the future. But now, he could not care so much. Judging from the light in front of him and the image of heaven and earth, this was definitely a rare treasure. If he could obtain it, he might be able to defeat the first prince. Thinking of this, his expression turned serious as he took out a weapon from his storage ring. It was something similar to a pair of scissors. However, it was not an ordinary pair of scissors. Instead, it was a terrifying treasure that had two flood dragons coiling around each other. Flood dragon scissors. A top-grade Earthstep artifact. Boom. Boom. In the next moment, the third prince activated his Tao of Dragon aura and infused it into the scissors in his hand. Immediately, the Jiao Dragon scissors trembled as if it had come alive. The two flood dragons were spiraling around each other and letting out deafening roars. Boom. Boom. Then, he slammed into the light screen in front of him. Then, the light screen shattered, and the third prince was freed. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he quickly helped the surrounding powerful beings out of their predicament. After the Almighties broke free, they poured their spiritual energy into the Jiao Dragon scissors. Instantly, the scissors grew bigger. They were thousands of feet long, as if two real flood dragons had come back to life. They roared at the sky, waved their claws, and tore their mouths apart. In an instant, all the Almighties on the third prince's side were rescued. The Jiao Dragon scissors were the third prince's treasure. It seemed that the third prince was really going to use his trump card. When the royal elders saw this scene, they began to discuss among themselves. The eyes of the royal elders who supported the third prince flickered. It seemed that the third prince was really going to get serious. If that was the case, the third prince might have a chance. The third prince was not weak. He was definitely a top genius. Moreover, the Jiao Dragon scissors was definitely not the only trump card he had. If he used all of them, in addition to the help of the surrounding Almighties, perhaps even the Golden Lion King would not be able to fight against him. These people discussed animatedly. As for the third prince, he led 4 Almighties and charged over quickly. Boom. In the valley, Lin Xian was thinking about how to obtain the Heaven Ancient Sword. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind, accompanied by an extremely terrifying energy. In the next moment, he frowned and turned around. Then, he saw a golden figure charging over. However, when that figure entered the valley, he was stunned and slowed down. Obviously, that was the Golden Lion King. Moreover, he could feel the terrifying sword chi in the valley. As expected, after entering the valley, the Golden Lion King's expression became incomparably serious. In the end, he had no choice but to summon an illusory lion to cover his body. Only then could he ensure his safety. What was this place? What was in front of him? The Golden Lion King's expression was serious and his eyes flickered. He did not expect the aura in the valley to be so terrifying. Even if he was a genius of the war tribe, he had to be careful. Soon, he looked around and saw Lin Xian's figure. His face immediately turned gloomy. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he snorted coldly. Because the aura was so terrifying, it was very disadvantageous for him to make a move. Moreover, the most important reason for coming to this valley was to obtain the treasures inside. He decided to wait until he obtained the treasures before killing Lin Xian to avenge the hatred in his heart. In the next moment, the Golden Lion King took a step forward, wanting to walk forward. However, the more he walked, the more frightened he became. In the end, the illusory golden lion on his body was pierced through by the terrifying sword qi. He had no choice but to stop. Moreover, he had to summon a golden domain to cover himself. Next, the Golden Lion King also encountered trouble. Moreover, he was also thinking about how he could walk forward and obtain the treasures. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. It seemed that the Golden Lion King could not get close. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look. Someone else came in. Who could it be? The third prince. However, he soon discovered that it was indeed the third prince. Not only the third prince, but there were also 4 elite powerhouses beside the third prince. Their faces were gloomy as they flew over at full speed. It was really them. Lin Xian was astonished. He did not expect the third prince to be able to escape. Moreover, all the powerhouses around him were able to escape. As expected of a prince of the imperial family. The third prince indeed had a trump card in his hand. When Lin Xian saw the 2 huge flood dragons surrounding the third prince, he narrowed his eyes. The aura that the other party was emitting was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was a top-grade treasure. Lin Xian squinted his eyes when he saw the 2 giant dragons surrounding the third prince. The aura that the third prince was emitting was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was a top-notch treasure. It seemed that he had underestimated the third prince previously. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. So what if the third prince had a trump card? It would not be easy for him to make a move in this valley. The Golden Lion King also turned his head and glanced at the third prince and the others. Then, he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to them. What he needed to do now was to find a way to get closer. As expected, when the third prince came in, he was overjoyed because he saw Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King standing in front of him. It seemed that he did not succeed. In this way, he would definitely have a chance to get the treasure. However, he soon frowned and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. That was because after entering the valley, he felt that the pressure had multiplied. The surrounding light pillars were a great threat to him. It caused the 2 dragons beside him to tremble slightly. Buzz, in the end, the third prince had no choice but to stop and land in the valley. Then, he looked around in bewilderment. The elite almighties behind him were also frowning. Pressure, threat, they felt a great sense of danger. It was as if the light pillars in front of them could easily take their lives. What was that thing? How could it have such a terrifying aura? The third prince and the others were extremely shocked. The imperial family elders were also exclaiming. Through the third prince, they finally saw the scene in the valley. Lin Xian was there, the Golden Lion King was there too. Neither of them succeeded. That was great. Many of the imperial family elders let out a sigh of relief. That was because neither Lin Xian nor the Golden Lion King were from their imperial family. If they got the treasure, it would not be good for the imperial family. However, if the third prince got it, it would be different. After all, the third prince was a member of the imperial family of the Taiyu dynasty. Moreover, he was a prince. If the third prince got it, it would be equivalent to the strength of the Taiyu dynasty increasing. But very quickly, these imperial family elders frowned because they discovered that the third prince and the others had stopped as well. They were no longer moving forward. What was going on? Why aren't you moving? Some elders frowned, while the other elders said. It seemed like this valley was not simple. Even Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not act rashly. Presumably, there was a huge crisis. Look, the flood dragon scissors are even shaking. Heavens, what kind of power is this? To be able to make the flood dragon scissors tremble, some of the elders noticed this and many of them cried out in surprise. The flood dragon scissors was a top-tier earth-rank artifact. Moreover, with the support of the Tao of Dragon, its power could be multiplied. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. However, even with that being the case, the ravine was still trembling uncontrollably. From that, one could imagine how terrifying the aura and power inside was. What the hell was that? I don't know. However, from the looks of it, if it was a treasure, it would definitely surpass the earth rank. Could it be a heaven-step treasure? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Even their Tai dynasty only had a few heaven-grade treasures. The third prince and the others stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in bewilderment. Buzz, at this moment, an elder raised his hand and shot out a blue light shield, which flew forward. This was a mid-tier earth-rank artifact. At this moment, it flew forward like a meteor. However, after flying for a few dozen meters, it exploded into pieces. Such a terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others' faces turned ugly. They could not break a mid-tier earth-rank artifact, but here, it shattered so easily. One could imagine how terrifying it was ahead. Even if they had a top-tier earth-rank artifact, they might not be safe. It seemed like they had to plan carefully. At this moment, the Golden Lion King moved. He looked ahead like a god of war and took out a golden wheel. That golden wheel kept enlarging. In the end, it was like a mountain, completely enveloping the Golden Lion King. The golden wheel was incomparably dazzling. It emitted mysterious runes and revolved around the Golden Lion King. That terrifying aura blocked the countless rays of light in front. Buzz, the Golden Lion King began to move its feet and walked forward. Although it had the protection of the Supreme Wheel, it walked very carefully. Damn it, this Golden Lion King actually has such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others' faces turned ugly. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. He had many treasures in his hands. Heaven and earth treasures, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and all kinds of artifacts. Even the wealth of a peerless almighty might not be as much as his. However, after looking around, he could not find anything that could resist the aura and power here. However, he thought of something else. The sage's hand bone. This was something he had spent a lot of effort and luck to obtain last time. It had been left in the black earth all this time. Because the sage's hand bone was too powerful, he could not control it. However, it seemed that he had to take it out in advance. The sage's hand bone should be able to resist the heaven-rank ancient sword. Therefore, Lin Xian communicated with He Tu and decided to use the sage's hand bone. Buzz, in the next moment, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. A black armor appeared on his body and the dragon sword domain completely enveloped him. He carefully controlled and took out the sage's hand bone from the black earth. This was not a complete bone, only a small section. It was very small and floated beside Lin Xian. It could be said that it was almost negligible. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. Moreover, there were countless runes flickering on it. This was a restriction created by He Tu and the dark red divine dragon. Because the sage's hand bone in its complete state was too powerful, he could not withstand this power at all. It had to be sealed. On it, there were 9 ancient runes that formed 9 seals. Even so, Lin Xian still felt a burst of fear. He carefully controlled the sage's hand bone. As expected, the sage's hand bone was like a divine spear that cut through the countless light pillars in front of it. Then, Lin Xian also moved forward. What? This kid also has a heaven-defying treasure. Seeing that Lin Xian could move forward again, the third prince and the surrounding almighties exclaimed. Third prince, what should we do? A few almighties asked. They had also used their treasures, but it was difficult for them to move forward. It seemed that they could only use that thing. After all, he was already here. If he were to go back now, he would definitely be unwilling. Therefore, he decided to use his trump card again. Buzz, a silver-white light appeared from his body and hung above his head. It was a silver bottle that was half a meter tall. There were mysterious runes carved on it. Under the support of the dragon aura, it quickly expanded and formed a silver light that enveloped Prince Shan and the others. The Imperial Bottle. It wasn't an earth-rank artifact, but an Imperial Bottle. It was refined by the top blacksmith of the Imperial Physician dynasty. It was extremely powerful, even surpassing a top-grade artifact. However, there was also a shortcoming, and that was that the number of times he could use it was limited. Normally, he could only use it 3 to 5 times. It could be said to be very precious. Unless it was an emergency, it wouldn't be taken out. Sure enough, when the third prince took out the royal Dao bottle, the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall began to discuss after seeing it. It seemed like the third prince was determined to get his hands on it. Otherwise, he wouldn't take out the imperial bottle. That's right. This item should be used in the final battle against the first prince and the eighth prince. Now that he took it out in advance, what would he use at that time? It couldn't be helped. The item in front was too tempting. If he could get it, even the first prince wouldn't be able to fight against him. Everyone was discussing, but they all looked at the light screen in front of him. Even the Empress was nervous. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King was still inside, and it seemed to be walking at the front. This made her feel more at ease. As long as the Golden Lion King got his hands on the treasure, he would be able to help the first prince defeat the other princes. However, what made her worried was that the young man called Lin Xian was following closely behind. His speed wasn't slow either. Lin Xian was the eighth prince's man, she couldn't let him get the treasure. The Empress snorted in her heart. Boom! Boom, boom! At this moment, the Golden Lion King arrived 100 meters away from the center of the light screen. Suddenly, the pressure and power there became stronger again. Clang, the Golden Lion King also suffered a great impact. The golden wheel above his head emitted an incomparable light. The two of them clashed, creating a shocking collision. The handsome face of the Golden Lion King was also somewhat malevolent. He roared angrily, and the golden wheel blossomed with light. It was like a sun as it spun quickly. Then, they formed beams of powerful light that tore the void into pieces. Under the terrifying rotation of the golden wheel, the murderous aura permeated the surroundings and shattered the pressure in front of him. This caused the Golden Lion King to move forward once again. How terrifying! When the royal elders saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This should be the war race's magical treasure, right? It was incomparably terrifying after all. On the other side, Lin Xian had also reached the 100-meter mark. Suddenly, he felt the pressure increase exponentially. Immediately, his black battle armor began to tremble rapidly. The light on it also trembled non-stop as if it would shatter at any moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath as a fierce look appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he carefully shot a beam of energy at the saint's hand bone. Wang, the sage's hand bone released a terrifying pressure that blasted away the energy in front of it. Lin Xian felt that the pressure on him had lessened a lot, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, he still walked forward with a serious expression. This brat had also successfully entered. What is that thing in his hand? The royal elders cried out in alarm. They couldn't see clearly. It couldn't be helped. It was just a light screen. They couldn't see through the light to see the real thing. However, thinking about it, it was definitely a rare treasure. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flickered as if they wanted to pierce through the void. However, they couldn't do it at all. But soon, these imperial family elders looked at the third prince. The imperial vase above the third prince's head released a supreme aura as it led the powerhouses to move forward quickly. When he reached the 100-meter mark, he also felt the pressure increase exponentially. As a result, the imperial vase emitted a supreme aura. Strands of golden aura drooped down and coiled around the third prince like a golden dragon, blocking the pressure. The third prince and the others set off again. They carefully walked forward. Boom! When they reached the 50-meter mark, the pressure increased exponentially again. The Golden Lion King stopped in his tracks. However, soon, he roared and blew the huge wheel on his head again, causing it to spin rapidly. It was like a divine artifact, releasing a terrifying power. When Lin Xian reached the 50-meter mark, he also felt the pressure. He carefully injected another beam of energy. Then, the pressure of a saint erupted again. The third prince also pushed the imperial vase above his head. Like a divine artifact, thousands of beams of light hung down. The three of them withstood the pressure of the 50-meter mark. However, the speed of the three of them became extremely slow. Because if they went further, the pressure would become even more terrifying. Even if the three of them had powerful treasures in their hands, they still had to be careful. When they reached the 40-meter mark, the Golden Lion King stopped. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that using the Golden Lion King with all his strength consumed a lot of his energy. Lin Xian didn't move forward rashly, because he was a little afraid of the saint's hand bone in his hand. If this thing exploded, it would be a terrifying threat to him. The third prince and the others also stopped. At this moment, not only the third prince, but the four elite powerhouses around him were also crazily injecting their internal energy into the imperial vase. They used the power of this artifact to the extreme. However, when they reached the 40-meter mark, their scalps also went numb. The pressure here was already extremely great. The five of them had no choice but to use all their strength. However, when they reached the 35-meter mark, the Golden Lion King suddenly let out a cracking sound. A small crack appeared on it, and it quickly became bigger. What? That artifact was actually broken. When the imperial family elders saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Although the Golden Lion King was separated by a light screen, they could imagine how terrifying it was. However, now, it actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the light pillar that reached the sky. It was simply too unbelievable. The Golden Lion King's expression also stiffened. Then, he stopped. His face was incomparably gloomy. This was because the Golden Lion King above his head had a crack. This was the artifact he brought out from the war race. It was even more terrifying than a peak Earth rank artifact. However, now, a crack actually appeared. This made him shocked. At the same time, he also felt a trace of pain. Therefore, he stopped for a moment. This was because he didn't dare to move forward. If the Golden Lion King cracked, then the impact on him would be huge. Boom! Not only the Golden Lion King, a crack also appeared on the golden vase above the third prince's head. The imperial elders were also shocked. What? Even the imperial treasured vase cracked. Just what kind of terrifying realm had that pressure reached? Perhaps even a peerless expert wouldn't dare to stay here. What about that kid with the surname Lin? Did his item crack? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped 35 meters away and didn't move. It was impossible for the sage's hand bone to crack. However, cracks appeared on the light on his body and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and undid the first seal. The sage's aura increased greatly. The damaged light screen was restored once again. Lin Xian also wore a jade pendant. This jade pendant was also given to him by Hey Tuesday. It could be used to establish a connection with the seal on the sage's hand. This way, he wouldn't be affected too much. As expected, Lin Xian felt that the sage's aura had weakened a lot when he wore the jade pendant. If he didn't have the jade pendant, he would have no choice but to use the great dragon sword soul. Regardless of whether it was the sage's oppressive might or the heaven-reaching pillar of light, the pressure brought about by them was simply too strong. Fortunately, he wasn't in too much of a threat right now. Therefore, in the next moment, he moved forward again. What? That kid's treasure wasn't damaged. How was that possible? When the imperial elders saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Even the imperial treasured vase and the war race's treasure were cracked. What kind of treasure did this kid have that he could be safe and sound? Damn it, where did this kid come from? Wasn't he too mysterious? What kind of treasure did he have to be able to resist such a terrifying power? Discussions could be heard. Even the Empress's eyes were cold. The Emperor's eyes flickered. Damn it, when the third prince and the others saw this scene, their faces darkened. Their imperial treasured vase cracked, but the other party was fine. They couldn't believe it. On the other side, the Golden Lion King didn't say anything. However, he also stared at Lin Xian's figure with a cold-killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared again and walked forward. Ka ka ka, along with the Golden Lion King's footsteps, the cracks on the golden wheel above its head became even larger. In an instant, 3 cracks appeared, and the number of cracks was still increasing. On the other side, the third prince and the others were also gritting their teeth. He and the 4 elite powerhouses were going all out to get out of the ecliptic Aquarius. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the sword, spreading all over it. From the looks of it, it would shatter at any moment. In the end, Lin Xian was the first to reach the 30-meter mark and stopped. The Golden Lion King followed closely behind. However, when it reached the 30-meter mark, the pressure once again doubled. The golden Dharma wheel above his head instantly shattered into pieces. Humph! A sharp radiance appeared in the golden Lion King's eyes. At the same time, a magic treasure quickly appeared on its body. That was a large golden cauldron. It was like a giant mountain as it floated above his head. Tens of thousands of streaks of radiance hung down, surrounding him, so that he would not be harmed by the beam of light. However, his face was unusually pale. Boom! When the third prince and the others arrived, the zodiac treasured vase above their heads shattered. The third prince and the others cried out in surprise. Then, the flood dragon's scissors turned into two giant dragons that were hundreds of feet long and surrounded them. Then, these people quickly retreated. When they reached the 50-meter mark, a purple pagoda appeared above their heads. It protected the third prince and the four elite powerhouses, temporarily withstanding the pressure. However, the five people's faces were incomparably ugly. Because they had failed. With the power of the Emperor-based treasure, they could only withstand the pressure for 30 meters. They could not withstand any further. Even if the third prince had an Emperor-based treasure, he would not be able to reach the end. Therefore, their faces were extremely ugly. Was the third prince going to give up? The imperial family elders also cried out in surprise. They could see that the third prince did not have the ability to reach the end. It could not be helped. They were not well prepared. That's right. Not to mention the third prince, even the eighth prince and the first prince might not be able to reach the end. Damn it. It would be great if we could go in, one of the imperial family elders gritted his teeth. The other elders also said, yes, even if we could not go in, we would have gotten the news in advance. We would have let these princes bring more treasures, but now, they were not well prepared. It seemed that they could only wait for the next time. An elder sighed. Yes, even an emperor-based treasure could not withstand the pressure. The Golden Lion King and Lin Xian would not be able to reach the end. No one would be able to take the treasure. It did not matter. This space was always under the control of the Taiyu dynasty. Next time, we would definitely be well prepared. When the time came, we would definitely get the treasure. These elders discussed animatedly and began to prepare for the next entry. After all, the pressure emitted by the treasure was too terrifying. It was definitely a heaven-grade treasure. If they could get it, the strength of the Taiyu dynasty would increase. This was a very important matter to them. Of course, all of their plans were based on the premise that the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian would not be able to get the treasure in the end. Therefore, all of the imperial family elders were looking at the Golden Lion King. They were all looking at Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King had a huge golden cauldron on his head. His body was overflowing with light and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed that the Golden Lion King had activated the power of his bloodline. The huge golden cauldron on his head was not simple either. No one knew if he could reach the end. The elders of the imperial family were discussing. However, many of them shook their heads. It was too difficult. The Golden Lion King was too young. If he had the cultivation of a supreme expert, he would definitely be able to reach the end. But now, he was still far from it. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also very serious. The sage's hand bone in front of him was emitting a monstrous aura, blocking the pressure that filled the sky. His body was also surrounded by countless sword qi, protecting him. He was not worried about the sage's hand bone shattering because it was hard to find. No matter how strong the pressure was, it might not be able to shatter the hand bone. What he needed to do was to protect himself and not be threatened by the sage's aura. However, He Tu and the dark red divine dragon seemed to be very reliable this time. They played a huge role in his jade pendant. The two of them moved forward slowly. However, when they were 25 meters away, another crack appeared on the huge golden cauldron on the Golden Lion King's head. This made the Golden Lion King's expression unsightly. The rune on his forehead shone even more brightly. An incomparably terrifying bloodline power gushed out from the Golden Lion King's forehead and poured into the huge golden cauldron. The war race was born for battle. Roar! The golden figure roared toward the sky. Its body was covered with runes. Then, it grabbed the golden cauldron and smashed it forward. Boom! A void appeared in front of it. The terrifying energy was also torn apart. The Golden Lion King took a step forward and instantly arrived 20 meters away. However, this was already his limit. Although he was a prodigy of the war race, he was still young. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the level of a 6-star king. Therefore, it was not easy for him to come here. Looking at the 20-meter distance, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Normally, he could go back and forth a few hundred times in an instant. However, he could not advance even a centimeter now. On the other side, Lin Xian also shouted coldly and activated the second restriction. Immediately, the pressure of the saint's hand bone became even stronger. He also arrived at the 20-meter distance. Then, he looked at the Golden Lion King in the distance and took another step forward. 19 meters. What? He could still move forward. At this moment, the Golden Lion King was stunned. The third prince and the surrounding experts were all stunned. Those royal elders were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in disbelief. Damn it. How could this be? The Golden Lion King's expression was gloomy. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. Because he did not dare to believe it. He was a prodigy of the war race. Now that he had used his bloodline power and the treasure of the war race, he could not move forward. However, the other party could still move forward. How could this be? How could the other party compare to him, in terms of aptitude, identity, bloodline, talent, and strength? He thought that he could crush the other party, but now, the other party was actually in front of him. He could not accept this. The third prince and the others were also stunned. How could the other party still move forward? Even the Golden Lion King stopped. How could the other party move forward? They could not accept this. As for those royal elders, their expressions were also ugly. Originally, when the Golden Lion King stopped, they were relieved. It seemed that even the prodigy of the war race could not move forward. This made them believe that no one could obtain the treasure. Perhaps, they could obtain it the next time they entered. However, Lin Xian's performance exceeded their expectations. The fact that the other party was still able to advance surprised them greatly. Damn it, what exactly is this kid's Dharma treasure? How could he be so strong? No matter how much they guessed, they would never have guessed that Lin Xian actually had the bone of a saint. Even though they did not know what it was, everyone was glaring at Lin Xian right now. Especially the Golden Lion King. The killing intent in its eyes transformed into a materialized sharp sword, slashing forward. However, when the killing intent left his body, it was crushed by the overwhelming power of the sky-reaching light pillar. Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. He carefully controlled the saint's hand bone and walked forward. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 10-meter mark. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. It was too crucial. In the last 10 meters, could the other party hold on? Could he continue? This was extremely important to all of them. Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickering as he looked to the front. He could still clearly see the ancient sword in front of him. However, the pressure in the last 10 meters was too great. Even if he opened 2 seals now, he might not be able to contend against it. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to open the 3rd seal. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the Dark Red Dragon and Hey Tuesday. He told them to prepare the seal. After all, a heaven-grade Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Just like the saint's hand bone, he still couldn't control it. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't get it into the Black Earth. The equipment inside was complete. As long as there was enough energy, he could completely seal the heaven-grade Dharma treasure. Now that Lin Xian had acquired so many precious treasures, it wasn't difficult for him to activate the Black Earthly and seal it. Don't worry, there's enough energy. Hey Tu replied. Lin Xian nodded, then transmitted his voice again. Ruffian Dragon, prepare the profound jade platform. After the heaven-grade Dharma treasure sword is collected, we will immediately teleport away. Don't worry, the profound jade platform is also prepared. There were 3 profound jade platforms floating beside the dark red dragon. Lin Xian had no choice but to be careful. After all, this was a heaven-grade Dharma treasure. Although others might not know about it, just the aura it emitted was enough to shock them. This would definitely lead to a pursuit, not to mention others. The Golden Lion King and the 3rd prince behind him would definitely not let this matter go. He had to quickly leave this place to avoid being surrounded by these people. After telling them everything, Lin Xian opened the third seal and walked forward again. Everyone else held their breaths and stared at Lin Xian's back. They didn't know if Lin Xian would succeed or not, because they didn't dare to believe it. The pressure in the last 10 meters would increase exponentially. How could the other party resist it? Perhaps even a peerless expert wouldn't be able to resist it. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. As he got closer and closer, everyone became more and more nervous. When Lin Xian arrived at the front, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe that a 6-star king could reach the center of that kind of power. How did he do it? No, damn it, the Golden Lion King's face was cold. The third prince and the others roared crazily. However, everything was useless. Their voices were ruthlessly crushed by the power in front of them. Only Lin Xian's back was left in front of him. Lin Xian was under great pressure. The dragon sword soul appeared on his body and enveloped him. Do it, hey Tuesday. Lin Xian controlled the saint's hand bone and the dragon sword soul surrounded his body to resist the surrounding power. Above him, a black hole appeared. Immediately after, countless runes flew out and turned into rays of divine light in the sky, completely enveloping the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The Heaven Stage Ancient Sword naturally wasn't willing to be subdued so easily. It launched a crazy counterattack. Boom, in an instant, the entire valley was razed to the ground. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Not good, run. When the third prince and the others saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. They couldn't care about anything else and ran out crazily. The Golden Lion King roared. He was unwilling to give up and the runes on his forehead flickered. He circulated his bloodline power to the extreme, wanting to resist. But in the end, he couldn't resist. More cracks appeared on the golden cauldron above his head. It was about to shatter. Damn it, the Golden Lion King roared and could only retreat helplessly. Because if he stayed any longer, he would probably be torn to pieces by this power. Boom, everyone retreated. The valley in front of them was completely enveloped by countless rays of sword chi, turning into nothingness. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders discovered that the light screen in front of them was also chaotic. They couldn't see it clearly. From the looks of it, that rare treasure was enraged and emitted a terrifying energy. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders realized that the light screen in front of them was also in chaos. They couldn't see it clearly at all. From the looks of it, that natural treasure must have been enraged, and was emitting a terrifying energy. That kid should have been blasted into pieces, that was natural. This power had already surpassed that of a peerless almighty. No one could contend against it, perhaps only an invincible king could contend against it. Even a top genius like the Golden Lion King had retreated. What ability did that kid have to stay inside? Everyone discussed and even sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have been killed. Lin Xian had indeed suffered a great impact, so he frantically broke the fourth seal. Suddenly, the pressure of the sage increased. The terrifying pressure shattered heaven and earth. Roar, Lin Xian blocked the violent energy. However, his face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul rushed out and circled around his body. It let out a loud dragon roar and blocked the sage's pressure. Inside the black earth, countless runes were like a river of stars. In the end, they completely sealed the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Inside the black earth, a black soil floated in the air. In front of it, there was a huge array. On top of the array, there were 9 fist-sized divine crystals. They provided the energy of the entire array. Then, 9 ancient runes floated out and quickly surged forward. They completely enveloped the heaven-ranked ancient sword. This sealing method was the method used to seal the sage's hand bone. If it could even seal the sage's hand bone, it could be imagined that this priceless sword could also be sealed. Sure enough, the 9 ancient and mysterious runes entered the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Then, the heaven-ranked ancient sword's fierce aura disappeared. The light that filled the sky and the terrifying aura also quickly retreated. Lin Xian took a step forward, waved his arm, and pulled out the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Clang, the ancient sword broke out of the ground. Lin Xian was stunned. Broken sword, that's right, it was a broken sword. It was only about 2/3 of a normal longsword. It seemed that the tip of the sword was broken. Lin Xian was extremely shocked, but there was no time to think. The terrifying power was disappearing, and he had to leave quickly. In the next moment, he threw the heaven-ranked ancient sword into the black earth vessel and took the 3 mysterious jade platforms from ruffian dragon's hands. 1. He infused his spiritual energy into one of the Xian jade platforms, which emitted a bright light. Then, a spatial array appeared under his feet. Then, a spatial door appeared. Outside, the Golden Lion King and the third prince kept staring ahead. However, at this moment, they were shocked. This was because the berserk aura in front of them was receding like the tide, and the light that filled the sky had also disappeared. Then, he disappeared. Damn it, what happened? What about that energy? Could it be that the kid had subdued a rare treasure of heaven and earth? The third prince exclaimed. The Golden Lion King's expression was malevolent as he roared. Damn it, leave the treasure behind. Then, a huge golden palm covered the sky and pounced forward. Humph, the third prince also snorted coldly and activated the flood dragon scissors. 2 huge flood dragons spiraled and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long flood dragon phantom that rushed out. The 9 trapping arrays outside were broken, and Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were able to escape. They soared into the sky and also looked ahead. The eyes of the Imperial Elders flickered as they stared at the light screen. Damn it, could it be that the kid had succeeded? Impossible, how could he have succeeded? What kind of heaven-grade treasure did he use to seal it? That's right, that kind of treasure was not something he could withstand. Even if he could get close, he would not be able to use it. Everyone discussed, not believing that the other party had succeeded. But what was the situation now? When did the treasure's aura disappear? This meant that the other party had subdued a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Although they did not want to believe it, they had to accept this fact. So, in the next moment, they looked at the light screen again. In the sky, the huge palm that covered the sky slammed down, and 2 flood dragon phantoms quickly moved through the void. However, Lin Xian was 1 step ahead of them. He had left through the mysterious jade platform's teleportation. Boom! Boom! The valley was torn apart by the terrifying energy, but no one was left behind. This made the third prince and the others' faces turn gloomy. Ah, the Golden Lion King roared at the sky. He let out a terrifying roar, and divine lightning fell from the sky. The treasure is mine, and no one can take it away. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of them. Then, his eyes were like lightning. The power of space, that kid had teleported away. You can't run away. I will kill you even if you are at the end of the world. I will take the treasure back. The Golden Lion King waved his hand, and a space scroll appeared. Then, it wrapped around him, shattered the void, and disappeared. Go, the third prince also shouted coldly. He also took out a space scroll and quickly teleported away. The world quieted down. Countless rays of light and energy disappeared, and only the shattered valley and cracked ground were left. Now, only Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were left. The Lord of the Underworld's face was gloomy. Damn, both of us ran away. What should we do? Go back the way we came? No, let's go back too. Since they have all left, there is no need for us to stay. I have to report to the 8th prince. Lin Xian had snatched the rare treasure, and he would probably become the target of everyone's attacks. As he said that, he also took out a token. This is a teleportation token. It can allow us to return to the 8th prince's side. However, there is only one chance. Daoist Long said in a deep voice. Then, he crushed the teleportation token. A wave of space energy wrapped around the 2 of them, and they disappeared. Boom! Outside the dark canyon, 30,000 miles to the west, the void cracked. Then, Lin Xian's figure appeared. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he circulated his spiritual energy to eliminate the dizziness caused by the spatial crack. Then, he looked around. Fortunately, it seemed that he had come out of the dark canyon. This way, he would be much safer. After all, it was very dangerous to be alone in the Hengyang Canyon. Soon, he frowned and looked at the sky. Then, his figure flickered, and he flew into the distance. That was because he felt an extremely unstable spatial energy coming from the sky. Someone should be teleporting over. Boom, as expected, not long after Lin Xian left, the sky in the distance shattered, and the figure of a golden god of war appeared. The Golden Lion King had come out. As soon as he came out, he roared, and the surrounding mountains below exploded. Then, the golden aura on his body formed a lion that sensed the surroundings. As for the Golden Lion King, he suddenly opened his eyes. Remnant energy, you really appeared here, you can't escape. As he said that, the Golden Lion King turned into a golden lightning and chased after him. Not long after the Golden Lion King left, the third prince and the others also shattered the void and appeared in the sky. Then, their faces turned gloomy. Damn it, he disappeared. We can't catch up. Then, we'll secretly gather our people and form a team. That way, we'll let others help us find that kid's whereabouts. After we find him, we'll attack and snatch him. Alright, let's do that. The third prince nodded. Then, they began to move. Firstly, they gathered everyone and returned to the third prince's side. Secondly, these mighty figures quickly spread the news. On the other side, outside the dark canyon, the eighth prince and the others were waiting patiently. However, they were a little anxious because it was almost time for the appointed time, but the other party had yet to appear. Buzz, at that moment, a jade pendant on the eighth prince's waist floated up and released a mysterious talisman. The eighth prince opened his eyes and frowned. Is that a teleportation token? Could it be that they've encountered some danger and had no choice but to use the teleportation token? At the next moment, he said in a deep voice, everyone, prepare to receive them. Our people are coming out. The surrounding mighty figures also opened their eyes and stood up. Their auras surged as they prepared to receive them at any time. Boom, crack, soon, the void on their left cracked open and two figures appeared. As soon as the two figures appeared, two mighty figures walked up and protected them. At the same time, the other two mighty figures rushed out and stared at the void. Fortunately, no danger rushed out. Then, the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long regained their composure. However, everyone's expression was not good. Especially the eighth prince, he frowned. Where's Lin Xian? Why hasn't Lin Xian come out? Could it be that he's in danger? The others also looked over. Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. He's indeed in danger, but it's not what you think. Soon, Taoist Master Long gave a rough account of what had happened inside. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. They were envious. On the other hand, the eighth prince frowned. You're saying that Lin Xian has obtained a rare treasure and left? The Golden Lion King, the third prince, and the others are chasing after him? That's indeed the case. Taoist Master Long sighed. There was probably no one who wouldn't be envious of such a rare treasure. Lin Xian, that brat, had actually obtained such a thing, so he had to bear the consequences of being hunted down. However, eighth prince, it all depends on your decision now. Do you want the treasures, or do you want Lin Xian to help you become the crown prince? Of course, it was the position of crown prince. The eighth prince said in a deep voice. Then, with a serious expression, he gave the order. Just like that, all news of Lin Xian would be blocked. No one was allowed to leak any information about Lin Xian. Find out Lin Xian's whereabouts, get in touch with him, and protect him at all costs. This way, we will become enemies with the other princes. At this moment, a mighty figure voiced out his concerns. After hearing this, the eighth prince sneered. Making an enemy out of the other princes, isn't the fight for the position of crown prince an enemy of all the princes? Do you think that without this rare treasure, the other princes will not be our enemy? That mighty figure was speechless. The eighth prince said that in the fight for the position of crown prince, everyone is our enemy. Now, our position will not change, and we will fully support Lin Xian. Let's go, let's move quickly. I suspect that the third prince will do something. We still have to hurry and meet up with Lin Xian. Also, send out a warning. Hunting down Lin Xian is equivalent to making an enemy out of us. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that the eighth prince was going to do his best to protect Lin Xian. Thinking about it, Lin Xian was too important to the eighth prince, whether it was in the first round or in the second round. He had provided great help to the eighth prince in his fight for the position of crown prince. Now, it was reasonable for the 8th prince to protect Lin Xian. This also made everyone feel relieved because this matter showed that the 8th prince was not a person who was greedy for treasures, but a prince who was worthy of trust. Soon, the 8th prince's side also started to take action. The elders in the Grand Imperial Hall looked at the screen with a complicated expression. The 8th prince had chosen to support Lin Xian. The 3rd prince had already started to spread the news and contact the other princes. The 1st prince also took action. One had to say that the 1st prince's intelligence network was really developed. He got the news so quickly. Who knew what kind of consequences would arise in the end? I think it will be more intense than the ordinary fight for the position of crown prince. After all, the rare treasure lit a fire in the fight for the position of crown prince. The elders discussed animatedly. Sure enough, under the 3rd prince's great efforts, the news quickly spread out. When the other princes, elites, and young geniuses learned that Lin Xian had obtained an earth-shattering rare treasure, they were all shocked. What? A rare treasure? It surpassed the Earth rank, and even a top Earth rank treasure would be shattered in front of him. It was rumored that it might be a heaven rank treasure. Did such a thing really appear? Moreover, it was obtained by a junior. The eyes of the older generation's experts were red as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The eyes of the other princes were even more fervent. If the description was true, then it was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. After obtaining it, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Therefore, they also took action. They had to find Lin Xian quickly. They couldn't let him go. They had to get the treasure. If they couldn't, they would kill him without mercy. Hurry up and take action. Let's snatch the treasure first. One order after another was issued. The princes, elite almighties, and peerless geniuses were all on the move, searching for Lin Xian everywhere. When the 3rd prince saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Humph, despicable brat. How dare you snatch the treasure in front of me? Let's see how you die now. On the other side, the 1st prince's side took action quickly. It was said that the Golden Lion King was already chasing that brat. That brat won't be able to escape. We should also take action. That Lin Xian is a genius of the 8th prince. If Tian can kill him, the 8th prince will definitely go crazy. Let's see how he can compete with me for the position of crown prince. The 1st prince sneered. The 8th prince's side also heard the news. His face immediately sank. Damn it. The news actually spread and spread so quickly. Someone must be adding fuel to the fire. There was no need to think. It must be the 3rd prince's side. The Golden Lion King didn't need to do that, the Lord of the Underworld snorted. It was better to find Lin Xian first. It would be dangerous for him to be surrounded by others outside. The 8th prince's side took action quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King started their pursuit. However, Lin Xian still had the mysterious jade platform. Therefore, he teleported again, causing the Golden Lion King to lose its target. Ah, damn brat. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The Golden Lion King was enraged. His roar shattered another dozen or so mountain peaks in the surroundings. However, a few figures soared into the sky from one of the mountains. From one of the mountain peaks, a few silhouettes soared into the sky. Damn it, who is it? How dare you disturb me when I'm trying to snatch the treasure? There were 3 silhouettes, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were middle-aged, and their faces were extremely cold. They were the subordinates of the 12th prince. Originally, they found a spiritual herb in the valley below and were about to snatch it. However, they did not expect that the surrounding mountain peaks would explode, and even the spiritual herb would be blown to pieces. This made them extremely angry. Therefore, they soared into the sky, wanting to see who dared to provoke them. However, when they saw the figure, their faces turned green. Damn it, it's actually the Golden Lion King, not good, run. They had heard of how terrifying the Golden Lion King was, and they probably could not defeat it. Therefore, they could only turn around and run. Humph, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted, and with a wave of his hand, 3 sharp rays of light shot out, turning into heavenly spears that chased after them. Puff! 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 3 golden divine spears pierced through the void, and then pierced through the bodies of the 3 kings, nailing them to the sky. Then, the golden divine spears exploded, and the bodies of the 3 kings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The golden lion king turned around, tore through the void, and left this place. On the other side, Lin Xian also slowed down. He spread out his soul power and scanned the surroundings. He found that the golden lion king was no longer around. It seemed that he had gotten rid of the other party. This made him feel relieved. Next, he descended and took out a few pills to consume to recover his inner energy. At the same time, he quickly thought about what to do next. There's someone there, that kid? Isn't that Lin Xian? It's really him. In the distant sky, 3 silhouettes flew over quickly. They were an old man and 2 young men. They looked down at Lin Xian with ecstasy. Haha, it's that kid, the heavens are helping me, the old man also laughed sinisterly. Kid, hand over the treasure in your hands, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At the end of his words, the old man emitted a terrifying aura, shattering the surrounding heaven and earth. You guys know. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. How did they know? Kid, don't hide it. Who doesn't know that you have the treasure in your hands? One of the young men also sneered. However, you're not fated to obtain the treasure. There are too many people here who are to surpass you. Those princes, elites, experts, and elders. You think you have the ability to take the treasure? Hand it over obediently, and I can spare your life. Or you. Come. Cold shouts could be heard. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard that. It seemed that the news had already spread, and the speed at which it spread was even faster than he had imagined. But TT2. It. Lin Xian's face darkened. The 2. It must be the 3rd prince's doing. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. How dare he spread the news and get everyone to attack him? The 3rd prince really deserved to die. It seemed like he was in big trouble. Everyone was probably looking for him, but he didn't know what the 8th prince's attitude was. Lin Xian shook his head. He couldn't put all his hopes on the 8th prince. He had to think of a way himself. The 3 above saw Lin Xian's eyes flickering, but they ignored him. They were furious. How dare he ignore them? Unforgivable. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 1 of the young men snorted and slashed down with the green sword in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow. It turned into a 1,000-meter sword light and enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian came back to his senses. He snorted and punched. The black fist instantly shattered the 1,000-meter sword chi. Then, he said coldly, get lost. Don't kill more people than me. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. You're almost invincible among the younger generation. However, this is not a one-on-one fight. If we work together, we might be able to defeat you. The young man sneered. Moreover, we have Senior Huangfeng here. Do you think you can escape? The young man sneered arrogantly. Indeed, in his opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for such a team to crush Lin Xian. You're courting death, Lin Xian snorted. Since the other party wanted to die, he wouldn't be merciful. In the sky, the 2 young men laughed. Senior Huangfeng, please help us. We'll go down and capture this kid. The old man nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold. He was an elite powerhouse while the other party was only a 6-star king. In his opinion, although this person was a peerless genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. Kid, kneel down and accept your death. The 2 young men stepped forward. One of them held a long sword while the other held a battle saber. Their auras were like thunder, and their black hair danced wildly. Kill! The 2 of them turned into lightning and rushed down quickly. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and slashed mercilessly with their swords and sabers. Buzz buzz, however, Lin Xian stretched out his palms and grabbed in front of him. In the next moment, he grabbed the 2 young men's weapons. You want to fight us barehanded? You're courting death. The two young men sneered. Lin Xian was too arrogant. They would let Lin Xian know the price of underestimating them. Boom, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a strong sense of fear in their eyes. That was because the treasured sabers and swords in their hands were instantly crushed into countless pieces by Lin Xian. What? How is that possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The two young prodigies were extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? He could even crush their treasured weapons with his bare hands? No one answered them. Lin Xian's palm was wrapped in a dragon-shaped sword qi. Then, he held the broken sword and saber and slashed in front of him. Poof poof poof, two heads flew up, and then two corpses fell to the ground, staining the ground red with blood. They were killed. After seeing this, the elite mighty figure's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with shock. Lin Xian's method was too powerful. Although he could do it too, he was an elite mighty figure. Lin Xian was a 6-star king. How could he be so powerful? Those two pieces of trash actually need me to deal with them personally. The elder snorted. In his opinion, the two young men were too weak. That was why Lin Xian had to kill them. Kid, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you killed two people. You're still not strong enough in front of me. The elite mighty figure snorted coldly, then stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. I'll write crazily all night and continue writing during the day. Brothers, please support me. Recommend me. Monthly votes. Subscribe. Collection. Reward me. His move was very arrogant. It was as if he was pinching an ant instead of Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian sneered and drew his demonic sword. His body turned into a sharp sword light and slashed out. Buzz, what a powerful sword qi, the elite powerhouse's expression changed. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The sword qi was too sharp. It made him feel like he was on the verge of death. He wanted to stop the next moment, but it was too late. Pfft, the sword light flashed and instantly pierced through his hand. Blood flowed wildly as his bones shattered. The elite powerhouse screamed in pain. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. The sword light did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Then, it suddenly exploded. Boom, the terrifying sword qi instantly swallowed his entire right arm. Then, his right arm left his body and flew into the sky. The powerhouse turned around and ran. Life was better than treasures, you want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The sword in his hand exploded again, and streaks of chaotic sword qi quickly shot out. The powerhouse did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly threw out two shields. At the same time, a blue pagoda appeared above his head and enveloped his body. He could only passively defend. He only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Boom. Boom, however, Lin Xian's chaotic sword qi was a heaven-grade technique. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the backs of the two shields were cut open, and the blue pagoda above his head was sent flying. All of the elder's defensive methods were broken. Seeing this scene, the elder's scalp went numb. He was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a technique before. He knew that he had been careless this time. He had kicked an iron plate. The young man in front of him could not be measured by common sense. He was definitely a terrifying figure. Boom, at this moment, countless blood-colored sword runes appeared under Lin Xian's feet. Then, a black primordial shadow rushed out from within and turned into a huge black crocodile. Roar! The black crocodile charged forward with its bloody mouth open. In an instant, it swallowed the powerhouse. Boom! Boom, dazzling light swept through heaven and earth. This breath could swallow mountains and rivers. Nothing could stop it. Sure enough, that supreme being screamed miserably. His body was cut in half and fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the man's storage ring. Then, he shot out a black hellfire and burned the corpse. After doing all this, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. However, the battle was not over yet. In the next half a day, Lin Xian encountered two more attacks. Lin Xian didn't show any mercy either. Anyone who dared to attack him was mercilessly killed by him. When the other princes learned of this situation, their faces turned gloomy. That was because these geniuses and almighties were the elites under their command. Yet, they had all been killed. How could they tolerate this? For a moment, the princes quickly joined hands and prepared to capture the other party. This was because they had also discovered that the other party was simply too powerful. Even though he was alone, he still had such combat strength. The 6th prince, the 7th prince, the 10th prince, and the 12th prince joined forces. The almighties and geniuses under their command also joined forces and formed powerful teams to surround and kill the other party. Among them, when a 3-man team found Lin Xian was cultivating. He was recovering his lost stamina, but when he saw another group of people coming, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a monstrous light in his eyes. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian decisively made his move. His black fist was like a mountain that shot into the sky. It instantly blew up a young prodigy. Boom, blood splattered everywhere, and the void shattered. The remaining 2 people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They fled in 2 different directions. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, they looked up to the sky and let out sharp booms. Come over, that kid is here. They had used all their power to create sound waves, so everyone within a 10,000-mile radius could hear them. It even spread further. Boom! 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 In an instant, a few terrifying auras lit up in the distance. They turned into streams of light and quickly charged over. Another 3-man team flew over quickly. Obviously, they were the closest to this place. These 3 people joined up with the previous 2. There were a total of 5 people. 2 almighties and 3 young geniuses. They were like killing gods as they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you kill our people? Today is the day you die. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The few of them stared at Lin Xian with cold expressions like wild beasts. Because the 5 of them were confident that they could destroy everything when they joined forces. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for him to fight against them. You want to take me down with just the 5 of you? Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said that, he took a step forward, and the entire world trembled. Seeing that the other party still dared to attack, the 5 of them were furious. They quickly attacked at the same time. Streams of light pierced through the void and blasted the nearby mountain peaks. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast and he dodged in an instant. At the same time, he took out a few formations from the black earth and quickly set them up. These formations were all created by the dark red divine dragon. The materials used were the treasures that Lin Xian had obtained in the past few days. The other almighties had also borrowed the materials inside. They were very powerful. Even if an almighty was trapped, it would probably take some effort. At this moment, Lin Xian set up 2 formations and immediately separated the 5 of them. Among them, a red-clothed almighty and a young woman were trapped together, while the other almighty was trapped alone. The remaining middle-aged man and a young man were still in the air. However, their expressions immediately became extremely ugly. Damn it, how could the other party have such a powerful formation? They realized that the 2 almighties were unable to rush out for a while, which shocked them. In the next moment, they felt Lin Xian's terrifying gaze and trembled. They were no match for Lin Xian at all. The reason why they dared to attack was because the 5 of them together formed a terrifying chain attack. But now, the 2 of them were not enough. After all, they knew that Lin Xian had already killed many almighties and geniuses. You want to kill me, snatch the treasures, with just you? Lin Xian sneered and attacked decisively. Brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. However, it was useless. Lin Xian did not give them any chance. He had already made up his mind to kill anyone who dared to come and kill him. He would not let anyone go. Boom, Lin Xian attacked decisively. The chaotic sword chi slashed out and instantly sent the middle-aged man flying. As for the young king, he was split apart by the sword. It was too terrifying. In just one exchange, a young genius was killed. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on his armor. Then, it shattered into pieces and exploded. Instantly, the middle-aged man gasped. The armor had saved his life previously. But now, he was afraid that he would not be able to block the second attack. "Damn it, go to hell," the middle-aged man roared. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape. He could only fight with his life on the line to have a chance of survival. He knew that no matter how powerful the array was, it would not be able to trap the two mighty figures for too long. He only needed to wait for the two mighty figures to come out and he would be safe. So in the next moment, he pulled out a red spear and rushed over. Boom! Boom! As the spear pierced out, the entire void was pierced through. A terrifying energy storm swept out towards Lin Xian. Slash! Lin Xian swung his sword. Chaotic sword chi fell and shattered all 300 rays of light. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist turned into a black dragon and rushed out. The black dragon was formed by hellfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man roared crazily. His body began to burn with black flames. He wanted to extinguish the flames crazily, but it was impossible. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, he was burned to ashes. The entire process seemed slow, but it only happened for 5 seconds. The two mighty figures who were attacking the array saw this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the array formation around one of the trapped mighty ones was instantly removed. However, the array was controlled by him and placed on another mighty figure and a young woman. Damn it, the two of them saw this scene and their faces darkened. The reason for that was because they'd already caused cracks to appear in the surrounding spirit formations. Yet now, another spirit formation had been added. This made it extremely difficult for them to escape. Next, it's you, Lin Xian smirked as he looked at the elite mighty figure that he had just released. You're courting death, kid, you're too arrogant. Seeing that the other party was going to attack him, the elite mighty figure was furious. Boom! In the next moment, the Almighty opened his mouth and spat out a blue giant hammer. It was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Then, the hammer descended. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning instantly smashed towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, and a 1,000-meter-long sword chi transformed into an ancient phantom. Its huge body slammed into the blue hammer with a heaven-shaking boom. Boom! In the end, the blue hammer's terrifying sword chi phantom directly unfolded. Terrifying sword waves spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The surrounding dozens of mountains were flattened in an instant. Damn it, why is his sword chi so powerful? That elite expert's expression changed. Although he knew that the other party was very strong, he found that the other party's strength was a little surprising after the real fight. Wang, thinking of this, he snorted coldly and summoned his king's domain, which circled around him. At the same time, he pulled out a treasured sword. The vermilion bird sword, he slashed out with his sword, and a monstrous sword light transformed into a gigantic vermilion bird, which rapidly swooped down. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You're really courting death. Demon-slaying sword array, break for me. The blood-red sword array quickly surged out, and then the ancient phantom appeared in the sky, fighting with the vermilion bird. In less than 3 moves, the vermilion bird was torn apart, turning into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The surrounding forest was set ablaze. As for the ancient silhouette, it let out a roar and charged over. Damn it, vermilion bird 3 techniques, that elite expert's pupils constricted, and he once again used his terrifying sword technique, striking out 3 ultimate moves. Fire God's roar, Lin Xian didn't want to tangle with him at all, and he directly launched a powerful attack. Hellfire spread, and the Fire God's giant sword slashed down crazily. The sword fell, and the world was killed. The elder was wrapped in hellfire, and his body was cut in half by the sword. Next, it's your turn. Lin Xian's body was full of killing intent, and he was like a killing god. He turned his gaze and looked at the last 2 people. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the 2 arrays. One of them had been destroyed, but the second array could still be used. He called it back to the black earth and let the dark red divine dragon repair it so that it could be Used again in the future. After the two kings lost the array, they turned and fled. Although one of them was an elite expert, and the other was a young genius, they didn't dare to face Lin Xian at all. Buzz. Buzz, the two of them fled like crazy. Especially the young woman, who spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence. The blood mist enveloped her body, and then she turned into a blood-red lightning bolt, instantly streaking across the void. The elder also roared, and 2 wind wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a tornado and fled quickly. Facing Lin Xian, the two of them didn't dare to fight. Instead, they turned and fled. You want to leave? Lin Xian used the demigods and semidevils and quickly chased after them. At the same time, his long sword slashed through the air. 5 bolts of lightning struck. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck the void, chasing after the 2 people in front. The 2 of them felt their scalps go numb. They raised their hands and attacked to block the power of lightning, but they didn't dare to take it head-on. The 5 bolts of lightning still affected them to a certain extent. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his hand again and struck out with his palm. 10,000 miles ice seal, the icy aura quickly spread, and the surrounding space quickly froze, forming a world of ice and frost. The 2 warriors in front were also affected by the icy aura. Their speed slowed down, and frost even formed on their bodies as if they were about to freeze. Damn it, their expressions changed. The icy aura on their bodies became thicker and thicker, making it impossible for them to escape. Boom. However, at this critical moment, 3 violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from afar, and then 3 rainbows quickly rushed over. Great, the reinforcements are here, the 2 of them exclaimed when they saw this. They were overjoyed. They didn't expect reinforcements to come at this moment of certain death. To them, this was simply the best news as far as they were concerned. Therefore, in the next moment, the 2 of them turned to look at Lin Xian with a sinister look on their faces. Kid, so what if you're strong? Do you think you can fight against the 5 of us? We already know that you have an array. As long as you dodge carefully this time, you won't be trapped by the array, Buzz. However, Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, golden runes flashed in his eyes. Floating light, Lin Xian immediately activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Anyway, the 2 of them wouldn't reveal his secret. Buzz, indeed, in the next moment, the 2 of them were hit by the soul attack, and their eyes became dull. The spiritual aura on their bodies also weakened in an instant. Obviously, the 2 of them were hit by the soul attack and couldn't fight back. They didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. La la la, time to wake up and vote. Frost Spike, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the power of frost. Immediately, the blood in their bodies froze and turned into sharp arrows that shot out quickly. Bang! Bang, bang! Their bodies were pierced and their internal organs were completely shattered. They fell from the sky. What? They were killed. Seeing this scene, the 3 people who were watching from afar were also stunned. They stopped abruptly, their faces filled with terror. What was going on? In just 2 seconds, the other party was killed. What kind of technique was that? That was an elite almighty and a young heaven's chosen. Run. The 3 people in the distance did not dare to continue fighting. They turned around and fled. Boom, they came quickly and fled even faster. Lin Xian did not chase after them. This time, the golden runes in his eyes shone brighter and brighter. They could pierce through the void. Then, ice spread on his right hand and formed an ice longbow. He pulled the bowstring with his left hand and an ice arrow quickly appeared. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. That was because he had already locked onto a target through the heavenly secret divine eyes. The power of the great dragon sword soul was injected into the ice sword and it was extremely sharp. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ice arrow flew out from Lin Xian's hand and tore through the void like a silver lightning bolt. The 3 people in front of him fled quickly. However, at that moment, the body of a young man was suddenly pierced through. An ice arrow pierced through his body. Then, the power of frost and the sword chi of the great dragon sword soul quickly spread and blasted him into a mist of blood. He turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. What? He was killed. The two martial artists next to him were about to go crazy when they saw the scene. They were already so far away. How could the young man be killed? How did that kid do it? In the next moment, they turned around and found that the young man was not chasing after them. That made them even more shocked. Damn it, it was the Bao. An old man's face was extremely ugly. What, the Bao? How could he have such a terrifying penetrative power? Who knew how he did it? They had to hurry up and put up their strongest defense. The two of them did not dare to be careless and quickly put up their defenses. However, just as they put up their defenses, another ice arrow flew quickly toward them. Clang, the old man was sent flying. Fortunately, he was already wearing a suit of armor. However, the huge force still sent him flying. The void shattered, and the mountains collapsed. Countless pieces of ice formed on his body, and even the armor on his body began to crack. This arrow contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely sharp. Puff, the old man spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. The armor on his body was also about to be scrapped because it was covered with cracks. Wung, at this moment, the second arrow came, which made his scalp tingle. Pung, the old man wanted to escape, but this arrow was extremely accurate. It hit the exact same spot as the previous arrow. Therefore, the armor that was already cracked shattered with a loud bang. His body was pierced through by a sword and nailed to the ground. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen. The remaining mighty being swallowed his saliva. This method was heaven-defying, this was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to continue fighting. He immediately unleashed 3 layers of defense and unleashed his king's domain, as well as a large bell. With 5 layers of defense on his body, he quickly escaped. Moreover, his speed had reached its fastest speed. He even burned the spiritual power in his body to escape. Along the way, he also encountered other King Realm mighty beings. Those people were puzzled when they saw this scene. What was going on? Was someone chasing after him, or had he encountered a terrifying demon king? Boom! In the next moment, the King Realm mighty beings along the way were stunned because they saw a blue arrow flying over from the distant horizon. It directly collided with the mighty being's body and exploded. Pung, the mighty being was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 2 layers of defense on his body were instantly broken. Damn it, he took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Then, he absorbed the spiritual power around him and escaped at an even faster speed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this person? Wasn't that too terrifying? They looked around and even used their soul power, but they did not find anyone. However, where did that arrow come from? From an extremely far place, but how did he do that? They did not dare to imagine. That was because they had to hide their auras. Ordinary mighty beings would not be able to detect them. However, the other party had accurately hit them. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as they were feeling puzzled, countless streams of light appeared in the distance. Then, they turned into ice arrows and quickly pierced toward them. What? Those people's faces immediately turned green. Damn, why are we being attacked too? In the next moment, those people started to defend themselves. However, a few of them who were too slow were directly pierced by the arrows and nailed to the ground. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. They ran for their lives, cursing at the same time. F***CK. Who dares to attack us? Damn it, we didn't do anything. Why are they attacking us? Those people were really crazy. The mighty being who was running in front shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and run. The one who attacked us is Lin Xian." What? Are you talking about that Lin Xian who obtained the rare treasure? These people were extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they also knew why the other party attacked them. That was because they were also chasing after the other party. They did not expect that they would be hunted down by the other party before they even saw his face. Boom, boom, boom. The ice arrows that filled the sky were even more terrifying. In the end, not only were there ice arrows, but there were also fire arrows, thunder arrows, and wind arrows. All kinds of terrifying arrow rain swept over like a wave. There were so many of them that they had nowhere to go. They were like stray dogs that had lost their homes as they quickly fled. During that period, the weaker ones were directly pierced by countless arrows. There was no way for them to survive. The mighty beings roared crazily. Damn it, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? I don't believe it. We're already 50,000 miles away. How can he lock onto us? His soul power can't be that powerful. Damn brat, don't let us catch you, or we'll tear you into pieces. Ah. Could it be because of that rare treasure? When someone asked that question, the others came to a realization. Yes, it must be the rare treasure. Although they did not know what the rare treasure was, it was definitely the effect of the rare treasure. Otherwise, how could a 6-star king be so powerful? Let's go back and inform the prince to send more people. We'll join forces to kill him. Those people had gone crazy. They were full of desire for the rare treasure. At that time, he might even be able to kill a peerless almighty. Thinking of this, they sped up and ran away like crazy. And this news swept across like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the princes and almighties knew about it. They were silent because from the description, Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Even ordinary elite almighties were no match for him. Only special elite almighties or pinnacle almighties could stand a chance against them. The 8th prince also received the news. When they knew that Lin Xian was not in danger for the time being, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard about Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle record, their scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. On the other side, the Golden Lion King roared furiously, shattering mountains and rivers as it charged towards Lin Xian. As for the 3rd prince and the eldest prince, they gathered all their forces and prepared to attack. Dark Night King, it's up to you. The 3rd prince looked at an old man in a black robe and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, 3rd prince, I will bring that kid's head to you. The old man in a black robe merged into the void and disappeared. On the other side, the eldest prince looked at the young man and woman in front of him and said in a deep voice. The two of you, make your move. Remember, you must bring back the heavenly treasure, hee. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting young man. I heard that he also has ice and fire attributes, but I don't know how he compares to us 2 siblings. The young man and woman sneered. Although they looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their real age was more than 1,000 years old. They were not young geniuses, but 2 elite almighties. Moreover, they were the most terrifying elite almighties because they had the power of bloodline. After receiving the order, the 2 of them moved and left quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian chased away a group of pursuers. Then, he found a mountain range and set up a few formations. He was ready to go into seclusion. This was because he was going to use the dark crocodile's demonic blood to temper his body. At the same time, he was going to use some of the pills he got from the dark canyon. In short, he wanted to improve himself in all aspects. He knew that the upcoming battle would be even more intense and terrifying. Taking out a red pill, Lin Xian swallowed it in one gulp and began to refine it. At the same time, he entered the black earth. Inside, there was a crimson array set up by the dark red mystical dragon. It was specially set up for Lin Xian to refine demon blood. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and took out some demonic blood to refine his body. Needless to say, as an ancient demonic beast, the dark crocodile's blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. After Lin Xian used it, the muscles on his body instantly turned red, as if they were being burned by endless flames. He knew that this was the power of that powerful bloodline. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One could imagine how terrifying the dark crocodile was. Fortunately, he had only encountered a young crocodile. If he had encountered an adult crocodile, perhaps even a peerless powerhouse would not have been able to defeat it. In fact, it was still unknown whether an invincible king could be subdued. Everything was progressing quickly. 2 days later, the peace was broken. An earth-shattering sound came from outside as terrifying energy vibrations came. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian opened his eyes and asked, "Black Earth, what's going on? Someone is here. Kid, do you want to make a move?" Just then, Lin Xian stood up. He had just consumed some pills and refined some demon blood. It was a good time to test its power. With that, Lin Xian took a step forward and left the black earth. Outside, more than 10 mountains were still split open. The ground was even more cracked, and cracks appeared. It seemed that they had been attacked fiercely. Suchin raised his head and looked into the distance. There stood an old man. The old man's face was pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp. On his black robe, there were star-like spots of light. "You're Lin Xian?" The old man looked ahead and asked coldly. "That's right, I am." "Who are you? Tell me your name." "I won't kill nameless people." "Kid, you're really arrogant." The old man snorted coldly. "Listen up, I'm the Dark Knight King, I'm a top expert that the third prince invited. The treasure originally belonged to the third prince. Now, hand it over obediently." "The third prince again?" Lin Xian frowned. "Why?" "He doesn't dare to come himself, so he sent his underlings? But he really doesn't learn his lesson." "Why did he only send you? Is he sending you to your death?" "I advise you to hurry up and go back. Call a few more people. Otherwise, you're no match for me alone." "Kid, you're really arrogant." Hearing that, the Dark Knight King's face darkened, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "You'll soon pay for your ignorance." The Dark Knight King snorted coldly. Then, he rushed up, and a black light screen instantly covered 1,000 miles. Boom boom boom, the sky darkened in an instant. Originally, it was still daytime, but now, it was incomparably dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The Dark Knight King's figure also disappeared. Only a voice could be heard. "Humph, prepare to die after entering my Dark Knight realm." "Dark Knight realm?" Lin Xian frowned. What a strange King's realm. No wonder the old man dared to come alone. The Dark Knight King's realm was very special. This was also the reason why the third prince had sent him. Once this realm appeared, the sky darkened, and nothing could be seen. Even the soul power of a king was affected, and it was difficult to see clearly. In such a realm, one could only passively take a beating. Those with stronger defense would be fine, but those with weaker defense would not even know how they died. It could be said that the Dark Knight King was extremely terrifying. His soul was also suppressed. Lin Xian probed for a moment and discovered that the scene was indeed similar to the Dark Canyon. Both of them had their soul force restricted. He couldn't probe too much. In that case, it would be difficult to find his opponent. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled up. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Kid, don't try to be brave. In my Dark Knight realm, you can't use much power. Don't even think about finding my traces. Now, enjoy your death." Whoosh, a ferocious voice sounded. At the same time, a terrifying black sword light pierced towards Lin Xian's feet. It was as if it was going to cut him in half. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged. That sword light slashed towards the void and then disappeared. Eh? He dodged it. Seeing that his attack missed, the Dark Knight King was surprised. This shouldn't be. How could his opponent dodge so many attacks? "Kid, I have to say that you're very lucky to be able to dodge my attack. But you won't be so lucky next time." Around Lin Xian, darkness surged, forming 18 black axes that mercilessly chopped down. Boom, 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 however, this time, he missed again. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in another direction. What, he dodged again? How could this be? The King of Darkness hid in the darkness and frowned when he saw this scene. How could his opponent be so lucky? Damn it, no wonder you can be so arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so lucky, however, this time, I'll make a move personally. Let's see if you can still dodge it. Whoosh, the King of Darkness charged forward silently. He was like a ghost, without a trace of aura, and without a trace of sound. In his Dark Knight domain, he was the King of Darkness who ruled over everything. Nothing could go against him. Therefore, in an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand, and countless black auras appeared. They were like ghost claws that silently grabbed at Lin Xian's back. If he was caught, he would probably die immediately. Buzz, however, his palm stopped when it was less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Xian. He could no longer move forward. How could this be? The King of Darkness finally couldn't help but scream. His face was full of fear and disbelief. Because he found that a hand had grabbed his palm, making it impossible for him to move forward. What? How could this be? The elder was stunned. How could the other party grab his palm? That meant that the other party had caught his trace, but this shouldn't be. This was his king domain, and he was the king here. No one could catch his trace. Only a peerless almighty would be able to do this. But was the other party a peerless almighty? The other party was only a 6-star king. How did he do it? Just as the Night Lord was lost in his thoughts, Lin Xian turned his head around. Boom! At the next moment, the King of Darkness was shocked. His pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Because at this moment, there were golden Taoist patterns on Lin Xian's eyes. They looked very mysterious. What kind of eyes were those? The King of Darkness was stunned. He had never seen such golden eyes before. It was too terrifying. The power it carried made his heart tremble. It was as if it could pierce through him with a glance. However, he was clearly hiding within his own king's domain. Your darkness domain is useless against me. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he exerted force in his palm. Crack, ah! In the next moment, the King of Darkness cried out in pain because his hand had been broken. Following this, countless traces of black aura flowed out of his body, and the darkness domain around him quickly moved forwards. Lin Xian sneered and let go of his hand. His figure appeared in another direction and dodged the attack. The King of the Dark Night also took this opportunity to retreat. His face was pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Dark Night domain around him provided him with energy, allowing his broken arm to recover. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had miscalculated. He had definitely miscalculated. His opponent had a pair of golden eyes that could see through his king's domain and clearly track his movements. This was something he had never imagined. His advantage was gone. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. However, as a terrifying elite almighty, he did not only have the advantage of hiding his tracks. Therefore, the King of Darkness did not escape. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. Kid, I admit that I have underestimated you. You are very powerful. But do you think that you can be arrogant just because of that? The King of Darkness snorted. My king's domain is not only useful for hiding my tracks. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura radiated from his body, and the king's domain around him trembled. Whoosh! The king of the underworld's body instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Whoosh! In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The long sword in his hand quickly pierced out. Boom! Lin Xian also raised his sword and slashed out. The two swords collided violently. However, the King of Darkness did not take it head-on. He swayed and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of Lin Xian. Kid, speed is also my advantage. You can't keep up with my speed at all. His lips curled up into a cold smile. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. You want to compete with me in speed? Lin Xian sneered. He did not use the demigods and semi-devils. Instead, a terrifying icy aura surged out of his body. Boom! A wave of icy power spread out in all directions, covering an area of 100 miles. Ice domain, you're an ice-type martial artist. The King of Darkness was shocked. He quickly retreated because his body was covered in frost. He had no choice. The icy aura froze his power and slowed his speed. You can actually restrain my speed. The King of Darkness's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent to be an ice king. The icy aura had greatly interfered with his speed. However, you're dead meat if you want to compete with my king's domain. The King of Darkness sneered again. He was an elite almighty. He was very powerful. His king's domain could easily shatter his opponent's domain. Thinking of this, he activated his Dark Night domain and attacked Lin Xian's blue world of frost. Boom, boom. Boom! The collision of the two domains was extremely terrifying. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Who told you that my domain is an ice domain? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Immediately, the dragon sword spirit domain appeared and turned into a shocking sword light, slashing forward. At the same time, a monstrous murderous aura spread out. He wasn't an ice-type martial artist. He had other domains. Seeing this, the King of Darkness was shocked. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying. With his strength, it could be said that he could easily kill an elite almighty. Because no one could resist his Dark Knight domain. But now, not only did this kid have a pair of golden eyes that saw through his tracks, but he also used ice to suppress his speed. Now, he had an extremely terrifying aura that he could not resist at all. Door of Darkness. At the critical moment, the King of Darkness roared. His Dark Knight domain began to tremble, forming two pitch-black doors in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the Dragon Sword domain slammed into the Door of Darkness, creating a shocking collision. Crack, however, the Door of Darkness only lasted for a moment before it shattered. What? He's so powerful. The King of Darkness's scalp went numb. He did not expect that the other party could even break his Door of Darkness. Damn it, I don't believe it, the King of Darkness roared ferociously. The black aura on his body became thicker and covered his body. At this moment, the King of Darkness was like an unparalleled demon king. Soul of Darkness, the Dark Knight King roared, and a vertical black demonic pattern appeared on his forehead. The moment the demonic mark appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an eye, extremely mysterious. The sky collapsed and shattered. It could not withstand it at all. Even Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. However, in the next moment, he sneered and used his heavenly secret god eyes. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. They turned into mysterious runes. Buzz, a dark light shot out from the demonic runes on the King of Darkness's face and slashed forward. Soul ignition, Lin Xian's eyes were extremely cold. Countless mysterious runes started to spin in his right eye. Then, a ball of golden flames floated out from his eyes. Whoosh, soon, the golden flame clashed with the black light and burned it to ashes. Not only that, the golden flame did not weaken and instantly engulfed the King of Darkness. Ah, ah. Ah, ah, the King of Darkness screamed in agony. His body was distorted as he struggled in the air. However, after a few seconds, he stopped struggling. His eyes were empty as he fell to the ground. The Dark Knight domain around him also disappeared in an instant. Boom, his body landed on the ground and created a deep pit. Cracks started to spread around him. Lin Xian slowly descended and came to the King of Darkness's side. He checked his opponent again and heaved a sigh of relief. The King of Darkness's soul power had been completely destroyed. There was no chance of him surviving. What a terrifying attack, even Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel that the King of Darkness was an elite almighty. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he could not stop the golden flame from burning. What was even stranger was that the King of Darkness did not have any injuries on his body. Only his soul was burned. What a terrifying heavenly secret god eyes. He was shocked. Such a soul attack was impossible to defend against. This was a move that came with the heavenly secret god eyes. Lin Xian realized that as his strength increased, the heavenly secret god eyes would automatically display various powerful moves. This mysterious eye shocked Lin Xian. Even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon could not understand it. However, although this move was powerful, it consumed more than half of Lin Xian's soul power. It could be said that with Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. However, 2 or 3 times was enough. After all, this was a terrifying killing move, and Lin Xian was using it as a trump card. With a wave of his hand, he took the Dark Knight King's storage ring and left. Now that he had consumed a large amount of his soul force, he had to quickly replenish his soul force and recover to his peak state so that he could face the upcoming battle. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a lot of heavenly treasures in his hands, so he was able to concoct some pills that were specifically used to recover soul force. Half a day later, his soul force recovered. Whoosh, Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. Now, as long as he wasn't surrounded by dozens of adults, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, it was not without threat. The Golden Lion King was the biggest threat to him. Other than that, it was the third prince and the first prince. There had been no movement from the first prince's side, but the third prince had tried to kill him time and time again. He had even released the news, asking the whole world to attack him. This caused Lin Xian's killing intent to rise. He decided to kill the third prince, however, before Lin Xian could move, another two figures flew towards him. The two of them were very arrogant. They didn't hide anything at all. They released a powerful aura and rushed over. These two were experts. Only experts would dare to be so powerful and confident. "Young man, are you Lin Xian?" At this moment, a charming voice rang out. The two figures in the distance arrived in front of Lin Xian. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman. She was in her 20s. Her clothes fluttered and her movements were light. However, there was a faint icy blue light in her eyes. However, her tone didn't sound like a young man. Instead, it sounded like a high and mighty deity. On the other side, there was a handsome man in a blue robe. His face was also very young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the rare treasure or die." "Here it comes again." Lin Xian's lips curled up. He knew it. The Dark Night King couldn't be the only one who came. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked in a deep voice. "Tell me your names. Which prince sent you here?" "We're the first prince's men." The first prince was destined to be the crown prince. In the future, he would be the ruler of Tai Emperor's court. It was unwise to make an enemy of such a person. "How about this? If you hand over the rare treasure obediently and come back with us, the first prince might spare your life. It's not impossible for him to put you in an important position." The first prince's men. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the first prince couldn't wait to make a move. "You want my rare treasure? Sure, but let's see what you're capable of." Hundreds of sword chi surged from Lin Xian's body and circled in the air. "You dare to attack us? You're courting death." The man in blue, Spirit Fire King, snorted. "Kid, I heard that you have the dual attributes of ice and fire. Coincidentally, we siblings also have the attributes of ice and fire. Let's see if you have the capital to be arrogant or not." On the other side, the beautiful woman, Frost King, sneered. "Ice and fire attributes?" Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the two people in front of him again. Both of them have the attributes of ice and fire. What kind of special means do they have? They must be extraordinary. Because ordinary ice and fire attributes couldn't compete with him. His ice and fire came from the legendary Cerberus of Hell. "Sister, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." He would bring his heavenly treasure and head to see the first prince. Spirit Fire King's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He charged toward Lin Xian with a fiery aura. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin Xian. He reached out his hand. This palm was vigorous and powerful. It was covered in flames, as if it was the palm of a fire god. It carried with it a monstrous power. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist. Hellfire rushed out and covered his fist. Boom! The two of them collided. The two flames surged in the air. The terrifying energy lit up the entire sky. Whoosh! 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 The sky was filled with flames. The red and black flames collided in the air. They were evenly matched. Spirit Fire King frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's flames to be able to compete with his. In the next moment, the flaming wings on his back vibrated. He returned to where he was standing. Interesting. The flames aren't weak. They're strange. No wonder you're so arrogant. Kid, I wanted to kill you for the first prince. But now, it seems like you have no choice but to die, only by devouring your flames can I improve my cultivation. Spirit Fire King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. His cultivation technique was to devour different flames to purify his power. Now that he saw the flames on Lin Xian's body, he was naturally excited. He wanted to take them for himself. Me too, On the other side, Lord Tianquang also stepped forward with a smile on her delicate face. I wonder what kind of ice attribute you have. Although she was beautiful, she was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Her attack was extremely powerful. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying ice appeared. Countless ice flashed under her feet. Then, a huge ice spear rose from the ground. Like an ice dragon, it pierced towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body flashed and retreated. However, the moment he moved, the surrounding ice energy enveloped him. His speed slowed down as he was enveloped by the icy aura. In the next moment, hellfire surged out from his body and blocked the ice. An ice longsword appeared in his hand. Boom, he slashed out with his sword, slicing through the sky and slicing the world of ice before him in half. What a powerful ice energy, what a pure sword of ice, Lord Tianquang smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, not bad. Kid, I didn't expect you to be full of treasures. Since that's the case, the two of us will take them, humph, what? You think you can take me down? Lin Xian scoffed. The two of them had appeared as if they were in control of the situation. Did they really think that he could be taken advantage of? Kid, it seems like you don't understand this situation. If you fight us one-on-one, you might be able to fight us. However, we won't give you a chance. Don't worry. The two of us will give it our all, we won't give you any chance to escape. Although you didn't offend us, who asked you to have such a rare treasure and such a pure ice and fire attribute energy? Since you have treasures that don't belong to you, you deserve to die. After you die, we'll make good use of your energy. Lord Tianquang smiled coldly. Buzz, Su Chen's face darkened as well. Cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He summoned the Dragon Sword Realm and enveloped Lord Spiritual Fire. As for himself, he pulled out his demonic sword and charged towards Lord Tianquang. How dare you attack me first? Kid, you've angered me, Lord Tianquang laughed. However, the light in her eyes was extremely sharp. Boom, she slapped her palm out. Instantly, a blue ice palm was formed and charged towards Lin Xian. Pung, in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the palm. However, the surrounding icy aura enveloped him. Then, countless frost formed and froze him in midair. It's useless. The entire space is within my attack range. Seeing that his opponent was frozen, Frost King smiled. I have to say, you're really too weak. You can't even take a single move from me. Boom, however, just as she finished speaking, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded into pieces. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body glowed brightly, and he didn't suffer any frostbite at all. Had it been broken, he hadn't been affected at all. How could this be? Seeing this, Frost King frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Even though his opponent was also an Ice King, he was very confident in his own ice energy. Even if the other party wasn't injured, they would still be affected. But now, the light on the other party's body was resplendent. It was clear that he hadn't received any damage at all. How could this brat's physique be so strong? King Tianquang frowned. What he didn't know was that Lin Xian had just used the immemorial demonic blood to refine his body. Naturally, his physique was extremely strong. Although his opponent's ice energy was terrifying, it didn't have much effect on him. Lin Xian was delighted. His physique was obviously much stronger than before. This was the effect of the immemorial demonic blood. As expected of an immemorial demonic beast. The power of its bloodline was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes glowed as he smiled. Whoosh, he used the demonic 8 parts and charged towards his opponent. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the power of ice? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying ice energy that froze the surroundings. The entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. You're not qualified to use ice in front of me. Frost King snorted coldly. Countless amounts of ice surged out of his body. The two's ice energy clashed in the air. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Ice Piercer. He stabbed out with his sword. The blue sword light pierced through the void and sliced the entire space in half. Boom, The world of ice and snow that Frost King had created was split apart by the sword. What a powerful sword chi! Frost King's face turned pale as he hurriedly dodged. However, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand shone brighter and brighter. Then, it turned into a curtain of swords that covered the entire sky. Finally, 3 streaks of sword chi hit Frost King. Clang, clang, clang. Even though it had hit the armor, Frost King was still sent flying. Frost King's face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The blood in her body was chaotic. She didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful that it could injure her. Boom! At this moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion behind her. Then, a sea of fire flew and blew away the dragon sword realm. Kid, do you think you can trap me with a small realm? How naive, Spiritual Fire King laughed coldly. Flames danced on his body as if he was the fire god. His eyes were sharp. Lin Xian's face darkened. He waved his hand and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, emitting countless streaks of sword chi. After Spiritual Fire King came out, he looked into the distance. However, when he saw that Frost King was injured and her face was pale, his face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Sister, you're injured, Spiritual Fire King exclaimed. Then, he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Damn kid, how dare you injure my sister? I'll tear you into pieces, you won't have the chance, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Blood-red sword runes appeared under his feet. The demon-slaying sword array rushed up and covered the ground. Then, the immemorial shadow appeared. The huge black body crushed the void as if it was going to crush Spiritual Fire King into a bloody mist. This immemorial demon soul had been refined by Lin Xian using the immemorial demon blood not long ago. Its power had increased once again. It was terrifying. It was as if a real immemorial demon beast had been revived. Its terrifying power crushed the void. Even the elites wouldn't dare to go against it. Not good, the Spirit Fire King was startled when he saw the ancient phantom, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying ultimate move. Especially the aura of the primordial phantom, which made him shudder with fear. In the next moment, flame surged out of his body and formed a red lotus. It kept expanding in front of him. It was as heavy as a mountain. Boom, boom. Boom, then, the immemorial shadow crashed into the red lotus. Heaven and earth shook. There was a huge explosion in the void. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Initially, Frost King wanted to charge over. However, when she sensed the energy storm, she retreated as well. His entire body kept retreating, creating a black hole in the void. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? Spirit Fire King steadied himself with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that other than the power of ice and fire, his opponent would also have such a terrifying archaic shadow. It seemed that he had to be careful of his attacks. Spirit Fire King formed a hand seal, and a fiery red armor covered his body. He looked forward again. What a dense fire aura! Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched as he looked ahead. He realized that the flame battle armor was no ordinary item. It should be a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. His opponent was indeed not an ordinary almighty. He actually had a top-tier treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and the dragon sword domain trembled rapidly. Then, countless sword chi flew out like meteors in the sky, all of them blasting forward. It's useless. My armor is a top-tier Earth-grade one. You can't break through my defense. Spirit Fire King sneered. Hand over the heavenly treasure obediently, or you'll die. Spirit Fire King then slapped his palms, and a monstrous sea of fire spread out, covering the entire sky. Go to hell, brat. At this moment, Frost King also charged over. The brother and sister didn't care about the rules of heaven and earth. They decided to work together to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Frost King also unleashed a terrifying amount of ice power. It transformed into a giant ice snake in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Boom! Boom, boom! The battle was very intense, and the surrounding space trembled violently. This phenomenon naturally attracted many almighty kings. They had been frantically looking for Lin Xian, and now they were wandering around every corner of the secondary space. Naturally, they had to come and watch a battle of this level. What a terrifying aura. Who is fighting? This is the power of fire and ice. Is it the brother and sister of the first prince, Spirit Fire King and Frost King? They were both experts among the elites. When the brother and sister joined forces, they were incomparably terrifying. They could fight against top-notch experts. Who exactly was it that was contending against them? Was it the third prince's men or the eighth prince's? The people in the distance were discussing spiritedly. However, they only dared to watch from 10,000 miles away. They didn't dare to come closer. This was because the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely covered by a monstrous sea of fire and terrifying frost. What? It's him. At this moment, a middle-aged man's eyes emitted a black light that pierced through the void. He saw the situation inside and exclaimed. What's wrong, old Fong? Who did you see? The person next to him asked. Lin Xian was Lin Xian's son. The middle-aged man explained the situation. It was that brat. It was really him, a pair of worn-out iron shoes searching for nothing, only to find it by chance without any effort. An old man laughed loudly, while the others were shocked. Although they had found Lin Xian's whereabouts, the current situation was not optimistic. Even an idiot could tell that Spirit Fire King and Frost King were fighting for the treasures. If these two kings succeeded, it would be difficult for them to do anything else. However, they didn't dare to snatch it now. After all, Spirit Fire King and Frost King could defeat them if they joined forces. Hence, they could only watch from afar. But soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't at a disadvantage against these two powerful kings. Instead, he was getting stronger and stronger. Heavens, where did this brat come from? His combat strength was too terrifying. Many kings swallowed their saliva. In the distance, Spiritual Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces darkened as well. Both of them were elite almighties, and their expressions could fight against pinnacle almighties. But now, even after joining forces, they couldn't take down a brat. This gave them a surreal feeling. How could this brat be so strong? Their faces turned ugly as they attacked even more crazily. Damned brat, go to hell! The Spiritual Fire King roared in anger. When he opened and closed his eyes, terrifying flames overflowed. On the other side, Frost King was also terrifying. She waved her hand, and the ice domain around her froze the entire area. Lin Xian was even more valiant. His eyes were terrifying, and his sword chi was overwhelming. He opened the dragon sword domain, and the terrifying sword chi turned into giant dragons that swept across the sky. The demonic sword in his hand became hundreds of feet long. Every time it slashed down, it would destroy a part of the world. Boom! Boom, boom. At this moment, Lin Xian displayed his powerful combat strength against the two elite kings. Thousands of miles ahead, energy rumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked and dumbfounded. Although they were here to capture Lin Xian, they couldn't help but admit that Lin Xian was too strong. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a combo attack. One move would probably turn them into a bloody mist. But now, Lin Xian was still not at a disadvantage after exchanging hundreds of moves with them. How powerful and heaven-defying was that? No, Spirit Fire King and Frost King haven't used their full strength yet. I remember that they both have bloodline power. An elder's eyes flashed as he spoke. That was indeed the case, the others nodded. They had naturally heard of the power of the siblings. Their bloodline power would increase their combat strength by several times. If they used it, Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Another intense collision. Lin Xian turned into a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand slashed forward, clashing with the terrifying world of fire and ice. Then, the three of them separated and stood in three different directions. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn, and his body was filled with killing intent. On the other side, Spirit Fire King and Frost King's faces were terrifyingly dark. They didn't expect a brat to be so troublesome. Even when they worked together, they couldn't do anything. Some of the sword wounds on their bodies were caused by Lin Xian. They were still in pain and couldn't heal at all. Brother, don't hold back. Use your bloodline power. We have to take down this brat quickly. I feel that he's too evil. Frost King gritted his teeth and said. All right. Spirit Fire King nodded solemnly. Then, the flames in his eyes shone even brighter. Brat, you should be proud that you made us use our bloodline power. Then, a flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. Then, the blood in his body rumbled as he quickly used his bloodline power. Bloodline power, hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. No wonder. This pair of siblings actually possessed the power of bloodlines. They were indeed terrifying. Only he was strong enough to fight them. If it were another elite, he would have been killed long ago. Boom, Spirit Fire Bloodline. End of chapter 2165. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.